Yo. Sorry, I'm a history bluff, says my man Josh. What up, Josh? Let's check out the comment section real quick. I was just grabbing a few things. Welcome. We got September Virgo, Marlena, Hunter's Moon. What up? Hunter's Moon in the building, September Virgo. Shout out to all my Virgos out there born in September. September 11th here. Marlena, the great Marlena, the legendary Marlena is in the building. She ain't playing. Marlena goes hard. I'm gonna tell you why again. I say this almost every stream. Marlena fucking found Jack's playlist on Spotify. Damn, Marlena. I'm hiring. Marlena be on that shit. What up, Wolf? I gotta get your name right. It goes Esteric Wolf. That's how I pronounce it, anyways. Winding down from work. Hello, T-REV. What up? Steve Lawless in the building. What's up? I do want to talk to you guys about something though. Before we jump into it, I've been on Reddit deep diving, right? So is the mic sound all right? Hold up. Am I tripping? Let me make sure I'm good here. You wasted LE law enforcement time. What the fuck are you talking about? You wasted law enforcement. Oh, maybe they ain't talking about me. You need to do your investigating better. The screaming video is fake. Joseph Morris manipulated it. I did do investigating better. I sent it to LE. What are you talking about? Anyways, though, I love reading these comments. There'd be some feisty people up in them things. What's going on, though? I'm dead. Steve Lawless, what's good, man? Angela Fender, what's up? Steve, hold up. Lee, what's up, Lee Hillis? Lee Hillis in the building. Amy, bro, Archangel, come at me, bro. Hold on, who else we got? Let me keep going down here. Laughing Stock, what's popping? Said Laughing Stock. What's up, man? How you guys doing tonight? What's up? Everybody smash that like button as you're coming in. We're finna chop it up about the Idaho murders. I've been deep diving on Reddit all day, so I seen somebody that's in that town directly that has been posting a lot of updates on what they see around town. So it's a good spot to be at for people like me. What up, Amber? Shout out to Amber. Shout out to everybody in here, man. I see a lot of great names in here that I'm used to seeing. Angela Wall, Lisa Delgado, Rebel Ray, Jody Reason, Nola. He says sounds. There you go. There's your sounds. Buck Petrie. There he goes. Hello, all. New to show and love it. Great info, great people. Thank you. I appreciate you. Press On says, we're hoping you would come on here live. I know. I put up the poll. I was like, you know what? I got to go live. It's like 68%. So out of like 200 people. So I was like, I'll go live. Yeah, and I apologize, right? I apologize. Not only that, I got an email the next day after the fact that I delete the video. So it is what it is. People are going to think what they think. You can't argue with people and make them feel that type of way. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. If they think I do poor investigating, that's fine. I respect their criticism, as everybody else should. Linda Salmon says, hi, everyone. Katie Buck said, people be tripping. You good now? September Virgo says, I sent you some stuff on Instagram. You may have seen them already, but found them interesting. I'm going to check that here in 1 second when I'm done going through these comments. What up, Riley? How's it going? Archangel says, no, you come at me, bro. I'm dead. Pisces here. What up, T? What's up? Ignorant people get the... I'm dead. Collins Avenue in the building. What's up, Collins Avenue? Little darling. Hello. Welcome. Mama Fee. Welcome. Thank you guys for coming by. You guys are wonderful. Pisces. She says, hell yeah, T-REV back live. Yep, you already know it. I'm addicted to going live, so I can't stop going live. I've been going live for how long now, guys? Everybody that's been here with me since September 6th. I've been just deep diving lives, 19-hour lives, 12-hour lives, 7-hour lives, 6-hour lives. A short live for me is like 5 hours. I would put that as like, that feels like 5 minutes to me. I don't know. That's just me though. June, what's up, June? How you doing? I'm glad how's everybody's days going? 219 in the building. What up, Santa Joe?
Ho, ho, ho.
What's going on? He said, okay, I seen a lot of everybody. OTC, what's up, brother? Welcome. PJ Second Chance, welcome. Amanda, what's up? I was just talking to you guys in Discord. So Cassandra, I'm gonna call you Cassandra Caldwell because I do not want to butcher your middle name. I don't. I'm from Newport News. Oh yeah, I'm from Virginia Beach, Norfolk, VA. Norfolk, VA for sure. She said, since I found you. LOL. Shelly, what's up, Shelly? Or Shelly, how you doing? All right, so let's talk about what this white vehicle. All right, he says shared your live stream on Reddit. Thank you, dude. I appreciate all the support, everybody that shares a live, everybody that comes in and hits the like button. Now, on this vehicle right here that I got on the screen, now it goes, this person says, I live in Moscow. They're still looking and questioning Hyundai Elantra drivers. So he said, I was sitting at work, noticed the state trooper driving by a Super One parking lot in Coeur d'Alene, or I don't even know how to pronounce that anyways, but I'll put it in chat. It's like a weird, I'd say Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and the trooper saw a Hyundai. He spelled it wrong as shit. He butchered Hyundai and pulled in and questioned the driver for at least 25 or at least 15 minutes. So they are still actively looking. Absolutely. So they're going. There's a lot of speculation on this Reddit right here. This is made by a guy that lives in Moscow. So he said that they're on the case. They're literally pulling people over with white Elantras, literally questioning the hell out of everybody, even out of town. He says on here. And I was talking with some people on here earlier just to get out here and talk to somebody that actually lives in the area, even if it's on Reddit. I mean, they claim they live in the area, but I mean, the picture kind of shows. Let's see. Is that a Idaho plate right there? I want to say it is. Let's get a good zoom. You can't really see that as butchered. It's very butchered, but they had pulled this vehicle right here. So that's that. There was a lot of speculation on here. I mean, they're talking about Jack S on here a lot. They're talking about Jack D on here a lot. There's a new one opening up about the roommates, about how they lawyered up. A lot of people think it's weird that they lawyered up. So I know there's a lot of you guys that are pro bono, like pro bono. Listen to me, pro lawyer, and a lot of people on Reddit are just like, that's so weird that they would lawyer up if they were their friends and they were their roommates. They have nothing to hide and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot, and there's people going back and forth on that speculation also. So I mean, I get it. I get both sides. I really do. I get both sides. Never too old is right. Yep. It never gets too old to me. Let's see. We really are. All right, let's dive in. Someone on Facebook said they found stolen Elantra and it's up for sale at a used car lot. I pulled it up. Somebody sent it to me last night while I was on stream. So I was like, what? I'd love to get a Discord link. All right, so I know this sounds fucked up, but it really is what it is. I made my Discord members only to block the trolls from getting in my Discord. I mean, members only is like 99 cents to start. I don't even care. But I make it that way so trolls, like if people want to fucking troll, all right, go ahead. But you know what I mean? I don't let people slip in like that. That's just me personally. I like to keep it private so that I can talk to people who really support me rather than somebody who just wants to join in and fucking come in and troll. That's just me though. Everybody's different. Dark Horse says good evening, y'all. Hope y'all had a happy Sunday, fun day. Yeah, I had a happy Sunday, but the bad thing about it is we almost lost to the Texans, and that fucking pissed me off. But we won though, so that's all that matters. Moonstar says rich people love those lawyers. Absolutely. See, when you're somebody like me that's low, I'd say I'm lower class, and I put myself at lower class because I come from out the gutter. Now, I wouldn't say I'm doing bad now in life, but in general though, I wasn't born with parents to help me and shit like that. I've been on my own since I was 13, so I had to get out there and get it however I had to. And I didn't have no lawyers. There's been shit that my friends have done. I've been questioned and all types of shit. Like if I got nothing to hide, I won't lawyer up. Period. There's no reason for me to. If I can't answer your question, I can't answer your question. Period. So I mean, it's simple as that, especially when it comes to a murder. When we're talking about a murder now, like for me, if I'm innocent on a murder, there's no reason for me to hide anything. You can have my phone records, you can have everything. And in my opinion, most people got something to hide that lawyer up, especially that are close. And that's just my opinion, and people can be mad at me for that, but that's what I feel. Now, a lot of people are pro lawyer though, so and I respect that. I do respect that. But me in general, I'm letting you look through everything. If I get locked up for it, oh well. I'll sit there and fight for my freedom. Rich people stay out of jail, just saying. And I mean, that's true. That's true. For members, Discord link. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let's go through. James says the roommate's boyfriend with the balaclava seems fishy. Oh yeah, you talk about with the mask, but still think Showalter is the man. All right, so we have this right here. This is the old list. Now I told you I got tons of videos in here. This is what I like, literally from every single, like all the videos that I liked in general. I put them in this folder right here. If anybody's interested in having this folder for your playlist or to just go through stuff and listen to videos, I'll open it up and make it not private no more after the stream. I don't care. You guys can go watch it. There's 2 unavailable videos that are hidden. So somebody hid some videos in here. I do want to see this because this came out today. So let's check it out. What the hell?
This week marks 1 month since the grisly murders of 4 University of Idaho students found brutally stabbed. This week marks 1 month. Apartment. Still no arrest has been made, and family members demanding answers. Police say tips from the public are pouring in. The quadruple murder has rocked the small community in Moscow. Of course, families gathering this weekend for winter graduation. Nancy Liu joining us live in Moscow with the very latest now. Nancy.
And Natasha, almost 1 full month since the murders, and police have yet to reassure this community that they're any closer to catching a suspect. The lack of information has a lot of people living in fear about a brutal killer on the loose and possibly still in this area.
The rental home that was filled with friendship and the joys of college life has been tragically quiet for weeks. A 24/7 security guard is here to preserve a quadruple murder scene. Neighbors no longer want to comment, and locals wonder why a full month hasn't yielded more answers.
It doesn't seem too hard in a college town. You know, there's Wi-Fi everywhere. You can track phones so easily. My phone connects to everything I walk by.
Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were stabbed to death sometime during the morning of November 13th. Moscow police officials tell News Nation they will provide a new update on the investigation on Monday. One former FBI special agent believes the suspect is someone familiar with the property.
I actually think that it's highly possible that he is integrated himself back into the community. What this person did, I'm going to say he because my gut tells me that it is a male. What this person tells me is yes, they are very much a cold-hearted killer.
Police have yet to publicly name any suspects or persons of interest, but no offer of a reward has some speculating that there is one.
Why would you give him a reward if you already have the person of interest in mind?
Speculation has been rampant since police have been tight-lipped other than a specific plea for information about a white Hyundai Elantra. Online sleuths continue to raise questions about a student who interacted with 2 of the victims at a food truck and the roommates who slept through the killings. Online threats have police considering criminal charges against those crossing the line.
We're the official source of information. We want people to pay attention to what we're putting out there because that is accurate information, and anything that comes from other sources is either rumor or speculation, and we want to put an end to that as soon as possible.
Now, I asked Moscow police if their update tomorrow will mean new information about the case, but I was told plainly that it will be an update on the investigation. Natasha.
All right, Nancy, thank you. Thank you for watching.
Are you guys excited for the update tomorrow? Do you think we're going to get anything good, or do you think we're just going to get a police officer or FBI agent that comes up to the podium and tells us what we already know, what they put on Facebook every day? What do you think? You think we're going to get anything good, or do you think we're just going to get some trash? Damn, T-REV, great poll, good questions with good answers. Hey, I'm just thinking ahead. I'm just thinking some shit. I think it's going to be some regular shit that we already know. A lot of you said, hold up, but not saying anything. Let's see what you guys are talking about here. Elizabeth says, hey, y'all. What up, Elizabeth? Hunter Moon says, hold up. Damn, I'm getting lost in the comments already. Okay. Yes, nah. Moonstar says nah. Lisa says no. It's gonna be a dud, says Angela. Mac Pride said it's gonna be a Christmas update. Stephen Lawless says just fluff, nothing good. Melissa said who knows, right? It's shit always changes with this case. Dark Horse Justice says same old stuff, nothing new. Mama Fee says same shit, different day. Right? I think it would be a runaround again. Josh Davis says Placation Nation tomorrow, right? Marita says nope, trash. June says I'm surprised they didn't. The college doesn't want to talk to what? Continue. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Jody Reason says no, we ain't getting much, just trash. I get it. Collins Avenue says we'll get nada, but a person talking in circles. And I gotta agree. That's exactly what I'm thinking. We're just gonna get the same thing that we've gotten already. Okay, we're looking for that white Hyundai that we mentioned, and that they're gonna come out and say that. They're gonna talk about people putting speculation out. They're gonna say, and I'm gonna tell you everything they're gonna say. They're gonna come up on that stand and say, if you don't hear it from us, it's not true. And that's what they're gonna go up on that stand and say. I'm telling you, watch. Could be DNA matches. Now, I'll be looking out for that. Hopefully we get something like that, right? Alicia said says nothing. Moonstar says they're going to give us same already true gum. Gemini says nothing new. I'm gonna call you Ski One. I don't even want to ego ski. Maybe that's it. Hope something good. Joe Hart says I always like updates, but I'm not helpful of many updates. But I'm not hopeful of many updates. My bad. I butchered your sentence. Elizabeth says, Trev, I am so sorry. I was trying to call you T-Rex. Yeah, T-Rex. I need to get the dinosaur sound for somebody every time somebody calls me T-Rex. Justice Jane says, we can speculate if we want to. This is America. It would help if law enforcement gave more information to stop the rumors, for sure. I need to get glasses because words are small as shit now. Suck It says, we are fat. Is that your name? Suck It? Tell me I'm saying that shit right and I'm not butchering you. We are faster than FBI, PD, etc. James Dirk says blowing smoke. Lisa Delgado says chew gum. I'm dead. Steffi Marshall says, I think if they had a suspect, I just think they have leads. I think they need a lot of lab done. So you think they need a lot of lab work done. Probably here more soon. It's a waiting game, I believe, but it doesn't have to be what? I think you're gonna say something else. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a waiting game. You think they could just come out with the information? I think they're just trying to keep the killer at they're trying to box him in. That's what I feel like they're trying to do. It will probably be like Kylie case. Not too many answers. Pablo Smith, yo, T-Dog. Glad you're live. Tree Baby Tennessee says, thank you. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you, Tree Baby. Make sure y'all smash that like button and sub up if you ain't subbed up already. Marlena hoping and praying we get something. I know, right? Shane White says I heard their tongues were cut out. Good gracious. Joe Hart, amen. T, bring that Santa Joe guy up. Shelly, probably not, but hope so. Prosser game, my child just asked, is there any update on Idaho? I said, let's see if T-REV live. I appreciate you, Prosser. Steve Lawless, what the fuck, Shane? Where? I know. All right, so Prosser, as far as your child, you said your child just asked, like the woman just said here, and I already knew this beforehand of coming on live, that tomorrow they said they're giving an update. Now, I mean, the update is just gonna be simple shit. That I'm guessing that we're just gonna find out, hey, they want to know what this white car is. They're gonna push it out a little more to the media. Personally, that's what I think they're gonna push it out with. They're gonna come stand up. They haven't personally said it on the stand, like talking about. I mean, I've seen the main sheriff or whatever you want to call him, PD, speak out, but they haven't went on the stand yet with press nearby. So I think that's what tomorrow will be. Steve Lawless says, what the fuck, Shane? Where law enforcement may give a chicken nugget, right? I'd be surprised if they gave us a chicken nugget. I'd like a little bit of sweet and sour, but I doubt it. Cassandra says, Why all the blood on the kitchen counter? Right? That's a fact. Where you hear that, Shane? Tammy says the chief is too pleasant. It's too pleasant all of the time. So like, maybe what you think he's an asshole? That's what I got from him on the first couple times I seen him come up on the stand, and then all of a sudden all that backlash happened, and then they went and ran the presser back the next day. Lock and shields in prayer, Marlena. He is loose, and that is not good. Justice Jane says think positive, which I'm with you on that. I want to think positive. I'm hoping we get some answers here soon, and I have a feeling maybe we will. But I said that about the Kylie Rodney case, and look how far out we are on that. Nothing new, little darling says. Baby girl says, I think the police have a sus. That's why they're keeping eyes on the border of Canada. Oh, shit. I seen something about that here on this Reddit forum. Yeah, for sure. But I'm sure the car was clean by now. A month later, can they legally pull each person out of the car to search for owning a Honda or Hyundai? I'm not being a smartass. I genuinely don't know the answers. Is that enough reasonable doubt cause to be able to search every Hyundai they pull over? I mean, I guess so, especially if they're in Moscow. Coworker got pulled over in Moscow and questioned. She wasn't even driving an Elantra. That's on this Reddit forum. This was 2 hours ago. So he said my coworker had just got pulled over in Moscow and questioned, and she wasn't even driving an Elantra. That's crazy. So they're definitely on high alert. The police are on super high alert in Moscow right now. Kitchen cabinet, I'm in. Trying to be positive. We will get something positive for the family. Hunter's Moon says. Cops, feds need to save face. What other video did they drop earlier? Let's check this out. Did that video just disappear?
The small town of Moscow, Idaho on high alert. 565 students graduating from the University of Idaho today. One student noticeably absent. Kaylee Gonsalves did not cross the stage today. She and 3 of her classmates were stabbed to death in their apartment. Her family sharing she would have graduated early and had a full-time job waiting for her in Austin, Texas. She had planned to move to the city after a post-graduation trip through Europe. And meanwhile, tips are flooding in on the white Hyundai that authorities are still looking for. Plus, investigators considering filing criminal charges against online sleuths trying to crack the case. We are on the ground in Idaho. Nancy Liu joining us live from Moscow tonight. Nancy?
Natasha, with this quadruple murder scene right off campus, it is an abnormal commencement weekend for the university. A lot of people are back in town for the first time since the tragedy, and many tell me they are feeling uneasy with a brutal killer still out there. For the hundreds of new graduates of the University of Idaho, it is a milestone day. But at this session of commencement, the pomp and circumstance also includes a tragic remembrance.
It's been a tough few weeks for our community, and I want to
drop one in the chat if you want to listen to this Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace dropped something pretty new. It's newish. Drop one in the chat if you want to hear it. I was just looking for some newer stuff, and I found the Nancy Grace. I found this Nancy Grace with Dale Carson, and I haven't heard it yet.
I want to acknowledge an enormous loss in our Vandal family recently. Ethan Chabin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were taken from us far too soon by a senseless act of violence. They were bright lights on our campus and cherished members of our community.
University President C. Scott Green then led a moment of silence, and some in the audience became emotional during a hymn by the school choir. Kaylee Gonsalves was supposed to be among those in caps and gowns today, including many fellow members of the Greek system.
I'm really glad that the president brought them up, especially Kaylee. She was supposed to be here, so just thinking about her and her family. She was supposed to be here with us, so I know that I didn't know her, but being in the Greek community, we all kind of knew each other, our names, but yeah, it's pretty sad.
Because of commencement,
What's up,
a lot more
KDS?
people are in town for the first time since the murders.
We're going to have a lot of officers around. We're going to have a lot of Idaho State Police around. You'll see us both at the commencement as well as just around town providing safety.
The chief remains tight-lipped about the investigation, stressing again that it continues with more people being interviewed and nearly 100 local, state, and federal members of law enforcement involved. As the search for a killer goes on, a renewed sense of normalcy as Idaho celebrates its newest graduates.
Marlena, I got it because you sent it to me. I'll pull that up after Nancy.
Now, in an interview with News Nation's Brian Enton, the Gonsalves family had revealed that Kaylee had plans to move to Austin, Texas after graduation, already had a job lined up. Natasha?
Yeah, those details absolutely heartbreaking, Nancy. And can you share with us as well the latest on the hunt for the white Hyundai?
Angela said Nancy.
Yeah, Moscow police had put out that public plea on Wednesday. They're searching for a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. Since then, thousands of tips have come in, so many calls and tips that they are now being diverted to an FBI center because they are better equipped to handle the volume of calls and tips and better able to follow.
I agree with that, Rebel Ray. She says, y'all, if they're searching drivers, they got something, and I pray it's a warrant. Well, it's obviously not. I'll say it's not a warrant because they don't know the license plate. You know what I'm saying? So something with that white Elantra has something in it. They think there's something in that white Elantra that can break the case wide open, which is why they would be doing that. Now, I don't know if people just make Reddits and lie about shit, which is very possible, and I've heard of it before. But this person claims they're in Moscow. I mean, it looks like a picture of Moscow. So I mean, they're getting pulled over left and right, white Elantras. So, I mean, they definitely want a white Elantra for some reason. That white Elantra they think is connected to the case. I guarantee it. Or else they wouldn't be pulling cars over like that.
Through on all of them and investigate all of them. We've also learned that the Customs and Border Protection Department is also on the lookout at all ports of entry in the U.S.
All right, Nancy Liu, live for us on the ground in Moscow, Idaho. Appreciate the update. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to.
Thank you for watching. All right. So here we go. We're going to jump into this.
As an murder investigation, families.
All right. Here we go. Don't be hating on my girl, Nancy Grace, man.
One of the girls, what? As tensions mount in the small town of Moscow, Idaho. This, as we learn.
Hold up. CC, I was reading into that today on Reddit, and I heard about that. And honestly, I was talking about it in Discord. So she goes, T-REV 757, please look into Hannah Clear. She was Madison's rumored dorm mate the first year in college. She was bullied to the point she SS herself earlier this year. Her B-day was November 15th. Now that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is all over the place. I've seen it. So CC, you saying that shows me that you've seen the same thing that I've seen somewhere too. So that is, and we heard it the other day, and we've talked about it on stream. I'm pretty sure I had Santa Joe up here and a few different people up here, and we were talking, or just me and Santa Joe actually, if I can recall, that the one of her ex roommates or whatever dorm mates killed themselves, and that's super sad. And allegedly, in a lot of the Reddit posts, when they're talking about Hannah in these Reddit posts, they're talking as if it was like a revenge killing for Hannah, and supposedly that Madison was allegedly bullying. But I can't corroborate that story, but I do see a lot of people talking on Reddit about it, and you don't know who's behind these Reddit accounts. You know what I'm saying? Because all of that can be complete bullshit. So you can't really, but I don't know if I can believe that or not. I hope that's not the truth. You know what I mean? Like, because you could piss somebody off in the family, and that would give motive, right? I personally think if that could give motive to a brother, a father, a uncle, anybody close to that person, even a boyfriend, to snap and just lose their cool and do something very, very negative that would mess up the rest of their life. But some people don't care. Once they lose somebody that they loved with all their heart, sometimes people go over the edge, and it does happen.
According to the 4 student victims' families, one of the girls was the target.
Shelly Jenkins.
That is a huge break in this murder investigation. We also learn the families of the slain victims are actually hiring private investigators. This as an eerie handprint emerges on the sliding glass door of the so-called murder house.
More sense. Okay.
We also understand the family is questioning, were certain people ruled out as suspects way too soon? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111. In my mind, evaluating this case, the possibility that, as we pointed out on day one of the girls specifically was targeted. If that's true, that is a watershed moment in this case. First of all, take a listen to this.
Your daughter and Maddie had different means or manner of attack, and that suggests one of them was targeted. Can you share with us, do you know, and you can't share either way, which one was targeted?
I can't. I asked for permission to do just that, and they said no. I probably disclosed information that they wish I wouldn't have said, but the story's going cold. There's less people coming to Moscow. I'm not going to go sleep in my bed knowing that I could get up and I could go to town and I could do something. And I'm not going to go away.
You're hearing our friend Pete Hegseth speaking on Fox News to Kaylee Gonzalez's father. Can you imagine that feeling? You're trying to find your daughter's killer, grappling with her murder, and suddenly everybody that seems interested at all in solving the case, one by one, begin to leave town? With me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But before I go straight out to Stephanie Pagonis, crime reporter of Fox News Digital, I want to hear one more thing
about the tongues
from
being
Kelly Gonzalez's dad. Take a listen to him speaking on Fox News.
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's,
they don't.
And Kaylee's
my second
cause
wife.
of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to
may
go
have
up
been
the
targeted.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just going to say it. It wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I know DNA.
You know, Stephanie Pagonis, hold on just one moment.
I've learned that.
I want to go to a special guest joining us, Ted Williams, former Washington, D.C. police detective, defense lawyer, Fox News contributor, starred on Power of Attorney. Ted, that just gave me chills all the way down my body. Because I know you, like I, have spoken to so many homicide victims' families. This dad and mom, you hear the mom going, calm down, calm down. He can't calm down. He's not getting any answers.
Right?
He is beside himself.
Nancy, he's frustrated, and rightfully so. His child that he sent to college came back to him in a box. And as your audience should understand, this is a very, very emotional scenario for that man. And when you look at the fact that they talked about this targeted, and then you get word from investigators, well, we don't know who the target was. Well, we don't know if the house was targeted. This is a bunch of BS. Either you put out a legitimate story or you don't say a damn thing.
Right.
And under the circumstances here, this father has a right to feel the way he does. And if you think about it for a second, if the killer or killers came through the sliding glass door on the back of the home, he would have encountered both Ethan and Zany in the...
Hold on, what do you mean nobody cares about the murder? I'm sure there's about 474 people in here that disagree with that.
On the second floor of that home. If they were the target, well, he would have killed them, and it's more likely than not that he would have been left. But the killer or killers went up to that third floor where Maddie and Kaylee were sleeping together, according to their father, and they were killed on that third floor. The killer, I believe, had to have known something about that home. I believe that the killer has been, or killers, should we say, have been in that home before.
When I heard, Ted, the pain and the anger and Mr. Gonzalez's voice, and I can just see the wife, because I've seen it so many times. The wife, holding him by the arm, going, calm down, because she knows.
Yeah. Okay. So before Nancy goes on this tangent right here, I like this question a lot right here. And this is a question that I've been asking. So where was JS, which we know, just saying jackass, whatever you want to call him. Where was JS's car parked that night? At the bar, near the food truck? JS direction of travel is like he would be walking home, which he would have to pass 1122 King Street. And that is a fact, because I have a map, which I've made a video before showing the map and the layout of it takes 1 minute to walk out from where Jack lived and to walk to the house. But what the parents are saying about Jack, from what we've heard, all speculation, all allegedly, is that Jack was cleared because of the alibi of his parents. So he left the club that night, went to the food truck, sat around, got no food, didn't get a head start on his trip when he knew the girls were fine there at the food truck and had a ride coming with all those people around. So he waited. Did he think he was going to go back and do some stuff with them and not go to the cabin? Or did he, you know what I mean? That's where the questions lie. And that's where everybody thinks JS, Jackass, has something to do with this. And that's facts. I love that question.
That when you get crazy and you're angry, the cops don't want to deal with you. They shut you down. But he can't help it. He's at his wit's end. I want to analyze what Ted just told us. And remember, former Washington, D.C. police detective, not only defense attorney, but detective. He's been on just as many homicide scenes as I have been, if not more. Stephanie Pagonis is joining me, crime reporter, Fox News Digital. This is a big deal. This is a very big deal. We've been screaming from day one that somebody, most likely one of the girls, was targeted.
That's the saddest
thing. And now we have reason to believe it was Gonzalez's daughter. Now, you just heard Ted lay out who was on what floor. Explain what he is saying and why it is so critical that the killer goes to the second floor, which kind of looks like the ground floor from one vantage point. There's two people there. They're killed. But he goes up another flight. He could not have gotten in on that third floor. He had to come in through the front door on one or the sliding glass door on two. But he went all the way up to 3 to continue killing. And there is where the other two girls were. Explain it, Stephanie.
Absolutely. So first, I want to start by saying, as you said, Nancy, there are 3 stories in this building. On the top floor, the third floor, Kaylee and Maddie were sleeping in the same bed. On the second floor, Xana and Ethan were sleeping. Mm-hmm. And on the bottom floor, there were 2 other roommates who survived these attacks and were not harmed. Now, as the father said, if this suspect did go through the middle floor, he would have had to have gone up the steps because there is no point of entry on the third floor. Mm-hmm. So as Ted just explained, if the killer had chosen, assuming the killer did go through the second floor, he or she could have, attacked Xana and Ethan and then left. But instead, the killer went upstairs to the third floor, again, where there is no point of entry. So that's why Mr. Gonsalves seems to be explaining that he thinks this was a deliberate move, not just something where a killer just went through the home and attacked anything he or she saw.
Let's hear it from Steve Gonsalves one more time.
Hold up. So, Linda, you said... Hold up. No, I'm sorry. Not Linda. Lulu Gumshoe says, I've been following Joseph Morris a long time. What the did he really make it up? Or what the fuck did he really make it up? Yes, he made it up. I sent that in as a tip. Not only did he make it up, it was broken down by another channel. And also they found the regular soundbite. And I also have the regular YouTuber that had that scream on their channel, period. And it was their scream. So yeah, it was made up.
This is our cut 102. Again, Steve is speaking with our friends at Fox.
There's a couple things that tell me with common sense, but I'm not a professional, so I want to specify that. But they've said the entry point was the slider or the window. It was in the middle floor. So to me, he doesn't have to go upstairs. His entry and exit are available without having to go upstairs or downstairs. Looks like he probably may have not gone downstairs. We don't know that for sure, but he obviously went upstairs. So I'm using logic that he chose to go up there when he did.
Hold up. So before the father speaks, I'm going to take it back a little bit. I want to answer Shelly's question because I always am reading every comment as well as listening to this podcast that we're listening to right now, which is with Nancy Grace and Del Carlson. Shelly says, T-REV, what do you think he meant by he didn't have to go upstairs, or he didn't have to go up the stairs? That always made me go, So what I think he means by that is that he killed Xana and Ethan and that he didn't have to go upstairs and harm his daughter. I'm thinking that he's thinking from an outside point of view. So the police hasn't released all the information to him. Yes, he knows the autopsy on his daughter and stuff like that. And supposedly he knows that she had more significant wounds than everybody else. But what he's saying is that why did the killer have to go upstairs? I think he's going through a lot right now and he's trying to process everything. And he's just like, man, why did the killer have to do this? Why did he have to do that? Because his daughter's gone and his daughter's not here no more. So his heart is pouring out. Everything is why right now to him. And he's just not seeing things clear because he's upset. And I understand that because he's going through so much. He lost his daughter that he sent off to college. He lost his daughter. So, I mean, I can understand where all these bizarre people are saying they're bizarre statements, but in reality, to me, it's him being frustrated. His mind's fogged. He wants to know why. He just really wants to know why, and he's not going to stop until he gets the answers. And that's just how I feel, and that's what I think. I mean, some people may agree and some people may not agree. What do you guys think on that? What Shelly asked. That's what I get from it, but maybe you guys see it differently.
Are available without having to go upstairs or downstairs. Looks like he probably may have not gone downstairs. We don't know that for sure, but he obviously went upstairs. So I'm using logic that he chose to go up there when he didn't have to.
Another thing, were the injuries significantly different on those two girls? And I'm talking about Maddie and Kelly. Since the killer made such a point to go up to the third floor, were their injuries more severe? Were they posed in any way? Were they, and when I say posing, I don't mean anything extravagant. I mean, were their faces covered up with a pillow? Were they unclothed? Were they moved in any way? That would also differentiate them from the other victims. Take a listen to our Cut 124. This is Jim Murray at Inside Edition.
Published reports say that Kaylee was subjected to a more brutal attack than the other three victims. She was killed on the same bed along with her best friend, Madison Mogen. News Nation reporter Brian Enton is in Idaho covering the investigation.
There's a number of different theories possible. Since her wounds were more significant than Maddie's, is it possible she was the target? Yes. Or is it possible that she woke up and was trying to fight back and that Maddie was the target?
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace.
straight out to forensic expert, founder of the Cold Case Research Institute. You can find her at coldcasecrimes.org. Cheryl McCollum, jump in.
Nancy, it depends to me on where the wounds were. So if the killer concentrated on her face, her neck, her chest, maybe even her breast, that's going to be very telling.
Malika?
So it's not just a matter of she had more stab wounds, but where those stab wounds were located could be very telling of this killer.
You know, Stephanie Pagonis joining us, Fox News Digital. I understand all the wounds were in the torso area.
Andrew,
Is that correct or no?
You know, I'm not necessarily sure about that. It could be correct. But what I do know is that each of the victims were stabbed several times. Now, as we heard, Mr. Gonsalves explained that his daughter did mention that she was significantly injured here. But each of the victims showed signs not only of several stab wounds, but some of them also showed signs of fighting back. The medical examiner also said that investigators believed the victims were asleep when they were initially attacked. It's unclear, though, who woke up and who tried to defend themselves before they were ultimately killed.
To you, Ted Williams joining us, former D.C. police detective, now defense attorney. We were told that the stab wounds were in the torso. But as Cheryl McCollum pointed out, if, let's just hypothesize, if Kelly or Maddie's wounds were in the breasts or in any other area that would somehow give a psychological differentiation to their wounds, that would be significant. Do you know anything about that, Ted?
Not a lot. The medical examiner has tried to speak out about where these wounds were.
Hold on, friend. The coroner, she is not a medical doctor. And I was really surprised when she gave that interview right off the bat and started giving all these opinions that I would have thought the police would want to keep close to the vest. Do you remember that, Ted?
I remember it, and it surprised the living hell out of me, and you're absolutely right. But the information that was given, and let's just say for the purpose of our discussion here, that Kaylee was the target. That is where investigators would have to start really significantly working backwards. But if they fought, if they did anything, or there may be some DNA that they will be able to develop or some physical evidence. If you are stabbing somebody, you have a knife, there's a great deal of blood. And your hand, if you're stabbing somebody, you have the knife in your hand, there's always a possibility that you could slip within the blood. And I hate to sound so gory about this, but you could slip into the blood and you could cut yourself with the knife. We know that this was a large knife that was used. From all indications, it appears as though one knife, that's all we've heard about, that was used on 4 of the victims. And the only thing I hate is this misinformation about it may have been a military knife or this kind of a knife. All we know is that it was a large knife. It could very well been a butcher knife.
Yes, anything that's fixed blade, you're absolutely right. Okay, guys, I hope you're sitting down. Here he comes. Dale Carson, high-profile lawyer out of Jacksonville, but more importantly, for my purposes, former Fed with the FBI as an agent, former cop, Dale Carson. Okay, Dale, let's have it.
All right, look, from my perspective, there are 2 ways this could have gone down, and I think it's fairly clear from the evidence. Someone either came in on the 2nd floor or someone came in on the 1st floor. If the timings are not right and the police are not letting go with the information about why they know, how they know, when people returned home. Now, the people on the 1st floor returned at about 1 a.m. So did they hear people go up the steps to the 2nd floor? Is that how they know what time? And if that's the case...
No. Dale Carson, no. One of the girls was on the phone, wasn't it, at 2:52 a.m.? So we know the murders were after 2:52 a.m. And I can guarantee you, that's a technical legal word, that if they had heard somebody creeping up and down the stairs, they would have done something. They were asleep in their beds when they were attacked. They didn't hear a thing.
Not creeping.
Okay, walking.
People on the second floor could have let someone into the property. And that person could have been in there waiting for the other people to come to the top floor.
Okay, well, there's a unique theory that they let the killer in. Guys, we are talking about the possibility that one of these girls was the victim. And according to reports, Kelly Gonsalves had injuries that were different from the other injuries, maybe simply more brutal. Stephanie Begonis, are you getting any sense of how her injuries were different?
Police have even mentioned that the family, that they are not even communicating with the family in the sense that the family is getting information elsewhere.
Yeah, we know about all the family's frustration, and I don't blame them. The family is now convinced they're doing the right thing by hiring a private investigator.
No.
Take a listen to our cut 118, Steve and Christy Gonsalves.
Somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out there. Like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
And more from Steve Gonsalves. Listen.
We know that this is getting 3 weeks in and it's starting to get, we don't want it to go cold. We're reaching out. I've reached out to friends down in California today that have connections that we're hoping to raise some money to get a reward, to get a private investigator.
Third party.
Why go the private route? Do y'all worry that at the end of this week, that this case may be cold?
We're scared.
When you tell me you don't want a photo up there with the reward offering information, that kind of sounds like you're trying to suppress the story. I mean, why do you not need help? But hey, I could be wrong. And you officers, I apologize if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I want to, please forgive me. But if you don't have the information, people do know if they don't.
Okay, joining me right now, renowned private investigator Robert Crispin, former federal task force with the Department of Justice, also with the DEA in Miami, never lack of business there. Former homicide detective, now founder of Crispin Special Investigations at crispininvestigations.com. Robert, I think I heard Dale Carson moaning in the background, groaning. Don't do it. Don't hire a PI. But if the family is feeling, that was Ted Williams groaning. Okay.
Right.
If the family feels like they got to hire a PI, whose fault is that? They're not getting information from the cops.
So listen, he's not wrong in saying no. However,
I disagree with both of you.
There's a reason
to
hire an investigator, and there's a...
Everybody clap it up for Nancy in the comments. I love Nancy Grace, man. That's why I've been listening to her for over 13 years. I just love Nancy Grace.
Host of reasons not to hire an investigator. The reason the family wants to bring in an investigator is because they're not getting anything from law enforcement. Okay, that's intentional. And Mr. Williams will tell you, as I'll tell you, in a case of this magnitude or during a homicide investigation, you got to shut your mouth. Way too much information has been released on this, the method, the types of injuries, the weapon used. So when they do catch somebody,
a lot of that information came from the coroner, not the family.
It did, and it never should have happened. It never should have happened. But here's a good part about hiring an investigator. Once that crime scene, the right investigator, someone with experience, and I think Mr. Williams will tell you this, once that crime scene has been released and the last law enforcement boot is out the door and it's been turned back over to the owner, the first boots that are going in is a guy like me or a guy like Mr. Williams, because crime scenes talk to you. As soon as you step in the door.
152 likes out of 799 people. Hit that. Just the like button is free. Make sure you smash that, and the subscribe button is free. I will be covering this until this case is solved. period. I was with the Delphi case until it was solved, and I will be rocking with this one on YouTube until this one's solved, period.
That crime scene wants to tell you what happened, and it's going to tell you from the appearance of the crime scene, the damage, what's been cut out by law enforcement. Is there, is the mattress gone? Is there a large section of the carpet gone? Are there holes in the wall? It tells you how this happened, and systematically the trained investigator can go through and he can tell you, I think this is how it happened. Did they kill him on the second floor first, or did they kill him on the third floor first? Well, we really don't know that, although everyone's telling us that. But you know what's going to tell us? The crime scene's going to tell us. Because if they killed him on the second floor first, we got bloody footprints going upstairs. If we got bloody footprints coming downstairs, then we know that the top one happened first. So what the point I'm trying to tell you is the crime scene does tell you who did it. You just need to get in there. Now, I'd like to know, what is law enforcement's victim advocate unit to corral these victims and get them in and talk to them?
I don't really like the way you said corral, like they're a bunch of livestock to be herded into a fence.
I mean to get the family in and talk to them and keep them under wraps and explain to them, listen, we want to tell you certain things, but if I tell you this and victims' emotions run away, and they're not law enforcement.
Thank you, Josh.
The emotions will run and they talk. If a specific fact gets out, because when they catch this person, they're going to get a ton more evidence.
Cheryl McCollum joining me. I disagree with both Ted Williams and Robert Crispin because I'm hearing the anger and the frustration and the hurt and the murder victims' families' voices. Every time I hear Steve comes out.
Oh yeah, if you guys have any good videos that you think we should go over, or I could go with my 107 video folder that I have and we can go through all the videos. I might just run this into a marathon stream and do a 24-hour cut, stop at 12 and restart again. I don't know. I mean, that's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling like we should rock all the way out until we get answers tomorrow. I don't feel like I need to sleep. I slept all day long. I'm fresh. I'm ready. I'm just geared. I don't know. I'm amped. This case needs to be solved. I don't know. I'm losing sleep over this case, guys. I don't know about you, but I lost sleep over the Delphi case when that first hit, and I'm losing sleep over this case, and I just can't help it. I can't help it.
Elvis, I wince, and I've been there. I've been the murder victim's family, and when you don't know what's going on, it's terrible. And you were with me, Cheryl. The first thing I would do is find the victim's family, find them at their home, in their backyard, at their office. I'd wait at their car till they came out, get them, explain to them what's happening. You don't have to give away all of your evidence. But when they have questions, you need to fill them as best as you can. You don't need them having to go, and I don't fault the victim's family, having to go on national TV to try to get answers. That is not right, Cheryl.
There is no excuse in not communicating. They should talk to these families every single day. That should be the first thing they do when they get to their desk. Here's what I've got today. This is what I'm doing. I will call you with any updates I can give you.
At their desk, Cheryl, when you are dealing with a case like this, you get in your car and you go to them.
Of course.
And see them face to face.
Nancy, you've got a department of only 35 people. They have got over 2,000 tips. They are so out of their league. They need help. So what I'm saying is, if they get to their desk and they're running through their day and their to-do list, the first thing they should do is reach out to that family. Period.
Wait, please. I don't mean to interrupt, but I got to. Look, Robert is right. There is a difference between law enforcement establishing a rapport with a family and keeping that rapport and the protection of an investigation. Law enforcement do not, under any circumstance, have to tell a family everything that's going on or most of what's going on.
Nancy, let me jump in.
The family informed. I don't have a problem with that. But Robert is right. you bring in a private investigator
Why
later.
can't both of you be right?
I love
Why
all
can't
you
we
guys,
all
man. You guys got
agree
big hearts.
that this family has been unattended? They're not getting the contact with the cops they need, and they're having to go on national TV to try to get answers. There is a medium between meeting with the family and spilling the whole case. And
thank you for asking, Chrissy. I actually I was on clindamycin and I got it cleared up. So I have an appointment on Wednesday. Thank God. So I appreciate you asking.
not meeting with the family at all.
Nancy, what's going on here is you've got some investigators, and your Cheryl is right. They're inexperienced in this kind of investigation. They haven't had a homicide out there for the last 7 years.
I know.
So they are very much inexperienced.
Okay, you know what you're reminding me of, Ted? You and Crispin, you're reminding me of my husband. Karen Stark with me, renowned psychologist joining us out in New York, KarenStark.com. That's Karen with a C. Karen, David drives like a 95-year-old grandma, okay? And he'll be going about literally 18 miles an hour. I put him on Waze to see how slowly he's going. I'm like, can you speed up for Pete's sake before my head blows off? He goes, well, I don't want to run down those children. I'm like, isn't there a happy medium? Can you go 30 miles an hour and not run over the children on the sidewalk? Is there a middle ground here? And I think that's what we're saying, Karen. You don't have to open up all of your files to the family in order to give them what they need.
You need to have empathy for the family. It's really essential. I mean, you know what it's like to be a victim. These people need to be in touch. They have to walk, I get it. They need to walk a very narrow line, but they have to be able to let them know what's going on. If they are inexperienced,
right,
then they need to have other people.
Guys, hold on, wait a minute. I'm getting some information right now we've got to address, and it is about a stalker. Go to 123, our friends at KREM, very quickly.
Investigators say they looked into an incident in mid-October, which is where they believe the stalker claims originated, that Kaylee made to friends. Now, according to police, Kaylee was at an unidentified local business. Two men were seen inside attempting to pick up women. One of those men appeared to follow Kaylee out to her car, but did not make any contact with her, according to police. Investigators say both men have been investigated and cleared as suspects.
And also take a listen to 114, our friends at Fox.
The fact that no one is going to reveal themselves so far as being potentially the person who is going after it means that maybe there was something that went on some time ago. It doesn't mean that it happened that night or a week or two before, but I've seen cases post my FBI experience where it's been 2 years when someone has come back and who've been felt disenfranchised or in some way, anyway, dissed and harbored that resentment, harbored that feeling, and then came back and committed killing. So it is possible that this is something that's why it may be more difficult for police to find out who the suspect is. It could be further back in the past and very nuanced and very kind of veiled only in the killer's.
All right. So, Mac, you said you sent me a link. That link that you sent me about that dude is, from what I've heard, allegedly has been cleared already, and that he was already in the database in general. But, you know, Nancy was the one who came out and said that they had DNA and there wasn't a match, right? But in general, he's already in the system. And I think you sent me a video. It has that dude with the green shirt on, supposedly that had a domestic violence case. He was cleared.
To Stephanie Pagonis joining us from Fox News Digital.
Allegedly.
What can you tell me about an alleged stalker?
Well, so interestingly enough, this is something that Kaylee supposedly even mentioned to her own father, that she felt as though she might have had a stalker, or she made some sort of comments about her feelings that she might have had one. Now, this is something that police have questioned many people about, they say, and up until just yesterday, they had not disclosed any additional details. Just yesterday, police said they think they might have learned what Kaylee was possibly referring to.
Okay, what was it?
Police said in mid-October, two men were seen inside a local business in Moscow. Apparently, one of the men appeared to be following Kaylee inside the business, and after she left that business, the male then stopped stopped following her and he didn't appear to make any contact with her. But police said that when they did speak to both men, they learned that they were trying to meet women at the business. Police said they were able to corroborate this, and they have not found any evidence to suggest that either of the men was involved in these murders so far.
Okay, question. Do we know what business it was?
I have heard that it was a local grocery store, but unfortunately I don't have more beyond that at this moment.
Okay, how does that factor in, Ted Williams?
Well, it's another lead that you have to follow up on, and you have to rule out.
They were killed. Wow.
It's interesting about this stalking. I've always believed that it is not part of this investigation, but it's lead. Every lead has to be followed up on. And this is just another lead that was followed up on, the stalking lead, and it appears to be going nowhere. But again, Nancy, what I want to say, and I think our guests understand, we've got a lot of inexperienced individuals in this investigation. I know the FBI is involved. I know that the Idaho State Police is involved. But we have a lot of inexperienced people running this investigation, and that is very concerning to me.
Well, what about the idea of the stalker, Cheryl McCollum? Because it keeps coming up.
It keeps coming up, and here's where it's got some legs for me. Her dad believes it. She stated it to more than one person, and she was only there to show her new friend her car. Her friend her new car. She wasn't supposed to be there. And this person that murdered these 4 people took an extra step to go upstairs. He didn't go to the basement. So it looks to me like everything is pointing to Kaylee being the target. Right, and if she made that statement and she sold her other car and put on there that she was moving across the country, she gave some information out. So if somebody wanted to stop her from leaving, they could do just that.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Straight out to Cheryl McCollum, Cold Case Research Institute. Jump in, Cheryl.
One thing I haven't heard anybody mention is whether or not the killer took souvenirs or a souvenir. Mm-hmm. And the sad thing is, when you're doing a victimology, the person that could best help law enforcement here was also murdered. And that's each other's best friend. Getting back to the PI, here's the reason a PI might be really good in this case.
Right?
Locating witnesses. Sometimes people will speak to a civilian when they will not speak to law enforcement. Locating video and searching social media, a 35-member department cannot tackle a quadruple homicide by themselves.
I've got some of my guests talking out of both sides of their mouth because they're saying, don't hire a PI, and they're saying there's not enough cops. And I want to follow up what Cheryl McCollum just said. Cheryl, you remember that big arson murder I tried right before I left the DA's office to go to Court TV?
Oh, yes.
That case was overwhelming. And then I found an incredible resource. It was the insurance company's private investigator. Correct. That guy had worked this case just as hard as the arson investigators. And he had a wealth of information that my investigators didn't have. Not because they were flat-footed or stupid or lazy. He just had additional resources they didn't have. And I got a treasure trove of information from that arson private investigator for the insurance company. So I say take all the info you can get. I hear somebody jumping in. Is it Dale or Ted?
You don't want the private investigators to interfere with an already very, very complex case. That's the problem. And when you only have 35 members on a department, you can't devote an individual detective or officer to each of the families.
I didn't ask for that.
But what we're saying here is, look, right now, we don't have any big suspect. None. So that means that it could be someone close to the family. We don't know the answer to those questions.
And your point is?
Well, it's simply, you got to wait until the detectives who do have access to all of the information have an opportunity to analyze it.
Well, you know what, Dale Carson? You can sit up in your ivory tower at your penthouse suite you've got there, meeting clients in your leather chair, blah, blah, blah. But these families are suffering, and unless the police speak to them and handle them with kid gloves and feed them enough information that they understand this case is on track, you're going to have them hiring PIs and spouting information on the airwaves because they don't know what else to do. They got their backs in a corner.
No,
Welcome everybody. Make sure y'all smash that like button.
I understand the frustration of the family, but the
24 hour
families
stream.
are not running a criminal investigation.
I didn't say they were.
They're not the victims.
You got
I'm going 24 on this
The
one.
victims are dead. The victims are dead. And in order to get justice for them, everybody needs to quiet down and let the police do whatever work they can do.
Absolutely.
And to interfere with that is just insanity.
Okay.
Okay, but to say that about the parents who want answers, I get like. All right. I mean, I understand talking about everybody else, but to talk about the family and telling them to silent, quiet down, and this and that when their friggin' kids were killed, stop it, dude. That shit pisses me off because the families are also victims. They lost their child that they put on this earth and put through college. And guess what? They don't get to see their child grow up to go through college and make it out of college and move on with a better career. And this guy's on here. They got to be quiet. Well, they don't know that much because law enforcement is giving them just as much as we got. Maybe they get just a tad bit more, right? But in general, these people are grieving. And this dude sounds like a fucking dickhead to me. I'm sorry.
Bill is right, though, Nancy. You cannot, but you got, look, there are two aspects of this case. There is to catch the killer or killers, and the second aspect is the successful prosecution of the killer or killers. And what a private investigator at this stage could interfere with that process. And also think about it. The private investigator is not going to have access to the evidence. The police are not going to be talking and giving the private investigator information.
Yeah.
I do agree with everyone here that the family needs to be kept in the loop as best you can.
Well, that is not happening. Okay, everybody pipe down. Karen Stark wants in. Karen, it better be profound. Go.
Just not happen. It doesn't make any sense. This is a mixed message that they're inexperienced. They don't know what they're doing, and yet we shouldn't have more people in trying to help them out.
Amen, sister.
That doesn't make any sense.
Wait a minute, you got the Idaho, you have the Idaho State Police involved. You got the FBI involved.
I know, so I don't know why you're screaming there's not enough cops. So there are enough cops.
Exactly. What is a private investigator going to do?
I do not know. We'll let him figure that out because like I just told you,
exactly
and please, help me out here, man. Throw me a bone.
I can tell you exactly what a private investigator is going to do at this stage. He's going to jeopardize the entire investigation. He's unwind everything that law enforcement has done. Because
light the chat up right now if you don't like that guy that was just talking. 1 for yes, 2 for no. If you don't like this dude, 1 for yes if you like him, 2 for no if you don't like him.
Absolutely.
Tell you,
but there's
one thing a private investigator, and Ron will tell you, you get one shot at these interviews, one shot. And
but there is something a private investigator can do. There is something that they can do.
What?
And that's to create the nexus between law enforcement and the family. They can demonstrate to the family, here's the things that they are doing, and they don't even have to have the information. We as old private investigators know certain things are going to transpire, and if you communicate that to the family, then all of a sudden they're like, oh, okay.
Jackie,
then I
hate to do this, but I'm going to have to cut everybody's mic. Cheryl McCollum, I just want to point out
all y'all's mic
that on all the cases I prosecuted, I never had someone victim's family hire a private investigator.
Absolutely not.
And you know why?
You know why they're hiring a private investigator? Because the fucking law enforcement in Moscow is not, and I excuse my language, guys, the friggin' law enforcement in Moscow is not making them feel comfortable. Why don't people realize that? I don't get it. Obviously they're not close to these families. They're not being close to these families. And that's what I'm getting from it. I'm getting that these families are frustrated, especially Kaylee's like super frustrated because he's not getting the comfort from investigators that a family should get. Right? When your kid passes away, you should be getting comforted by the law enforcement. In my opinion, you should feel comfortable. They should be really close with you. especially when going through something like this. It just bothers me that that guy was talking like that.
Because they were with me lockstep every bit of the way. And no, I did not give them the whole file. And that thought never even occurred to me to give them the whole file or to tell them everything. But if they had asked me, I would have tried to tell them without jeopardizing the investigation.
Or you would simply explain why I can't tell you.
Exactly.
That's easily explained. But I'll tell you something, Nancy. Again, you are talking about a small department and they are over their head. But I want to point out one more thing, not just private investigators, but law enforcement use CIs all the time. They use civilians. And the problem when you bring in.
All right. So before I let her speak on with that, answer to what Gio said. Gio says private investigators can do anything or can't do anything as he can't get any of the evidence. It'll be a waste. Private investigators can do more than you think. Now, maybe not the evidence that the police have, but they can do more than you think. Trust me.
But I'll tell you something, Nancy. Again, you are talking about a small department and they are over their head. But I want to point out one more thing, not just private investigators, but law enforcement use CIs all the time. They use civilians. And the problem when you bring in this.
I mean, if you don't care about the families, carry your ass. If you don't care about these families, get the fuck out of my stream. Period. Simple as that. That's what I think about that.
State
confidential informants is what she's saying.
And here's the thing. When you bring in the state police to a place like Moscow, they don't work that area. If this guy's in plain sight, which I believe he is, I believe he's a local. I believe he's right there. They don't know the rhythm of that community.
Hey, Cheryl, yes. Can you open up everybody's mic? This is important, guys. Number one, the family says that cops are clearing people too quickly. Let's hear cut 105. This is Kelly's dad at Fox News.
Alibis. Just share the alibi. If you're not sharing an alibi, to me, it tells me that you're not 100% confident that it's going to stick, or you have somebody who's going to come forward and say, hey, I don't know what he told you or that person's alibi was, but I have this information. I have something. So if you don't share the alibi, it makes it a little bit harder for us to just let those go. And I've said it before. I don't want to make victims out of just bystanders and witnesses. So I just share those things, and that would help.
No.
You say, all right. So Dial Tone, you keep saying it's a case. It's a case. If you don't care about these families, why the fuck are you in here? I mean, I know a lot of people in the true crime community, and these people care about these cases genuinely. So I mean, I don't get what you keep saying the same comment over and over, and it's starting to get annoying. You can have your own opinion. You're saying it's a case. I mean, this ain't the place for you. If you just say nobody cares about these families, it's just a case. Well, then carry your fucking ass out of here.
Get the fuck out of here! No, you don't go sharing alibis. No, you do not share alibis. None of these people are actually clear.
I agree with that.
They may be clearing these people.
If there's
for
other
a reason.
evidence that come in, they will continue to be suspects or people of interest. But it's driven by the evidence. You don't go to the family and tell the family this is what they said and he said and she said. That is not the way you conduct an investigation.
I got to agree with you on that, Ted Williams. Stephanie Pagonis, I was struck by a photo that my producer, Sydney, showed me the other day. It's a picture of Ethan, actually, the victim, Ethan, and he is sitting, Ethan Chapin, and he's sitting in the Sigma Chi house.
I respect that opinion, but I respect
it's not just him, but he's sitting, and behind him is a window beside him. And right through the window, you can look directly into the murder house. I don't think people understand that you can look right into the girls' windows from the Sigma Chi house.
Not only can you see it directly from there, Nancy, but students frequently even walk this path. They will walk from an area behind the crime scene over to an area near the fraternity house. And I believe it's something students frequently do because I've been told from students there that
it's called a cut.
Yes.
Shortcut.
Exactly.
And you can see when there's not any snow where the grass is just dead. There's no grass there because people take the cut so many times. highly, highly significant. Crispin, why is it so important? I mean, I've often learned that killers covet what they see. And you can see these girls right through their sliding glass door.
I mean, listen, he didn't go inside there wondering if the blinds were closed. You know, he just went in there on a rage and did what he did. And when he left, I guarantee you, he took a lot of evidence with him, and he left a lot of evidence. He left his fingerprints. I guarantee you, he left his blood. He left his footprints. He left a fingerprint, a palm print. He left something. Every criminal who commits a homicide leaves something or takes something.
Agree or
disagree? Oh yeah. Also, my album drops in 10 minutes. If anybody pre-orders it, I am giving away $50. I forgot about that.
Disagree, Del
I don't
Carson.
care about that shit
Look,
either.
there's no question that when two crime scenes, a bad criminal interfaces with a crime scene, they leave something, they take something away. But that's months away. What you've just pointed out and what Cheryl's pointed out is that those open windows allow an assailant to watch them over time. And this assailant may have known that Kaylee was leaving.
It's a serial
so he
killer.
wouldn't have another opportunity to interface with her, and it probably really frustrated him. And today you can use optics to enhance the view. So I would be curious, does anybody have optics that are sufficient to magnify those images and store those images, which is what serial perpetrators do, and sex offenders?
Okay, Cheryl.
Well, I would break this down this way. You've got one house, that's a crime scene, 2 bedrooms that are crime scenes, and then 4 bodies that are crime scenes. And that's how I would have worked this thing. So you work your way out and in to each individual person. There is no way it is not going to be clear who was killed first. I would have swabbed every, stab wound. You would know, just like Jeffrey McDonald, if you've got different, blood types, that knife is going to go from victim 1 to victim 2. That means victim 2's got victim 1 and victim 2's blood. Victim 3 would have victim 1, victim 2, victim 3 blood, and etc. They're going to know. They're going to be able to piece this together. We've had a month, and we've got to give them a little more time. This is a ton of information to go through. When you start talking about videotapes and victimology and the fraternities and sororities and classes and where they worked and their families and their exes, this is a ton to go through. Just social media would be somebody's full-time job on this thing.
Karen, start.
I think that it's really important, as we keep saying, to have those families in touch with and know that it's being worked on, to find a way to communicate with them, because it does take time. Cheryl's right, and they need to know that this is something that's important, really important, like you said, Nancy.
Ted Williams, final thought.
I agree with both of your guests that we have to continue to look at this in a broad perspective. You've got to keep the parents engaged. There is always a possibility that the parents know something, nugget about the killer. I still believe that the killer had been, killers, should we say, have been in that house before. I don't think this was the first time, their first rodeo in that house. And when I say rodeo, I'm not being I'm very ever mindful that 4 college students died in that home, unfortunately.
We wait as justice unfolds. Nancy Grace, Crime Story, signing off. Goodbye, friend.
I think that was good. It was a good perspective. What do you guys think about that interview? Did you like that interview? Let me read some of your comments here. Marina says, or baby girls, Marina, yes, but more than 3 days of killing this person is a mass murder, not a serial killer. I think it is. I don't think it's a serial killer, but I mean, I could be wrong. But I mean, my number one suspect, I always tell you guys, like I've been on stream the last couple days or the last couple weeks telling you, I think Jackass is the number one person, Jackass. And allegedly, everything that you hear on my channel is pure speculation. It is not truth. Get your information from law enforcement. Now, that is a disclaimer that I'm putting out there. Anything that you hear on my channel is pure speculation, allegedly. If you didn't get your information from law enforcement, it is not true. So there we go. I'm going to leave it at that. But in general, I think Jack S is the number one suspect still to this day, in my opinion, allegedly. And for the reasons being, he got kicked out of the nightclub. 1, didn't go to the cabin then? Why didn't you get a head start when you got kicked out of that nightclub? When you got kicked out of the nightclub, the corner club, whatever you want to call it, why did you wait for the girls to come out, follow them to the food truck, barely get any interaction from them at all, didn't get a hug goodbye? They went, got in their private vehicle, and took off. So why didn't you get a head start and go to the cabin then? Why did you wait for them to get in that vehicle and that vehicle to drive off? That's really questions that I want, and I would love for them to be answered. I hate the good old boy system. Is bad here. KY in any small town, in my opinion. Tony Martini says Mac Pride wrong. 4 or more is a mass killing. 4 or more at different locations and times is a serial killer. Okay, yeah, exactly. No, you broke that down pretty good, Tony Martini's. Lady says, well, hello, T-REV. Happy Sunday and fun day to you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming by. I do appreciate everybody in the stream. Make sure you guys hit the like button. It's free. Make sure you subscribe. It's free. I do drop content, true crime all the time, and I'm on this Idaho case like white on rice. It's bothering me around the clock. I can't even sleep, which is why I'm up right now, and I'm looking to do a 24-hour stream. So at about 12 hours, I'll probably make another stream. That way this one will upload and just go to another stream, and we'll start the second segment then. Great interview. Angela says, just found you, going to rewind and watch your courage. Thank you, Sunshine and Rain. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Joan Roderick. Hopefully I said your name and I didn't butcher it. She said, excellent. Dana says, there is history in this. Stephen A says, thumbs up. Alex Neal says, does anyone feel weird about the surviving roommates? Absolutely. Absolutely. I do feel weird about the surviving roommates because they lawyered up, allegedly. Now, this is speculation. They supposedly lawyered up. Me, my friends get killed. I'm in the house. Look through everything I got. Clear me right off the bat. Let me spit in the cup. Take my DNA. There you go. Clear me out. You can look at my phone. Here's my phone right here. You want to look through it? You know what I mean? They're not looking for drugs. Trust me. If they're looking for murderers, they don't give a shit about your little drugs. They just want to see if you killed these victims. Period. So, I mean, that's what I get from that. So I think personally that shows a little bit of that, hey, you need to be looked into. But in general, a lot of lawyers, a lot of people in law or that aren't in law but are lawyers will tell you to get a lawyer. And that is a fact. And I'm sure a lot of you will say that too. I always like April says I always like Nancy. I'm thinking you're saying Daily Lives. I love Nancy. Christina Marie says, yeah, Nancy's the bomb. That's my second wife. All right. If she hears that, she'll come in here and hang me. Not literally, but you get what I'm saying. There is history we have ignored, says Dana. What history do you think we ignored, Dana? I'm just curious. I'm curious about what history you think we ignored. Everything said on panel and in chat is Marlena knows what's up. Grade A mod. Love you, Marlena. Roger W says Jack S is the guy. He's the hunter, rejected. He has killed animals before, full of blood. You guys agree with that? Because I do, allegedly. Stacy Slot Channel says 100% agree. Pam says I totally agree with you. Melissa says that was my 3rd time. LOL. True Crime T says 100% Jack S is on the list. If he had help, not sure. All speculation, but he is the most sus. Absolutely. Crosshatch says, does anyone know how many subscribers the 2 girls had on social media? As I heard, they were pretty famous on it. Is that true? I wouldn't say they were pretty famous, but they were known. What's missing after the food truck? Think about it. The girls, they knew they were being followed. Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty weird that Jack shoots off to that corner and makes that right. And he goes to walk towards the street like he's trying to get a hug, but he goes, all right, and just walks off and hits that corner. So was his vehicle parked around that corner? Is there any cameras around that corner? I would like to know if law enforcement tomorrow is going to clear him fully and say, hey, Jack, guys, please stop speculating into him. We cleared him. He gave us his DNA. That would help us a lot, right? He's my number 1 too, says Christina Marie. Kareem says, I really don't think JS. Respect you. I respect your opinion. This is not type of murder. I am angry and now going home, get the knife. Or hold on. Murder. I am angry and now going home, get the knife and kill them. This is very well planned. Thank you for sharing. Goodwin777 says this murderer still has a knife because that's his pride and joy. He keeps it close so he can look at and play with while he's okay. Yeah, y'all can read the rest of that. Lisa Delgado says, Rev, can you look up and read full definition of serial killer, mass murder, and rage killing, please? Yeah, I can do that here in a minute. Remind me. Prosser Gang says Jackass #1 is on my list. Marina says, I feel like right under 3. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Bunny First says this shouldn't be that complicated to determine suspects. Geo says hoodie guy is socially awkward, bowing down to tank top guy. He had to teach to Fat Joe for handshake. Oh, I got you. He has always felt left out and was payback for all of his embarrassments in life. I mean, that kind of, hold up. Why do I got 911 subscribers? That's my birthday. That's good luck. I said subscribers. I meant viewers. 911. Every time I look at the clock, it's 911. All right. So Hot Mess Summer. Hey, everyone. I'm late. Sorry. It's okay. You be late all you want. We're going to be probably doing, probably my ass. We're going to be doing like a 24-hour stream in here. 20 hours least. Spirit Box says she please. Not yet. Christy Blue says yes. Josh Davis says, does the FBI list active serial killers currently operating around the country? Should some of those bad actors be looked at? I mean, yes, they do list those, and you can go look at them right now. Tony Martini says, now I have blocked all the scammers. Constant begging for thumbs up. Chat looks good now. Hold on. I have blocked all the scammers. Constant begging for thumbs up. Chat. Oh, what? I don't get that comment. Anyways, man, make sure y'all hit the like button and make sure you subscribe. It's free. That's what I got to say to that. Roommates are sus, in my opinion. True Crime T says 100%. Check everything. Let's see what else. Let me go down to some of these comments so I can read a lot of you guys' comments. I feel, in my opinion, the survivor set it up. And I have mentioned that scenario on here. I've definitely broke that down. That's why I said it's kind of weird. I totally agree with you. I can't sleep, etc. It's really bothering me. I'm sick over this. Christina Marie says just them saying they didn't hear anything is crazy to me, which is definitely crazy. There's four murders that took place. 1 right above you, 2 on the 3rd floor. Nobody screams out of those 4 people. You don't hear no noises. So it was just assassination and that's it. For the massive amount of wounds that she had on her body, there's nobody screams in that house. Come on now. I just don't, I don't understand that. Make it make sense, because it doesn't make sense at all. BT26 says, what up, T-REV? Just getting here. Welcome, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate you coming by. Welcome all 934 of you. Beautiful guests that are in here tonight. We all want the same thing. What is that? Justice. Every single one of us do. Some people in here are just talking stupid. Talking about, no, yeah, this is a case. They're not victims. Nah, they're victims and they need justice. And we're going to keep as many eyes as we can on this case because we have to. In my opinion, I don't have no time. I have all the time in the world. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sit my ass right here in this chair and scope through everything on the internet all night long because I have time. And this is what I want to dedicate my time to. Some people use their time differently. I like to do this, period. It's the smart thing to do, says Melissa. Brittany says, even if I had drugs, I would let them look through my shit. Yeah, I would too, for real, especially murders. My friends were murdered. These are my dear friends that lost their life. Yeah, here, look at my phone. Officer, you're going to see stuff about drugs in there, sir. If that's the case, right? Officer, you're going to see stuff about drugs in there, but if there's anything that'll help you find the murderer, please do it. Dana says, I don't want to name research all deaths in Moscow. 2022 victim is involved. Now, from all deaths, I know there hasn't been a murder there in 7 years. That's a fact. Nicole Post says, just join. What's up? What's going on, Nicole Post? Welcome to the stream. David, what's good? Nice to see you, man. Jackass has no problems with blood. That's a fact. He doesn't. Yeah, I got all the pictures right here. So, I mean, we could jump right into it. I got a folder right here. Let's get to it. Idaho 4 students. I mean, we can look at the back of the home. What was the most likely way that the killer got in? What do you guys think? How do you think that he got in? Jessica says, hey, I have a question. I haven't been able to watch anything except for videos about this tragedy. I saw something on stream, but I can't find which. It's only stream I saw the info on. What question Can you elaborate a little bit on your question? Let's see. Damn, no. Jack could very well be suspect. Also, he definitely has motive. I'm almost torn between Jackass and Jack. So Marlena, you're torn between Jack Decor. So you're definitely torn between what Grizzly broke down here, or Grizzly True Crime. She is great. Love Grizzly to death. Her work is awesome, and I need this picture to open up so I can show you. There we go. So this was a spreadsheet that. Okay, stop. There we go. This was a spreadsheet that Grizzly True Crime made, and I love it. She does great work. If you don't know who Grizzly True Crime is, make sure you go by her channel and subscribe to her channel. She does awesome with getting her information. She's on the ball, especially for somebody that is not in America. She does better than pretty much every true crimer that's in America. And that's me giving all my love to Grizzly True Crime. And I'm proud to be a member of Grizzly's community, period. So she had broke down this spreadsheet right here. Jack number 1. Kaylee's childhood friend, dated for several years, recently decided on an admissible split, shared a labradoodle. Kaylee's family stand behind Jack 100% and know he absolutely had nothing to do with this at all. Kaylee called Jack 6 times between 2:26 a.m. and 2:52 a.m. Maddie called Jack 3 times between 2:44 a.m. and 2:52 a.m. Kaylee's sister said that the number of calls was not unusual. She would frequently call people late at night and often until they picked up, even to ask a mundane question like, what should we have for a meal? Now, Jack number 1 is Jack D. Just so you guys know, for the people who don't know, Jack number 1 is Jack Decor. If you think that Jack Decor is a suspect, in your opinion, drop a 1 in the chat. So 1 for yes, 2 for no. I'm just curious. How many of you think that Jack number 1 is a highly suspect to you, or highly suspect to you in general? 2. Okay, so I see Greg Overholt says 1. Star says 2. How was the police? All right, so we got a lot of So we got a lot of 1s in here. Protected. Shout out to Protected for coming by the stream. She always is in here showing love. Damn. So 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Should I open up a poll asking about the Jacks? Thinking I should again, because everybody, it's usually a landslide with Jack S. So 2, 1, 2, 2, 1 and 3. So 1 and 3, April Marie says. Alex Neal says that's tough, could go either way. 1 and 3, 2, 2. So no. 1 and 3 says Marlena also. Love Grizzly. Grizzly, yes, you got to make sure you subscribe to Grizzly. She is a grinder. Shit, she motivates me to fucking go harder, man, because she does a great job with these presentations. Her videos are very great. Combined good energy. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Christine. Jack D and Jack S have motive. Absolutely. I see motive there. So where Jack D would have the motive is I guess they bought a dog together, they were dating, etc. So I guess that leaves a little bit of motive. And maybe if he is still in love with her and he's seen her with like a different dude, he could be jealous and maybe potentially target anybody that she's with, which is a very big possibility. So we got to go, there's your motive there. The love in general, right? And then you got Jack number 3, which was the guy that we seen on the food truck footage, which is a very good. That's my number 1. That's allegedly. Let me see. Let me read some comments. CC, they saw Jack's car outside. They called him over and over Jack S, then killed him, and Jack X probably getaway driver. So you think maybe he grabbed him? My tarot reading about Jack S is super creeps. Thank you for sharing. I have to go check it out. Bubba J says the Jack Mehoff poll. You crazy. I can't even believe I just read that bullshit. Brooklyn says, yeah, and Jack S went to high school with Dylan. They were friends, so maybe they were, so maybe why they were untouched. Yeah, that makes sense. I just wanted to go over that with y'all real quick because some people get the Jacks mixed up. And if you're wondering who the middle Jack is, that's Jack Katovich, by the way. Jack number 2 is Katovich. Now let's go back. Damn, I got so much stuff on my screen right now. This beast computer, thank God I got it. So let's go through this because I want to hear this. Okay, so this was the guy that was talking with Jack at the food truck, and now he's like saying he's super sus, but this was one of the first things that he came out with on TikTok. And Deets on the Streets, shout out to Deets on the Streets. They went and put all the videos together in one for us, so we didn't have to friggin' go to TikTok and fly through all the number 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s. Check it out.
Hey, Joe here. I just wanted to jump on this and make a video real quick and kind of just squash some stuff that I've been seeing. So, first and foremost, I feel super awkward that I even have to make this video, but I've been like not really keeping track of all of the stuff that's going on with this investigation for those girls that were killed. And to start off,
Joe,
like the very next day when they had announced the murders and when they had shown the photos, as soon as I saw the photos, I messaged the 2 people that were in that video that I was talking to. My neighbor.
You said that was a question. Are those fake videos of the white car? Which video? Which videos are you talking about? Because there's a few.
And then another guy that we had met earlier that night who I thought was really cool. And we invited him to come with us to Grub Bus. I was like, hey, weren't 2 of these girls at the Grub Bus with us last night? And they couldn't remember, but
yes, ma'am, it is.
They were also very drunk, and I was not. So I did have, there's a drink called a Larry Craig. That's like a really popular drink over here. I did have one of those at Corner Club, but I mean, other than that, I was totally sober. When they confirmed that those were the girls, the only reason I knew that it was those girls was because I saw the video that said, oh, they were seen at this thing. Because I actually called the police right away and was like, hey, I think I might have information. I just need to know.
That strikes me right there when he goes, I think I might have information. What information would you have? What kind of information? So he goes, I think I might have information. What information on the conversation that you had with Jackass?
Know like what was one of the girls wearing, because I remember one of them had like pink, because the one that bumped into me at Corner Club was wearing pink.
Ireland. Shout out to Ireland.
But nobody called me back from the police, and I was like, okay, they're probably just swamped with information, probably whatever. But then when the video came out and people were like, no, those were the girls, and those 2 people were like, dude, those were the girls, I was like, okay, I'm gonna physically go to the police station and talk to the police. I told the police everything I saw, which is different than what I think is going out there right now. And I was just waiting for food. I'm just like everybody else in town that waits for food at the Grub Bus. It does take a while. Everybody goes there. And so that was kind of the thing. It was like, no, if you're ending the night, you end it at Grub Bus. But other than that, I don't really have any like crazy information. I don't know why everybody's reaching out to me. I don't know why so many people are trying to spin things around. And so what I've decided to do is that I'm only commenting on things that are like ridiculous. So try and give clarity. But man, people are really turning this into something it's not. Yeah. So I want to address a few things specifically.
Parking lot.
One being the news article that came out was the first person that I actually like talked to with the news media.
Protected. Send me a video. Send me a video if you got it. We're going to go through everything tonight. We're going through everything. So guys, hit exclamation point, lowercase, all lowercase, exclamation point email, and that will give you my email, and you guys can email me any videos that you want me to pull up that are interesting to this case. Let's go over them together.
A lot of media outlets have reached out to me, and I've just ignored them because I just was like, man, I just was waiting for food. Like, I have nothing to add. I've given all the helpful information I can to the police.
Exactly.
It would make zero sense for me to give any more information to random people. But these rumors that are going around were just like crazy. And I didn't have a bad vibe from the guy that people were dragging through the mud. I don't know if he did it or not. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I could speak to the vibe I got from him, which was all people really wanted to know at first anyways. And I thought he was fine. Now the news outlet that I talked to,
nice to see you,
he
Max.
really embellished some stuff I said and added his own words to things and kind of changed the verbiage. I wasn't defending anybody. That's one thing he said. I wasn't defending him. I was
Max, if did you see the video that I put up about where it's the body cam footage where the cop had got the kids in the field, right, with the flashlight, and he walks them down towards the car or whatever, and he's like, I don't have my ID on me or whatever. Am I getting charged? I made a video on that. Are you talking about that specific video? I'm just wondering.
I was just saying people need to stop spreading rumors because that could ruin his life. What if he's innocent? It would ruin his life. The other thing he said is that I noticed him come in with the girls. I didn't notice him come in with the girls. I didn't notice him till I cracked the joke to the frat guys because I thought it was ridiculous that it was like freezing outside and that guy was in a tank top. So I just made a joke because that's how I make friends. I don't know. But that's when the guy chimed in and I noticed him. I didn't notice him until that moment. When I was at Corner Club, when I said ew, some people were like, "Why? That's such a weird thing to say. Why would a guy?" That's what you say when you're standing talking to friends and somebody really drunk, like they smell drunk, they're like bouncing around and they bump into you and like rub up against you. Like that's what it's gross. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but she was really, you could even see in the Grub Buzz video, she walked between us several times and just couldn't even walk straight. That girl was very drunk. She's actually the only one that I thought was really drunk.
Madison.
And she was the only one I noticed at Corner Club because she had bumped into me. Another thing that was weird is that the guy who was interviewing me from the Daily Mail or whatever it was, he said glass-eyed. And I was like, sure, yeah, like that. I didn't actually even use that word. That was his word. And then as far as the car goes, well,
let's try not to treat Jovi bad here, guys. Let's try not to treat. Fuck it. Say whatever you want. Freedom of speech is allowed in my chat. Just as long as you guys aren't disrespecting each other, I'm fine with whatever opinion you have.
There's a car that pulled up. I couldn't remember what it was. I couldn't remember if it was black, blue, gray. I couldn't remember. I just remember there a car pulled up. So yeah, I didn't know what color the car was. It was dark. And I just felt like when I told the guy, I said it was a dark car, I couldn't remember what color it was. And I think when I was at the police station, I couldn't remember what color it was. They asked me to. And but the Daily Mail guy was like, no, you need to, like, was it blue? Was it black? I was like, I can't remember if it was blue or black. I can't remember. He's like, we'll just say dark colored car. And I was like, okay. I was like, I think it was a 4-door sedan, but this guy got out and was like, hey, let's go. What's going on? Because the girls were making videos and laughing and they were trying to grab all the food. Every time food was coming out from the Grub Bus, they were just trying to grab it. And they thought it was funny. And it was a little funny.
All right. So from watching that video, do you really think that the girls were trying to grab everybody's food that came out of there? It didn't seem like that to me because Kaylee was standing off. If you got that video memorized in your head like I do, Kaylee was standing a little bit far away, or not like super far away, but she was standing closer to Joe and Jack, and Madison was leaning up more against the food truck, but it didn't seem like she was trying to grab all the food that he's saying. I'm not, nah.
But they were trying to grab all the food that was coming out. And
good night, sweetie.
When I went up and I talked to the guy at the Grub Bus, I said, did you just give them food? Because he just said, here you go, like that, and gave them food, and then they ran off. I actually told the Grub Bus, I was like, that was really nice of you. He's like, yeah, they just need to, they need to get home. And I was like, yeah. They were trying to climb into the Grub Bus. So, very drunk. And then, honestly, as soon as they called my number, I told the guy, I said, they're leaving, bro. And then, because they called my number, all I could think about was pasta. I couldn't think about anything else other than just eating macaroni and cheese. And that was it. I didn't give any other thoughts. I didn't think anything else about it. Yeah.
This is Joe that was at the food truck.
Some people have said that, like, I've seen some people say, like, oh, I think it's suspicious how much Joe remembers. I'm an adult. Like, as soon as I realized that those were the girls that we saw there, I tried my best to remember everything and recount it from that night because I knew that it would help in the investigation. Some people said, oh, Joe might have been the suspect. Dude, I have cameras in my house. I literally have the time I walked in my house. The girls were still alive at that point. And I have a can of soda that I had in my video.
Scott, I
in my
got
hands walking into my house. So yeah, it wasn't me, I promise. And other people were saying that I was excited about like a claim to fame or something like that. What is wrong with you? That's such a disgusting thing to think. Like, who would be excited about this? I've literally ignored everybody. Like, everybody. The only reason I even answered the Daily Mail guy at first is because he showed up to my friend's house. Like, physically showed up to my friend's house trying to find me or trying to get information about me. Crazy. And, yeah.
Exactly, Angela.
I just wanted to help. You know, part of me too felt guilty because
this video is 14 minutes.
I kind of laughed at the girls, you know, watching them be drunk because, I mean, let's be honest, anybody that lives here, the whole reason that the Grub Bus has a Twitch stream is because the people, I call them zombies, but just kind of like because they're just people come from all walks throughout the night. A lot of drunk people come there after they've finished their night drinking to load up on carbs, eat food. Police come there that are working late. They come get their food. They just park right behind the bus. People like me come there who just want pasta in the middle of the night. Yeah, it's all walks of life, all people. But it makes for an interesting crowd pretty late. And so they always live stream it. That's the reason they live stream it.
Exactly.
So that camera footage that you guys are seeing, that looks like surveillance, it's not surveillance. It's a live stream for Twitch for the Grub Bus.
All right, so Lee, if you can drop down in the comments below, I will be looking for your follow-up on what I'm about to ask you. Why do you think Dylan's dad sus? People sent me pictures. Refresh my memory. Send me something to my emails. Respond to what I'm saying now.
That looks like surveillance. It's not surveillance. It's a live stream for Twitch for the Grub Bus. One thing I did say that I'm glad that was reported truthfully is that, you know, I have a little girl, and I mean, she's a baby. She's like not even 2 yet, and she's my world. And you know, there's a dad out there that these girls that they're his world, you know, and they're gone. So, and I just felt kind of guilty because instead of helping them when they were drunk, they were entertainment. While I was waiting for food, they were just the entertainment. They were just the drunk people that everybody laughs at, you know? And it's sad. And some people think that's disrespectful. I mean, it was what was happening. They were drunk. They were out there drunk like that.
What's this all about?
And
what are you referring to, Tim?
One of my toxic traits is that I take on the weight of everything that's going on around me. Both personally or just even with friends and stuff. And so any of my friends that know me, they reached out to me pretty much right away because they knew that this was going to be eating me up. And it
glad you caught that, Angela.
And I haven't been following what people have been saying until just recently. You know, somebody sent me a TikTok video that had the most ridiculous things on it, and I tried to set those straight. And apparently it fueled more Reddit BS and more rumors. I don't understand how people are making this into an entertainment thing. Like, I live here. My friends are scared to walk to their cars.
He was in the way.
I'm a big guy and I'm strong. I don't feel super safe going outside alone at night either. I just hope people realize that there's real people that are affected by this stuff, you know, and sorry, I put my hood on. It's really cold. Like there's snow outside.
Does he have a mirror?
But at the end of the day, I mean, I feel like people need to stop trying to reach out to me to get statements. There's so many other people that know more about what's going on than I do. I just happen to be getting macaroni and cheese at the same time as them. And other than like those couple minutes there, I can't really speak to anything else. And
like a slow
people need to stop dragging whoever through the mud, especially if you don't live here and you don't know anybody. You don't know what's going on really. Like, this isn't funny and it's not entertaining. And I believe that the Moscow Police Department is doing a really good job in trying to kind of just do damage control. But like, let's be honest, the FBI is like on it. You know, I would be surprised if they have a really good idea of who it is. They're just waiting for evidence, you know, evidence to just.
Did I put slow mode on chat? Really?
You know, because one of the worst things that can happen, you guys, is if they catch the murderer and they arrest them, bring them in, and then
I could.
They have weak or refutable evidence, and that person walks. Think about that. You know, so ease up. Don't be jerks to the police.
Slow chat down.
They're literally like, they don't want to give information out because this is like a really tight investigation, but they know things. They know things. I don't understand why they didn't.
I don't understand why they didn't. All right, now that's a wrap, because everybody's like, yo, this dude's fucking annoying. So I go as what my community says. My Rev Gang fam says, fucking turn that shit off. I'm gonna turn it off. All right, that's the end of that. Hold up, let's see this. Red flag, Sigma Chi. I do like this breakdown on there. Idaho 4. Now this one was good. What people. This one's good. I like this.
I'm your host, T. Hope you guys are all doing well. Let's jump right in. The 4 slain students from the University of Idaho were only discovered deceased after a 911 call was placed on the morning of Sunday, November 13th, 2022. That call came into the Moscow Police Department just before noon and was said to have originated from one of the 2 unharmed roommates' phones. The police have yet to name the roommate whose phone was used. Note that we now know that there was a 3rd roommate as well.
Hold up. Let me pause this.
Note that we now.
All right, I had to open that up because I'm about to fix a poll too.
The authorities have stated that that person was not staying at the home at 1122 King Road in Moscow during the period when the crime occurred.
I know.
During the 911 call.
Joe, all right, so in general, I do want to speak on the last video we just watched, Joe speaking. Like, I don't know. He just seems too happy up there speaking about it. Like, I would be struck off guard, especially being that I was one of the last people to interact with these young ladies and they pass away right after. I certainly wouldn't be all over TikTok fucking laughing and goofing it out with everybody. I promise you that.
Call, multiple people spoke to the 911 dispatch operator. They told the operator that there was an unconscious person requiring assistance. Right? Some of the people who were allegedly at the home when the 911 call was placed have made Facebook and Instagram posts about what went down during this period on Sunday morning, post the crime, in order to defend the actions of the 2 surviving roommates. Because the police have yet to release the names of the students present at the house that morning, we cannot be 100% sure that these posts are legitimate. And we've seen creepy people create fake posts about true crime cases before. However, I thought it might be worthwhile to hear what these alleged witnesses had to say. Here is one of the posts, and I quote, and I'm just going to read a section of it and then talk about it and then continue with another section and so on. I am not stating this as fact. This is all not confirmed, hence the flare. For some reason, people refuse to see that, so I needed to re-emphasize. If you do not like reading not confirmed information, then do not read. Saw this comment on Facebook and wanted to share it here because it clarifies everything and to stop people from speculating about the survivors. Supposedly, a few days after the crime, someone was asking a question on the victim's past Instagram post about the survivors. 2 of the people who were at the house with the roommates when the call was made quickly came to their defense, and this is supposedly what they said. Keep in mind, this is all alleged. 2 people who claimed to be at the house with the roommates when the bodies were discovered quickly came to the surviving roommates' defense.
I've already seen about it on the interview room, that glove that you're talking about. I seen about that and watched the whole segment on it. I've watched so many videos on this. I mean, my playlist is full of videos.
And wrote that the roommates woke up, went upstairs to the kitchen, noticed the sliding glass door was open, and it was during that time they discovered Ethan. They didn't say where he was found on the floor, but that it was horrific, that both girls went into shock and ran out of the house. One of the roommates fainted, and the other was beyond hysterical and not making any sense. Their frantic actions while coming out of the house caught the attention of people walking past. The people responded on the victim's IG, claimed to be 2 of those people. They implied that the roommate who fainted had already dialed 911, but was so distraught that she fainted before she could give any info that the dispatcher could understand. The only info that the bystander who picked up the roommate's phone could give the 911 dispatcher was she just saw her friend run out of the house and faint. That's how the 911 call was made on the roommate's phone and by someone else, and why the call went out for an unconscious person. While that bystander was on the phone with 911, the other roommate was hysterically trying to explain that something was wrong with Ethan.
In the chat. Thank you.
By this point, several more people had stopped to see what was happening, and 1 or 2 of them went into the house to see if they could help him. There were multiple people in the yard at that time, and those people began contacting their friends that someone in the house was badly hurt. Someone called Ethan's brother Hunter to tell him something was wrong with his brother because he lived close to the house, and someone called one of the other victims' boyfriend, as he was also Ethan's best friend. They didn't go into detail on if either of those boys had arrived before the paramedics did, but it did kind of sounded like they did. They also didn't say if anyone went to check on the other roommates before the paramedics arrived, but it somewhat implied that someone had. The only details they gave about the scene itself was that it was incomprehensible, bloody. While those people were in the house checking on Ethan and possibly the other roommates, the paramedics arrived to a very chaotic scene, believing they were there to assess an unconscious person outside, but were redirected to go inside to help someone who was hurt very badly. So they walked into the house unaware that it was a crime scene, contaminated most of everything on the second floor. End quote. This scenario actually makes some sense. Why do I say that? Let me explain. Well, if one of the unharmed students ran out of the house and fainted, that would be an unconscious person. No one is going to mistake an unconscious person from a deceased person who has multiple messy wounds. And if the roommate who fainted was already in the middle of dialing 911 before she fainted, someone else would have to have picked up her phone to speak to the 911 dispatch operator. That would explain why someone other than the roommate who owned the phone was speaking to the dispatch operator, and why only an unconscious person was mentioned during the call. The only weak part of this scenario is the bit about the second roommate. I know they say she was in shock and unable to clearly articulate what.
Chris made a great point, great comment. Chris, everybody clap it up for Chris, because he's absolutely right. And I've been pushing this out there. That, hey, look, if this house was a party house, there's DNA all over the place. So you're going to get so many different profiles. The only thing that we really need is the blood. Like, if we need to know if he cut himself. Now, if there's a difference, if there's different blood around there that doesn't belong to the 4 victims, then we know pretty much there we go. So maybe he did cut himself, right? I say he because I think it's a he.
What she may have just witnessed inside the home, but you'd think she could spit out maybe 2 words like dead body, right? But maybe not. People react differently to traumatic events. Maybe that second roommate really could not speak clearly at the point when the 911 call was taking place. Maybe she was panicked and unable to function. Perhaps only after the 911 call was made and completed, other people showed up and went inside the home. There, they discovered Ethan on the floor. Allegedly. There have been persistent rumors about Ethan Chapin being found on the kitchen floor, so this scenario would make sense. Let me continue reading the post.
What?
It doesn't sound like the roommates were roaming throughout the house, carelessly contaminating everything, fully aware that their friends had been done in. They actually used the red rum word, but I didn't want to say that. Okay, back to the post. It sounds like the scene was contaminated by numerous people who were trying to help, unaware and unable to comprehend what they were looking at, and that it was a crime scene. My heart breaks for these 2 poor, innocent young females. Not only have they experienced a trauma so brutal that it cannot change who they are at their core, but they also have to live with the fear that someone might be coming for them, and the grief of loss of 4 friends, plus a life that they once had that will never exist again. Back to the post. And if that wasn't traumatizing enough, they also get to live with millions.
Yeah, out of time. Great. I'm glad you brought that up because that's something that needs to be said until it's confirmed by law enforcement. So this is where Ethan being in the doorway came from. It's all rumor, which I gotta agree with him on that because I haven't heard that come out of the media's mouth that Ethan was on the floor. Now I have, or not the media, but law enforcement, right? So at the end of the day, guys, we can speculate and everything is allegedly all day long, but until it's corroborated, until we know for fact that he was killed by the steps or, in that manner, we gotta go off of it's pure speculation, it's pure rumor.
Of people publicly criticizing, persecuting, and incorrectly judging them for their actions. People assume they may have or not have taken. Some of the comments left on the IG pictures of the victims, especially the ones the survivors were tagged in, were beyond nasty, if not downright cruel. I don't understand how our society became so inhumane. It sounds like the 2 surviving roommates' behaviors were 100% appropriate for the situation they found themselves in. And I agree. Like I said, this all is alleged, but I think it explains a lot.
That's true too.
I am marking this as information rather than theory because I am not making a theory myself. I'm just relaying information given by the individuals who were there when the call was made. Edit. We are all aware of the police's unconscious explanation. This post is not asking about how the police explained it. This post is relaying what the person who was there said about the call when it happened, according to someone in a Facebook
there you
group.
Go, buddy.
What you choose to believe is your business, but legally, the police can say or withhold whatever information they want and have an incentive to hide this information because it reveals how contaminated the crime scene is and would make their chance of finding the person responsible even worse.
I'd say depending on where you get hit.
I'm sharing this knowing what the police's press release said because it doesn't take away from what the person said and can still offer a fresh perspective. End quote.
I'm glad you brought that up, Ray.
Yet again, is there any truth to this story? Have we seen anything to support this scenario? Well, early on, I did hear from a news source that Ethan's parents learned of his death from their other children who also attend the University of Idaho. So there's that. Also, there has been a persistent rumor floating around the true crime streets that Ethan Chapin was found on the floor. The police have not said that, but this has come up in many a Reddit post. Of course, we cannot trust Reddit, but sometimes truth is shared there. And recently, a photo taken from outside the house, looking into the kitchen window, showed more of those reddish-hued drips of what looks to be the stuff that runs through all our veins on some kitchen cabinetry. The rivulets in this photo from the kitchen, the drips, match those seen on an exterior wall of the home. If those drips in the kitchen turn out to be the red stuff that runs through our veins, it would seem to indicate that someone who is bleeding or someone with a fair amount of that red stuff on their clothes and body was standing, at least for a second, next to the cabinetry. The rivulets indicate that the substance began at the top of the cabinet and gravity made it flow downward toward the floor. So either one of the students who was injured or the perpetrator, who was likely drenched in red, was standing there at some point. But of course, we don't yet know if the substance dried on the kitchen cabinetry is truly the red stuff, although that pattern on the cabinetry looks identical.
Oh my God. Thank you for bringing that up, aka Jenny. On my past streams, I've mentioned that a lot. I say, why would it, and you say, why would a stranger unfamiliar with the house go up to it with that many cars sitting there, especially one person? That's why I definitely think it was someone they knew and not a random stranger. So that means they knew their routine. They knew they were home. They knew their roommates were sleeping, or, you know, they knew something, right? I agree with that comment 100%. What random person is going to go slip into the back door or wherever they entered? Now, this is speculation by me. Do not go. If you didn't hear this from the law enforcement, it's not true. But I allegedly think that this perpetrator got through the back door. I could be completely wrong, okay? But I think that this perpetrator either was let in, one, or two, slipped to the back door that was unlocked. That's just my pure speculation. But I'm glad you brought that up, because I don't think no random person is about to slide into a house with 5-6 cars sitting in the driveway. I really don't. I don't feel that through my soul at all. I don't even. If you're walking past the house, right? And I'm stuttering over here like Stuttering Stanley. But if you're walking past a house and you're about to break in it, are you gonna pick the house with 5 cars in front of it or 6 cars in front of it? I don't fucking think so.
To the one that we saw on the exterior wall of the house. The only people who have shared information about where the students were found deceased are, 1, the Latah County coroner, who stated that all the students were found deceased in bed, and 2, Kaylee Gonsalves's father, who let it slip at the candlelight vigil held in honor of his daughter and her 3 friends, that Kaylee was found deceased in bed with her best friend, Maddie Mogan. Now, if Ethan's brother did turn up at the house on Sunday morning, he and Ethan's best friend likely did some additional checking at the house. I'm pretty sure they would have been curious to see if Ethan's girlfriend, Xana Coronado, was okay. And if they found her as well, they would have likely headed up to the 3rd floor, where they would have come upon Kaylee and Maddie. This would explain why we've heard friends were in the home and they may have contaminated the crime scene to some extent. We also heard that when the paramedics came and went inside and found a gruesome crime scene instead of one unconscious person, they were shocked. This scenario would explain all of that, and it would also explain what seemed like odd behavior by the 2 surviving roommates. Many people have attacked these 2 roommates, which is unfair. Can you imagine how traumatized these young women are at this point? No matter what, they were there in that house, either sleeping or awake when the crime.
Hold up 1 second. I want to hear what she just said right here one more time.
No matter what, they were there in that house, either sleeping or awake when the crime went down.
Right.
What do you guys think? Could this be how the 911 call went down? Does it seem plausible to you? Let me know in the comments. Until the next time on Bed Crime Stories. Now do me a favor, hit that like button, subscribe to my channel, share the video, and if you want to support the channel, you can now do so through a membership.
Exactly. How did I not like that video? I'm a dipshit. I thought I liked that video the first time I watched it. I've watched that video plenty of times. You know what I want to know about? I want to know why that HVAC worker went there. Was it because of humidity and they needed for evidence for blood? Was it? I just was speculating on that. I was speculating on that so much. This dude right here, I remember this one. I remember he was on here.
Jeremy Reagan is live with me tonight. Jeremy, thank you so much for coming on with me tonight. How has your life changed since the online army came after you?
It's definitely been weird. I've had a lot of people online just sort of saying, well, this wouldn't have happened if you never did an interview. If you wouldn't have done X, Y, and Z during the interviews, then we wouldn't have been suspicious of you. But it's not like I was intentionally doing anything during the interview or like I had sought out these interviews. Every single time I've done one, it's been either the reporter or someone with the reporter asking me to do these. But Jonathan, people online have just been ruthless. They went through and gone through all of my social media history over the past decade, just trying to find anything and everything they can about me, pulling up Facebook posts from my mom from a decade ago saying, oh, he was a hunter back in 2012. He must have done it just because a psychic had done a reading and said that it was probably a hunter, even though almost everyone in Idaho hunts at some point.
Hair fibers digging deep.
And so they've just been digging into anything and everything they can find about my personal life and trying to somehow link it back to this.
So let's clear the air for anybody who's watching tonight and maybe still even has suspicions. So some of them said he refused to give his DNA to the police. Have the police ever come in contact with you or asked you for DNA or had any requests like that?
By the way, guys, this is an old interview that I've already watched. I don't even know why I got this playing right now. I've already watched it. I'm just going through older videos, but I want to actually go through more interesting ones. Like, for instance, the one that was made the other day. Where's it at? I'm going to find it because this one's really good, and I know you guys will love it. It's made by, what's his name again? I can't remember the dude's name, but I'm about to pull it up right now. Watch this. It's actually pretty good, and it gives a good perspective on it gives a good perspective on Jack S. in general. A really good video. The video that was on the other one, the one that he did on Jack D, was taken down. I don't know why, but
Walter, such as, is he the hoodie guy?
But this
did he drive 6 hours to go hang out at the family cabin in Boise, Idaho on November 13th? Is he hiding in Africa? Did he have motive? Motive's always important when it comes to quadruple passing away. We're going to discuss all this and more. And I know you want to hear more about Jack D and what happened at the Jack D video. We'll discuss all of this throughout this video.
Yeah, he did one on both Jack.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name is Drip Drop, and I'm your host as usual. Tonight, I have a very special presentation. Super highly requested that I talk about Jack Showalter. A lot of you saw my video on Jack D, the ex-boyfriend. That was my fastest growing video that I've ever released. It gained 50,000 views within the first 24 hours and over 2,000 comments. However, as a lot of you know, that video is no longer on YouTube. I'm going to discuss that later on in this video because I know you want answers. What happened to the Jack D video? We'll talk about it. But first, we're going to have a discussion on Jack Showalter, aka who you think is the hoodie guy. There's been a lot of rumors about Jack, and I've been researching this guy for an entire month now. I'm not going to speculate or tell you that I know 100% sure about anything one way or the other. These are my opinions only, and nothing stated in this video should be taken as fact. Now, for starters, Jack Showalter's name first popped up in this investigation on a website called 4chan. An anonymous
What you mean? I got it on one of my old streams.
Person said Jack Showalter is the guy that did this. People decided that the food truck hoodie guy was Jack Showalter. Well, that's never been 100% confirmed. The police have never said the hoodie guy is Jack. Jack has never said he was the hoodie guy, and nobody else has officially come out on the record and said that is 100% Jack Showalter in that footage. Yeah, and even the police have only made the statement that they've cleared the male in the grub truck video in the white hoodie. Well, this young man also has a jacket on. He's not only wearing a hoodie. Anyways, first things first, let's address, is Jack Showalter the hoodie guy? Let's look at some pictures here and compare. Now, as you can see, I've put both pictures on the screen. One of the hoodie guy and one of Jack Showalter. What do you think? Is this the same guy? On the left, you can see the shoulders slanting down a lot more than you see him on the right. But he might be wearing shoulder pads on the right side. Let's move up to the jawline. To me, the jawline does appear to be a pretty perfect match on this photo. The paper-thin lips look like a pretty identical match. I can't really tell for sure about the nose because the one on the left is a little too pixelated. Let's zoom in on the eyes now. The eyes are clearly a match. This high-resolution picture we have on the right side, that's from Jack Showalter's LinkedIn, and you can see he has baby blue eyes. Well, let's check out the guy wearing the hoodie on the grub truck video. The eyes are clearly a match. So we've got the same jawline, the same lips, the same exact eye color. Now let's put a couple different pictures of Jack Showalter and the hoodie guy on the screen. Is this Jack Showalter or someone else? Now looking at these two pictures,
it's him.
The picture on the left is the hoodie guy before he put his hoodie on at the grub truck video. Let's compare this to the photo on the right. They're both clearly wearing a black baseball hat that's on backwards. Do you see some similarities here?
I get it, man. I totally get it.
His sideburn looks pretty similar, so I think the conclusion...
To be honest with you, I'm here for the breakdown. I'm not here for the makeup. I'm not here for none of that. I'm here for the breakdown. I think he does a good breakdown on this video.
Conclusion, after analyzing these two photos here,
I get what you're saying.
Don't know 100% for sure. Kaylee and Maddie dipped out as soon as they could get their food, and the guy in the hoodie seemed very shocked at what happened. And as he walked off, right at the end of the footage, he walks off as well, and he raises his hand up towards them. However, his hand is just out of frame. Some people think he's flipping them the bird. Some people think that he's waving to them. You can see that in this clip right here. The reality is you can't tell what he's doing. You can't see his hand. Anyways, how about that big guy with the tan blazer on and the little tan hat? He said some mean things about the girls to the newspaper. What in the world is a 30-something-year-old man doing hanging around a bunch of college kids at the grub truck video in Moscow, Idaho? You let me know down below. He seemed to have been acting a little odd that night as well. Let's talk about the rumors that he fled to his parents' cabin. Did Jack Showalter drive 6 hours on November 13th to go hang out at the family's cabin right after the victims passed away? Well, Jack Showalter's wealthy parents do seem to own a very expensive multi-million-dollar cabin in Boise, Idaho. And I've been researching this case for a month, and I can't find a single shred of any proof that Jack actually went to Boise that evening. If he did, that would be kind of alarming and would probably need to be investigated very deeply. However, on the internet, it just seems to be speculation and rumors. Jack hasn't said he went to his parents' cabin. His parents haven't said anything about it. The police haven't said anything about it. And nobody's gone officially on the record that knows him that said, yeah, he went to his parents' cabin that morning. So we're just guessing on the internet. Everybody on YouTube, Reddit, 4chan, various websites where you can discuss this case, it's all guesswork. Nobody can tell you 100% for sure if Jack actually went to Boise. Next up on the rumor list is Jack Showalter in Africa. Well, his parents do have a history of going to Africa, and they're very wealthy. But where in Africa do you think Jack Showalter is?
Now, Dad, did Courtney, to touch up on what you just said, was it confirmed Kaylee was the target? No, it wasn't confirmed that Kaylee was the target. Allegedly, that I know of, law enforcement has not came out and said she was the target. But we do know the father came out and said that she was stabbed more times than everybody else. We do know that.
Africa is a big place. So just saying he's in Africa is a really vague term. You know which part of Africa he's in? You don't. Because it's all been rumors. Jack hasn't said he's in Africa. His parents haven't said he's in Africa. The police certainly haven't said, where in the world is Jack Showalter? None of his friends have come out and said where he is. Heck, not even any of his enemies have said, I know where Jack is. It's just been rumors. Nobody can confirm a single thing about Jack's whereabouts. Does Jack even have an alibi? We don't know that either. There's been rumors that he said he was sleeping, but we really don't know what the police know. The police have said the male wearing the hoodie in the grub truck video was cleared, but they never said Jack Showalter was cleared. They've never come out and said that specifically. So is Jack Showalter really cleared in this crime? Is he even a suspect? Does he have any reason to be a suspect besides internet rumors? Some people have put out full-blown videos straight up accusing Jack Showalter of being the one that did this horrible crime, but we just don't know.
I seen it,
If
Lex.
he didn't do it and he's not guilty, well, it's going to be a heck of a climb out of this hole for him to continue living in Idaho,
YouTubers.
or anywhere really. Do you think Jack Showalter had motive? Do you think it was just as simple as that he had a crush on one of the girls and he felt rejected, so he decided to make 4 people pass away on that fateful night? Is it just that simple? I've seen some rumors and posts on the internet that he creeped out some former coworkers and made them super uncomfortable. I even read some rumors that he used to carry a knife on his belt while he was at work, and then he stopped wearing it after work. That contradicts him fleeing to Boise and then fleeing to Africa. Did he go to work after the crime or not go to work? We don't even really know where Jack works. We don't know what Jack's doing right now. I've seen some younger pictures of Jack Showalter when he was about 16 or 17, it appears.
All right, let's go back a little bit. I'm grabbing. Okay, so if you guys sent me emails, I'm grabbing them right now. I got the videos lined up right here. So this is one of them. This is what Lex sent me. I got one from Scott, which is a TikTok. I got a hold on. Let me put it right here. I got so many tabs open. I got like 50 tabs open. Okay, I got that. I'm grabbing all your videos real quick. I don't want to have. You'll hear the video start because I'm actually putting them in tabs. So here's another video. Not sure if you've seen. Tanya sent me this one. Now this was, oh no, actually I don't think I've seen this one, Tanya. So I will be dragging these over and we will be watching these.
Hey guys, Chronicles of Olivia.
Okay, that's from Chronicles of Olivia. All right, so I got videos lined up for us to watch. My bad, I was just checking the emails. I didn't want to talk over you guys or have any audio go over the audio playing now. So let's jump back in.
Girls, and he felt rejected, so he decided to make 4 people pass away on that fateful night. Is it just that simple? I've seen some rumors and posts on the internet that he creeped out some former coworkers and made them super uncomfortable. I even read some rumors that he used to carry a knife on his belt while he was at work, and then he stopped wearing it after work. That contradicts him fleeing to Boise and then fleeing to Africa. Did he go to work after the crime or not go to work? We don't even really know where Jack works. We don't know what Jack's doing right now. I've seen some younger pictures of Jack Showalter when he was about 16 or 17, it appears, and he was hunting. And the pictures are very gruesome and graphic. And there's an animal carcass that's been sliced and diced. And you can see a knife in the foreground of the photo with a green handle. This knife appears to be the exact type of knife that the police say was used in this crime. Could that just be a coincidence? I don't know. How many people in Idaho have that knife? I've been told that you can buy that knife at any sporting goods store for $30, and it's nothing out of the ordinary, and many people have it. Another rumor is that Jack Showalter was kicked out of the fraternity for being creepy to girls. It seems to be an online rumor. I haven't been able to confirm this with any actual factual evidence, so we don't know if he was kicked out of a fraternity or not. What do you think? Is this enough circumstantial rumor to bring Jack Showalter in for a hardcore interrogation and play the interrogation right here on Crime Circus? Do you think we should have a series? Do you think Jack S and Jack D should both be interrogated and we play the videos right here and we decide who's telling the truth? Should we be the internet jury?
I said, should we be the internet jury here? Or should we go out there? How do you know that's not me with the paint on?
I've actually discovered no less than 7 additional Jacks in this case. Should we bring all the Jacks into the interrogation room and see if they have a real alibi? Do you think I was just sleeping is a good alibi? Do you think just because your roommate saw you go to your room that you're cleared? Well, last time I checked, bedrooms have windows, and windows can be opened, and you can get outside of the window. Anyways, there's probably been some other rumors that I might have missed or forgot to mention in this video. If so, leave me a comment and I'll try to get back to you in the comments if I have the answers. Also, to address the rumor of Jack Showalter living directly next door to the girls. Specifically, I've been told he lives in the exact same apartment complex as Jeremy, aka who you might call the creepy neighbor.
That's what I want to know.
The Stephen McDaniel of Moscow, Idaho. Jeremy had nothing to do with this crime from what I've researched. What about Jack? Did he live in those apartments?
I don't know. If you want to know my honest opinion on why, or I don't know if I give my honest opinion, but fuck it, I'm gonna give it anyways. The video was blowing up that he put out on Jack Decor. That's what I'll tell you. So I think that maybe he took it down and put it on his Patreon so people would go to Patreon and buy it. Personally, I don't agree with that move, but a lot of YouTubers will do that, and I'm just not a fan of it. I'll never do that. I'll never see a video getting traction and then take it down and put it on my Patreon and be like, yo, y'all come become a Patreon member. But in reality, that's I guess that's the way people market themselves. Me, I'll never do that. But that's what I think he did. Personally, that's what I think he did with the Jack D video. But that's just my honest assessment. I'm not hating on him. Go ahead and, get it however you want. But my emotions on this shit, I'm not about to make people become a member to get a video. Never.
He says he's never seen him around. So he might have lived there, he might not have. That's another internet rumor that I couldn't find a verifiable source to say 100% sure that that's where Jack lived. A lot of people have said he lived there, but I just don't know. Do all these rumors added together equal guilt? We don't know. Now, moving forward, I know a lot of you out there were wondering what happened to my Jack D video. Well, unfortunately, that's been removed from YouTube. I know you wanted to watch the video a couple more times, and you wanted to read through the comments and see what people were saying. Some of you are wondering, have the authorities seen that video? Yes, a lot of you sent that video into the authorities, and the authorities did see the video, even after it was removed. Maybe even the killer himself watched it while it was going viral. I asked you to make it go viral, and you did. It went viral. It was my fastest growing video ever released on this channel. Unfortunately, for legal reasons, it had to be removed from YouTube. Makes me sad, but it is what it is. There's always more videos for me to make. Do you think the killer's keeping tabs on this case and watching every single piece of information he can? Or do you think he just doesn't even care and he's just blended back into society and he knows he'll never get caught? Or he thinks he'll never get caught? You let me know down below. Anyways, there was easily at least 1,000 comments specifically about my statement about exes showing up to celebrations of life and funerals. Let's discuss that, because I didn't get to respond to you in the comments about that. And I wanted to respond to each and every one of you. So I'll respond right now. Some of you said I only know about toxic relationships and I've never been in a long, serious relationship and I don't know what true love is, and exes can be friends, and some of you have gone to celebrations of life. He's mad about the comments. I'm not experienced, and I'm living in my mother's basement. A lot of you had a lot to say regarding my statement.
Well, they were at the... All right, so Serial Killer Kid, they were at the Sigma Chi, from 9:45 p.m. that night to 1:45 a.m. I do know that. I'm pretty sure they were there from 9 p.m. It was either 9 p.m. or 9:45 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. And then where they messed up on this case is they got the times wrong that Kaylee and Madison had got home, which Kaylee and Madison got home at 1:56 a.m., not 1:44, not 1:40, or not 1:44, not 1:45, not 1:46. 1:56 a.m. is when they got home. So they messed up on that. Then they said that they got an Uber. No, it was a private ride. I mean, those are critical things in a case. I mean, 10 minutes is 10 minutes, in my opinion.
I've done a lot of thinking about it. I've thought about your opinions. I've analyzed your comments that you left. I slept on it, woke up, thought about it, slept on it again. And the truth is, about exes showing up to celebrations of life, I would be rolling over in my grave if my ex showed up to my celebration of life. Literally, my skeleton would be twisting around in the casket. That's no joke. I think it's weird and it's creepy.
I don't.
How many exes are allowed to show up?
But I know you.
What if they were on again, off again? Some of you may not know, Jack D and Kaylee were very on again, off again. And if you check out her social media posts on Twitter, it sounds like it was a really hellish relationship dating Jack D. And that's only my opinion. Reading through the lines and reading the comments and reading what she's had to say and reading the retweets that she retweeted over the years, doesn't seem like she was happy at all.
Crime
also,
Circus.
She had another ex-boyfriend named Jack when she was younger. And of course, she had a handful of other ex-boyfriends. Were they all invited to the celebration of life? Should they all have been there? What if you dated somebody in 3rd grade and ended on good terms? Can they
get a good breakdown?
Is there certain rules that I'm not aware of? Only you, the viewer, knows. However, what if the person's moved on and has a new person, like a new husband or new wife and kids with somebody new? The ex could send off some weird vibes at the celebration of life. The family and friends may be wondering, what's that guy doing here? Has he even officially been cleared as a suspect by the police? What's his alibi anyways? So I didn't get to address your previous comment in the other video. If you want to leave a comment in this video is going to stay up, I hope. If you want me to keep investigating this case and release another video.
I thought he did good on this video.
No. Like I said, there's no less than 7 other Jacks, and a lot of people are convinced Jack K is involved. Hopefully I touched on all the topics you were hoping I'd touch on in this video. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. Anyways, let me know, does this case come down to motive or something else? I'd love to hear from you. If you want to support this show, there's ways to do it, such as you can become a Patreon member. You can earn merch along the way. I'll leave a link down below. And until next time, remember to stay safe out there, because you know it's a dangerous world.
So he chooses to go to Africa. All right, so guys, that is True Crime Circus. If you like True Crime Circus, man, make sure you go subscribe to his channel. I'm not hating on him. I just said I would never take a video down and put up. I would never take a video down and put it up on Patreon and make everybody go to Patreon and buy it. That's just me, though. That is just me, though. Let's do this to Spawn. Is the fog machine absolutely necessary? I mean, that's what he does. That's his move, right? I wouldn't do it, but that's what he does. Fuck it. I mean, he does what he wants to do. If he loves doing it, he loves doing it. Right? But Petri says, I have heard the parents moved to Africa. Has anyone called their offices or the offices for extended absences? Met her? Yeah, I see what you're saying. I got you. I don't know. I haven't. It's just stupid to dress like Ronald. All right, I ain't gonna read it. I ain't gonna read the. Y'all can say whatever you want in the chat. I don't care, but I'm not gonna read crazy shit. Oh, that's messed up. I didn't know he did that. Yeah, no. So he took down that first video on Jack D and put up this video right here. But anyways, let's go to this. Have y'all seen this yet? I'm just curious if y'all seen this. For instance, man, everyone is so judgmental, right? I mean, it is what it is. I thought he did a good breakdown on that. Period. Now, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, have y'all seen this video? Let me know. 1 for yes, 2 for no. I know a lot of Rev Gang families seen it. Y'all see that? Y'all see that picture being taken up top right there? Boom. Right there. There. Oh, a lot of y'all haven't seen it. Wow. Damn. All right, guys. So if you're wondering, the date on this video is November 18th. This video was posted up by the Idaho Tribune. They posted this up on their Twitter. It's the Idaho Tribune. This video is up there. They posted it November 18th. Now, what I don't understand about this video, guys, is why, or I've never really seen a crime scene or somebody be able to go like right on a crime scene with cameras and be able to get so close. That's the thing about this case that kind of bothered me. I know the killer's probably watched this a few times. He's had to have. Thank you, June. I appreciate it. Everybody's different. I would never dress like that or anything, but I'm not going to completely bash him out the window. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're sitting. This is an active crime scene. Okay, you can hear they're obviously taking pictures and stuff, right? So this is where all right. So you guys remember the handprint? So now that a lot of you said, I see you said that you haven't seen it. A lot of you haven't. This is where that handprint came from, right there. Bow. There you go. So this right here is where the handprint came from. So I'm sure a lot of you out of the 1,071 people that are in here have seen the handprint picture. This is where it came from right here. This is exactly where the handprint came from. This video. People paused it on here and took a picture of it. It actually was sent to me by one of my subscribers. I'm trying to remember who sent it. I think it was Freckles that sent it. She asked me if I seen this, but this is where that infamous handprint that everybody was talking about came from, and the News Nation and all that reported on it. But we were talking about it on this channel before it even hit the news. So right here, I don't know. I think she's swabbing for blood because you can see she has that in her hand. There's another print somewhere, but I mean, they're windows. They're college students. They're going to be sliding those windows back and forth. Kelly Foster, absolutely. I kind of want to go back over here because there's another print somewhere over here that I had seen and found, right? Where's it at? It's close. But you're gonna have handprints on these windows. This is all right. So if they partied at this house, they were probably smoking marijuana or weed. I'm not even gonna say marijuana. I'm gonna say they were smoking some bud or some weed in here, and they slide these windows open. They would, I mean, if you're partying, they're probably smoking cigarettes, weed, shit like that. You slide the windows, there's gonna naturally be handprints on these windows, in my opinion. There's naturally gonna be handprints on these windows. So like somebody had brought up earlier, there's DNA all over this house, all over the place, everywhere. These rumors that appear to be what the handprint was. All right, so you're talking about the handprint. You want to know whose room that was? I don't know. So second floor, I'm assuming that it was either, it had to be, if it's second floor, Xana and Ethan, right? Yep, that was you. Chris is the one who pointed that out, but I we discussed that along. But I'm glad people noticed that and would think about that. There's DNA all over the place in this house, all over. This place is literally like a movie, so unreal. It's on the second floor, though. Lex, I think you asked that. That video is gone, but it is up. Actually, I think you're talking about the celebration of life. You guys want to watch the celebration of life again? But that's it on that. I mean, that's it on that right there. So let's go back over here. I got a big, like I said, I got a big, and I'll make this public so you guys can actually go through these videos that I put together. But I usually stuff a lot of the videos in here. So somebody pointed this out earlier, and I'm pretty sure this dude was cleared, allegedly.
The county coroner in this case, Kathy Mabott, who I interviewed here on this show 2 weeks ago about the autopsies that she oversaw in the Idaho murders. Kathy Mabott just happens to be James Leonard's defense attorney. I know this is a lot to process. Fortunately, I have one of the best in the business to help me navigate through this. Michael Harrigan is a retired FBI special agent. He's the former chief of the Federal Violent Crime Criminal Apprehension Program, and he's also a former police officer. So, Michael Harrigan, I don't know where to start. We got a guy with a gash in his arm. Okay, maybe the wound is more recent than one from 3 weeks ago. He's violent. He has a penchant for knives, was found with 2 of them on him, has no problem beating up women and daughters, people close to him, and has no problem shooting a man dead because they were in an argument about girlfriends, and then asking to bury the body secretly so no one could see it. Do you have a shovel? That's the kind of guy I would think would be, it would be hard to rule him out quickly. It's only been a couple days since he was arrested. So can you help me walk through maybe why the police are saying that his arrest is unrelated to this murder? Nothing to see here.
Remember what? All right, Susan, do you any of you guys remember when Ashley Banfield took over for Nancy Grace when she left HLN? Does anybody in this chat remember that when she took over?
Oh, Ashley, good seeing you again. And this is an interesting turn of events with this individual who's close to there, and the circumstances of the knife and the assault and his prior criminal history. So this guy would have been somebody the investigators would have been all over on this one, looking at him. But it wouldn't be probably too hard to rule him out if they knew he was somewhere else at the time the crime was committed. And we would believe the people, but that's important, right? Because who would, maybe he was with his wife and the teenagers, and they're terrified of this guy. So why would they not say anything that would give him an alibi on something as horrible as a quadruple murder? We know what he's capable of doing if he's not angry with them. Yeah, that's an excellent point. It all depends on how the alibi alibi is established. And, you know, it could be video evidence. It could be a non-associated person that he was with and other people saw him. It could be anything. But you also have to remember in these cases, too, that just because someone is put aside and is ruled out initially, they're always kept in the back. I mean, there's always a record of these interviews, and they're always looked at maybe down the road. But, you know, I would think that with these characteristics that came out in the media, that they would have been clearly focused on this guy quickly. And for them to say that he's off the plate, I would say they probably have some pretty solid indicators that he's not involved.
I hope so. I hope so. Okay, how about Kathy Mabbitt, the coroner? She's his defense attorney. This couldn't be more weird.
Red.
Is this a conflict of interest, or is this how small town things have to work out? There's only so many defense attorneys and coroners.
You know, that's a really, it seems like a very odd turn of events. And the nature of living in the small town, which I've lived in some small ones over the years, is that a lot of times these professionals that are lawyers and others, and the coroner is generally either appointed or elected, is they all have other jobs. Jonathan. You know, like this, in this case, the attorney. So it's not unusual in a small town to have some cross pollination there between professions. What makes it interesting is with this individual and the visual on it, him, you know, the circumstance of his background and some of the internet chatter about him potentially being connected here, or the questions about that. But until the police find that he is actually a person of suspicion or a person of interest, and there's something there, I don't think there's really an ethical issue there, because, you know, she's an attorney, she represents people. But if there was a situation where there was this individual was under suspicion and she knew that, she would probably have to recuse herself pretty quickly there.
That's true.
It's fascinating, you know, to see a case like this all of a sudden pop up. And like I said, the internet went, you know, it broke over this guy with a big bandage on your arm. I mean,
I got it, Lex.
People would be
it's
concerned about
next.
that. Michael Harrigan, thank you. It's been good to have you, and I can't wait to have you back. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
We're on it right now. So now I'm looking at your comment face to face. It's going, I'm putting it on right now. I don't know why. Every time I play this dude that you just sent me, people are like, man, I can hate this guy. I don't know nothing about him, so I can't say anything about this guy. This is a video that Lex Luthor sent me, so I'm going to play it. Exclusive interview. It says he knew them, Moscow, Idaho. So let's check it out.
Lee Riches investigates. I'm going to share with everyone an exclusive interview I had with a resident of Moscow, Idaho. Very grateful I was able to speak to this kind individual who reached out to me, and he shared a lot. And I want to share what he shared with you guys, with everyone, particularly about this case. Moscow, 4 college students brutally stabbed inside a home during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. Police haven't made any arrests. They haven't identified publicly any suspects. They haven't found the murder weapon. They're looking around for a white Hyundai Elantra 2011, 2013
You can't
model.
leave anyone off the table, Christina.
But I spoke to a resident, and he shared a lot. And I'm going to share the interview I had with him with you. And then afterward, we will discuss a little bit. Got to check this out. So enjoy.
Hello?
Hi, Gabe. It's Jonathan Riches. How are you?
Hold on here. Let me, sorry, I have to put you on speaker because my phone doesn't work otherwise.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
So I appreciate you reaching out to me, you know, and wanting to, you know, talk a little bit about, you know, what's going on in Moscow.
All right, so for people who are saying I don't like this guy, he's an asshat, he's a dickhead, he's this, he's that. Personally, I don't know him, so I cannot go out on the limb and say, hey, I can hate this guy. I don't know him. I've only seen one of his videos. The first time I played one of his videos, there was tons of comments like, this guy is an asshat, this guy is this. I just don't know him, so I can't give an opinion like that.
I know that you shared with me about volunteering at the Mad Green.
Wow, I had
about
cancer,
you
man.
out
If that's
there.
the case, I
saw
hope you get better.
a white Hyundai Elantra in the Walmart parking lot.
Right. Yeah. So, when I just sent you another email, and when I worked, when I volunteered there, it was to help my wife. Like, I mean, everybody knew that worked there. They always had like staff shortages and stuff, and a lot. And my wife, you know, we have kids and stuff, and I wanted her home. And when people don't show up for work or go home or whatever, I would just go in and help her or whatever, because, you know, I didn't want her doing it all. So it wasn't like I had a actual volunteer position there. It was just something I would go in and do because I wanted to make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you know, and as far as the girls go, I didn't know them.
Mod, you already know what to do. Drop his channel in the bottom right now. We show respect around here. Like I said, I don't know this dude. Y'all, a lot of y'all may not like him. I don't know him. I'm here for the information. Period. That's all I'm here for. I'm here for the information. I don't know this dude. Much respect to him. If he has cancer, I had cancer. So that I hope he gets better if that's the case, because somebody just mentioned that. So I really hope that he can get past it if that is really the case. But yeah, Mods, drop his link and stuff like that in there, and people, if you know like what you hear, go show him some love.
I mean, they were there. I saw them. But one thing I can say is that my impression of them, they were beautiful people, and I can say that because I'm a big guy. I have a lot of tattoos. I have missing front teeth, right?
Yeah.
And I'm very self-conscious. And if you don't know me or take the time to talk to me, I can appear to be kind of scary, you know?
Yeah.
And these girls, and they didn't just treat me this way, and not just them, but all the girls there that were servers. They're full of life, happy, and they always treated me with real respect. They look at you in your eyes when you talk to them. They were genuine.
Yeah.
And really respectful. And that's really what hurt so bad, is because these were just good humans, you know? And you know, and then when I saw that car, you know, the thing that I was thinking.
Whoa. You said I lost respect for him for faking the screen video. Wrong guy. That was Joseph Morris that faked that screen video, by the way. That is not the dude this guy did not fake the screen video. Please, nobody in here go harass him. This is not the guy who faked the screen video. The guy that faked the screen video is Joseph Morris, and that is out there completely. We know where the scream came from. It's been exposed. Yes, this is not the guy.
Was how many other people passed by that car in Moscow? You know, and there's not very many of those cars in Moscow, right?
Okay.
How many other people just passed by that car and thought nothing of it? Like, you know, I mean, I thought to myself, this, you know, when I called the police and then they said, don't tie up the line, we'll give you another number to call. Then I got transferred 2 more times, and I was like, well, this is getting nowhere. So I just took a YouTube video, you know, and posted it before the FBI ever got onto the phone.
Thank you, Calvin.
You know?
Okay, so so that occurred today. So okay, so just because we're doing an interview here, like that was at 3:00 today.
Yesterday.
Okay, so 3:00 yesterday. Yep. You were just driving past the Walmart and you saw the white car out there, the white Hyundai Elantra?
Yeah, pretty much. Like so I was parked in the parking lot, so I'm always at Walmart because I'm a Walmart Spark driver. So and I drive about 200 plus miles a day.
Yeah,
every day, 7 days a week. So when they said, hey, we're looking for this car like this, I was like, well, shoot, man, I travel probably more than anybody that I know in this area. And so I went out of my way to you know, I was looking at Hondas and, you know, Toyotas and all sorts of stuff. And then, you know, so I was have my eye out for it, But yeah, I mean, the police haven't, given, like, called me or, anything like that. They probably won't, I mean, I'm nobody,
Yeah. So you said you called the Moscow police and then they transferred you around. Did you actually speak to an FBI agent or anybody from the FBI?
Well, it was somebody from the FBI.
Yeah.
I called, they ended up transferring me there, and I was on hold and I had to press all these correct buttons, the FBI tip line. And then, and I left an anonymous tip, they were like, hey, you sure you don't want to leave your name? And I was like, I was like, no, you're the FBI. I'm sure you know all that, but no, I'm not just going to give you my name, but yeah, I mean, we're just, this is a community where people don't lock their doors.
Yeah.
Nobody does. People leave their bikes outside.
Mm-hmm.
People leave, their doors open during the day when they leave for work, like the sliding door or something. And so now it's really changed a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And the atmosphere between, especially with the students, is very like that. You could cut the tension with a knife. It's like everybody's looking at everyone as a suspect.
Wow.
And that's another thing I kind of wanted to share with you about, because I was watching your videos like early on. I found you, and one thing I and I know
that pissed me off, Kelly, when I heard that when I watched that one interview and the guy was like, Kaylee's dad could be the killer. That actually pissed me off. That made me so I was enraged about that, to be honest with you. I absolutely 1000% do not even look Kaylee's dad's way for him to murder his daughter. That is absolutely absurd. Is it possible? Yes. Do I think he did it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is a grieving father. That is a grieving father.
It's not you, but I noticed that, all these sex offenders, I just, I ended up seeing that, and I was like, oh my gosh, I know that guy. He works here. Oh my gosh, I know that guy. He lives across the street. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
And at the time I was like, oh, you know what I mean? That might not be real good for the community because maybe other people didn't know, and these people were allowed to kind of like move on with their life, and hopefully they're not bad anymore,
Yeah.
But that's kind of how it affected me. After a while, I was just kind of like, yeah, I don't know if I want to shed light on these people, because who knows if these people even did what they were charged with, or the circumstances around it, or who, I'm not excusing it. It's just I just don't want something negative to happen to these people.
Yeah.
That might that might be wanting to be looked at, but that's not my choice or whatever. But
so you're saying no, I get it. So are you saying like right now everyone is like looking at everybody suspiciously, like when you go down the street, like everyone's just like
so for instance, like I walked to the grocery store 2 nights ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 1,000
because it was snowing so bad that I didn't want to drive.
I appreciate you guys.
On my way to the grocery, and I was wearing a hood, and I was all dressed warm. But on my way to the store, I saw multiple people walking. People would cross the street to avoid walking next to me.
Wow.
Which never happens.
Yeah.
And if you are staring or appear to be staring at someone or something, they'll start running away, or just people are locking your doors when you walk by their cars. That's not normal for Idaho, for this part of Idaho. So this part of Idaho was rated the best place to raise children, I think like two times in a row, like recently.
Yeah.
And Moscow has its problem with like the cult atmosphere, with the Christian church atmosphere, cults and stuff here already. So the town is already kind of split in a huge way from some of the churches in town and what they've done and are doing. And so when you have something like this happen already to kind of a divided place, it's really hard. It's really hard to see because the college kids here are the main source of income for 2 cities, 2, 3, 4 cities surrounding.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. And now 40% or more of the kids haven't even returned. Because out of fear or wanting to stay alive, and it's just really turned this town upside down.
Yeah. So
and the police here. They're overwhelmed. These guys are like more like peace officers, right?
No doubt.
Than police. I mean, they'll have like the occasional alcohol bust or something like that, but they don't really deal with this kind of stuff. They're over their head, and they got the whole country wanting answers, and. And it's just it's sad, but you can't get blood out of a turnip. You know what I mean? And the fact that this white car that they knew all along that there was this car is what I heard, and then they just pretty much released to the public. I mean, that's negligent. That's gross negligence. I mean, I mean,
absolutely.
I've delivered to their house like so many times, and that whole neighborhood over there is a DoorDash, Uber Eats magnet. There were probably hundreds, I kid you not, deliveries in that area. DoorDash, because there's apartments over there, all sorts of stuff. Hundreds of addresses over there. And with every DoorDash picture, you have to take delivery, you have to take a picture. Why aren't DoorDash delivery pictures being talked about? Why, that are nearby in the area? I guarantee there were dozens of them at least.
So do they do DoorDashes like in the middle of the night there, like how they say the stabbings?
Yeah, yep, 24 hours a day. Yep.
Really? Have you ever been to the house? You said you were there?
I've been there many times. I haven't been inside. I've made deliveries there. I've been a DoorDash driver in this town for 2.5 years. And I deliver Walmart Spark. I do Uber Eats. I do point pickup. I 200 miles a day. I spend, delivering.
What did you do? Do you remember like who you interacted with there?
So if you just came in, guys, he's actually interviewing somebody. This was somebody. I guess this is somebody in the town. She says. So she goes right here. Hold up. Lex has inside. So right here, this local says that is a busy area off campus where students, residents, etc., you know what I mean, are constantly ordering food. Deliveries are made. He is a DoorDasher. Well, you do got to take pictures because I've been a DoorDasher before, so I already know when you go up, usually you got to take a picture of your order and put it through.
Who like came out to get the whatever you?
Oh yeah,
this is a local guy.
It was Maddie. Maddie was, she knew my wife. Everybody loves my wife, so she knew my wife. So she just, thank you for the food and bye.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. There's so many deliveries over there and that's the other thing is all the bushes back there, all the parking lot, people walk through every inch, even the big hills and the forests and all that stuff. All that area back there is all connected. People constantly are walking, jogging, slipping down the hill, whatever it is, trying to take a shortcut,
To where? To go to the university?
Right behind that house, right in that community, right off Queen Road.
Yeah.
Taylor Avenue. That's all. Most of those kids are people that live over there are like college kids. So they usually don't have a lot of cars.
I do want to say thank you for everybody who bought my album. We are on the charts right now at 185 top albums in the world right now. Thank you for everybody who did purchase my album. I just checked on the charts. It said we started out at 60 on the charts. Now it dropped down to 185, but I do appreciate everybody who actually bought it. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate y'all.
So they're always walking, trying to take shortcuts and avoid getting hit by a DoorDasher.
So there's actually no like really homeowners that live there. They rent, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bunch of people there, and people talk about that being a party house. I've seen parties there. I've heard parties there, and they were nothing outrageous. They were nothing, nothing that wasn't going on right across the street. If you know what I'm saying, that whole area over there that's just how it is. People having fun and being young and wanting to enjoy not being on finals week.
What is it, Greg?
Or celebrating getting over it, or whatever.
iTunes.
We love our college kids here.
Yeah,
they're our bread and they're our butter. Especially for me in the gig economy. So
what is gig economy? What is the gig?
Yeah, I've taken like Uber Eats, Uber Eats, DoorDash. Yeah. I've taken quite a hit from the kids being home. My income has gone down $500 to $800 a week
since this happened.
Yes, since the murders happened. Yeah.
Why is it just people just not wanting people to come to their homes, or are they just staying in and they just?
I think it's a little bit of that, but I think mostly that it's the same thing that happens after the kids leave for
it's not live.
Summer break or winter break.
Yeah,
it's the exact same thing that happens. It's just dead. Nobody's wanting deliveries, and then I've been having people come out of their house. Why are you here? What are you doing here? I'm making a delivery. So people are really on edge.
Yeah.
There's other drivers who have had guns pulled on them.
Wow.
People are just really, really sketched out.
Yeah.
And the police have a responsibility to this community and to the.
If that was the case, Tara, I wouldn't have been doing true crime for the last, 3.5, 4 months. But nah, I'm glad you think that. That's crazy.
The oath that they took to not keep information private. I'm sorry, but you don't keep information private. I don't. That's who wants to keep things private? Liars. Liars want to keep things private.
Yeah.
People that don't want the truth want to keep things private, and that things need to be shouted from the rooftop. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And brainstorm, throw everything out there like you're doing.
Yeah.
Hey, could it be this? Hey, could it be that? And then let people make up their own minds. We're not robots.
Right.
That we just believe what we're told.
So you are a proponent of openness and transparency, just with what's going on.
100%. 100. I mean, if one of the people were hurt more than all of the others,
Greg, I don't see a video with your
that should be
email.
told to everybody, so that maybe people feel a little bit of comfort, thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe that's because that person had some really bad interaction with someone, and then they did that to them, and I won't do that, so I'm going to be okay.
But the unknown where no one knows what this is about, who it could be, which one they had a beef with, is just putting everyone on edge.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally on edge. I mean, totally. I mean, like I said, you can cut it with a knife. It's so thick in the air.
Have you
Stop it again.
Police do extra patrols? Have you seen police going down the streets patrolling more since this happened?
Yeah, but I've never seen them stop anyone. So it's kind of like, yeah, they're there. You know, like they're parked pretty much 24/7 on Taylor Avenue, and there's 2 of them, and sometimes there's 4 of them that are in that area.
Yeah, there's a song on the album made for Kylie Rodney. It's called "The Truckee Way." It's actually on the album, and I dropped it a long time ago.
But I probably see about 7 or 8 cars beyond the Moscow normal cars, and actually it's died down like quite a lot. Probably half of the amount of the cars that I've been noticing are
Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Been gone in the last week.
I mean, if you're bored of this video, we can go to the next, or we could talk. I could talk all night long. So I mean, what do you really want? We could take a vote poll. I mean, I could talk to you red in the face.
And it's kind of like skeleton, numbers now.
So was that the same time last year, the same thing, or is this just because you think it's because of this tragedy?
Yeah, I think it's because of this crime. Yeah.
It's scaring people away.
Yes. Yep.
That I mean, what do you think the long-term effects of this, as if it goes unknown and it still just drags out where they don't have any idea? I mean, do you think it's going to mess the economy up there?
My personal opinion is, and it's just my personal opinion, but I would hate to have some sick individual in our community who looked at this case unsolved, 4 murders, and say to themselves, "Hey,
you're fine,
maybe this would be a good time for me to exact, my thing that I wanted to do because I won't get caught." You know what I mean? And I think that's the danger that exists. Oh, if you want to commit this kind of crime, come here, because they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Gotcha. It's kind of like a magnet for criminals to come.
I'm sure the victims' fathers and mothers are probably thinking the same thing. They're probably thinking, why would anybody want to stay there or whatever when something's, I mean, how much blood has to be, everywhere, and for them not to have any prints, that's what's super scary.
That's
like, how hard would it be for you or me to go in any place?
Hold up. Did he just say they don't have any prints? Now, hold up.
Everywhere. And for them not to have any prints, that's
bro. First of all, you don't know what they have. I do got to speak on that. First of all, you do not know what they have. You don't know if they have prints. You don't know if they have blood. We don't know nothing. The only people that know that is law enforcement.
That's what's super scary. Yeah. Like, how hard would it be for you or me to go in any place even with gloves on and not leave any kind of physical evidence?
No DNA.
No DNA, no nothing. I mean, and I don't have any reason to think this, but because the call didn't come till 11 or 12 or whatever like that, right? I personally think that all the people that came over there before the police got there, they could have came over there and cleaned. They could have came over and wiped shit down. Yeah. They could have done a number of things that we're not privy to.
I agree.
There's just so much room for. Why did the police clear the 2 people that were living there?
They're super terrified.
I want to know why.
Do you know them?
No, I didn't know them. No. Not. I mean, I probably. I mean, it's a small town, so you see the same faces all the time everywhere. Everybody shops at the same places. There's only 3 supermarkets here.
Thank you, Noodle. I appreciate you.
Or 4 supermarkets here. So I mean, but yeah, I mean there's just something needs to give. I mean, someone knows something, and obviously the police aren't going to be the ones that crack this case. I mean, when police reach out to the public, one time it's a big deal, much less all the times that they've reached out. So, they can't really sit there and say, hey, online sleuths and blah 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 and misinformation is going to get you charged and blah blah blah, because you know what, you asked for our help because you guys have nothing.
You're right.
And if you
didn't ask in the public,
you know what I mean. So don't bite the hand that feeds you, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just it, but yeah. So I don't know what I can offer to help.
No, I wanted to, it's good that you're giving a wonderful perspective of what life is like there right now while this is going on.
Your butt and bring up Joe.
Fascinated to hear.
I mean, I make 40 deliveries, sometimes more a day. I go to 40 people's houses a day since this has happened. And I have a really good, everybody that I talk to wants to talk to about this. It's on their mind. It's have you heard? Do you know it? Is there anything latest out? It's literally, and that's what I think the danger of not solving this is. It needs to be solved. It needs to be, I don't know what the answer is.
Would there be a tipping point for you?
Welcome. Thank you for joining the Rev Game family. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. This interview, I've seen, being on Reddit and reading a lot of this stuff from supposable locals, a lot of them are scared because there's a Reddit forum that I'm on, and it's called, I'm looking at it right now. It's called Moscow Murders. And there's a lot of people in here that claim they're from Moscow and they're scared to death and that they are having trouble sleeping and all types of stuff. So if you get in there, you'll be able to see people are talking a lot about how scared they are in that town. Hopefully I can maybe bring one of them up. I'm going to message them and let them know, hey, my name's T-REV. I got a YouTube. If any of you guys want to come up for an interview and talk about how the town's been, because I would like to really know how the town's been. So if you're from Moscow, if anybody in this chat, if you're from Moscow, just hit ! email. If you want to come up and talk about how the town's been, how the aftermath is in the town, I would love to know about it, because personally, after a murder like this, I would definitely not be able to sleep. I already have insomnia as it is, so I would be on the edge of my seat. Like, I walk around my house with my gun on me at all times, and that's just something I can't help it. It's where I'm at. I'm in Chicago, or like I'm on the line of Hammond, Indiana, in Chicago. So everywhere I go, we got to have a gun. It's super dangerous out here in general. So I can only imagine just a serial killer on the loose in the area. It's crazy.
Didn't solve it to where you would get your family and get out of there, or are you staying put?
No, I'm gonna stay put. How about that? I've always trusted the Lord with my life and with my family's life.
Yeah.
So if the Lord unfortunately called me or my family home, I trust Him with my soul. So it's not okay, but it's like I can't afford to go anywhere. We came here to live a better life. We're not from here.
Yeah.
So this is where we're at, and if the community needs healing, then we're gonna carry around Band-Aids.
Yeah.
And but.
No, I appreciate the conversation. Wanted to get some perspective, and I'm going to show your video, of that car.
Get your finger out your ass and get the fuck out of my chat. How about that? Disrespectful ass. Get that? Like, I don't understand why people be demanding shit. Like, this is T-REV 757. If I want to bring people up on panel, I'll drop the link and bring people up on panel. If I don't want to, don't demand me to do shit because I don't listen to nobody besides my people. Now, you're not my people dropping shit like that. Like, I get you asking it like a million times. If I'm not reading it, I'm not reading it for a reason. If I'm not reading you saying that, spamming this shit over and over again, if I'm going to bring somebody up, I'll bring them up. Like, I always hit it. Like, you can ask him if he's in chat still right now. He knows I hit him up on Twitter and drop links all the time. So,
you know, the white Hyundai that everyone's looking for, and you saw one at Walmart. Right. I wonder if they actually came and looked at it, or do you think somebody? What do you think?
I sat there for probably another 45 minutes, and nothing happened. I didn't see anybody walk out to it, but what struck us as odd is that where it was parked, it was like somebody wanted it seen because it was like on the very end of the row.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just weird. You know, it's just weird. And then I came back about a half hour later after I did an order, and the car was gone.
Interesting.
So, and I've been back today, and I've been down every aisle looking for it, and I haven't found it.
Interesting. With the Mad Greek, right? So, do you think it's possible, like, maybe, like, somebody, like, maybe preyed on Xana and Maddie from the Mad Greek, like a customer, someone obsessed with them, and maybe stalk them?
I mean, of course.
Yeah, seriously.
I can't speculate, but I know that every place has regular customers.
Yeah.
You know, I know that, and Mad Greek is one that has regular customers too. And you know, it's
10 minutes from Roblox.
It's a place where you could go and you could sit down for an hour or two and just not be bothered. You know, so. A lot of that stuff is possible, and I would say anything is possible because we don't know. We don't. I didn't know that the owner of Mad Greek was an SO. I had no clue. I thought the owner of Mad Greek was a lady named Jackie.
He's an SO.
I had no clue that it was owned by or part of this other company and owned by that guy. But that guy is my neighbor, two blocks down.
Are we talking about? Were we talking about the Mad Greek or the business behind it?
The business behind it. That guy you showed me a picture of in the email.
Yeah,
and said that was the owner.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he lives by my house, and I had no clue that he was even the owner. You know?
Yo, what's the owner's name? We need to run a background check on the owner to see what's in his past history for real.
So it must be run by someone.
I'm gonna look that up.
Something I don't know.
So,
but he's in the system.
The Mad Greek, like, I mean, that's right by the grub truck, right? The grub truck, like,
correct. Not. You could throw a rock at it from the alleyway.
Did you hear anyway how Maddie and Kaylee got from the corner club down to the grub truck? Did they walk?
I see.
No, all I heard was from news reports that they had took an Uber, and then it changed to a private party.
Courtney, all right. So SO is a trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. A SO is a stuff, stuff, sex, and I'll let you figure out the rest. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Sex, and I'll let you figure out the rest. That's what that is. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, exactly. Chat, drop it. Thank you, Joanne. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Rev Game family. If you become I can't even speak right. If you become a Rev Gang family member, just make sure you go to the members only, and you can join the members only Discord, where we talk true crime in there. I stream all types of different things, from true crime, murder tapes, all different ID shows, and we all talk true crime in there. One big family. Make sure you stop by. Thank you guys that just became a member. I appreciate you all. Exactly. Let them know. Exactly. Trigger warning. I should have just said it. Sex offender. Straight up. That's what it is. That's what an SO is. Trigger warning all day long. That's why I got trigger warning at the bottom of my screen.
But I do Uber And I know that we're listed as private, like a private party, so that might be one and the same. But initially, I thought, just out of my gut, that I wonder if it was the Uber driver. You know, I wonder if he. Because here's the thing: if the police cleared the Uber driver because they saw that he went home or something like that, that just means his phone went home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean that he didn't go home, put his phone there, drive back.
Yeah.
You know, and it's about an hour drive. I heard the Uber driver was from Lewiston, so it's about 45-minute drive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, back to Lewiston. So if the police cleared him because he went back to Lewiston.
Oh, so you're saying
even if he did,
Joe, you're saying this driver that took them back to the house was a guy from Lewiston?
That's what I heard. It could just be rumor, but I heard that's what the police released.
Mm-hmm.
At first that it was an Uber driver, then they changed the story and said, oh, it was a private party.
Yeah.
But they didn't give the private party's name. But initially I caught that it was a Uber driver from Lewiston.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But that was, you know, the day of the murders or the day after, when all the news was brand new and they were still changing it. And
appreciate you, Satin B.
Yeah. No, I appreciate the conversation. You put some things into perspective. I don't even know what else to ask, in the sense that, you know.
Well, I would just keep I would just say that I would plead with people in Moscow and Pullman to come together.
Thank you, Nat.
And to not think about those girls and how they died, but how they lived. Because even the brief interactions that I had with them, I felt warm and I felt good. And, when I saw them at work,
that's a true statement.
They were always smiling and having a good time, and I'm sure that they had really beautiful families and really beautiful lives, and that those are worth, you know, focusing on and talking about them and bringing the human element back in. You know, but Moscow needs to heal.
Yeah, and they need answers too, right?
We got a scammer in here.
I mean, and that's the thing, you know, the police need to be more. You know, what other information do they have that they're holding on to that if the public just knew that they could, break the case open? I mean, that's what the website says. Hey, if you have something suspicious or something that could, you know, just don't gloss over it. You know, let us know. It could be the thing. You know.
Do you have do you have confidence in the police chief?
What's that?
Do you have confidence in the police chief at this time?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, you know, I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's bad at his job. I just think, you know, who's prepared for this? I mean, how many times was the crime scene contaminated? You know, before the police ever taped anything off.
And there as well, I have to check
you know,
that off,
I mean, they were taping off the back parking lot a week after.
Oh wow!
So this is JLR interviewing somebody who's local in Moscow.
You know what I'm saying? A week after.
And one thing that you said that I also noticed, maybe like a week after they were, you know, analyzing tire tracks. A week after,
I'm gonna have to check it out. Email it to me, please, if you can.
Why a week later? Why didn't they do it the same day or the 14th?
Right.
And thank you for the five, by the way. You can comment. I'm gonna read all
I've heard nothing about DoorDash pictures or whatever, but I kid you not. There's got to be 150 apartments right around there. I guarantee people got deliveries that night, and I guarantee people took pictures of the deliveries, and who knows what they got in the background. It's a high traffic area for DoorDash.
what about this car, right? How could this car, is there surveillance on like the main streets? I know there's one main street there. I mean, is there street cams and surveillance around there that would have captured this car?
So that neighborhood, interesting enough, that neighborhood is kind of the wealthier side of Moscow, and most, if not all, the houses there have doorbell ring cameras.
Yeah,
on the road going both ways. So
hold up. So now we got that. Now everybody is dropping an important video. So Zab Girl, everybody knows I'm a member of Zab Girl. I mean, if you rock with me, you know I'm a member of Zab Girl. So let's check that out. Let's check that out. And Greg, you said something about a video that you wanted me to check out, but mods, can you grab that video that he's talking about? Let's check this out, guys. Make sure you go over and light Zab Girl's comments up. Let her know T-REV sent you. If you don't want to, we're about to watch it here real quick. We can finish this up after. I do want to check it out, though. It's about the scream, so.
Hey, guys. Welcome to my channel.
A scream.
So, I just saw this TikTok video about the body cam footage on the incident of 11/13 in Moscow, that alcohol incident. So on the body cam footage, there's a part where you could see a group of people walking past the light.
Yeah,
the thing that's going around though online is that they're running, but they're not. You could tell they're just walking, and I'll show you why. So I have the original body cam footage. I ordered it from Moscow, so it hasn't been edited or anything. So it's just basically the raw footage of the body cam. See, what happened is the people that are passing around, they like zoomed in, and it makes it appear that they're running because it does kind of look like they're running. So the first video I saw, somebody had sent it to me. It was a TikTok and it was zoomed in. And I was like, oh my God, they're running. How did I miss that? And then I went to my footage and found the spot. And it's just like a big group of people walking. But then like around 10 seconds after you see them walking by, you hear a scream. Sounds like a girl screaming.
Stupid.
I guess I need to go through this more thoroughly. I think when I went through it the first time to upload it, I was maybe rushed through it and I was focusing on some other things like that light, that car light and everything. So I did miss a few things. So I'm going to like go through it a little bit more thoroughly. I'm not sure. The scream could just be like, I mean, there's drunk college kids. It might not have anything to do with it. So I don't think it has anything to do with that group walking by because it's after the group walks by. So, I mean, I guess the group could have been at the house. Yeah. I mean, they could have been, but they could have been coming from anywhere, really. It's a college town. There's apartments, bars. You know what I'm saying? They could have been coming from anywhere, really. But that's what we do here. Look through everything and discuss and share our thoughts. So let me know what you guys think. I'm going to play it for you. First time I'll just play it normal, just with the kids' faces blurred out. And then I'll zoom in and change the filters and stuff so you guys can see a little bit better.
All right.
Here it is zoomed in. You can see them walking right there. There we go. Just a group of kids walking in that parking lot of that apartment complex. It's like right there. I'll show you on Google Maps where it is. First, I'll slow down that clip of them walking in front, and then I'll show you on the map where they are. So we know the cops were parked right here. His car's parked right here. So I believe they're just walking down this parking lot right here is what I think. It's walking right here. Like I said, because the cop is about right. It's parked right here, so he's standing right there. He's standing right here. Try to get as close as I can to this spot. I wish it would let you go a little bit. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I just think they're going right there. Walking from, who knows? They could be walking from these apartments, apartments back there, houses, anywhere. They're just cutting through, but it could just be coming from one of these apartments. They could be coming from that house, the girl's house. I mean, who knows? But they're not running. They're just walking. Let's slow down.
I love Zab's content.
Let's put it in slow motion and watch and then zoom in. Okay, so this is in slow motion. See if we can count how many there are. So it looks like there's one right here, one right here, one right here. Okay,
Yeah,
heads.
for sure.
Let's go back to heads. How many heads? 1. So we got, look, I want to show you where. So we have 1 head.
You're crazy, Tony. You're funny as shit.
2. 3. 4.
I got 100 tabs open.
Maybe, well, it looks like there might be one more that.
You said 17 seconds in? Hold up. All right, so right now we're at 4:31. Let's go back to you said 17 seconds in. I got this video up on my
thing that's going around though.
So you're saying at 17, stop it? I seen that comment and you said that. Okay, so 17 seconds, stop it. Not going to get anything. I counted 5 heads. Right.
Looks like there might be one more that. Oh, let's see. Feet.
Case solved.
We got 1 head.
Y'all are killing me in here, man.
But why? Okay, hold on. 1 head. Okay. 2 head. 3 head. 4 head. So at least 4 people. And then who knows? I guess there could be more, because there could be a couple people like farther, a little bit over here where their head might be, the angle, the head doesn't hit up to the light. But there's for sure 4 people. So I guess if I were to guess, I would guess 4 people.
He eliminated the first 2. That's what.
Like I said, it possibly could be more. That's just one more time.
Right?
1.
Overkill, whatever.
1 head.
I'm just like, why wouldn't you go down and get the other roommates? Right? That's my first thought.
I think there's 4. Like I said, I guess there could be people. Somebody like closer here where their head's not hitting it. But if I were to guess, I would say 4. And this just confirmed for me that they are walking in the parking lot. Because you know how depth perception is tricky sometimes. But look, we know that white car. We know where that white car is parked. And this is the cop car, because there's 2 white cars. There's the unmarked cop car, and then there's that white car that's parked. Look, and you can see them going right in front of it. So they are definitely in the parking lot. Because, let me show you. We remember in the body cam where we see them farther out, like in the field, there's a white car right here, and then the cop is right here. Okay? So we see them passing in front of that white car. So they are walking right down here. All right? Let me show you what I'm talking about of the white car in case some of you guys don't remember.
It says scream right after the group of people walk by from the direction of the house.
Right there. You could see the white car. So they're going right in front of it because you see them passing in front of it. Okay?
What? Right, hocus pocus. That's
good
what
angle of it. Okay, now, so this is the light that they're passing in front of. So yeah, that's the light that they're passing in front of their heads. When it passes, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Right here. See right there, they're walking, passing right in front of the white car right there. You can see through the, okay, I'll show you. So right here, when they're walking, you see them right there. They're passing over that light, which is the light in front of those apartments. And you see them, look, going right in front of that white car. See, they're right in front of it. See what I'm talking about? There's a group going in front of the light. There's the white car that I just pointed out. And they're going right in front of it. You can see it through the unmarked cop car's window. It's windshield and then back window. Okay. And then, yeah, see? And we go right in front of it right there.
It was
all right. So that's where they're walking. Now, I'll do one more where it's pulled back. Okay, so you can see.
Rats are involved, is what my spirit box says.
So you'll see them walking right in front of the light.
Frats are involved.
One more time where you can see him walking right there. Right in front of that white car. So in between the cop car and the other white car. And right in front of the house light, which now we know, or the apartment light, which has got to be this light right here. Because now we see there's two lights. We have this light and this light, okay? This is the light that we were just looking at from the apartment. It's yellow. It's like a yellowish light. Okay, that's the one we were just looking at on Google Maps. These are the lights I don't understand what they are. Like one will disappear, one will come back. I don't know because it doesn't seem like there would be a car because of where it is. I can't figure out why.
I told you that 3 times.
A car wouldn't be there. Their headlights shouldn't be in that position. I guess they're parked. There must be a car. Hold on a second. See if that's possible. Let's pull back. I guess there could be a car.
ADV Cooper.
How though?
Lex 1.
Let's see if it is a car pulling right here. If it's up here. Because look.
In the live webcam.
It can't be any. Because I mean, it's like headlights. It can't be.
Oh wow, that's a crazy view.
Above. Yeah, it's grass. No car could park there. Unless if it's not headlights, unless if it's flashlights or something. It's like coming this way and it can't. So now we know it's not from over here because we see where that yellowish light is and the trees. It seems like it's more back here.
That's what the spirit box said.
How is the question?
And then a male said, yeah.
Let's see if it is.
The female did. How sad Ethan brother was called to the house. I cannot imagine what he saw. Oh my god.
Car over here and it just looks closer. It's weird.
It's hard to think about that.
Look. I don't know. But anyway, that's the light where we're able to see when the kids cross right here. We're able to see their heads go in front of that light. It's got that yellowish light.
I'm not sure. Probably
one more time.
Sleeping.
So you can see it over there.
And this is when the PD
is right here.
This is when they had the police stop the kids in the field with the deers.
So let's get back to the footage. So we did it slow motion. We did it regular.
Underage.
Looks like there's 4 people, I would guess. They're not running. They're just walking.
And still next time, right?
In the parking lot.
Stand still, please. So we can see.
Let's just try to change some of the filter. See what we could do here. Like, change the exposure and stuff. See if we could make it look any better.
Frats don't talk for real, though. Like Masons. Like a big secret. Okay, folks, I'm going for snacks. Does anyone? Yeah, I'll take a snack.
That didn't really help, did it? See if we.
I want to hear this scream.
If it gives us a better look at how many.
I mean, I don't, but I do, but I don't.
1, 2, 3, 4. I just went backwards, so we got 1, 2, 3,
4.
Okay. Try to change it up a little bit more. See if we could get a better. That would help.
Skittles was sleeping.
Now it's darker. It takes off the glare. So you got 1.
Rat for life.
Yeah, I still think there's just 4 though. So yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I guess I don't need to keep going through this because what am I really looking for? The amount of people. It's not like we're gonna be able to tell who it is or anything.
Yeah, you can never tell who the fuck that is. Has anyone overlaid night and day?
Let me see if
Miss Potty Mouth. I don't know. No, I haven't seen. Not that I've seen. Not that I've seen it all.
Hold on a second.
All right, so I got to pull up somebody's TikTok video they sent me. I got a lot of emails, so bear with me if you send me an email.
All right, so let's move on here.
35 emails.
All right.
So now you'll hear a girl scream. I'll play it one more time. So I'm going to try it one more time. I took away the background noise. Well, the best that my editor can do. Okay, one more time with a little bit different filter on the audio.
I hear something.
Okay,
Sounds like a whistle, maybe.
Now. Okay, so now I'm gonna overlap the audio from both officers. I'm gonna put them together so we get a better audio, because on one of the officers you could hear almost something different. You don't hear the scream as well, but then you hear like somebody maybe saying something. So I'm wondering if this is that same recording that's been going around as being debunked. I'm not sure. I can't find it now. Does anybody? I think everybody took it down. I'm gonna have to look for it. I mean, it's not from this video, but if it's the same scream. So I'm gonna actually first just gonna play the audio from the other body cam by itself, from the other officer that's standing right there, and then I'm going to combine them so you could hear a better sound. First of all, I want to show you how I made. All
right, so this is the body cam footage from the night on the night that the girls and Ethan were savagely murdered. This was right by the house, and pretty much what Zav's doing is going through the body cam footage. Supposedly you can hear a scream in it, and that's what we're getting to.
Made sure it was the same part, like the same scream. This is the one that I already played at the time. 3/12/45. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the other body cam and get that exact time. Okay, so I'm going to take the background noise out of that. I'm going to do it a couple different ways because there's different levels you could do. So,
sounded like a scream to me. Oh, thank you.
Okay, I think it's better without the background noise taken out. So I'm going to play it one more time normal. And so right after you hear the scream, you hear something. See if you guys hear it. Like somebody saying something back. But the scream is a lot harder to hear in this one. I wouldn't have heard it if I didn't know the exact time that it happened in the other one. And then you could kind of hear it faintly. Okay, so now I took out the little 2 clips of exactly when she screams and then that maybe somebody saying something back.
What is your name
so they're just really short, so it's like right at those moments. I'll slow it down. One more time, even slower. Okay, so now I'm going to put both the audios on top of each other to give it like a hopefully the best sound we'll be able to get from the audio from both officers at the same time. Okay, I'm going to slow it down.
No scream. I don't know. I don't think it sounds like a scream.
Okay, so I'm going to take the background noise out. I'll do it once regular and then once slowed down with the background noise out. Here it is slowed down.
You lied about his age?
So now I'm going to...
All right, let's simplify this in chat, all right? We got 947 people in here. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you think it's a scream? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Is that a scream?
play it from when the group of kids walk across the parking lot in front of that light, and then until you hear the scream, which is like 10 seconds after they walk by. And I'll play the video from that angle, but I'll combine both audios so we'll get a better sound. And that'll be it then. Let me know what you guys think.
Whoa, the twos are going crazy.
All right.
Serial killer kid thinks it's a scream. Bella thinks it's a scream. See yourself in the face. Wow. So a lot of you think that's a scream. Is there? I want to know why you think that's a scream. I don't. It sounds like a whistle. It sounds like a whistle, but it's so hard because it's at distance, right? So that distance really doesn't. It just sounds like a whistle, an alarm, like a house alarm. I have no idea. Somebody whistling at their dog. Maybe that's the closest. That's the closest I get in it. Go up and chat and please read what I wrote. Thought you may have an idea. Somebody said they sent me an Instagram, and the only Instagram that I got, or not the only Instagram, I got tons of Instagrams, but I'm trying to find Cassie's. Cassie, your name on Instagram, it starts with a C, I'm assuming. Is it the last video that you sent? I'm not seeing the video from Cassie on here. I'm not seeing that video, but yeah, that's, I don't know. Hold on, let's see. I don't have earbuds in. I can't hear anything, says Candy Smith. It does sound like a scream, says Babette. Thank you for sharing that, Babette. A lot of people said no. 2. I seen a shit ton of 2s. I behave, Rebel. Oh, shit, behave. Aaron says, I live in Idaho and it's quiet. Aaron says, wow. Nobody's whistling in Idaho that time of night. So you think it's a scream? I'm assuming 2 isn't a scream, right? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you think it's a scream? Would be 1 for yes and 2 for no. 2 being no. Heather said, what have I missed? Bring me up to par, please. T-REV, just joining you guys. All right, so we started out the stream. We watched a few videos. We went over the Joe video. We watched the video with JLR where he was interviewing somebody that was a local. He also brought up some good points about the person who owned the Greek place is a SO. There's a lot of different. We went over a lot of different videos. We watched the Nancy Grace podcast. What other stuff am I not talking about? We went over the spreadsheet of the J's. My email is right here. It should pop up for you. Saturday. Thank you for the 2, by the way. You don't have to do that to get my attention. I promise you don't. Why didn't they react? But I do appreciate the 2. Why didn't they react to it is my question. Right. So if it was a scream, you think they would react like, what the fuck was that? Right. But I mean, shit happens. People sometimes don't react to stuff, especially when you're focused on the inner circle conversation that's going on, or that's law enforcement talking to some kids that they think are doing some shit wrong. So they're focused on that. If the scream was louder, closer, if it was a scream, I'm pretty sure they would have went and checked it out. That's my opinion. Greg Overholt said 3 cubed. So I have some other videos that you guys sent me. This is another. I forgot who sent this at this point now because I've gotten so many emails, but let's check it out.
Something that nobody's mentioned about the Idaho case. Do you want to emphasize I'm not a police officer or a PI or anybody. I'm just a college student with a criminal justice major. So we already know the basics, right? So if you Google the first article of the press conference that they made, this is the article that comes up. You can pause and read it if you want to, but I'm paying attention to the 1:45. So according to this article, everybody was home around 1:45, right? Once again, you can pause and read, but pay attention to the times, okay? We have 2:26, 2:44, 2:52. Let's turn our focus to one of the downstairs surviving roommates. This person. From my understanding, this Visco account belongs to this roommate, the surviving roommate. She posted, from my understanding, she posted November 13th
from Jack's house,
2022 at 2:33 a.m. So let's go back to the news article. What times are those? Yeah.
This is Amanda.
If you go back to this girl's account, she posted again November 13th, 2022 at 2:33 a.m. So she posted twice back to back. So according to this article, the crime was committed between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m.
Behind him though.
So the surviving roommate was awake during the time of the phone calls when the upstairs roommate was in distress. Another thing I haven't heard anybody talk about is there was an event that took place around November 11th, if not on November 11th. Pay attention to the caption. Pay attention to this caption and then November 11th.
So
this is just speculation, but I think it has to do with this formal. Once again, we have this arch. Pay attention to the caption, and it was posted on November 12th. So that makes me think that this event took place on the 11th. And here's why I say that. Here's another random photo. Pay attention to the caption and November 11th. Okay, now turn your focus to the green, good vibes thing and the two paintings. Some of you may already know this, but that was in their house. Like legit. These are pictures from the inside of their house.
9/11.
And you can see in that corner the, picture painting things, the greenery and the good vibe sign. As you can see in this photo, you have the green thing and the photos behind, right? Another photo talking about a formal, and it's November 12th when it was posted, but with all of these pictures, we all know they were taken the day before. So the point of these next photos is just to show you how many people were in this house within a short amount of time before the crime was committed. So we have this group of people, and the photo was posted on November 12th. Another one that was posted on November 12th. You got the photos. And
I know, it's hard to see shit.
You got another one, November 12th. Look at the timestamp of this last photo. So I found something that nobody's mentioned about.
So pretty much this is, you got Kaylee's Instagram right here. So on it, this is Kaylee's Instagram. 4 weeks, one lucky girl to be surrounded by these people, which we've all went through these. We went through a lot of these, honestly. Now, hold up. This was taken 128 weeks ago. I'm trying to find one from the actual, I remember seeing one. Is it gone now? Is this at the, hold up. That's not at the freaking spot, is it? That's not at her apartment, or not apartment, her house. All right. So let's go to the next. Somebody else sent me this one. Group of running people. All right, so this is, we already just basically watched that video. Father of Dylan. Now, a lot of people are talking about the father of Dylan. This video was sent to me by one of you guys. The one of the group of the running people, the police body cam detail footage, we basically just already watched that going over with Zab's video, so I'll mark that one off. Inbox. Let's see what else I got from you guys. Excuse me. Watching another. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up. Let me go. I'm going through all the emails right now. Let's play this.
Lee Riches investigates. How's everyone doing? Justice for the victims in
Keep
Moscow,
sending videos
Idaho.
if you want me to play any videos that you think I need to see.
Dylan Mortensen is one of the survivors, roommates, who was downstairs in this home, this 3-story home.
Okay.
And she and another roommate named Bethany survived. For anyone that's new, 4 college students brutally stabbed inside a home during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. Okay, the county coroner says that the deaths happened somewhere between 3 and 4 a.m. Police have made no arrests. They haven't publicly identified anyone who did it. They haven't found the murder weapon. It is a mystery. It is a complete mystery. But I want to talk about Dylan Mortensen.
We're checking it out right now.
So Dylan Mortensen, she's a mystery to me. And I'm sure she's a lot of mystery to all of you out there. Because I think she has key information out there that can...
I'd like to hear him.
Blow this thing wide open. Give great perspective, right? So...
That's what I thought.
Early on, the police have said the 2 roommates, which is Dylan Mortensen and Bethany F., are not involved. They're not involved. And I'll
find it right now.
dumbfounded a little bit by that because they were able to determine that very, very quickly, considering that, these stabbings occurred 4 a.m. And then we're hearing that the 911 call first came in at 11:58 a.m. So that's like a big, big gap. It's like an 8-hour gap. And supposedly Dylan and the other roommate,
I got that video
Bethany,
report.
went upstairs and saw the bodies and just freaked out, ran outside, and someone out there called 911, and then authorities came to the scene. I think I'm not sure if paramedics went in there first or authorities went in there first, but the circumstances is very suspicious and strange to me, considering two roommates in a home.
Could have been anyone, right?
And hardwood floors, echoing floors, and not hear
Hell
nothing.
no, they'll
not
hit
see
me.
nothing. And then
They'll hit me for that trap.
dog belonging to Kaylee Murphy was found in a room, locked in one of the rooms, unharmed. And I made videos showing the map inside the home. There's only a certain amount of rooms, so very, very strange, very, very bizarre. I think Dylan.
Okay, so Nicole posting that, I kind of speculated on that the other day. I was like, I don't know, like I feel like Dylan and them weren't close, and that there is possible, like, how roommates, if you have roommates, guys, and your roommates are just sloppy, they don't do the dishes. And I'm not saying that this is the case, but I'm just saying, I broke down motives the other day. I talked about Jack S, Jack K, I talked about Jack D, and then I got to the roommates. And when I talked about the roommates, I was like, they could have, roommates beef, especially when you got that many girls in one house. Roommates beef over things, man. Like it does happen. It's reality. Just think about it. If you ever had roommates and you lived in an apartment with a lot of people, you're gonna beef over certain things because you guys don't have the same beliefs, or somebody's not clean, or somebody's stealing some of your stuff. I mean, whatever the case may be. Roommates beef. So you gotta play that aspect out in your head and see if there is any beef there. And that's what I like to mention a lot.
Is the key here for all of us trying to figure out what's going on, for her to come forward and share something, right? So, Dylan, I got some pictures off. She has a public profile, and I got all these pictures and trying to understand, I'm trying to figure out, is she a victim or is she involved? Because, even though authorities say she's not involved, there's lots of people out there questioning Dylan. And I even think some of the victims' families are questioning Dylan on how she could be, and Bethany, how they could be, both of them, cleared so quickly. Right? Do you agree? I kind of agree. But, news report came out yesterday and said that a neighbor supposedly gave information to the police saying that the front door of the house was seen open at 8:30 to 9 a.m. that Sunday morning on the 13th. And, that's strange to hear, considering that the first floor, the door, you go in, and that's where Dylan and Bethany sleep. And then in that house, you go up to the second floor. Ethan and Xana, two of the victims, they're there. Then you go up to the third floor, Maddie and Kaylee. But, according to this news report, neighbors said they saw the front door open at 8:30 to 9. But then they called 911 at 11:58, even almost 3 hours later. That does not make sense.
Absolutely. I agree with that too.
And then we still don't know where Dylan was that night, or Bethany. We don't know where they
possibility
were
though.
at. I do know that I've seen multiple pictures of many people in that home 2 days prior to when the stabbings happened. Inside that home, friends, it looked like, that took pictures with Dylan. Well, actually, all the victims were, some of the victims were in there too. But a lot of the pictures centered around Dylan and these strange occupants that were in the home. So I'm a little bit baffled on that. Now, I want to share some information. Dylan shares stuff on a social media profile. So what I'm sharing here is public. Dylan has had, since this tragedy happened, it seems like she has some social media accounts where they're private. She has another that's not. She could have very well put these things private, if she wanted privacy, but they're still open. It's still there. So I want to share some correspondence she had with her father.
No doubt, Kat.
She shared some texts about her father. And I saw this and I was kind of like, okay, what's this about? So I'm going to share these clips here and I want you to watch and then we will discuss.
So Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates, she has a social media account and she has made posts, and she posted this text from her father. Comes from Dad.
Carrie Cool.
Just a friendly reminder of who is going to show up at the boy's door who messes with one of my daughters. 241 pounds of beef. And it shows a picture of her dad. So basically, he's saying, don't mess with my daughter or you'll see me. 241 pounds of beef. Dylan Mortensen also shared this correspondence with her dad on her social media account. Came from Dad. Hi, Dylan. I've probably said this before, but I'm saying it again. I want you to know that I would do anything for you and your sisters. Jade. You are an amazing daughter, and I am the luckiest dad in the world. I love you so much. There's nothing more important to me than you and your sisters. I will never let someone come between us again. I want you to know how loved you are, how blessed I am to have you in my life. I want you to have the best life possible.
You're welcome, Jade.
If you ever need anything, you let me know. A ride home, clothes, me to be at an event, get you out of trouble, food, or just a hug. I'm just a phone number away.
Smash that like button.
Drop whatever I'm doing.
Man, Alex,
to help
this
you.
is so cringe.
Love. Dylan also shared this on her social media.
Respect your opinion.
Account. From Dad. You might not remember this day or trip. It was a lot of fun. We used to travel a lot. We're going to start doing that again. I love you girls more than anyone or anything. Daddy's back, baby.
I won't let anything between us again.
She's sharing how her father's saying to her, he loves her, he'll do anything for her, wants to be part of her life. Loving father, it seems like. It seems like a guy that generally loves his daughter. But who is he?
Odd to me.
Who is Dylan's father? It's a big dude. And you see the kind of the joke, don't mess with my daughter, dudes, or you'll see me. And he's flexing, big dude and stuff like that. He's a big dude.
Don't mean he killed anyone though.
But was he I'm not.
But I get it.
What I'm saying is, was he talked to? Was he talked to by authorities? Was he ever at that house? Because if you see something, the last one I showed you, it seems like he's just getting back into her life. Well, where was he?
Christina says,
where was he? So who is the father? Who is Dylan's mother? I want to know more information about Dylan because, she could share with all of us where Murphy was that night. She can share every chain of event of what happened. People don't know, really, what time she got up and what she did. Her and Bethany, what they did.
I need to put some
before they went upstairs to find the bodies. And if this neighbor's saying the front door is open, how does that even make sense? So did they get up and go outside and do something before they go back inside, then go back up 3 hours later to report the bodies? Some people speculate that whoever the killer is escaped through the front door, but they would have to go right past Dylan and Bethany, who were unharmed. And then we're hearing with reports that they didn't hear nothing in a house that's very airy and spacious and hardwood floors and echoey walls, and they didn't hear nothing. We've heard from Kaylee's father who claims that he's been told that the killer, which he claims is a male, came through the second floor, sliding glass door or window. But I want to hear from Dylan, and I want to hear from Bethany. Bethany's another one too, right? She went like ghost. I can't find anything on Bethany. Does anyone out there that is watching my channel from the Moscow area know Bethany and can provide me something, I'll leave my email in the comments. Please, it's where does Bethany come from? Who is Bethany? Who is her family? What's her upbringing? What's her role in this? How's she feeling? How's Dylan feel?
What's her role in
Is
this?
Dylan a victim? Dylan and Bethany have not publicly spoke since this happened. They gave written statements to be read at a memorial, but we haven't seen or heard from them. We haven't seen or heard from them. Now, keep in mind, imagine you being in a house and someone gets killed inside the house and you get unharmed. You'd be probably the most emotional wreck in the world. Scared, paranoid, upset, crying, every emotion imaginable. I can't even imagine if I was in a house and I woke up and I walked out and my wife, I don't have a wife, but my wife was dead, or somebody killed my dog, or somebody killed my mother. I don't live with my mother. You get what I'm saying? Imagine your loved ones. Imagine you waking up and seeing your loved ones dead in the home from someone that allegedly comes in the house. You would be traumatized. You would be the fear of thinking that person's going to come back for you. But at the same time, we don't see Dylan or Bethany speaking out, demanding to know what happened to their friends, their roommates. Right? We
don't find anything about me either.
If someone did something to my family, I'd be in front of the news cameras every day. I would be holding the police accountable to get this crime solved.
Now, we do need to let people know that everybody's not the same way. See, he's saying the same stuff that I said. Like, I'd be in front of the media every day, which I would be. So, I mean, I agree with him on that, but not everybody's like that. And that's where the separation comes in.
But you don't hear anything from them. To me, I'm a little suspicious by that. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts about everything I said? Because we are, all of us, and I know that a lot of you were watching my videos centered around the Moscow tragedy. I've been covering true crime for a minute.
Me too.
But this case, paying attention to the most. And, we kind of know, all of us, we know every meticulous detail that's what's been told out there right now. We're just waiting for new information. We're waiting for the next ball to drop so we can process that and try to put the pieces together. Some of us are doing our own sleuthing. I'm running into dead ends. I am, focusing on some of the wrong people.
Yes.
Check out some of my prior videos. I'm leaving no stone unturned. I'm talking about everybody.
I'm still with Jackass.
Anybody did it.
Allegedly.
I'm just opening up conversation. So, we all want something done. We all want answers. We all want to be able to figure this out. It's a national tragedy. It's a public interest case.
Usually super.
It's scary. It's scary, a small town that hardly gets any homicide. I believe the last homicide I heard happened was like in 2015. Families send their kids there to get an education, peaceful. And then this rocks the community.
That's crazy.
Police have enormous pressure to solve this crime. And, I've seen the police chief speak on camera. I think he's sincere. I think he's genuine. He said he has kids.
I don't think.
I think he wants to solve this.
Maybe now, but not then.
Law enforcement has rules and regulations. They can do how they do things, so it might take time. Investigative work sometimes takes time. I don't believe the case is cold. They've put out information saying they're looking for a white Hyundai Elantra. And I also heard that the white car that they're looking for is unrelated to the white car that was seen on that body cam footage. So they got some information somewhere supposedly someone gave them information about this white Hyundai. That could be the break. Because, you know, we've been thinking there's a possibility whoever did this was right around the house.
Right.
Or, you know, one of the frat houses right around there. One of the
jackass
apartment complexes and duplexes and triplexes around that home. But now we're hearing they're looking for a car. So is it possible whoever did this came in via car, escaped via car, or, like the police said, might have
landslide on the boats right now.
Car, the occupants of the car might have information, not necessarily involved, but might have information. So waiting on that. But we're all waiting at the edge of our
Thank you,
seats.
Kimberly Moon. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're
information.
here.
I'm coming up with my own theories and speculations. No stone left unturned. I appreciate the follow. I appreciate the support out there. Hopefully I'm genuine and you can see that I'm genuine, trying to find answers, trying to figure this out. So subscribe to my channel, hit the notification button. That's my chat for the day. I will continue to post when new information comes available, and my own sleuthing. If I uncover some interesting things, we'll talk and share.
Right.
God bless every one of you. Be safe. Love your loved ones. You know, people can be taken away at any moment.
Shout out to you, proud Aussie.
Ducks.
Man, I appreciate
Cool
you.
Ducks. I like my ducks. I feed my ducks. Feed your ducks. Everyone be safe. God bless. Justice for the victims. Justice for the community of Moscow.
All right, so we played that, and now I don't know. Do you guys think that I just want to see in chat, and we can shorten this out so you guys don't have to write it out. Do you guys think that the roommates are connected, or at least one of them are connected? 1 for yes, 2 for no. I'm curious. If you want to go into depth with what you think, go ahead. Yes, blood smells like pennies. I'm reading comments, so I want to see what you guys are saying. That's that white Elantra that was getting questioned today. So 2 no, 1 yes. Okay, so we got that. Oh my God. So a lot of no's. I see a lot of mixed reactions in here though. I see a lot of 1s. Damn, 1 now. Stone Guy says 2. Mark says 2. Skittle says 1. Scotty B says 1. John Lucas says 2. Hocus Pocus says 2. Lex Luthor says 2. Serial Killer Kid says 1. Greg Holt says 2. Let's see what else we got. Damn. Both. Miss Lily C says both. 1. Too quiet about it. Plus they allegedly lawyered up. So 1.5. Riley's like mixed. I turned to the corner looking at him, giving him a look. Attorney point of view, the police, FBI, and those close have to be quiet. They could, I know 100% who did it if they arrest party lawyers up. He said speedy trial within days, it could be over. Would they kill it free? Which you have a very good point there, Irish Eyes. 2. I missed the question. The question was, do you think that the roommates are involved in the murders of Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Madison? That's the question. 1 being yes, 2 for no. Do you think the roommates committed this gruesome crime? Do you think that they waited for them to fall asleep, went upstairs, did what they did, cleaned up? I just think I contemplate it and I keep my eye on it, but at the same time, it's like, if they did, I feel like they would have wounds on their hands because they're females. They would have blood evidence on them. There's not too many places where they could go get rid of that. Plus they would have to wash off all that blood on them. So where are they going to wash off all that blood at? There's a lot of things that play in a factor. I have looked at it, but honestly, maybe do they know more info? Yeah. Maybe that, yes, allegedly, and everything that you hear is allegedly and speculation, and you want to get your information from the police. So anything that you hear me say, don't run with it and cash it into the bank because I'm speculating and everything is allegedly. So yes and no, says Sabrina Ortiz. Thank you for sharing, Sabrina. I appreciate you. Great perspective, Irish Eyes. Thank you. Yeah, that was definitely a good perspective from her. Greg or Skittle says, proud Aussie. Do you think the roommates are part of? Okay, you were just reiterating the question. Let's see. Damn, there's a lot of 2s. I see a lot of 2s in here. Ellie says 2. It's JS, which I allegedly think JS did this, and that's what I think. I've been thinking that. Riley says, I think there was beef, but not enough to do this. Cassie says, although they could be scared that they are next, he has not been caught. To be honest, I'm not sure. Skittle says Bundy randomly killed an NOG person. Yeah, no. You're right about that too, Hafork. Christy Love says I wouldn't talk to the any. God, shit's dropping. Drop my phone. Oh well. Let's stay on the ground. It's JS, not the girls. Absolutely. Wow, okay. 1 helped cover. Damn. John Lucas says if 1, where's the knife? 2, Donald says, I can't call it. They may know who done it though, which is a fair take on it. Alien Dog says they had enough time to clean up. Yeah, but man, I've seen after everything and all the experience that I've seen just watching true crime and learning Forensic Files all the way up through every show that you can possibly watch on ID. People get nabbed, especially them roommates living in the same house. Like I contemplated on it, but then I think about that aspect. Like maybe that's why there's no blood leading, there's no blood trail out the house or anything like that. But then again, I go back and think, damn, like I don't know. This case fucks with me because it leaves you stumped. And it's like if the roommates were involved and they did something and they were involved with the stabbing, you would think they have wounds on their hands. You would think they'd be cut up. I don't care if you used a K-bar knife or not, because if there was a struggle, you could have potentially stabbed yourself. In general, I still think it's a male though, personally, all the way. Look at Shanquilla, 6 friends involved. This could be 4 involved, 2 Jacks and the other 2 roomies. Maybe. That's a good take, Jay Stone. I appreciate you sharing your opinion. Kelly says, I'm still on a Mel doing this. Yeah, I am too. I'm still all the way on it. But I do think about this. I do eyeball it to the left, like somebody said in the chat. If they called 911, I'd feel so much better and more confident. There's Marlena with the warning and everything. Appreciate you, Marlena. Still think Jackass is involved. Says Skittles. Shannon said if they didn't, maybe they know who did. Which fair take on that. Buffalo Mountain, Tennessee girl says yes. I think they know more information. A fork, maybe. Lex, like 8 hours. Okay, you're responding back to him. Tanya says I feel like they let the killer in. I agree to disagree, but I respect your opinion. Christy Love says I wouldn't talk in the news either, since they haven't found the killer. Right. I get that, but at the same time though, if you have nothing to hide, why not go all out for your friends? For your roommates anyways. I mean, even if they were my roommates and I weren't that close of friends to them, I would still, it hits home. Like they were killed in the home that I was sleeping in. It would just strike me a different way. Just knowing my heart and know I wear my heart on my sleeve. Like I'd be in front of the media going hard every day, posting shit around town, posters on on every little thing that I could possibly put posters on, stores, telephone poles, everything. I'd be going crazy. What if an accessory opened a door and stay out the way long enough for a getaway? Says Keister. Not enough says not physically, but they could have been involved in setup or planning, which I agree with that statement. Allegedly. Jack S had a friend in a lookout about, says Donald. Omi says Omi R. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Maybe set it up. I'd love to give my theory on this. Shit. Type it in, or what do you want to come up and give your theory? Kimberly Moon says, I wanted to say earlier that scream should be tested from the same amount of distance. Now, I heard there's a better breakdown of it. Somebody said there's a better breakdown that I need to check out, so I will check it out. In my opinion, I believe law enforcement already know who it is, because when the cops were asked in the beginning of the community was at risk and they said no. I believe they know and are waiting on DNA, which, Joanne, that's a very good point. Because, and that's another thing, that's why they got public backlash, was because they said shit like that. Josh Davis says if they called authorities before calling friends over, I would feel better. Christy Love says I think it is 2. Joanne puts 2. Roommates conspired with Hoodie Jack. I don't know. Was he good friends with him? Do we know that? Chris. I want to say your name. I don't want to butcher your last name, so I'm just gonna call you Chris. I was thinking, I'm gonna actually try it. Fuck it, Chris Doheny. Tell me if I pronounced that right. I'll be looking for that. I was thinking Jackass when I thought he bolted to Boise and then to Kenya, but now that info is questionable. Now that info was put out on News Nation. Not to say that they're right, because news stations be getting shit fucked up a lot, but they did say that on News Nation. Serial killer kid. I think Dylan had Jackass downstairs, come to the front door, waiting until they were all in bed. I think Ethan fought back on the second floor, went in the kitchen as well. Killer went out SD. Google Street View has the house blurred out. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about them having the house blurred out. I wonder if it's because sleuths were all over the internet with it. And which is very possible. Which I see. Actually, no, it's not very possible. I've seen a lot of it. It happened. So yeah, that's why they did it. They had to X that house out for that reason. But I'm pretty sure you can still go on Zillow and look inside of one of the old listings, though. T-REV, did you notice that Jackass went to a different location in Kaylee and Maddie? Went a different, or I just butchered that whole entire sentence. Did you notice that Jackass went a different direction than Kaylee and Maddie? So yeah, when they got their food and shit like that and they took off, they went left, got into their private ride, and then he took off and went right. So was his vehicle parked over there? B, there is no B, because supposedly he got into that vehicle and fled and went to the cabin, right? But his parents are corroborating that, and I just don't. That's where shit goes left for me with Jackass. So allegedly, him being kicked out of the corner club, and allegedly, and not allegedly, but him standing out in front of there, just looking weird. He comes up, puts that hoodie on, then he spots somebody to talk to, which I feel like is Joe. He spots him to talk to, and then he chops it up with the dude in the Burrow jersey. He says a couple words to him, and then he talks to the other person, which we can go over that Twitch footage if you guys want to, but I've went over it every night I've been live. So, I mean, but it's up to y'all. I'm down. Irish Eye says they have to work from trial backwards. Families would be more upset knowing who it is. And then the walk. FBI isn't sleeping on this. Damn, I need glasses bad. I got to go to the doctors and get glasses. Carrie Koo says, anyways, what I missed, I've just woke up. You just woke up? Damn, would you take some NyQuil? Lex Luthor says, Africa, not Kenya, Chris Doheny, but I agree. That's super sus. Red flag. Tracy says, I think the roommates may be involved because the parents spoke out about people being cleared too soon. Exactly. Then they said she was cleared quickly. They did say she. I'm glad you brought that up, Tracy. I am glad you brought that up, because that in that interview, and I have that sucker. Now you're making me want to go find it. You're making me want to go find it now. Damn it. You had to say that. Now I want to go find that interview, because they did say she in that interview. And I caught on to that too. Where the hell do I have it at? It's in here somewhere. I'll find it. I'll find it for sure. Let me read a few more comments. Hard with little info. You're right. It is hard with little info. We know what is shown in front of us and what others have dug up and what law enforcement tells us. That's all we know. And the family speaking out, of course. Joan, I honestly think he knew, or I think know who. Oh, okay. You think they know who it is now, too. Waiting on all evidence and forensics. No idea who, though. I got you. Maybe that's probably autocorrect. Fucking with you. Carrie Koo says, for them not to hear nothing, that's suspicious as fuck. I said that already during this stream, but most definitely agree with you. Luminol shows blood even if they clean. Facts. Buffalo Mountain, Tennessee girl says there is a press conference tomorrow. I know. I'm waiting for that sucker. I feel like I'm just up waiting for it. I appreciate that you found some deep TikToks that Could crack the case for sure. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate it. But that was sent to me by a subscriber, so they got to be credited on that. I have found some TikToks, though, just looking around, but not that one. It seems too personal, so much rage and hate. Shanquilla was killed by her friends. Yeah, and that video is disgusting. I made one video on that, and that, I don't know, that case is it's so fucked up what they did to her. Especially going on vacation, you're supposed to be out with your friends. Candy Smith says, I think person who passed out was Dylan acting all shocked to look innocent. Bingo. Allegedly. Lex, I wish they would have ran out if they heard something, but I get it. They were petrified. Damn. Here, let me catch up a little bit. Do you think that they are in protective custody? Just guessing. I can't even really add that. I think they're with family. I don't think they go to that school anymore. I would think they're probably at home with their family doing school from a computer to stay out the public eye right now. That's what I think. Skittles, True Candy Smith, you might be onto something. Now that doesn't mean that that's true, guys. So don't. That's allegedly what I think about what Dylan and Bethany are doing right now. They're staying out the public eye. Their ass is probably at home doing school from the computer all day long. Or if they're even doing that, you get what I'm saying? Because they probably don't want to go. They're going to get questioned by everybody. Everybody who sees them is going to ask them, hey, what happened that night? You didn't hear anything? Trust me. If you don't think that's going on, this case is nationwide. Matter of fact, it is cross countries. And I'm sure there's a lot of you guys in here that are from different countries. Very potent on this case. And you guys are like, what happened? What happened? And I know, because I got a lot of people that are from Australia, UK, Netherlands. Tons of you are in here are from the Netherlands. There was a couple other countries that were mentioned in my chat that I can't even remember right now. But I got a pretty mixed crowd. And a lot of y'all got good brains too. From the other countries, you guys got fantastic brains, especially Grizzly. Shout out to Grizzly True Crime. Nick, I appreciate you joining, man. Shout out to Nick. He said, yes, you said it correctly. Thank you. Shout out to you, Nick. Hey, everybody who became a member tonight, if you want to join the private Discord, go to the members only post on my community and you can click and join in. We're always on there. So it's a good way to get me information and all types of different stuff. Because I'm in there. I talk to everybody in there. So yes, Jackass and Dylan are friends on IG and went to high school together. Thank you, Candy Smith, for telling me that. I know I heard that somewhere, but I appreciate you bringing it back to my attention again. Courtney, they are keeping the call private because they're using it for evidence. Maybe. Could be right about that too. Mystica. I think that's how you say your name. They are probably pretty traumatized by what they heard and saw if they are not involved, and might be quiet because it's something hard to process. We can say what we would do, but we didn't experience it. And I agree with that 1,000%. I agree with that 1,000%. And like I said, my best friend was killed in front of me. He was shot and killed in front of me. So I know what that feels like. Like, I know I was in complete shock when my buddy was killed in front of me. And I was young. I was a teenager at that point. I'm 32 right now. And seeing my friend being killed in front of me was very tragic. It was super sad. I got PTSD from it. So, yeah, absolutely. You got to experience that to know what it feels like. And you're absolutely right about that. Morning, T-REV. I made it this morning to your live show. It's 9 a.m. in the UK. Shout out to the UK, man. I love you guys. Shout out to Australia. I love you guys. And whatever other countries are in here. New Zealand. See, Skittles is in New Zealand. Shout out to you too. Allison Fowler says, I think it really matters what order they were killed. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that definitely on the details, but can they really pinpoint who was killed first and who wasn't? I mean, if you're thinking about it, if you're going to go in and kill and you know who's there, right, you're going to go take out your biggest threat. Who is your biggest threat? The male in the house, right? You pronounced my name exactly right. I appreciate it, man. I was looking for that comment. I didn't want to butcher your name, but I was like, you know what, Chris Doheny. That's how you say it. Carrie Koo says, I don't care how drunk they were. They would sobered up pretty quick when they were being attacked. If they're stabbed in like a main artery, you're gonna be thrown into some shock. You know what I'm saying though? Like you'll be thrown into shock. That's a fact too. All right, let me try to catch up on comments here because I got stuck up top with like 500 comments below me. T-REV, where is Santa on the panel? Nah, Santa's not on here. He does got a channel though if you want to go subscribe to him. He didn't come up tonight. I didn't bring anybody up tonight. I was on by myself all night. I'm glad you all are up to do down with this rabbit hole with me. Most definitely, Courtney. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Now let's go to there's a very good video out that shows something. I want to actually go back over it with you guys because it's very interesting. And this is it right here. Actually, this is it 100%. Let's get it. Let's watch it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name is Drip Drop, and we're taking a trip to Idaho tonight where 4 college students were stabbed in their sleep and passed away forever. 2 of their roommates weren't attacked, and they survived. I'm going to give you the proper factual floor layout of this complicated, confusing house. Others have tried, and they've come close, but it hasn't been exactly 100% correct. I'm going to give you the 100% correct floor plan. First, let's start with an
Okay, so to Mel. Now, it was around. I'm pretty sure it was around 11 a.m. They had said, and they supposedly they ran out and passed out on the lawn and was unconscious or whatever, and that's when they had went in and discovered everything. So around like 11 a.m.
Overview of this 3-story house. You can see floor 1 down below. Above that is floor number 2, and then this is the 3rd level. This is a side profile of the same exact 3-story house. And right here, I have the floor plans for all 3 floors.
Absolutely.
1, 2, and 3. And I'm going to guide you through in this video, starting with floor number 1. Here's floor number 1 right here. I've got an arrow pointed towards the front door. Here's a view of that same front door from the outside of the house looking from the street. There it is again. And once you enter, this is a view from the 2nd floor looking down at the front door. Looking back at the diagram, we're going to start with Dylan's room. That's where Dylan lived. She's one of the surviving roommates. A view from the outside of the house, you can see that's on the left front. And here's a few pictures of the inside of her bedroom.
I got it though.
You can see there's a staircase just above in the corner. Now we're going to take a trip to the front right side of the house. That was Bethany's room. Bethany is also another survivor who was living on the 1st floor. Here's a view of Bethany's room from the outside of the house. And here's a couple pictures of the inside of Bethany's room. Now, let's walk up that staircase leading up into the 2nd story. And this is a view of that staircase from the 2nd story. Here's the blueprints to the 2nd floor. We're going to start with the living room. And this is a view of the living room once you've entered the living room from that staircase that you just walked up from level 1. That's the front window to the driveway. And those are the stairs that you just walked up. Now, down that hallway is a bedroom, a laundry room, and a bathroom. First, we encounter a laundry room / bathroom. Now let's walk in there and see what it looks like. Here's a photograph of that. And then just past the bathroom is Xana's room, who lived on the 2nd floor. And on this particular evening, her boyfriend Ethan was staying the night with her. So he was in that room as well. Here's a view of the outside of the house pointing to the 2nd floor where she was staying. That was her room, right there. And down below is some concrete. And on that concrete is clearly blood dripping out of the room, so you can tell it was a bloodbath inside of that room that evening. I've never seen blood dripping out the outside of a crime scene outside of a house before.
Okay, now I honestly want to know y'all's opinion on this because we got 960 in here. Do you think that's blood on the wall? You can just answer yes or no. I just want to see how many people really think this is blood on the wall. I don't think this is blood on the wall. I really don't. I don't believe that's blood, but maybe it is. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's blood. I just want to see how many of you do think it is. Wow. Holy shit. It's a good amount of you do. A good amount of you do. I'll keep letting the video play. I'm gonna be looking at your answers.
But that's exactly what this is. And this is the inside of Xana's room, and that's an arrow pointing to where the blood was coming from on the wall that we can't see. Now going back to the diagram, as we can see right here, there's a little step that leads to the other side of the house, where there's a bedroom, staircase, and the kitchen. And we're going to start in the bedroom right here. This is a view of where the bedroom would be from looking outside of the house. And inside the house, this is what the bedroom looks like. Apparently nobody was living in this bedroom. It was vacant. Directly opposite of that is the kitchen. This is where the kitchen would be located if looking from outside of the house, just past the sliding glass door on the second floor. Here's a few images of the kitchen and what it looks like inside. Now we're going to travel up the staircase from the second to the third floor. And this is a view from the third floor looking down. That's the staircase right there. And this is a view from the outside of the house on the third floor. Now we're going to look at this floor layout at the third floor, starting with the bathroom, which is just above the staircase. Here's a few images. Just past the bathroom is Maddie's room. Maddie was one of the victims in this case, and that's where she lived. Taking a viewpoint from outside of the house, this is where Maddie's room was, right here. You can even see her pink cowboy boots on display in the window right here, along with the letter M. That's a picture of the inside of Maddie's room, looking out to the balcony.
Thank you, sweet cheeks.
Looking back at the floor layout, we're going to take a trip over to Kaylee's room. She had the biggest room in the whole house, and she had sliding glass doors leading out to the balcony.
That's a landslide.
She had only come back into town to stay for a couple nights. She wanted to show off her Range Rover and say goodbye to her friends before she moved to Texas. This is exactly where her room's located if looking from outside the house. You can see she's got sliding glass doors leading directly into her bedroom from the balcony. And here's a view looking outside of her room to the balcony. Here's another shot of that. And right there on the floor plans, we can see the walk-around balcony right there. And here's a view from that balcony looking down on the neighborhood. Now we're going to take a trip back down to the second floor of this house to the sliding glass doors and the patio. Here's a couple of images taken from just outside of the sliding glass door of the patio, looking around from the neighborhood to the bushes behind. It's rumored that the girls always left those sliding glass doors unlocked, and it's possible that that's where the perpetrator entered. Here's an image of a police officer standing in the doorway of those sliding glass doors. Now here's an overview on Google Maps, how you can see the house. It's surrounded by a few other houses, a lot of apartments, and it's tucked in nicely with trees and bushes. And here's a few creeper shots from the tree line / bushes. This house is pretty much a dream come true for any peeking Tom. Surrounded by trees, you'd be able to camouflage yourself and watch inside the windows with nobody knowing you're even there. And here's some images showcasing the house from those trees, viewing at night. It doesn't appear they used blinds on any of the windows or sliding glass doors. And here's some police officers up on the upper level. As you can see, with no blinds, they're lit up like a Christmas tree. And back down on the lower level to the sliding glass door, forensics is looking for evidence. Now heading back out to the tree line, you could see you could be pretty camouflaged there. And even traveling a little further away, you can see the house from way out here. And with binoculars or a camera phone that has a good zoom, you'd be able to see very clearly into Kaylee's room day or night. Here's a side profile of the house once again to show you levels floor 1, 2, and 3. And right here, looking at the front third-story window, you can see investigators in the window looking off into a certain direction, which happens to be the same exact direction that investigators down on the street level were looking at as they were investigating this crime. They all seem to be very interested, pointing way off into the distance, into a certain direction. When we bring up the map, we can see that there's an apartment building very close. And you can see this is where the famous photo was taken of the roommates, was actually at that apartment complex. However, investigators might not have been pointing at that apartment complex. They might have been pointing a little further across the field to another apartment complex. We're going to take a look at that right here. Now, when you go down to street level on Google Earth over by that address, there's a clear view directly across the way to that very house. As long as you can zoom in with a smartphone, binoculars, or a camera, you'd be able to see directly into that house. Here's a few images describing exactly what I'm talking about. And as you can see, I've got an arrow pointed to that window, and that's where those investigators were looking out, right there, towards that apartment complex. And here's a view of that same window at night. Well, that pretty much sums up the floor plan to this 3-story house. I hope you've learned something by watching this educational true crime video. This is just a little sample of my investigation into this case. The investigation continues, and if you want me to take a deeper dive into this case and analyze some potential people of interest, such as the Grub Truck video, which features this young man right here, or we can talk about Jake, the ex-boyfriend. We can even talk about this young man, Jeremy, who's done 3 interviews with Fox News. And on Dylan's VSC, though, she seems to have been photographed with a very similar looking...
It's been confirmed blood? Send me that.
Who's done 3 interviews with Fox News. And on Dylan's VSC, though, she seems to have been photographed with a very similar looking dog. Did she know this young man? The investigation is ongoing, and if you want me to continue this series, leave me a comment down below. If you've got any theories about this case, leave me a comment. If you enjoyed this presentation, please smash the thumbs up button. Please consider subscribing. I've got a lot of good interrogations on this channel. Crime Circus is now expanding into crime scene investigations. There's a killer on the loose in Idaho, and hopefully my circus family can help catch this guy. If you've got any clues, tips, or investigative knowledge, please leave a comment down below. Let's try to bring justice for these.
You want to know where Jack S's house is? Hold up. I got Jack S's house right here. Watch this. Hold up. I got it on map. Where the heck is it at? Not this one. I break it down on my where the hell did it go? I actually have it on one of my videos. I'll show you right now. You want to know where Jack S's house is? We'll get into that right now. I'm going to pull it up real quick. So you want to see Jack S's house. I got you right now. Because I pulled it up literally directly on this. Was it this video right here? Jack Showalter right here. Here it is.
Comes around the truck with...
Nope. Is it this one?
Coming their way.
It's not this video. I'm trying to... Yeah, it is right here. Here we go. All right. So for instance, this is it right here. The video that I had Jack S's on here. So I put... This was the day that I found out right here. And then I put this in here.
Learned about Kaylee's injuries being more severe than the other victim, who apparently, I think, was lying in the same bed with her. What do you make of it?
I find it really fascinating that Kaylee's injuries are worse than Maddie's, which might make some maybe think that she had been the target. But she was found in Maddie's room. So if the killer was coming in to get Kaylee, he did this in Maddie's room. And you've seen the pictures of these girls, Dan. They are beautiful, blonde. They look very similar in the daylight. Now turn out the lights and, you know, put them in a bed, and it would be very, very difficult to tell them apart just from a practical matter. So it just complicates this story, I think, from a profiling, perspective. And it also complicates why 2 other people would need to die. It's just... Right. When you think you have an answer, suddenly you have a lot more questions.
All right, I want to play you a piece of sound from Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee's mom, on the suspects. Then I want
your video I dropped on my
channel. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast.
She says
that maybe she know, and yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Really fast.
You hear that right there? She had a strong alibi. Dad says she had a strong alibi. She had a strong alibi.
Were cleared very fast. That maybe she know, and yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Really fast.
You can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what?
That was in the interview with Brian.
So you guys caught that, right? Where he, that was actually pointed out in chat earlier, and I made a video on this. This is my video that I made, by the way. Oh, about Jack fleeing to Africa, which it was reported on the news too. But
cleared very fast. That
she had a strong alibi.
Maybe she know, and yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Really fast.
She had the strong alibi. She had the strong alibi.
Yeah, he definitely said she.
An hour later, and we're like, what?
That was in the interview with Brian.
Yeah,
the mom, frustrated, by the police clearing people very quickly. What do you make of it?
Well, I mean, within the first week, there were so many people being.
So this is the house right here. Jack D lives to the right over here, all the way to the right, and he has a perfect view to see this house from here. So you can actually see the house from where Jack D lives.
Cleared, all while we were waiting for maybe a person of interest that never came. But every person that had been raised in this story was cleared lightning fast. And one of them was a very suspicious character that was spotted on camera at the food truck. And the reason he was suspicious is because he was lingering. He wasn't there to buy food, didn't appear that he bought any. He stood behind the girls while they were paying and ordering. And then he even moved the 10 to 15 feet when they shuffled 10 to 15 feet and waited 10 more minutes to get their food, all the while watching them, but not doing anything else. And then as soon as those girls turned to leave, he was right on their tail leaving as well. So, you know, that raised a lot of suspicion, Dan. And then to have him cleared so quickly, Kaylee's father is very upset because he's hearing that that person did not give DNA and also may be out of the country by this point. So these are things that I think as a family, you would be very upset by, certainly in the absence of any other solid information coming their way.
Yeah, we just saw the crime scene tape is still up after 3 weeks, apparently still collecting evidence. Ashley Banfield, thank you.
What do you guys think about that clip? See, now that's what I want to talk about. There was people that were cleared way too fast. I mean, absolutely cleared way too fast. Had no business being cleared that quick. Jack Showalter was cleared very fast. They didn't even get a DNA sample from the guy. I mean, is that called clearing somebody? He had a very, very strong alibi. No, I mean, who are they talking about in that interview? Ashley Banfield also says that Jack possibly in Africa. By the way, shout out to everybody who came in my live stream last night. That was one of the most legendary live streams I've ever had. I do appreciate everybody and all the support. Like, I think we gained like 500 subscribers last night. It was so awesome to have all you beautiful people come by and put your brains together. I had tons of people sending me emails and information. Without you guys, I'm nothing. So thank you guys so much for coming by and just joining me and putting our brains together. It was very awesome. I want to present something to you right now because, like I said, Jack Showalter could be in Africa. Is that the case? I don't know, but I take Ashley Banfield as being very credible. The parents of Kaylee are very frustrated. She was the target. It's as it seems, or she was trying to protect. In my opinion, Kaylee probably fought back the hardest if she's got the most because he was angry, or she was the target. And that is just my complete opinion about that. Now, I do want to show you guys something. Now, let's go ahead and jump to that. Okay, so look at this here. This was sent to me last night. Thank you, beautiful subscribers, for sending this to me. I really appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't thank you enough. Now, here, guys, what I'm presenting is, if you see my hand on my mouse here, look, this is where Jack lived. Okay, this is where Jack would have been.
Jackass, by the way.
Come out here, come down here. Takes about 56 seconds, a minute to walk. I've already done mapped it out and literally got it down and narrowed. From here to here for a walk, 1 minute. You run 30 seconds, go around. You know what I mean? Then it just goes down less than that. If you're hauling ass, you can get there in 20 seconds. I guaranteed I could run that in 20 seconds or
guaranteed.
Less. That's a 1 minute walk. So if you're just walking, that's 1 minute. I don't know, guys. This is making sense to me that it's looking like Jack could be our guy, allegedly. Like my name says, T-REV 757 allegedly. I don't know. I want you guys to drop your thoughts. I mean, I'm not saying 100%, yeah, this is our guy, but if he went to Africa and he's in one of the countries in Africa that you can't be extradited back, that is suspect. If you went somewhere you cannot be extradited back because U.S. does not work with them, that is very suspect, and you are my number one suspect. Good point. See, what messes with me with this case is that so many people have been a suspect to me in this case, right? I'm like, oh, this guy is, or oh, he's weird, or I'm sorry, but the guy that we all thought was suspicious from the beginning is starting to stand out a little bit more. He's standing out like a sore thumb. Thank you, guys. I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm looking forward to your comments on this video. My heart breaks for these families. My heart goes out to these families, and I hope that you guys get the justice that you deserve. I will see you guys on the next live. I don't know if I'll be live tonight. If I'm not live.
Yeah, all right. We ain't gonna hear me ramble on about me being live the next night and all that bullshit. But yeah, you get it. Now, that's a video. Now that's really where Jack does live, though, or was living at the time, right? So I don't know. It's suspect as shit. Suspect as shit. Like I said, so you leave that house and go to a cabin 5 hours, or not that house. I'm sorry. You leave the food truck and go to your car. How far away did you park from the corner club? Why didn't you park in the parking lot? First of all, did you walk to your house? Second of all, did you get a Lyft? Did you get an Uber? I don't know. We've yet to hear anything about that. But anyways, let's move on to another video. What I thought was good. There's a lot of really good videos out there. I make videos every day. I drop at least 1 or 2 videos a day on this. I dropped the I don't know if you guys want to hear it or not. Who's in the spirit box that is in this chat right now? Drop a 1 for yes if you're in the spirit box, 2 for no. Who likes spirit boxes and who doesn't? I just want to see how many of you do actually like that shit. You said new here. Does anyone, the 2 roommates have cars? And if so, where are they? Because they a lot. Zanny, Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan. His sister's car was behind his. So where are the 2 girls' cars? Good question. I don't know. I would be lying if I made up I can't make anything up on that because I don't know. 1 1 1 1 2. Cassie says 2. No, I respect that. 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. I'm a medium EVP specialist. All right, so I dropped the video earlier on the last spirit box session that I did with the SB7 spirit box. That's what I use. I use different. She said, "What's a spirit box?" Hey again, Trinity. Yeah, I did cover all that. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but 1 Courtney. Okay, there's a lot. I don't know. It's only a 1-minute video, so if you guys want to hear it real quick, I'll show you this video real fast. Hold up. Let's go to this real quick. I want to show you guys this one video that I just dropped earlier because it says frats are involved in it. I got something that came across that said frats are involved, and it's real crazy sounding. So hold up. I did this live too, by the way. So I just took the edit out.
Kaylee, Gontalk, is there anything you want to say to your sister? I love you. Dad said I love you. Kaylee Goncalves, who did this to you, sweetheart? Can you tell your sister who did this to you? She really wants to know.
All right, so what the first one, it was either I helped you or I loved you, and then the second one was Jacob. So I just all I did was repeat it on the video so you could hear it go Jacob. So I asked, who did this to you? And it goes, my own brother. I also got Moscow back on it too, which was pretty friggin' weird.
What is the person's name?
Frats are involved. Now that was the most craziest one right there. Was frats are involved, 2 of them. That shit right there blew my mind. So it said frats are involved, 2 of them. Now I'll share this link with you guys for whoever wants to go check it out. I won't play it because a lot of people aren't into Spirit Box, and I respect that. So if you want to check it out, you could check the video out yourself. I dropped it earlier. So, I mean, I put it up because there were some interesting responses in there, especially with Ethan coming across and just a lot of different things that came out. Like Ethan came through, like Ethan's name came through on there a few times, and I thought that was crazy. All right, hold up. Let me get back to where I was at. Where was I at? Hold up. That shit disappeared on me. Anyways, we'll get to it here. Show me more. Let's get back to my files. Where we at? Which video do I want to play?
So, how is everyone? I hope you're all well.
That's my dog there. I seen that video though a lot. What other ones did we have? Hold up, that was that final phone call one I wanted to see about.
New details have emerged about a phone call Kaylee Gonzalez placed to her boyfriend on the night she was murdered. Could the boyfriend now be a suspect in Kaylee's murder? The answer may surprise you. At about noon on November 13th, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students were found deceased at their shared residence in Moscow, Idaho. They were identified as Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, and Ethan Chapin. The coroner noted that the students were killed with an edged weapon, most likely a knife, and the scene of the crime was brutal. According to the authorities who reported to the scene, the door was open upon their arrival, and there were no signs of forced entry. Visitors needed to input a code on the keypad lock to gain access to the residence. However, Gonzalez's sister said that parties were regularly held there, and many people knew the entry code. Based on the investigation, Kernodle and Chapin went to a frat party, while Gonzalez and Mogen visited a sports bar on the night of November 12th. At about 1:30 a.m. on November 13th, Gonzalez and Mogen were seen ordering from a food truck before they returned to their residence via a private party driver. Police noted that all 4 were back at home before 2 a.m.
I'm not playing it no
4
more,
students
but
also had 2 other female housemates who were unharmed in the incident, but investigators stated that they are not suspects.
Every tip we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview.
Police investigating the case call it a targeted attack, and they didn't find a weapon at the crime scene. Based on the information that was gathered, the murders occurred between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. on November 13th, as reported by the New York Post. Kaylee Gonzalez's mother, Christy, told Fox News that she received photos from her daughter on Saturday afternoon, and they also talked on the phone. Gonzalez's sister, Olivia, said that her sister's phone records show that she called a man named Jack Ducour several times on the night she was murdered. The call log has 6 calls between 6:26 a.m. and 2:44 a.m. to Ducour. Madison Mogen also called the same person 3 times between 2:44 a.m. and 2:52 a.m. The last call to the man on Gonzalez's phone was logged at 2:52 a.m. The residence where the students lived had 6 bedrooms and 3 floors. Investigators say the 4 who were murdered were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and the 2 who survived most likely slept through the incident. The 2 roommates woke up the next day and called their friends, believing one of the victims had passed out. 911 was called when the friends arrived at the home. Jack Ducour was identified as Kaylee Gonzalez's childhood friend, who was also her longtime boyfriend. According to Gonzalez's mother, Christy, however, the 2 were having a break from their relationship when the incident occurred, as reported by Fox News. Christy is firm in her belief that Ducour had nothing to do with the murders. She said that she considers him part of their family, and he was distraught about Kaylee's death. Christy told Fox News, "Jack is 1,000%, 2,000% our family, and Jack is with us, and we stand behind him 100%. They would have eventually been married, and they would have eventually had children." Ducour told investigators that he was sleeping when Kaylee called him, which is why he wasn't able to answer the repeated calls. Gonzalez's sister said that it was not unusual for her sister to make calls at odd hours, as noted by the New York Times. Gonzalez was a senior at the University of Idaho and was a member of the Alpha Phi sorority. She was slated for early graduation in December and had already secured work at a marketing firm in Texas, where she had planned to move. As of November 22nd, 2022, authorities have not named a suspect in the murders of the 4 students. The police have received hundreds of tips and conducted nearly 100 interviews to get information that could lead to the apprehension of the perpetrator. The Moscow Police Department is working with state law enforcement as well as the FBI in the investigation.
Crazy vid. I like listening
Scott
to all
Morgan.
that.
He is a professor of forensics, also a former senior investigator with the Fulton
You guys
County
seen this,
Medical Examiner's Office out of Atlanta. Joseph, thank you so much for being with us. You are one of the leading experts on the coroner system in the U.S. So please walk us through what is happening on the investigative end here with this crime scene.
Well, they have had it locked down for some time, and it's very interesting. I think particularly what Brian just covered, that they just now are removing these vehicles. I would have thought that by this point in time, they would have been removed to a secure location, which is probably going to be the state crime lab or maybe an FBI facility where they can keep them contained inside of a garage, an evidence processing garage, and no one else will have access to these. The problem is the longer you wait for these things, the more physical evidence becomes diminished, perhaps. And so, at this point in time, I guess they're thinking there might be evidence on the interior of the vehicle, because if they found value on the exterior of the vehicle, then they would have snapped them up much sooner. Now, to to the location itself, it is still locked down, as well that it should be. This is an active, ongoing investigation. And Nicole, you know, this is a very complicated crime scene. It's a multi-story dwelling, and it's kind of oddly configured. You've got multiple entrances from several perspectives. You know, that back door that you guys showed just a second ago, and that parking pad back there. And in addition, that second floor where you've got that that panel of sliding glass doors, it can be accessed from there as well. So there is quite a bit of nuance here relative to how this is being approached. I'm just hoping that everything is staying locked down and that they are only allowing select individuals into that dwelling that are properly versed in processing crime scenes.
I just got all of them.
So Joseph, I want to stay.
Hold on. I actually want to look at those right now. So Marlena just sent me these. Hold up. Wow. Oh, shit. Is that blood? You guys think that's blood? That is. I mean, it's kind of. What video is that from? Marlena, what video is that from? I'm a skeptic on psychics and readers, but I watched the one today and it was all about a jackass. I don't know. This Marlena, thank you for sending this. I appreciate that. Thank you for sending this. Do you guys think this is blood? I think that looks like she has something that wiped up blood possibly right here in this picture. There you go. There's a closer. It looks like she's holding something though that wiped up some blood or whatever, but maybe she's wiping it up and they're swabbing it to see if there's another person's blood. He said, looks like palm print. Nah, there's definitely a palm print on the window. I got that video, but I'm pretty sure this is what we're pointing out right here. Is this blood on the blood on that? Let's go to the next one. This one says blood specifically. I don't know where. What do you mean blood? I don't see it. So circled right here. You guys think that's blood? I think it is. She's wearing gloves. Fuzzy, can't tell if it's blood. Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's definitely fuzzy. Solutions being used. Those are pink flowers. Yeah, I don't know what was circled here. I remember somebody sending me a picture saying that this up here was blood. Like this, like where I got this at, and this, but I think that's like stain. Somebody had sent me a picture and circled this whole thing and was like, yo, is this blood? This is blood on the side of here. Well, they were stating that it was blood, and I was like, I don't know. I think it might be stain. Blood on the cabinet. So they're trying to point out there's blood. Okay, so it is talking about the cabinet. I feel like that's like stain on there or something. The house was a mess. House was a mess, says Running Bear. Oh, yeah, there. Yeah, could be. I mean, that's just weird patterns, though. You know what I'm saying? Like blood squirt up here, and then all of a sudden it was right here, and then I don't know. I feel like that would have dripped down more, though. I don't think so, says Greg. Blood on cabinets. What other substance would drip like that? Stain. That's some stain or something. I have on a red t-shirt, I guess. It's good too. On the cabinet behind circle. Yeah, that's what somebody sent me the other day. So I already have this picture, but they're talking about these marks here. So like right here, 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 and then here. Which would just be like a weird pattern. It's blood running down cabinet, says Truth Seeker. Where did the picture come from? That was sent to me by Marlena. Someone was asking in another chat if that white sheet blanket had blood underneath, but I don't think so. Okay, so you're talking about here too. So somebody said that the blanket or this white sheet, blanket, whatever it is, has blood on it. Nah, that would be roses or whatever. there's definitely not. The most looking thing close to blood on here is this, but I don't even think it's blood, honestly. I really don't. It's the wood of the cabinet. Nobody under that blanket. Chris Donahue, or I just called you Donahue, bro. Chris Doheny says any type of sauce would, any type of sauce would stain like that. It is the kitchen. Excuse me. Shifa says it's what? It's what they use to dust fingerprints. Just happens to be red in the color. In color, yeah, right. That's the asshole that said he thought Kaylee's dad could have done it. Oh yeah, that. Don't get me started on that guy. Don't get me started on that guy. So here is another picture. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here, though. What am I looking at? What the fuck is that? Is that like a... I don't even know what I'm looking at here. I know it's the same picture with the cabinet behind it, but it's more zoomed in. Somebody bagging. Oh, God. Telling it like it is, says Henry Luke. I appreciate it. That's what I want you to do. Tell it like it is, man. NorCal Jim, nice to see you. He goes, Lex Luthor, yes, they tape off everything until it gets investigated. You can see it in many pics like windows, doors, etc. That's the truth, too. All right. So that's the window. I do think that she is holding something with blood. All right, I'm checking emails real quick while you guys look at that. 1 second. Okay, Valerie sent me. I did see that, actually, Valerie. I read that before I got on, saying that they're getting good tips for weeks despite lack of reward. I did see that post, by the way. Before I got on live, I was looking at it. Friend of Jack. Oh, friend of Jack Showalter speaks? Yeah, I'm definitely interested in that. Check that out.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. Ooh, there she goes.
Let's see. Friend
of Jack Showalter speaks. A friend of Jack Showalter comes out and speaks, and I have her words, and I want to share what she had to say.
That
she
I
said
don't
some
know.
interesting things. But first, 4 college students brutally stabbed. Moscow, Idaho. Inside a home during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. Police have made no arrests. They haven't publicly identified no suspects. Everyone is talking about Jack Showalter. Jack Showalter. So a friend came out, and we'll see what she has to say, and then we'll discuss. Check it out. This is a public Facebook post made by Ali Dutra, who claims to be a friend of Jack Showalter. She says, I'm a friend of his, and it's ruining his life, and now is affecting his family and friends as well. The trolls have gotten out of hand, saying that he's on the run off to Africa, digging up his past, any information about him that they can get, terrorizing his parents' professions and reputation, etc. It all needs to stop. He's a real person that everyone has painted out to be a murderer, all because of a 10-minute video. This video accurately displays how the events of that night went. When the girls leave, Jack doesn't even take the same path they did. Instead, he goes down the sidewalk towards his own home because he just got ditched. He just wanted them to get home safe, and they had gotten a safe ride. So yes, it seemed like they were good from his point of view. And then there was another post by someone else about Jack Showalter.
Right, exactly.
Check it out. Then this post was made. I'm going to share some information in hopes that false information stops getting spread. Jack did not flee to Africa. He has not left the country. He was cleared because he gave DNA
and went in for an interview almost immediately. His alibi was not driving to the family cabin. Please stop spreading home addresses, occupations, posting reviews. I understand people are scared, and that is valid. However, spreading false information is doing significant damage to this case and an innocent person's lives. It's taken the focus off of the monster who actually did this. Thank you. So the friend is saying Jack is innocent. The friend is saying Jack didn't flee to Africa. Jack provided DNA. Jack has nothing to do with it. Jack's family's getting harassed on their business pages, addresses being doxxed, etc., etc. Do you think Jack Showalter is involved with this case? His name has been circulating very strong in the last couple of days. I would say in the last 48 hours, that's where it's really hitting another level. Possibly. You know, prior to 48 hours ago, you know, it was circulating all over, you know, Facebook groups and Twitter and whatnot, some people making YouTube videos. But then Kaylee's father goes on TV and says he thinks the guy got cleared quickly, the guy that fled the country and didn't take a DNA. And then from that point on, Jack Showalter's, you know, everybody's posting everything about Jack Showalter. I get a lot of information from you people. Send me emails about Jack Showalter. Do you really think Jack Showalter is involved? Do you think that police should re-question him? Do you think he was cleared quickly? That's the question I have. What do you think? Subscribe to my channel, hit the notification button. But a friend spoke out. Allie. So she knows him. I don't know if she's just, some people close to a family member or somebody close to a perpetrator a lot of times are in denial that their family or loved ones or friends could do such a thing. So is that the case here? Is Jack innocent, guilty? Is he an innocent victim? What's your thoughts about his name being circulated? What is your thoughts in general about Jack Showalter? Let's talk. Leave a comment. Subscribe to my channel. Hit the notification button. We will talk soon. Everybody be safe. God bless. And justice for the victims, as always.
I'm dead. My man said, but his hat says media, so he's legit. I'm done. I don't know, dude, so I can't make an opinion on something. I see a lot of people mixed emotions about JLR, like, yo, this dude's a piece of crap, or yo, this dude is that. I don't know, dude, so I'm not going to go out on the limb and just agree with people and say, yeah, he's a piece of shit, because I don't know him. So if you like JLR, make sure you go to his channel and hit the sub button. If you don't like him, then you don't like him. My chat is always freedom of speech. Speak what you feel. But I don't know that dude to talk down on him, and I don't know, you know what I'm saying? It seems like he's getting some good information, which, he brought up some posts and stuff, but yeah, I can't speak on that guy. I can't speak bad on his name. I can't speak bad on anybody I don't know. That's like just agreeing with anyone, Hold up. This was sent to me. There we go, Cassie. I got it, Cassie. I got you. Cassie sent me this, and I'm getting to it right now.
Jonathan Lee.
Here we go again.
Investigates. Let's talk about the
white
Hyundai Elantra.
Your personal favorite tonight.
First, 4 college students brutally stabbed inside a home in Moscow, Idaho, during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. Police have made no arrest. They haven't publicly identified any suspects. They haven't even found the murder weapon. It's a mystery. Community's on edge. Public. The victims' families, everyone wants to know what's going on. They want this case solved. So police have put out an alert for a 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra. And there is a lot of online speculation right now going.
I'm going to fall out the stairs because y'all are making me laugh.
Where is it? Where could it be? Where did it come from? Is the car stolen? Is it a rent-a-car? Did someone drive it from out of state into the state? Is it around the Moscow area, et cetera, et cetera? And I've been monitoring all the Facebook groups around this case. And there is an interesting post that just popped up in one of the Facebook groups. I am going to share this post with you about a stolen Hyundai Elantra from Bellevue, Washington, allegedly around 11/2/2022. So basically a week
10 days, 11 days before the murders happened. So check this post out and then we will discuss further. I'm going to take you down the rabbit hole. So this post was made in one of the Facebook groups centered around this tragedy, University of Idaho quadruple murders. And I want to read this post to you. You may have heard about the 2013 Hyundai Elantra that was stolen on 11/2/2022 in the surrounding area and now is up for sale in Bellevue, Washington at a small dealership. The question is, could this be the car they are looking for? This information was given to the FBI yesterday on the car, but the VIN number was blacked out and they could not use it without a VIN. After researching what each letter and or number stood for on a VIN and finding the make and model of the stolen Hyundai Elantra, I was able to decipher the correct VIN number. I pulled the car information and already give it to the FBI tip line just a few minutes ago. We cannot know yet if this is the same Hyundai that the police are looking for, but because this one was stolen in the area on 11/2/22, then found and put back up for sale after the murders, I'm hoping this information will be useful to the FBI. They were very appreciative and took detailed notes, so maybe it is useful for them. And that's coming from this person here that's claiming this, Rebecca Hoekstra. And then she makes posts, and she posts, information on the Hyundai Elantra, including the VIN number. And then it had some sort of report saying the car was stolen on 11/2/2022 in Washington. And she posted some, Carfax information or some information off the car based off the VIN. So they made a post saying in Bellevue, Washington, a Hyundai Elantra was stolen, right? And the individual, the posters claim.
I agree with that, Josh. Shout out to Josh. I agree with that. I don't know this guy, man. I see a lot of people thrashing this man in the comments, and it's like, I just do not know him to thrash him. So I'm looking at the facts that he's bringing to the table, and I'm going with the receipts.
Claiming that she cross-referenced, numbers and came up with a VIN number, and she posted the VIN number. And this is, she's claiming now that the car is being resold at a dealership in Washington. So I actually tracked down the VIN number. I used my own databases to look into this VIN number that she posted, and this is what came up. So then I used my databases, and you see the VIN in the top corner, same VIN number, to run this car. And a report, came up. It is a Hyundai Elantra 2013, and it gives information, but it's saying it's currently right now at Little Car Corner in Port Angeles, Washington State. That's where it's currently at, according to the report that I ran using the VIN number in the top left corner. Little Car Corner, Port Angeles, Washington. So the vehicle seems like it's being sold right now at Little Car Corner in the state of Washington. Little Car Corner.
I'm sure they checked
and I went onto their webpage, and lo and behold, there it is.
Guarantee they went and checked it. That was sent to me.
Hyundai Elantra, Little Car Corner. So now I looked at the map and I was like, okay, how far is Little Car Corner from Bellevue, Washington? It's quite a distance. It's even more farther west.
Yeah.
It's up near maybe, the waterway there to go to Canada. It's right on the water there. But I called Little Car Corner. About this white Hyundai Elantra. And I want to share with you the discussion I had with someone there at the business.
Little Car Corner may record this call for business purposes using carsforsale.com technology.
That's true. He's from my state, and I don't respect Michael Vick. Never heard of Fur Baby. Michael Vick is a piece of shit for hurting the fur babies, but I'll leave it at that. And he's from my state. I don't give a fuck. And you see that stupid fucker's face on football, and it pisses me off. But that's a different story.
Car Corner, how can I help you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm well.
Okay, great. My name's Jonathan. I'm a journalist. I need to ask you a question, a serious question. Do you know anything about a white Hyundai Elantra that you have for sale around 2013?
Yeah, well, I'm just the maintenance guy. I'm just doing work here. You're going to have to call on the weekdays. This place isn't open on Sundays.
The maintenance guy answering the phone
right now and that like that.
Oh, okay.
It's a very nice car. What do you want to know about it?
No, I'm just wondering because there's a lot of.
Hold on, what the fuck is a maintenance guy doing answering the phone? I'm just the maintenance guy. What the fuck are you doing answering the phone then if you don't own the business?
Like online speculation. Has like authorities or FBI or anybody came there looking for this vehicle that you know of?
I'm not sure why you're asking.
For this vehicle that you know of?
I'm not sure why you're asking this question.
I'm asking because there's rumors and speculation online that a Hyundai Elantra that is from this location could be possibly used in another crime. And I'm just wondering if this is true, not true, what's going on with this car?
I have no idea I have no idea. So you'll have to call back during the week.
All right.
I salesmen don't have any. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just the maintenance guy though. What fucking maintenance guy is answering a business phone call? Like you're not just a maintenance guy, dude. Nah. I don't know.
I was a maintenance man. He didn't really know much. But, I said about the white Hyundai Elantra, and he's like, well, what about it? And he didn't know any details about it, FBI agents or any authorities coming to look at it. So it makes me think that this car is not connected to this case because you would have thought that if authorities were on it, they would have been on it already. I know that the Facebook poster that posted that original post said they just let the FBI agents know or whatever like that. But I think they would have been on it. So I don't know if she ran the numbers wrong or what, but I'm just trying to share information because it's being spread around. A lot of people are commenting on that post, oh, you might have found it. You might have found it, but I'm not so sure. And I'm not so sure if this actual Hyundai Elantra is connected to this crime for stabbings and whatnot. So I had to go through the process to try to track this vehicle down. So subscribe to my channel, hit the notification button, investigating what all of you put out there. Whenever there's information about this case, I dig deeply, I dig into it, fact check and try to figure it out. And if I see, a hoax, like I think the guy that the other day that claims he heard a scream, I'll put it out there. I'll put it out there to share because, you don't want misinformation being spread out there, purpose misinformation, because it's just devastating to the victims' families. It's devastating to police. They waste their own resources. When people online come up with these wild theories and the police have to, go through that, and that's, draining their resources, though no stone left unturned. So it's a delicate balance. It really is a delicate balance. The police are asking for our help, the public's help. And, we're all care enough to spend our time trying to figure out who did this, and we're all trying to figure out where this vehicle could be because we all care. We all want this case solved. We want justice for the victims. We want, to, make sure this brings closure,
So, all right, I got that.
What's up, Mob Crew? I'm Chris, and
There you go. This
video,
is the breakdown I
we're
was
going to break
looking for.
down the body cam footage, and more specifically, the audio from the body cam footage, not the fake audio, but the audio from the body cam footage. And there is what sounds to be like a scream heard.
Make sure you share Mob Crew too.
And I think I might know what it is. And so I'm going to go ahead and play the video first. So they released the full body cam footage between the two officers that were out there responding to some kids that were underage drinking. As you can see, the time up here, it's a little past 3 a.m. 3:12. He gets out of the car. He's going to start issuing the citation to the kids.
Bothers me that it's
pretty much about to finish up. And there's something that's heard on video, and then we'll break it down. So I'm going to play this first.
All right.
Who is this, Chris guy? Which Chris guy?
I'm going to play that back one more time.
There's that stream again.
And so I wanted to break it down, expand the audio, and see if we can figure out what that sound is. And so I've kind of basically shortened the audio and just to where it's the scream, and then I've kind of enhanced it. So I'll play the regular sound and then the enhanced version, what a normal scream sounds like, and then what I think it probably most likely is.
What do you guys think that's a scream? No, we're back on it again.
I'm going to play an incident where a woman was trying to be abducted into a car, and she screams. So I'm going to go ahead and play that.
She go by Ghost Devil's page.
And so now this is what I think it might be.
Your brakes ever squealed? Your brakes ever squealed? Your brakes ever squealed?
So that is a recording of
that ain't no scream.
I think that's a good possibility of what we're hearing is possibly somebody that's driving some distance away that has some squealy brake pads.
That ain't no scream.
Your brakes ever squealed? Your brakes ever squealed? Your brakes ever squealed?
As my chat said, I just did a live. It sounds more mechanical than like a scream. We don't know 100% one way or the other, but just from the research that I've done, I think I would lean more towards something kind of mechanical, like some squeaky brakes, squealy brakes, something like that.
Oh, I think that was just okay. I get it. All right, back to the information. Let's fill it. No evidence in the killings drug related. No evidence Idaho killings were drug related. We seen this, or actually we didn't watch this tonight. I like going through everything twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times.
So let me get to the other big break of the day, because honestly, Brian, if you are following this case, especially online, so many people have said this was such a brutal stabbing murder, so gangland style, that perhaps there was some kind of drug activity or drug connection, and you got a definitive answer on that today.
Yeah, I asked the prosecutor about that, and he said to his knowledge, drugs are not involved. I tried to ask him, you and I were on the phone last night going over all these theories for hours, and I tried to get to almost all of them. He said, I asked him about whether or not inside the house the killer left any messages, anything on the walls. He said no, not to his knowledge, but the drugs was a big one. He addressed that. Listen to what he told me.
Could drugs be involved in all of this?
I have not heard that there's any suspicion that drugs played a role in the killings.
So not like a drug deal gone bad or something like that?
I am not aware of anything like that, no.
And that's obviously important, Ashley, because if you look online, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Check out her as well.
No, I was just saying that's a big one because there's all sorts of theories online that there may have been drugs involved, but he said right there, no, that's not the case.
Which it leaves us even more confounded because, again, with that violent style of murder, angry, almost retributive, it's now leaving us to all the other possibilities of why someone might not have done that if it weren't to avenge a drug deal or a drug turf or something like that. So the other question I had when we saw those cars being towed, and I don't know if we can roll some of that video, I was curious about it being day 16. I would have thought that those vehicles might have actually had some clues in their inner mechanisms. The GPS locator sometimes can tell you where cars have been, where cars have driven. But 16 days later, they could not have processed that on the scene. And now here they are towing them away. And also, they're towing them away in an unusual way. You can see that the front wheels are on another set of wheels. I don't know if you know whether that's to stop the jostling of the evidence that might still be in the vehicle. Did they say anything about that?
They had a couple of different tow trucks out there. I don't think they towed them all that way, so I don't know that's the reason. But we asked police why today, and basically they just said it was now time to move them to a secure facility where they would do further crime scene processing of the cars. I got to tell you, overall, the feeling I got today after these interviews with police and the prosecutor is if there's no person of interest and they're making some progress, but it seems like now they're going back and really examining some of these other items, including the cars.
Well, I mean, then let's hope that they're going to have an opportunity to get into some kind of evidence that might exist within those vehicles, even if it's the electronic evidence that will show where the vehicles might have been, if that yields any clues. So slowly, it appears that they may be moving towards eventually releasing that crime scene. And I've always wondered whether they were going to hold that crime scene indefinitely until they caught someone and prosecuted someone, just like Stoneman Douglas. The high school was held like a vault, like a museum for years and years so that the jury could actually go there and see it exactly as it was when the shootings happened. Is that going to happen with this house?
I don't think so. And I asked the prosecutor that question. It doesn't sound like they plan to hold it like this indefinitely until there's possibly a trial. If they catch the killer, hopefully they will. But he did tell me they're in no rush to clear it. He said what he told the police and the detectives is he feels that they should keep this a crime scene as long as they feel they need to until they have looked at every single possible little thing. And again, finding out today that there is no person of interest and there is no suspect behind the scenes that they know about, it seems that they're going to keep it this way for a while because there's a lot more investigating to do.
Yeah, there was some talk that they might be actually releasing that house soon. And I just wonder if that's actually going to happen. Don't forget, there's 2 survivors. Presumably, they were taken from that house instantly without all of their possessions. And then, of course, those families
of the
victims would probably want to get some of the possessions of their children back at some point. So it's a morbid thought, but it's also important for some of those families. Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
There's some other really good videos. 5-hour gap in Idaho victims' movements, which I actually like this video.
And Brian, you have walked from not far from where you are, the Sigma Chi house, to the house behind you. So, I mean, is it a long walk? Is it a quick drive? Like, give me a sense for how far away that would have been.
It's a very, very short distance, Ashley. The drive is maybe 3 to 5 minutes. If you put it in your phone GPS, it'll tell you it would take about 10 minutes to walk. But let me show you this. This is the house where the victims lived. And if you drove, you'd have to go down this road, which kind of winds around. But if you walk, which is what the kids here do, you can see right here, there's this little walkway that cuts down the embankment and goes all the way down to the main drag. So you don't have to zigzag around on the road. Wild. You cut right across. The frat house is right over there on the other side of that hill. So it's a very, very short walk. It's very easy to get to.
What party were they at? That's a very good question, Kelly. I wonder where they were. The Sigma Chi? Were they over at the Sigma?
And you mentioned it. There's that gap in the timeline. Police today acknowledging that they're still trying to get information about what was going on during that gap. Listen to what the police told me.
I don't think so.
The timeline has obviously been key. You've released some details, but there's a hole with Xana and Ethan
it says that they left the frat party at 9 p.m. but didn't get back to the house until almost 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Do we know where they were during that whole?
So I'm not sure that it says that they left the location. I believe it says that they were seen there. I think that's what it says. But we do want to figure out what occurred between the 9 and the 1:45. Figure out who they were with, what was going on, maybe any routes or paths that they took to end up going home. Those types of things. Potentially, that is critical to the investigation. We don't know. So as students come back and they maybe had seen or been at the location with them or had seen them traveling through campus, we want to talk to those people. That's important to us.
Well, I mean, it's good to know that now, but no one has ever made a public appeal for this information about Ethan and Xana in that 4 hour and 45-minute gap. And here's the other thing that really doesn't sit well with me, Brian. Ethan is a member of Sigma Chi. He's a brother at that fraternity. And so for someone to say last time they were seen was 9 p.m., if they were at that party for the next 5 hours, somebody would know that. I mean, someone would know. It's his fraternity. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you would think, and you could go to the fraternity. I assume they have surveillance cameras outside. They could interview the members who were there. It certainly is strange that there is that gap there. And you heard the police again today saying they want people to come forward and tell them if they saw the two during that time.
Blessings up for your daughter, Haley. I hope everything goes good on that. So she said, listening on the way to take my daughter for her surgery this morning. Glad you were live, helping me not drive myself crazy with the worry. Sending love and light, Trev. Or we're sending our love and light to you too. And I hope that your daughter is doing great. I hope she has a good recovery, which I know she is. I'll be praying for you. Thank you.
All right, don't go anywhere because I do have a lot of other questions for you, Brian, as well as viewer questions on that issue about the weather and why that's really, really important. But in the interim, I want to do a quick deep dive on the significance of the gap in the timeline and why police may not want it to be the focus of the public. So for that, I want to bring in Ken Maines. He's a former detective and undercover FBI operative and has a reputation for helping solve unsolvable cases. Ken, weigh in on that.
You're welcome,
why
Haley.
have the police not been screaming from the rooftops from day one? There's nearly 5 hours where we don't know the movements of Ethan and Xana. Public, do your thing. Instead, it's just Brian asking them.
Yeah, I mean, I think any timeline, any crime, a timeline is imperative. In a homicide case, it's twofold, right? So why they're not asking for more information, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that, and I don't want to assume. But I am sure that they are looking into that because it is of the utmost importance to figuring out what happened here.
So what are your thoughts about that? Would there be a reason, though, that they would just kind of brush that under the rug and, release it only in a little square on a map where a lot of us thought they were at the frat party the whole time? Would there be a reason where they'd not want to, scream for all the video and all the information and all the tips on Xana and Ethan's whereabouts?
No, I don't think. I think it is just what it is, and that is they don't know. And if you don't know, I mean, you obviously can't put anything out other than that. And I think that's the case. And I think that's the case with this whole mystery is they really just don't know.
Yeah. Ken, weigh in with your expertise.
Yo, this dude right here, he has a video on YouTube where he did he did something on the Idaho 4 with a person on death row right now.
The violent and vicious nature of these killings, right? They were very, very good at what they did, whoever this killer was. All of the punctures could have been lethal in themselves, according to the coroner, all in the upper body. All 4 died. Nobody survived this knife attack. Does this scream revenge? Does it scream obsession? Does it scream something else to you?
No, that's the thing is you can't tell just based on injuries if something is personal. There are so many variables. A homicide is so fluid.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television.
Damn, they cut him straight off. They cut him straight off. Let me see ones in it. I don't know if I don't know. I was gonna say something, but I'm gonna back off of it. Hold up. Let's go down to here. This is another one. Next door neighbor. No, not that one. This one.
Where do things currently stand in the University of Idaho murder investigation? What do we know? And what do we not know?
Again.
We'll break it down. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weck.
Tate House was nice and located in Hollywood Hills. This house is the Tate House is haunted as hell.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him. And I want to remind you that that's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
As we continue our coverage of the University of Idaho quadruple homicide case, we thought it might be best to take a snapshot of where are we right now. There's been a lot of conflicting information and rumors and speculation. So let's try to set the record straight on what we know and what we don't know, because as of right now, there have been no arrests and no suspects publicly identified. What we do know is that 4 students were brutally killed. 21-year-old Kaylee Gonzalez, 21-year-old Madison Mogan, 20-year-old Zana Kernodle, and 20-year-old Ethan Chapin. Their bodies were found in their off-campus home out in the college town of Moscow. According to the Lake County coroner, the students were each stabbed and were likely asleep when this happened, although it has been indicated that there were defensive wounds. What we also know is the location of the victims in the house as well. They were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors. We'll get to the 1st floor in a second, but the 2nd and 3rd floors is where we're focusing. Zana and Ethan were found on the 2nd floor. It's believed that they were in a relationship together. And then Kaylee and Madison, who had been longtime childhood friends, they were found on the 3rd floor. In fact,
hold up, did he say 1st floor?
Relationship floors is where we're focusing. Defensive wounds.
I thought he said
what we
1st
also know
floor.
is the location of the victims in the house as well. They were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors. We'll get to the 1st floor in a second, but the 2nd and 3rd floors.
I heard it wrong. I just wanted to make sure.
Zana and Ethan were found on the 2nd floor. It's believed that they were in a relationship together. And then Kaylee and Madison, who had been longtime childhood friends, they were found on the 3rd floor. In fact, Kaylee's father at a candlelight vigil said that Kaylee and Madison were in the same bed when they died, which we don't believe has been positively confirmed by the police, but this could be a situation where parents and family members were told information about the case that wasn't shared with the media or the public. I actually spoke with News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton, who's on the ground there and has been following this case, about this statement because he was there at that vigil, and here's what he had to say.
Yeah, stunning. We did not know that beforehand, and I wasn't expecting like a big investigative piece to come out during the vigil, so that shocked me. Obviously there's a sad component. I mean, they've been best friends forever, these two. You look at their social media, they being best friends since they were little kids, so it was just very sad to think about that they got killed together in the bed, but also interesting when you think about the investigation. I was also thinking to myself, we had asked police many times, can you tell us where they were in the house? Can you tell us who was in which room? And they've always said, no, that would really compromise the investigation. So I was also sort of wondering, are police maybe not too pleased that little detail came out?
I should also tell you that there was no sign of forced entry or damage to the home. So it becomes a question of how did the killer or killers get access to the residence, particularly when you also consider that there were 2 other people in the house as well. I mentioned the 1st floor. Well, there were 2 surviving roommates who reportedly were asleep when all this was carried out. They were not attacked. They were on the 1st floor, but they have apparently been ruled out as suspects. I also should tell you that at the time of this recording, it's being reported that there was another person who could have lived at the residence but was not there at the time of the killings. This comes from an Idaho State Police spokesperson. We don't have a lot of information about this potential 6th roommate right now, but hopefully we'll learn a little bit more in the days to come. What we do know is that the murder weapon, which is believed to be a fixed blade knife, has not been recovered. Interesting note about that, I sat down with legendary homicide detective Phil Waters, who had this comment about the knife.
They keep saying it's a Rambo type knife. Well, that's absolutely incorrect. It's not a Rambo type knife. In fact, I've read where they have identified the type of knife, and the type of knife that they're talking about is the United States Marine Corps K-bar. So when I saw this, my thought is this person prior military?
Now, if you look at that, like when it goes in, the way that they can tell when it goes, like the way that the knife goes all the way in. So if somebody stuck that all the way in you and they push it all the way in, it'll leave a bruising on your skin. And it'll show that, you know what I'm saying? Like that bruising, that if they put it all the way in, that bruising will be there from the, hold on, let me put my mouth. I'm pointing to it like you guys are going to see me pointing at my other friggin' monitor. I'm an idiot. But this part and like this part, it'll show the bruising on the outside of the skin.
So the specific weapon, if they're talking about a K-bar, which is what this is, most
definitely,
then there's a possibility that they need to look into.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you.
Military background of some kind.
Let's also talk briefly about the timeline of events because it's important here. So Mogan and Gonsalves were at Moscow, Idaho's Corner Club. It's a bar. And a sorority sister of two of the victims spoke to the media, and she said that she saw Madison there for the majority of the night, said she seemed normal, that she was there with her friends. Then we know, according to police, that these two victims left at around 1:30 a.m. They then went to a food truck. This is actually captured on camera footage. And then they went back to their home at almost 2 a.m. As for Chapin and Kernodle, they spent the night at a fraternity. They got back home at around 1:45 a.m., a little earlier than Mogan and Gonsalves. And then authorities have indicated that they believe the killings happened between 3 and 4 a.m. It is being reported that the surviving roommates called friends over because of one of the victims was unresponsive the morning after. A 911 call was placed shortly before noon, and multiple people apparently talked with the 911 dispatcher. Now, we do want to also set the record straight with respect to if this was a targeted attack. The reason I say that is because authorities have gone back and forth about this, about who or what was the target.
Freshman?
2 days after the bodies were discovered, law enforcement said that this was a targeted attack. But then the prosecutor's office, specifically lead prosecutor Bill Thompson, came out and suggested perhaps it was the house itself that was the target. Moscow police released a statement saying, quote, the Latah County prosecutor's office stated the suspect specifically looked at this residence and that one or more.
So pretty much like on this, like right now on this specific live, sometimes I have guests up, sometimes I'm by myself. I'm just going over everything again. Like I like filling my brain with as much information that I possibly can about this, because this case is driving me up the wall. I mean, I'll get off live and go lay down, and then I'll end up finding myself in another live. And I'm just looking at everything. Like I'm looking all the way around. It's just like I can't. If I'm gonna do that, then I might as well just stay live, right? 24 hours.
More of the occupants were undoubtedly targeted. We've spoken with the prosecutor's office and identified this was a miscommunication. Detectives do not currently know if the residents or any occupants were specifically targeted, but continue to investigate. And most recently, the Moscow Police Department issued another statement that said the following: we remain consistent in our belief that this was indeed a targeted attack, but have not concluded if the target was the residents or its occupants. This comes from a spokesperson from the police department. And by the way, this wasn't the first time authorities did this.
Nice
they initially said that there was no imminent threat to the community, but then they kind of walked that back a little bit.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I have to tell you, it's not surprising, given this miscommunication and conflicting messages, that there are those on the internet who have tried to solve this case for themselves, these internet sleuths. And that can prove dangerous because many times we see them engaging in conspiracy theories and misinformation. The reason
I know, what do you guys think about? What are you guys thinking about, like an ex-law enforcement person talking to somebody from death row about the murders of Idaho? Do you think that's interesting, or do you think that that's not going to prove shit? Because obviously that dude got caught for the murder. I don't know. I'd like to know y'all's thoughts on that, because I mean, I seen it, but I didn't watch it fully. I started to watch it, and then somebody went live, and I started watching their live.
And I say that is because there is one individual in particular who has been of intense interest on the internet, and that is Jeremy Regan, a neighbor who, again, internet sleuths believe is suspicious. He's the subject of online harassment. No reason at this point to believe that he's involved. And I also asked Brian Enton about this as well.
Yeah, so he was actually on Banfield on News Nation. I think it was last night or the night before.
24-hour stream, baby.
And basically, he did an interview early on with another news agency. I can't remember which one. And says that, you know, he was sort of pulled out of context and made it sound kind of shady. And you mentioned the internet sleuths sort of zeroed in on that and suddenly sort of like targeted him as a suspect when he never really was a suspect. You know, he had, you know, he admits he lives nearby. But, you know, the internet sleuths, listen, they can be really, really great. I mean, you look at other cases, they've literally solved cases before, and it's amazing what they can dig up, the manpower that they have. And they go back through every photo, and they're on Venmo, and they're everywhere looking at every little detail. But in a situation like this, I mean, you got to feel bad for this guy, at least from what we know. You know, it sounds like he just got, you know, called out for something that he had nothing to do with.
So as it currently stands, this investigation is ongoing. It's ongoing through local, state, and federal agencies.
I agree with that.
It's being reported that
Heather.
at least 150 interviews have already been conducted, that over 100 pieces of evidence have been collected. The 5 cars that were outside of the residence have been towed away by authorities for more evidence collection. And even though more than 1,000 tips have been reported, authorities have been clear that they need the public's help.
We ask anyone with any information related to what happened with these 4 who are in our community, their interaction with others, and whether they expressed concern or commented about someone or something strange, to get that information to us.
And I will leave you with this: the absolute fear in the community right now, how these killings have shaken this town. Let's listen to Brian Enton.
This is a small town. People are literally freaking out here. Like, I mean, I can't like tell you that enough. Like, people don't go out at night. They think the killer is among them here. You know, people have put double locks on their doors. I went to the vigil last night. They have, metal detectors to get in, and police with binoculars on the balconies. So I think they're walking this fine line of trying to keep the community somewhat calm, but at the same time also being open that like they don't really know what happened. But it was weird at the vigil too. You know, it was in an indoor arena that you look up in the rafters. They had police with binoculars. They had undercovers. They had a ton of police. The metal detectors I mentioned. There was a very real concern that the killer could show up at the vigil. I mean, even the dean of students told me that they were prepared for that.
Remember when we streamed that,
all
guy?
of that is going on in these people's minds as they're trying to grieve and figure out what's going on in their town.
Scary situation, scary case, and we will continue to follow it. And that's all we have for you, everybody. Thank you for joining us here on Sidebar. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
I remember when we watched the vigil, right? Do you guys think the killer attended the vigil? I'm just curious. I get sick of these people talking shit on internet sleuths. Law enforcement theorizes and speculates as well. Then they go through the process of elimination. Just because some idiots go overboard doesn't mean all internet sleuths are bad, says Marlena. Shout out to Marlena, man. She's always on, you know? Y'all think he was at the vigil? Mike Jones just put 1 for yes. So, I mean, yeah, you can put 1 for yes or 2 for no, or yes or no. No, jackass is too scared to go back. Damn. She said jackass is scared to go back. We know who Jackass is. That guy on Jackass killed him, allegedly. No, yes. I see a lot of mixed. Yes, I think so. Yes, Jack D was there. Oh, shit. So you think it was Jack D. When they made that eye contact, which I need to find out who struck my channel. Somebody struck my fucking channel the other day. Was it old boy for me playing that fucking content? Let me find out. All right, let's go through some more here. Moscow murders later 6 months. Hold on, let me check emails too while I'm at it. Sleuthing. I swear I was sent this video already. I swear somebody sent me this video, but we're about to find out right now.
Hey guys, Chronicles of Olivia here.
Yep, seen it. I'll play it though.
So I was on Reddit and I found something very interesting.
I think she struck my I'm about to go look.
A screenshot where someone says to check at a certain timestamp of.
Never mind. We seen this already. We already seen this. 10-4. We already seen that. We seen that already. We seen it on another channel. It wasn't that. It wasn't Livia's, but we seen it on somebody else's channel. Bliss. I like her glasses. Hold up. Where's this other video I wanted to watch? Red flags.
This was a young male, somebody who could get into the house and get out in that neighborhood without being seen.
Someone who knew the victim or victims, knew the layout of the house, knew how to get entry into the house. There was no indication of forced entry. No.
I don't think it was two people, because the more people you had going into that house, the more likely that it is that they were going to be seen. So I think it's one male, young enough to have been in that neighborhood.
He had to be somewhat confident that.
Mac Pride, I meant smoke.
This is
smoke.
Reporter Room
Mac
with
Pride,
Jessica Della Davies.
Hello, Reporter Room investigators. We're talking about Sigma Chi today, and I'm going to open with something positive, but I am going to get into these messages that may link someone at Sigma Chi into what happened. Potentially. Sigma Chi was Ethan's fraternity, and they did start a scholarship fund in his name. Everything I'm sharing with you today is my opinion. There's been a lot of information circulating on Reddit and Twitter about the Sigma Chi. However, I can't find any credible source for this information. I'm going to share it with you with the caveat that this could be fourth hand. Someone heard it from someone else who heard it from someone else. But I do find it interesting because Sigma Chi is located very close. You can see it from the house where Ethan, Zaina, Maddie, and Haley all passed. I also want to talk about the fact that detectives have become aware that there is a sixth person on the lease at the residence. Now, there were 6 people in the house, but as you recall, Ethan didn't live there. He was visiting Zaina. But law enforcement does not believe that this particular individual was present during the incident. The person was not at the residence on the night of the murders is exactly what Aaron Snell, who is the Idaho State Police spokesman, and that's what he told the press. He didn't provide the name of the sixth person, and you can see why. There could be all kinds of doxing that's going on or false accusations, so they're going to protect that person, but it sounds like they have ruled them out. He did say that we remain consistent in our belief that this was indeed a targeted attack, but have not concluded if the target was the residents or its occupants. Okay, let's read this together. It says, I have it on good authority. Cousin is a cop in a nearby town, but called in to help in Moscow once school started back up. Apparently, the investigation is looking directly at the Sigma Chi frat party Ethan and Zaina attended from 8 to 9 that night. He did not have any update on their timeline after they left 9 to 1:45, but did say it looks like the investigation is honing in on 2 suspects from the party that night. And an update should...
Does anybody else feel like 6 hours feels like 5 minutes when you're looking at this crime? It's kind of like the Delphi murders, right? You just want to know who it is so bad. If we were willing to catch the killer right now, I'd delete my YouTube channel. I'd trade my YouTube channel for that killer to go to fucking prison right now. Swear to God.
Publicly name them by the end of the week. Sigma has made their socials private and removed all information from Facebook going back a few years. They believe Ethan and Zaina were the main targets stemming from an argument that night. Downstairs, survivors could hear 2 males rummaging through the rooms above them, figured it was an after party, locked the doors, and went to bed.
6 minutes later.
When they discovered them in the morning, about 30 minutes before the 911 call, they called their friends at Sigma to come over, who in turn called the police. It's right across the street, and for whatever reason, they believed it was people from Sigma. Back door was left open, one dead in bed, the other blocking their rooms with their body. Police just updated their Facebook to reiterate they are not looking into the activities of that night, only the murders, which to me suggests something went on. Fights, I can't say this word, etc., and spilled into anger later that night, and that is what got them. Also, didn't want to release the profile they created as it would cause undue fear in the community, i.e. Greek life. More coming shortly. What I do find interesting in all of this is the fact that Sigma Chi is located very close to the home where the 4 students were slain. In fact, there's a concrete pathway that leads directly from Sigma Chi to King Road home. And I think law enforcement will definitely be investigating who else was at this party that night and who may have visited Maddie, Kaylee, and Zena's home. Profilers agree that whoever did this had to have some knowledge of the house and the occupants, because to enter a home with 6 able-bodied adults would have been risky. Also, there was no sign of a break-in. So this person would have either known that the doors were unlocked, or because the house had a key code, they would have had the key code. So when you consider that one of the 6 could have had a gun or could have called 911, this was a really big risk. And law enforcement has said that they believe that this was targeted. Now, they've retracted that and said that maybe the house was targeted. I definitely think that it was a person that was targeted. And my reasoning behind that is there were 6 people asleep in that house. Person went to the first room and did away with Zena and Ethan and kept going and went upstairs to where Maddie and Kaylee were. And then once they did that, they stopped. So if this was a rampage, why would they just stop there? Why not go downstairs where the other 2 roommates were sleeping? So the house on King Road had a key code entry, which was allegedly known to many people in this house was known in the community as a party house because there was no sign of a break-in. So who knew this code? It could also be that the doors were habitually not locked. But again, whoever did this would have had to have known that. So law enforcement described the weapon as a quote, pretty large knife, a military knife. And the Moscow police have said that this was targeted. Then they retracted it. Then they said it wasn't targeted. Now they're saying they don't know if it was the person that was targeted or if the house was targeted. And the last time that something like this occurred in Moscow, a murder, was over 7 years ago. So this is not something that this particular law enforcement agency has to deal with on a regular basis, thankfully. However, this could explain the difficulty that they're having in coordinating their messaging, because this would be a new situation for the Moscow police. Now, we know that Kaylee and Madison were in the same bed, and this is based on the number of calls that were placed to Jack from both of their cell phones. So is it possible that they were also awake? Zena's father has also stepped forward and said that his daughter had multiple defense wounds.
Yes, ma'am.
So whoever did this went from room to room and was obviously looking for someone specific, which is why profilers are saying this was targeted. And if he was willing to do away with 4 people, then it only makes sense that he probably would have been willing to do away with 6 people. This is why profilers believe that this was a person who was targeted. He went from room to room, person to person, until he found his target, and then he stopped. So this could have been someone that was rejected by either Maddie or Kylie or Zena, or maybe it was just some kind of perceived slight, or it also could have been some kind of a peeping Tom who was in the periphery. And that brings us back again to the Sigma Chi house, because you can see Kylie, Zena, and Maddie's home from the Sigma Chi house. And we know that Ethan and Zena were at the Sigma Chi house that night. So if you're a student and you live in this vicinity, I'm appealing to you to think of any of the people that you know, specifically males, that would have had any unusual cuts or injuries on the day following November the 13th. Subscribe and leave me a comment.
That was good. I thought she did good on it. And that is the reporter room, guys. She's got some good content. Let's see. Lex Luthor, Scotland, UK. Oh, shout out to Scotland, UK. Firefly says the knife could belong to the house. Could belong to the house. I don't think Hoodie Boy was walking about with him. I don't know. I've seen a lot of surfacing photos of a shaped knife in Hoodie Guy's jacket, allegedly. Now, I mean, it does look like something shaped up in there, but could it be a phone? Could it be, you know what I mean? There's several things that it could be. Vigil held. Hold up. Criminologist says tips. Tips will solve mysterious. I mean, obviously. I could guess that, right? Did you guys ever seen this?
Sleuthing can ruin people's lives. Luckily, I have a thick skin. I can handle whatever internet trolls throw at me.
Today we speak with Jeremy, one of the neighbors next to the home where 4 University of Idaho students were brutally slain. Jeremy is one of the only neighbors who have spoken publicly to media ever since the internet has ripped his life apart, making wild accusations.
I talk to the news, I'm a male next door, and so instantly that's suspicious. I mean, I wish I would have been able to say on there that sleuthing can ruin people's lives. Luckily, I have a thick skin, I can handle whatever internet trolls throw at me, but other people can't. And so in the future, it's just like, hey, be careful and cautious. Plus, like the thing on Twitter of, I don't even remember their name, absolutely nothing to go off of. It's like, he won't give DNA, and it's, the cops haven't asked me for DNA. Yesterday they came, they interviewed me, they asked if I would give DNA. I said absolutely. They didn't bring the kit with me with them because they don't bring the kits unless they're anticipating getting DNA. And so the officer.
Whoa! Hold up.
The thing on Twitter of, I don't even remember their name.
Hold up 1 second.
Absolutely nothing to go off of. It's like, he won't give DNA, and it's, the cops haven't asked me for DNA. Yesterday they came, they interviewed me.
I heard something wrong.
They asked if I would give DNA. I said absolutely. They didn't bring the kit with me with them because they don't bring the kits unless they're anticipating getting DNA. And so the officer asked if he could call me again. I said absolutely. So if I don't get a call from him in the next couple of days, I'll just go down to the station myself and give DNA. But just starting these rumors of he won't give DNA when I was never asked. Most people aren't going to willingly give up DNA for something. That's not happening on a frequent basis.
You're not the only male that lives around here. I mean, I see that this is like an apartment complex that has 3 different layers or levels, and we got houses over here. We got another like quadruplex.
B Fly. That's what made me like. He was sussy to me because of what was that other McDaniels dude that was so suspect? Remember that? Stephen McDaniels? He was super suspect. He was always on there doing interviews. Like everybody was like, yo, this is the Stephen McDaniels of Idaho. You know what I mean? So I was like, if he gives his DNA, then I'm good. And then he went and gave his DNA. So I was like, I gotta cross him off now.
Over here. So you're not the only guy in this area either, right? I mean, and you're not the only guy that's ever hunted in this area that lives in these apartments and stuff.
Yeah, I'm just the only one that had an interview go viral, and so that's why people are coming after me specifically.
Now, you went to bed, about what time? I know they're going to probably ask, so about what time did you come in and call it a night that night?
I was in my house pretty much all day. I don't really do a whole lot unless my friends invite me out.
All right.
So I was just already in my house.
Just chilling.
Yeah, just either watching TV or playing on my phone or something, sitting on my couch.
And you were up running around town at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Nope, I was in my bed asleep.
Okay. What has the environment been like around here since everything has transpired?
People are quiet. People are really quiet. They've just sort of disappeared, and it's just different.
Right. And you have probably some friends around here that live in and around this area. Can you tell me how what they have expressed, like their feelings since all of this has happened?
So I don't have any friends in this immediate area. I have a friend that's like a block or two down.
She didn't strike me, Freckles. She didn't.
He seems to be mostly unaffected just because he's far enough away from it. But yeah, the people in this area, I've said it, I don't talk to them. I don't know them. I see them walking by and I recognize
Nirvana's label did.
And so I don't know how they're feeling.
Right, yeah, but I can imagine that the morale is really low around here. People are probably nervous, scared. I'm sure you probably are scared yourself, even though you're dealing with all this drama from, the social media world. How has this affected your daily life?
It hasn't really. I mentioned the very first interview I did that I have started carrying a weapon on me. At this point now, it's more for the salutes that may or may not try and come after me in person. More than the killer, but that's pretty much the only thing that's changed is I went from not carrying up here in Moscow to having a weapon on me again.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, and you seem like a really docile guy. You seem very friendly, very approachable, and I just, to be honest with you, when we heard that you were getting this kind of attention from social media that was really, really negative, we really wanted to come out here and help you. I mean, we personally have looked into you ourselves. I mean, there's nothing there. There's nothing to look at. You're just a kid trying to go to school. I should call you a kid because I'm a little older, so I apologize. But you're just somebody trying to go to school.
Yeah.
So, how does the whole social media? You said you had thick skin, but I know in the back of your mind it really has to be bothering you just a little bit because these people just don't know you. And they're saying some wild accusations with absolutely not a scintilla of evidence or fact. And you yourself just said, if they come to you and ask you for DNA, you're happy to provide it.
I was willing to give it yesterday, but the cops didn't bring the kit because they weren't anticipating getting my DNA.
Right. And so far, like if they really thought you had something to do with it, I would imagine, has your apartment been raided? Has it been searched or anything like that?
If it was, they didn't move anything because it looked the same when I got back after Thanksgiving break as when I left it.
Right. So, again, what would you like the audience to know about you in this? For example, you were just really trying to help. Like you were trying to tell your side because, I mean, this house is really close to a lot of these buildings. And for nobody to hear something, I guess it sparks a lot of people's emotions. And, of course, their conspiracy theories. How could nobody hear? But this happened at 3 o'clock in the morning. A knife was used. And you were in bed.
And the roommates downstairs didn't hear it either. I don't know how they expect people from through the house, through another wall, and plus, 30, 40 feet?
Yeah.
If the roommates didn't hear it, I don't know how anyone else would hear it. So I don't know why people are saying, well, how didn't you hear anything? Because there was nothing to hear.
Right. Does this house usually have music playing at different hours of the day and night? Is there a lot of people that come in and out of that house that you're aware of or have seen?
Fucking wisdom tooth.
I mean, typically, as I said, though, the music was usually pretty self-contained.
Okay.
They would open a window when it was during the warmer months, just so that it didn't get hot in there, and you could hear music as you're walking by.
Yeah.
But if you were inside your apartment, you couldn't hear anything.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Do you think it was someone that knew them or maybe a random person and you don't even have to say what you believe, but do you have an opinion on who did this?
I mean, based on pure speculation, I think it was probably a college-aged male. Probably knew them because they knew enough to get in and out of the house undetected, so I'm assuming they had been there. Whether they were friends with them or just known them from various gatherings and parties or classes, I don't know. Again, we don't know anything. This is all just my personal speculation. But I would assume that it was probably someone that either knew them or was familiar with them at least.
Do you feel safe here?
Usually, yeah.
How about after this event?
I mean, from the killer, the first couple days definitely was a little bit sketchy because the police said there was a quadruple homicide. The person is out and about. We don't know who it is. So, I mean, for those first couple days, it was definitely like, oh, wow, better watch your back. But then after that, nothing else had really happened. So it's like, all right, it's still a threat, but it's not like an active, like I'm constantly like looking over my shoulder type of thing.
I mean, it's not active.
And then now at this point, like I said, it's mostly just
it's
me worried for the sleuths that may or may not want to try and come for me based on nothing.
Yeah. And I think we have people that we work with, so we'll make sure that they, know of this as well, so they can start advocating for you and leaving you alone. Because to be honest with you, you were just trying to help. You're just here. moving forward, are you planning on staying in the immediate area moving forward?
I mean, until I graduate, yeah. And then after that, it just depends on where I get a job.
Oh, and you said something that that sparked something in my brain. You said that they had to have probably, and I agree with what you said, your speculation. It's just your conjecture and your opinion. But I also mimic some of your opinion on that. But wouldn't the person, the assailant here, also have to know the community's comings and goings as well? Because this is pretty close proximity to that house. They wouldn't, I mean, if somebody was committing something like that, you would think that they would have to know that this place quiets down at XYZ time and usually people are in bed.
I mean, I'm sure they did know. It wouldn't be hard to just sit out and watch for a couple of days, but it was also pitch black. The light that's up on the front of this building, it didn't used to work up until shortly after this happened. Then they went and fixed it. So this area was just totally pitch black other than maybe the porch lights.
So it really didn't matter. They could have just came and gone even if they weren't familiar with this area. That's interesting. How long has that light been out?
I'm pretty sure since I moved here in 2020. It might have worked for a short while when I first moved here, but it's been out for a really long time.
Gotcha. Giving the opinion that this is, really bad, which it is, but that this person's a serial killer. Do you feel that law enforcement is being as transparent with you guys, the school, as possible?
No.
You know,
I think it's partly to preserve the investigation, because if they come out and say we think it was X or Y or Z, everyone's going to start freaking out. People are going to start doing more digging into stuff that may be irrelevant. So I think they're trying to keep it pretty centralized so that they can do what they need to do without outside interference.
But when they say targeted and personal, you believe that?
Appreciate you, Willie.
As opposed to, say, a serial killer that they're keeping under wraps. You don't think they would be deceptive? I mean, I don't see them being deceptive about that.
I mean, considering 2 of the roommates were unharmed, I do think it was a targeted thing. If it was a serial killer,
all of them would have been done. Yeah, I agree.
After speaking with Jeremy, he appears to have no involvement in this quadruple homicide. He appears to be sincere and honest. Just a college kid working on a degree.
No doubt. I'll definitely check them out. I check readings out. I do different streams for that. When I check them out, I definitely check readings out. Readings, all different types of stuff. Spirit box sessions. Hold up. What else do we? There's some other really interesting. What is this one? This one was really good, I think.
Tonight, It only takes one moment,
it was this one.
One minute, one night for lives to be turned upside down.
We
lost 4 beautiful souls.
The hardest part, we cannot change the outcome.
For a quiet college campus to become a crime scene.
This could be anybody. It could be anybody.
What do you say to the students who are scared?
I tell them I'm scared too.
And for a killer to seemingly vanish in the middle of the night.
There is a threat out there still.
It's all hands on deck for investigators, racing to retrace steps, comb through evidence, and stop this case from going cold.
They could break open any time.
Because it only takes one clue, one slip up, one tip.
Somebody somewhere has information about this case.
To end
that red Jeep. That's all the cars they towed off too.
To these young kids.
Idaho Murder Mystery, a News Nation special report, starts right now.
Right, Melissa?
Good evening. I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho, for this News Nation special report. 3 weeks ago, the unthinkable happened in this house behind me. 4 university students brutally murdered here. Their killer not only is still on the run, but still all of this remains a mystery 3 weeks later. And we have breaking news tonight. New details that we have just confirmed. News Nation is learning that Kaylee Gonsalves's injuries were significantly more brutal than her best friend Maddie's injuries, which may end up being a very, very important piece of evidence when it comes to determining who the target was in this attack. I have learned Kaylee and Maddie were in an upstairs room in the house, so the killer had to go
a lot of people were like, oh, they could have jumped up on this ladder and went to the window. I heard all types of crazy shit. It's like, what's the most likely entry? Like, I don't think nobody's climbing up this ladder. Fucking freezing ice cold up here. You probably slip off and bust your ass and fall on the ground. Break your neck or something. I don't know. A lot of people were like, check that ladder, the ladder, the ladder, the ladder. Like, they can use that ladder to climb up on the balcony. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Upstairs to get to them. And again, that new information just confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were, quote, significantly more brutal. That is new information that we are going to analyze coming up over the next hour. All of this really is a nightmare for this town, a nightmare that they just cannot wake up from. Over the next hour, we are going to be diving into all of the details of this case, learning more about the victims and their families, trying to make sense of this unimaginable loss here in Idaho. We're gonna go take you around the crime scene, show you what it looks like, as well as an exclusive look at the Idaho State Crime Lab. And we're going to remain focused throughout all of this on the victims and their family. To try and understand how we got to this point, first, we go back to the beginning. Moscow, Idaho, a beautiful, quiet college town near the border with Washington State, blanketed in snow this time of year, and home to the University of Idaho, with 11,000 students who have almost never had a reason not to feel safe.
The worst crimes we see in town involve things like bike theft or cars getting keyed or something like that. We're a nice little artsy town that provides a great quality of life to a lot of people.
But what happened in the early morning hours of November 13th has shaken this community like never before.
I'm scared too. This is a worrying time, but we also have the ability to understand that this is just another example that crime happens and it can happen anywhere.
Fear. College community still in shock following the brutal stabbings of 4 of their students. So many asking, how did this happen? We start on the evening of Saturday, November 12th. Haley Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, where many college students spend their Saturday nights. At this local bar, the Corner Club on North Main Street in downtown Moscow. According to local law enforcement, the two were at the bar between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At around 1:40 a.m., Kaylee and Madison moved over to a local food truck. You can see them here on surveillance video from the grub truck down the street on South Main Street. News Nation has confirmed the 2 women used a private party for a ride home from downtown to their home on King Road. The home is about a mile and a half, or about a 6-minute drive from the food truck. They got home around 1:56 a.m., according to digital evidence collected by investigators. Investigators also say Kaylee and Madison made several calls to an ex-boyfriend of one of the girls 7 times, raising some eyebrows. That person has now been cleared, according to law enforcement.
There's a good one. Vote on that, guys.
News Nation's Chris Cuomo.
There's no boy problem. There's no threat. There's no high-risk lifestyle that could have indicated this. It has taken all of us completely by shock, and we have absolutely no ideas.
Another roommate, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were also out the night of November 12th. Investigators confirmed Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi fraternity house on the University of Idaho campus. Here's where things get a little shaky. Law enforcement confirms with News Nation, Ethan and Xana were seen at the fraternity house around 9 p.m. They reportedly made it back home around 1:45 a.m. Investigators are still trying to piece together what happened between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m.
Figure out who they were with, what that was going on, maybe any routes or paths that they took to end up going home, those types of things. Potentially, that is critical to the investigation.
As for the 2 surviving roommates, They were also out on the night of November 12th in the Moscow community. They returned home by 1 a.m. The two surviving roommates did not wake up until later in the morning on November 13th. That is when they called other friends to the house because they believed one of the second-floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m. on November 13th, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the home. Officers discovered Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan dead inside the residence on the second and third floors of the home, suffering from stab wounds.
I think they knew the killer too, personally.
Really hard to call them puncture wounds, and they were definitely stabbings. And I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry in order to stab 4 people to death.
54 votes, 57% jackass. Good
So many
gracious.
questions unanswered. Authorities remaining tight-lipped.
All right, so I put up a poll, guys. It's who is most likely the killer? Allegedly. Jack S, Jack D, serial killer, roommates or other. So roommates or other is the last one. Serial killer, Jack D, and Jack S. Jackass or Jackass, 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 Jack Dick. Yeah, the J. You already know who these jacks are, so make sure you vote on the poll. It's a landslide right now. I mean, everybody thinks the same thing. There was 1,000. I did 1,000. Like I had like 1,100 votes the other night, and literally it was like 60% jackass. I want to see if anybody's minds changed. 67 votes so far. 71 votes so far. I'm watching these numbers move right now. 71, 71. Who's the next bidder? Who thinks that fucking Jack S did this? If you think Jack D did this, did you think a serial killer did this? Roommates or other?
Saying there are many details, still simply don't know. Do you know inside the house whether the victims' doors were locked into their individual rooms?
I don't know that.
Do you know were any messages left behind in the house, like almost symbols from the killer? Because sometimes in other cases, if it was like a fetish killing, they would leave something on the body or write something on the wall. Is there anything like that?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
While authorities remain tight-lipped, we are learning other details from the families of the victims. At the vigil on campus Wednesday night, Kaylee's father gave insight into how close his daughter and Madison were discovered, saying the two were found together in the same bed.
So basically, all right, Running Bear. So basically, this is like a little documentary so far up to what happened.
When law enforcement said there was a miscommunication between police and the county prosecutor about whether this was a targeted attack or not.
My understanding is the investigators believe that whoever's responsible was specifically looking at this particular residence. That's all that they can offer at this point.
The latest from police is they do think the murders were targeted, but police say they have not concluded if the target was the house or one of the occupants. Investigators have also confirmed a 6th person on the lease was not in the home at the time of the murders.
You're damn right, Malika. Get this motherfucker out of here. Get him in the cell.
And the roommates and friends who lived in this house behind me were so many things to so many people. Jokesters, a fashionista, some prolific photographers. They were really just typical college kids preparing to take on the world. Their friendships so deep.
Did anybody do their chores today? I'm just gonna do it.
The roommates could rock spot-on impressions of one another.
It's 8. Gotta go. Jay's calling. Oh, Jay's calling.
Two of the young women grew up together. Madison Mogan, Maddie from Coeur d'Alene, and best friend Kaylee Gonzalez from nearby Rathdrum, Idaho. Roommate Xana Kernodle went to high school close by in Post Falls, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin from out of state, Mount Vernon, Washington, all coming together at the University of Idaho, the tiny college town of Moscow.
Community is reacting with grief, concern. These were 4 very popular people on campus.
Emotions raw at a community vigil on campus Wednesday, including Ethan Chapin's mother.
50 more likes, brother. 700. Hit them like buttons. Hit them like buttons. Hit the like button.
Her 20-year-old coming to the university this fall with his brother and sister. Triplets, they were inseparable. Ethan's last day spent accompanying Sister Maisie to her sorority formal. Yet the freshman was usually with his girlfriend, Xana Kernodle, a junior studying marketing and reveling in the pair's growing relationship. A proud post of Mouse and Chef, a playful version of Ratatouille.
And I want people.
Bonafide made a great statement. So, and then I've been saying this for days if you go back and look at my stream. So, Jack S. behavior at the food truck and the girl's uncomfortable reaction to his presence is the most telling evidence we have. And I've been constantly saying that. Only if Joe V would say exactly what he was saying that night. Good point.
Able to take this personally because she was everyone's daughter.
Kaylee Gonzalez's sister talking to News Nation's Chris Cuomo about her younger sister. Kaylee was finishing her senior year strong, with her best friend, Maddie Mogan, always at her side.
So then they went to high school together. Then they started looking at college.
Shout out to everybody that's in the stream. Make sure you hit the like button. It is totally free. And make sure you hit the subscribe button. It's totally free. Turn the bells on. I go live all the time, long, extreme lives. And bring panel guests up sometimes. It just depends.
They came here together.
From tweens to Lake City High, teachers say the two girls never parted. Roommates at the University of Idaho, Maddie did join a different sorority.
Yes, he did. He just did a video
music
answering
lover showed off her marketing skills, running the social media account at the Mad Greek restaurant where she worked.
And in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed.
I think all the people working on trying to figure this out, and it really means a lot.
That dad, man. That dad,
Moscow, Idaho, the perfect backdrop for the college journey.
Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but like, what would you guys do in my situation?
The home on King Road, which once hosted Forever Friends, now bears visible scars of the unthinkable. 4 young lives taken, who, as shown on Xana's high school graduation cap, had their sights set on giving the world so much more.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
It's just so heartbreaking what these families are going through. I had the chance to sit down with the Gonzalez family in Kaylee's home. Their loss, it is so heavy, and they have been vocal about their relentless search for justice and frustrations with the investigation. Here's part 1 of our conversation.
You know, she was hurt so bad that she was not able to recover. That is just terrible.
Oh, it's okay.
It's terrible. I cannot fathom in my head what kind of person did this.
It's capable.
And why. I can't sleep at night. I lay in bed pondering just millions of different scenarios.
So sad, man.
I want to know, but then there's stuff obviously you don't want to know, but
you just cry.
I think I want to know it all, and
you're okay.
I just don't understand why. How somebody could take somebody, four of them. It wasn't just my girl. Just so savagely.
Is anyone acting differently since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle by any means, but
let me see how many people in here really care about these girls. Let me get a hashtag justice for the Idaho 4 or just hashtag justice for Idaho 4. Drop it in the chat with some hearts. Light it up. I want to see how many of you really care out here that are really, I know all of you care, but I want to see the chat light up with hearts for them. I really do.
a few of the names that have been circulating around, I think it's hard not to kind of, dig into this. And I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe she shouldn't have been. And yeah.
Share the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss,
an hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
You've mentioned before that you didn't want to have a funeral right now because the killer's still out there. Is that something that you're still thinking about? Are you nervous at all? I mean, because in Moscow, we talked to students. People are really nervous there.
They should be.
Yeah.
This targeted to me, it seems behavior based. That's why I don't like it, and it kind of pits the parents against each other. So I don't like that. I just told some of the other parents today that if your daughter is no ill will from me, man. To me, if you go have a couple beers or go out and hang out with your friends and then come home and go to bed, if that's your target, then I think we all do that. I think we all come home and go to our beds. Yeah. So
it's kind of a bad word then. It doesn't really make sense in some ways.
Exactly.
Even the prosecutor told me that.
Yeah.
He said, I think it was kind of a weird word to choose.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes sense if there was some bad behavior that they did, let's say, I don't know, they came from a strip club or something, and then somebody followed them home. That's a targeted thing. That's what comes. I've had innocent people that were interviewed that were their neighbors, and they said, I'd be a lot more scared if it wasn't targeted.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing anything to target me. And I'm like, well, if targeting is just going to bed with your friends.
So maybe that was just a way to calm people down?
I feel like it was strategic.
Yeah.
It was a strategic way to keep people from hitting the door, transferring out, and turning that place into a ghost town. So,
You never think you're going to lose your little sister. Ever. You never think you're going to have to bury your daughter.
Absolutely unbelievable. It's nothing compared to the pain that I feel.
Yeah.
From Kaylee. And I don't know. It's several things. It's her age. It's how it happened.
So life.
Why it happened. Who did this to her?
Just graduated.
Who did this to her and her friends? The fact that she was with her best friend. Since they were little girls.
That family tonight is so heartbroken. I've been in touch with them. It's literally unimaginable to think about what they are going through, but they are so determined to find this killer, and they say they are going to keep the pressure on the police until that happens. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk more about that breaking news that we learned about just tonight about the...
Hold on, you said that was an odd statement about the strip club. Do you think T-REV, how do you think? All right, T-REV 77, what would you be targeted from? I don't know. Jeffrey Dahmer targeted people from coming basically out of like a strip club gay joint type of thing, in Milwaukee. I'm pretty yeah. It's not, I wouldn't say it's an odd statement. It happens. People are targeted from that. Yeah.
Condition of the bodies. We are live tonight from Moscow, Idaho. Up next, Xana's mom breaks her silence for the first time.
We need more answers.
And internet sleuths are on the case.
That made me cry.
This is my theory on multiple parts of the case, okay?
But when does it help the investigation, and when does it go too far? I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho tonight. The murder mystery has reignited the murder here. The online sleuthing community who gained notoriety during the search for Gabby Petito in 2021. We are talking about the armchair detectives, people who sift through social media looking for any possible clue. And in the vacuum of information from Moscow police.
Christy, that's weird you said that, because you said that as soon as what triggered me about it all. It's heartbreaking in general, but I remember when my boy got killed, and I remember his mom, and it just, yeah.
Their voices are louder than ever. Here's News Nation's Ashley Banfield.
What we know is that 6 missed calls were made from Kaylee to Jack's phone, her ex-boyfriend.
From the start, amateur investigators shared their theories on the Moscow, Idaho quadruple murders. The case has gripped the nation. People are craving as much information as possible, trying to put the pieces together themselves.
I'm going to talk about these slayings in Moscow, Idaho.
I'm wondering if it was a friend, not one of the roommates.
This is just as pretty much everybody talking about this case, pure speculation.
Partly fueled by a lack of information from the police.
Everybody has an opinion and they want to come out and say it. And so what that does is that detracts from the public's ability to trust the information that's out there.
Police have always had to work around rumors. They sift through leads, discarding the hoaxes and the hearsay to try to get to the credible tips. But the sheer volume of tips in this case could take a toll on police resources. But they could also crack the case. Nearly 500 digital media tips have come in to an FBI page dedicated to the case. The Moscow police are on rumor control, both on their website and during their news conferences. Often, the rumors get started on social media.
Okay, I have no qualifications to be speaking on the Idaho murders other than the fact that I just have been keeping up with them. And this is my theory on multiple parts of the case, okay?
Social media sites seizing the moment, setting algorithms to gain traction on the Idaho case.
Same here.
TikTok posts with the hashtag Idaho murders have more than 90 million views. Reddit forums with 27,000 members.
I'm on that one. That Moscow murders one they just shown.
And private Facebook groups, each with tens of thousands of people, are all talking about the Idaho murders and are ripe with wild speculation, many delving into Kaylee, Xana, Madison, and Ethan's own social media accounts. But these crowdsourced investigations can also ruin lives as they track down so-called suspects on their own. First, it was the young man in the hoodie seen at the food truck in a video that surfaced days after the murders. Police were flooded with questions about who he was.
I think a lot of people were curious about that person. We were able to identify him.
Police have since cleared that man, but online sleuths soon turned their attention to a new suspect, a neighbor of the victims named Jeremy Reagan. He's a third-year law student at the University of Idaho and gave a TV interview about the comings and goings at the house where the kids were murdered. He admits that he'd given a nervous smile while talking about the crime. Some viewers took
Okay, so hold up. I have it written in my notes. It was either Xana's or Kaylee's. It was either Xana's or Kaylee's, but I thought it was Kaylee's dad that fixed the locks. I swear I read it in a report somewhere that was Kaylee's dad, but
issue and made him a target. Soon he moved from target to suspect, and it was open season on the internet.
People online have just been ruthless. They went through and gone through all of my social media history over the past decade, partly because of all the reports that the people had sent in about me in the interview I did.
Reagan has spoken with the police and even volunteered his DNA. But when he didn't hear back from the officers, he simply went to the station himself and gave police a sample. But as amateur investigators continue to dig deep into his personal life, contacting his friends and his family, Jeremy is now so concerned that he carries a pistol for protection. Amateur detectives have had some success before. During the Gabby Petito case, social media hashtags exploded with billions of views. It was social media users that put many of the pieces together and gave police strong clues as to where to look. Back in Moscow, Idaho, with every day that the 4 murders go unsolved, the online investigative community is sure to grow. Each wanting to be the cyber sleuth that unlocks the mystery and solves the crime. But at what cost to the professional investigators and to the public?
And Ashley Banfield joins me now. Ashley, you have been on this story since the very beginning. You've been doing it every single night on your show. We know with the Gabby Petito case, the online sleuths really had an impact, helped solve what happened. Do you think that could happen in this case?
So the reality is, Brian, that every police officer will tell you when trying to solve a case, there is no detail that is too small. And they ask the public to bring forth any details because sometimes that minute detail can be the linchpin that opens up an entire other set of facts. Well, I don't know how many total officers have eyes on this, but, it's upwards of maybe somewhere below 100. And with the online community, they may be able to triangulate some details between photos that may go missed by the detectives on the case. So in one circumstance, it is highly effective to have that many more eyes that could point out something that's critical to the case. But as we just heard, it can also be detrimental, Brian, to Jeremy Reagan and people like him who all of a sudden become targets for attacks. And those attacks can be relentless. I will also say this, Brian, it is not as though an online community hasn't had incredible success before. You mentioned Gabby Petito. There was also a serial killer in Canada that the online community found before the police found him, and the police ignored them. So there are some lessons to be learned from that, and there are some things the community can actually help with in terms of investigation.
And you mentioned Jeremy. I saw him on your show the other night. He actually lives right down the way here. I can see his apartment from where I'm standing. You can't help but feel bad for that guy. I heard him on your show say that he actually went to the police station to give up his own DNA just because he wanted to clear his name. All right, Ashley, don't go anywhere because we are going to talk to you about this breaking news that we talked about at the top of the show, the new revelations that we have confirmed about the conditions of the bodies, what that might mean in terms of who was targeted. We're going to get to that coming up right after this break. We are live from Moscow, Idaho tonight.
Still ahead, a confounding crime scene. How did a killer seemingly go in and out of the house without a trace? And reality is not always what you see on TV.
We call it the CSI effect, that some people think, well, we should be able to do this.
Our exclusive look inside the Idaho State Crime Lab.
I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho tonight, where we continue to look into the murders that happened in the house behind me. 4 innocent college students now 3 weeks ago. Still no significant developments, still no named suspect, still no named persons of interest. I want to bring back in Ashley Banfield. And Ashley, I've been looking forward to this because I want to talk to you about this new information that we confirmed just before the special today. The new information is that Kaylee Gonzalez's injuries were significantly more brutal. That is what I can say. Significantly more brutal than her best friend Maddie's injuries. What do you make of that new piece of information, Ashley?
Well, it's astounding, for one, because this is the first time, Brian, that you've been able to get the kind of information that helps us to perhaps try to figure out why this happened. Not saying this is definitive, but it certainly is one additional clue as to whether perhaps Kaylee might have been the target. But you got more information that makes it almost more complicated, and that is where the girls were found. So walk us through what you discovered today, because many of us didn't know which room when Kaylee's.
Whoa. Where did you see that at? Was that the murder that happened? Was there a murder that happened 7 years prior that was at it, the last one? Which one are you talking about?
Father said they were found in the same room and in the same bed.
Yeah, let me show you, Ashley. I want to take you up the hill here and get you oriented. This is the front of the house. There's now private security out front. And I
agree with you much more on that one, Marlene.
And it's very, very slippery. But we're going to walk you up to the back of the house. No windows on the side of the house. You've got the front door obviously on the front, which we know has the coded lock. On the back of the house, though, is where the bedrooms are. Confirmed that Kate injuries.
Brian, I think we just lost your mic, and I'm not sure. There, no, you're back. You're back. Can you just repeat what you said in the last 10 seconds? Your mic went dead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was explaining that we confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were more significantly brutal than Maddie's. We've also confirmed that they were on the third floor. I'm going to have Mo show you. Third floor here, where not easy access. You've got the balcony. There's a slider. You can't easily jump up there. What this has us wondering, Ashley, and I want you to kind of walk through this with me. If Kaylee's injuries were the most severe up on the third floor, and there's no way out of the third floor, would that mean the killer specifically targeted the third floor? Because it doesn't make any sense. Why would the killer go up to a floor where there would not be an easy exit for him? What do you make of that, Ashley?
Well, it's significant in that we still don't know where the killings began. Did they begin on the second floor where Xana Kernodle's room was? And of course, Ethan had been staying over that night. And we now know that that room was the room on the far side of the house. So not the side of the house that you're on right now, on the other side of the house at the front of the house. That's Xana and Ethan's. And then did they progress to the third floor? And while your mic was cutting out, I think the key piece of information that the audience couldn't hear was which room upstairs on the third floor the girls were actually found. That before now, we only knew they were found together, but we didn't know in Maddie's room or in Kaylee's room. And so as we look at the third floor map right there, bedroom E is Maddie's bedroom, and it looks out the back of the house. And bedroom F is Kaylee's bedroom, and it looks out the front, but also the back where the slider is. So what did you discover about which room, Maddie's room on the left or Kaylee's room on the right?
That's right. We've confirmed that they were in Maddie's room, which is also interesting. That's something that we did not know. So Kaylee's injuries were significantly more brutal, but they were sleeping together in Maddie's room.
Hell yeah,
So that helps put the puzzle together. There's also something new that helped put the puzzle together, and it was on your show. It was an exclusive interview you had on your show Friday night with Xana's mother. We had never heard from her before. She called into your show. I want to play what she said, and then we can talk about it on the other side, Ashley.
Her father mentioned to me that he had just went and replaced the lock the weekend before.
You said her father mentioned to you that they had replaced the lock?
Yes, that he had fixed it or something. But yeah, he said that he had fixed it the week before, just to make sure.
The week before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do not think it was the house that was targeted. I believe wholeheartedly that it was those kids who were targeted. They weren't just acquaintances. These kids were like best
Thank you, David Clayton, for the last video.
Practically were family. These kids were tight knit. They were good friends. They were like family. They were around each other constantly. They did everything together. How could it not be a planned thing? How could it not have been targeted?
Voice of Xana's mom here?
Okay, so yeah, I wanted to ask you actually two significant things that stood out to me during that interview. Number one, what she said about the door locks. Number two, that she feels that, I think she put it, these kids were targeted. Talk to me about why those two things. I mean, they're new, and what do they mean?
Critical. And I just wanted to make sure that our viewers knew that was the voice of Xana's mom. She wasn't on video because she's so distraught. That was just her voice that we heard. But she said that the locks had been worked on by Steve, or rather by Jeff Kernodle, Xana's dad, just the weekend before. She couldn't confirm whether the lock that he had fixed was on Xana's room or whether it was a lock to the outside of the house. But I did say, did the rooms have individual locks? And she believed that Xana's room did have a lock. So very, very significant, because we've been trying to figure out, and there's a picture right there on the screen on the left-hand side is what one of the rooms in the house used to have in it, a coded lock to get into an individual bedroom, and that each bedroom had a coded lock. That was 3 years ago, and we're not sure if each bedroom still has a coded lock. But it's critical because we've tried to figure out how did the killer get in
morning, everybody
to a
coming
locked
in. Thank
bedroom,
you.
and
Smash
then
that like
how did the
button
door
and
perhaps get locked on the way out
get
so
on
that
with
the
this
roommates couldn't
killing.
get in and thought someone was passed out on the
Find
other
out
side.
who the hell
That's
killed these
critical.
girls.
But I also think it's very
Find this
critical
fucking killing
that she
spree
thinks that the
bastard.
target was the kids, not the home, and that it was someone they knew and trusted.
The dude went on a killing spree. Like, it's obviously that it's a rage murder with the significant wounds. I don't know. I feel like it's this killer just raged out. I don't feel like it's a serial killer. I feel like it's somebody who just raged out and snapped. I want to get on with finding this killing bastard.
Trusted. And then one more thing, Brian, about the fact that the girls were found in Maddie's room and not Kaylee's room. I think it's important for our viewers to know that Kaylee was in the process of moving out. So it's possible that many of her things were scattered all over the bed, or the bed was in pieces or had no bedding, and that's why she might have been in her best friend's room. But if the killer went into Maddie's room and yet Kaylee had more injuries, and it's dark, it's the middle of the night, this complicates things even more, because if Kaylee was the target, then how would the killer know which one of the girls that was in Maddie's room if they were sleeping? Because they look a lot alike, and in the dark, it would be very tricky to tell. And certainly it wasn't Kaylee's room. So very, very big find that you've discovered.
I'd like to know that reason why.
Yeah, certainly some big developments tonight that really help us piece together the story. Ashley, I know you've been covering this every single night on your show. You and I have been on the phone late at night discussing all of this, and we'll continue to do the same thing next week. Ashley, thanks so much for coming on tonight.
You bet.
Moon says I think it was a fantasy killing.
Okay, we've still got a lot more to come. We are live in Moscow, Idaho tonight.
A News Nation exclusive, a look inside the crime lab system that handles all homicide.
Doesn't this, guys? If I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with Dateline, but this little segment right here reminds me of like Dateline. You know, Dateline was my shit. I always watched Dateline.
It's in Idaho as we dig into the physical evidence the killer might have left behind, plus unimaginable loss.
A lot of people have been wondering if Kaylee had a stalker, if that was really true.
And new information from a family taking justice into their own hands.
About 2 hours away. Oh, wow, Melissa Davis.
We have been outside this crime scene for a week now, and there are a lot of questions about the evidence inside and what actually happens to it. And just last night, we were standing in this spot. We're pretty much here all the time for the most part. We saw detectives walking out with brown bags in their hands, but we still don't know exactly what was inside. It was an interesting development, though. There were some very, very large bags, and it seemed like they went in to gather some kind of evidence and then came out about an hour later. Idaho State Police Forensic Services, they're pouring over what has been taken from this scene. They've been in the home multiple times. News Nation got an exclusive look at the state crime lab. Alex Capriello joins me live now. Alex, you know, there's so much frustration among the community. So many people are wanting answers quickly because, you know, you see the TV shows. They think that they can get these results fast, but it seems like it really does take quite a bit of time.
Right, it does. That's exactly what we learned from the Idaho State Crime Lab. The fact of the matter is that this is an incredibly complex crime scene. And obviously, with the killer still on the loose, every bit of evidence is crucial to try to crack this case open.
The knife, the incredible amount of blood, and the complexity of a bustling home with plenty of visitors. The forensics.
I mean, we all do know that Kaylee had more significant wounds than anybody else because the dad had came out and said that. I don't think the dad would come out and put out some misinformation like that if he wasn't told that was the case. I just don't see him doing that. I don't see him saying my daughter had more significant wounds than everybody else if it wasn't true. I don't see that happening.
Team is on a case like few others.
It's so very complex. We're not talking about a person that just randomly walks up on the street and stabs somebody and walks away. We're talking about 4 individuals here.
Forensics professor and Body Bags podcast host Joseph Scott Morgan also taking note of how the murderer slipped into the home on Moscow's Kings Road. No broken windows, no broken doors.
And for the investigators, that's a big piece of information. It goes from, if you're looking at a potential suspect, What level of familiarity did they have with this environment? Did they feel comfortable in it? Did they know their way around? Would they say, you know what,
Cover up
maybe I don't want to go in the bottom? Keep in mind, the two people that lived downstairs, they didn't die.
And also in this case, a complicated stew of DNA from the roommates and, as a hopping college house, many guests.
It'll spin, it'll inject the blank, it'll spin back.
News Nation getting an exclusive look inside the Idaho State Crime Lab outside Boise.
So this is the DNA casework lab.
Ready for the complexity of this case and others. The lab demonstrating for News Nation how elimination fingerprinting works for cases with a crowded home or in a car with
Always love
passengers.
You can see that's a really nice print that you left on the glass.
But Idaho's Director of Forensic Services reminds the public, speedy and slick TV evidence processing is not the real deal.
We call it the CSI effect. Some people think, well, we should be able to do this, but the technology doesn't exist for that yet.
Time certainly moving slowly back in Moscow with the decision to tow the victim's car weeks after the murders.
Wherever it is they're storing them, I hope that it would be at the Idaho State Crime Lab, because at crime labs, they have actual evidence processing garages. At that scene,
I would think
what
the
did they
same.
have?
Yeah,
They had a piece of
exactly.
yellow tape going around that was providing security.
One solid tip, bolstered by the careful processing
Exactly,
of
that
a
too,
single
that
clue
part.
left behind. The best hope to find justice for 4 young lives.
Just fascinating to see inside that crime lab, the work that they do behind the scenes.
This is literally like
Explain
Dateline.
to us why this in particular is such a complicated scene.
Right. Well, I kind of briefly mentioned it in the story, but when you think about it, I mean, just look at it. It's a rather large house, first and foremost. 3 stories to it. That's a whole lot of evidence for investigators to comb through. And then not to mention just the proximity to where it is on the college campus, frat row. Obviously, some of the fraternities and sororities are just about 200 yards away. We're told that this was a place where people partied, people socialized. And so that's a whole lot of people that are coming in and out of this home, which could really muck up and blur some of those lines and that evidence in there.
And I know police are remaining tight-lipped for the most part, but do we have a time frame when more of this evidence could come back to testing?
Well, this is the benefit of actually being able to go to the Idaho State Crime Lab, right? We were able to ask them that, and they told us that they've already processed some of this evidence and they've gotten it back into the hands of the detectives.
That's a fact.
So right now, information is coming in and they are processing new information, but obviously this could take weeks as like I mentioned, a lot of evidence to come through.
Thanks so much, Alex. Yeah, it's just fascinating to see inside that crime lab. It's not often that you get to see inside a crime lab like that. So we've still got more to come. Alex mentioned it, still evidence being taken out of the house. You saw the brown paper bags. We got that video yesterday. This is all so active. More coming up after this break, live from Moscow, Idaho.
Coming up next, a brand new revelation from the parents of Kaylee Gonsalves.
Are you confident with the way they're investigating? Welcome back. There has been so much information floating around for the past several weeks about this case. Some of it is true. Some of it has obviously been rumors. And a lot of the talk has been focused on whether Kaylee Gonsalves may have actually had a stalker. I asked her family to clear that up. Can you talk a little more about, a lot of people have been wondering if Kaylee had a stalker, if that was really true?
Does this look pink?
I said this, she's a pretty girl. Her friends are really pretty. So them attracting attention was pretty common wherever they went. So I think she attracted attention, whether that's a dedicated person following her around, maybe not. I do believe that the officers looked in it and I believe what they said, that there was no evidence there.
Are you confident with the way they're investigating?
I think it's hard to say this way or that. They're obviously holding it very tight to chest, which could either be a really, really great sign or a really, really bad sign. And I think depending on not even the day, the hour, especially my dad and I, we go back and forth between they got this and kind of falling apart a little bit and, really looking at specific events that have been strange or maybe should have been looked into more in our eyes.
And it really is just so heartbreaking what that family has been going through. I thank them so much for trusting me and allowing me to come into their home and talk with them. It's so easy to get caught up in the investigation, all the new nuggets that come out with things. But behind the scenes, this is really about the victims and it is about their families. The pain that is even worse
because the killer is still on the run tonight. If you are watching this and you have any information about what happened here, think about those families tonight. You can stay anonymous. The number for the police is on your screen. Someone has got to come forward.
All right, so that fake screen video, that's where I sent it in right there to that tip line right there. And I had got that email back stating that it had no relevance to the case. And then after that, Ichabod friggin' he literally exposed friggin' Joseph Morris for it. Thank you, Retro Kitten. I appreciate you. Shout out to joining the Rev Gang fam. Shout out to you for joining the Rev Gang family. Make sure you go to the members only tab. And if you want to join the private Discord, you can. If you don't want to, don't worry about it. But there is a private members Discord where we all chop it up in there, send videos, watch true crime in there in general.
Forward
a lot of shit in there.
to ease their pain and to make this community finally feel safe again, because they don't feel safe. We are not going anywhere. We will be here covering this story. I'm Brian Enton. Thank you so much for watching this News Nation special report live from Moscow, Idaho.
I like this segment. That segment was fire. It was like Dateline-ish. It really was. Okay, so that was an M death. Did food truck argument lead to murder of 4?
You're looking at enhanced video of the confrontation between 2 of the University of Idaho murder victims and another student at a food truck. The time, 1:30 a.m., just hours before the murders. Kaylee Gonsalves and Matt.
Hold up, so this was 1:30 a.m. So when they had got their food, they got into the vehicle. So, okay. So you think an hour, like an hour and a half, maybe even a little bit less, the murders happened?
Madison Mogan stopped for mac and cheese after partying at a nearby bar.
Everybody seemed like in good spirits, nothing seemed off, and then they start interacting with a couple other people. They're waiting for their food.
Now look at this. Video shows Madison pointing at a man in a hoodie who appeared to have followed them to the truck. We had the video and audio from the clip enhanced, and you can hear her using an expletive. Blank you, mister, she says. Police have already announced they have cleared the young man in the hoodie. Audio engineer Anthony Nelson enhanced the audio for Inside Edition. What do you hear in that instant?
She says, you.
So, was there an argument? If so, what was it about? Kaylee's parents say, in their opinion, some of the individuals have been cleared too prematurely.
Absolutely.
Nancy Grace, host of Crime Stories, says the victims' families are being mishandled.
Number one thing you do in a murder case is you locate the victim's family.
Nancy's my second wife. Shh. Don't tell on me.
And loved ones. And you hold their hands from soup to nuts till you get that guilty verdict. All the way. Now, do I mean hand over your file and all the intricacies of the case? H-E-double-L, no. But there's a happy medium. These families should not feel this way.
Meanwhile, the focus is shifting to where the other 2 victims, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, were between 9 p.m. when they were at a gathering at a Sigma Chi fraternity and 1:45 a.m. when they returned home, just a short distance from the frat house.
Hell no, you did not just say that. You did not just say 1:45. They did not get home at 1:45. Why are you still saying 1:45? They got home at 1:56. See, this is 5 days ago, and they're still saying 1:45. Hold up. Maybe they were talking about Xan. Maybe I'm snapping.
We're between 9 p.m.
All right, never mind. I jumped the gun there. I thought they were talking about Kaylee and Madison. I was about to fucking snap.
This is shifting to where the other 2 victims, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, were between.
They did get home at 1:45. That's on me. I thought they were talking about. I jumped the gun there. Talking about Xana and Ethan. Xana and Ethan did get home at 1:45. Now they did fuck up and say that Madison and Kaylee got home at 1:44 or 1:45 too. So they fucked up on that. Not Inside Edition, but law enforcement in general. And those are major mistakes in the case.
9 p.m. when they were at a gathering at a Sigma Chi fraternity and 1:45 a.m. when they returned home, just a short distance from the frat house. Police fear students who have the information are reluctant to come forward. News Nation's Brian Enton is in Idaho.
Police told me they want to send a message out to the kids here on campus. They're not concerned about what was happening at any of these parties, whether the kids were drinking or the college students were smoking pot or whatever. They're not going to get in trouble, police say. They just want the information about where Xana and Ethan were.
All right, hold up. Let's see what's going on this next one.
We're switching gears a little. You're looking at an.
Oh my God! It keeps skipping through all the video. All right, let me just wait right here. Hold up. Zalvez's father wants to know food truck. Oh yeah, this is what I want to see right now. Shout out to Conspiracy, by the way. Now they're saying,
hello, friends. Welcome back to my channel. It's now been 3 weeks.
I heard
and
that,
law enforcement has still not made an arrest in the 4 University of Idaho students' murders. Over the weekend, we heard from Kaylee's family quite a bit, and in one of their interviews, Kaylee's mother said that she felt certain suspects were cleared too soon. This morning, I came across an article where Kaylee's father, Steve, actually talks about who he thinks was cleared too soon. This comes to us from the New York Post. It was published just this morning, so I will link the article in the description below. The grieving father of murdered University of Idaho student Kaylee.
If you don't believe me, I definitely got a lot of tabs open. I got tabs over here, and then I got tabs on this monitor. And yeah, something like that. Tons of tabs open right now, for sure.
Gonçalves is working with his own private investigators because he fears cops in the major case are too inexperienced. Steve raised his fears Sunday in an exclusive interview with the Post, saying he was also concerned that one suspicious character had been ruled out too quickly, seemingly allowing him to flee the country without taking a DNA test. He lashed out at the lack of leads coming from cops who backtracked on claims that the killer appeared to be targeting at least one of the 4 roommates and had yet to even suggest a profile of the likely slasher. One of the murder squad officers is only 26, he complained, meaning he was only 19 when the sleepy city of Moscow last had a slaying in 2015. So they're just inexperienced, and I don't want anyone making mistakes in my child's case. Also blasting the officers as not exactly the most tech-savvy people. As well as his own fears, Gonçalves said started working with private investigators because there were enough insiders telling us we should be concerned about the lack of any clear leads in the November 13th murders of his 21-year-old daughter and her 3 friends. I talked to detectives, he said, making clear he was keeping away from the internet sleuths whom he dismissed as Hollywood shit. One of the private detectives I talked to has 50 years in the game, he said of his outside help. The gumshoe told him that he had to break cases when there wasn't DNA, suggesting younger cops rely on it too much. Trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, he said of police investigators. The grieving dad still hopes cops will be heroes and prove him wrong by ultimately emerging with breakthroughs that solve the case. I'll apologize. I'll come out and say these guys had amazing DNA or some evidence and good for them. I was giving them shit and I take it back. I'd love to be wrong and we can get this guy, he told the Post. Gonçalves said he is only speaking out because of his alarm at the lack of leads, including the refusal to release an official profile of the likely slasher in the November 13th attack. That would give all these other girls that are walking around that community somebody to look out for. Don't make more victims, he warned. He admitted that he also fears that a hoodie-wearing man spotted lingering near his daughter and her best friend Madison Mogan, also 21, was ruled out too quickly for killing the pair and their 2 friends. Some people came to us and said that he's out of the country. He didn't take a DNA test, he said. So we would like the police to tell us.
I really do think he was clear way too early.
Into this day.
His alibi was, he said, saying he would be able to move on if they could confirm it was solid. So apparently this is whose alibi he's wanting to know. Vague, mixed messaging on whether the killer likely targeted at least one of the 4 roommates and why could also lead to a dangerously false sense of security, he warned. I've heard people talk to reporters and say that they'd be way more scared if it wasn't targeted. Some people think that means they, the victims, were gambling, or they were doing drugs, or they were doing something that really made them, the killer, come after them, he said of the lack of info. My message is, I think having a couple of beers with your girlfriend, going home, texting, and crashing out in the bed together. I think a lot of girls did that, he said, of his daughter and Mogan, who were sleeping in the same bed in a third-floor bedroom when they were killed. And a lot would be targeted if that's all they did, he said. His daughter and her best friend were brutally stabbed to death, along with Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, both 20, who were in a bed on the second floor. The two other roommates who were asleep on the ground floor of the Moscow home were unharmed and likely slept through the bloodbath, police said. Goncalves bluntly admitted on Fox and Friends Sunday that he does not feel confident in the investigation. I did sit down with the lead investigator and I looked in his eyes and I got a sense that this guy was going to do everything in his power to figure something out. But if the evidence isn't there, that's the part that I'm concerned about. And that's why I push the envelope and say a little bit more than police want him to air publicly on what he gets told. I hate to be that guy, but everybody has a job and a role to play, and this is my role as the parent. The Moscow Police Department, which is being helped by state police and the FBI, did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
What's my favorite aspect of true crime? Everything. From the first 48 all the way up. Even cold cases. I like everything about true crime, Marlena. Everything interests me. Like, I mean, you got the cases that get solved 1, 2, 3. And then you got I like every aspect of true crime. I've always been fascinated with it. Growing up, I wanted to be a homicide detective. My grandfather, he was a homicide detective, and then he retired. He passed away, but he knew a lot of stuff about it. And I wanted to be one, but I fucked off and screwed up a lot of stuff growing up as a kid. But that's besides the point. I just always been into, and like I'd say my favorite part about true crime is forensics. It's just so fascinating how you can get caught from like carpet lint, just all types of different shit, like fabrics. I don't know. I can't really say what my favorite part about true crime is because I like everything about it. It's just the rush for trying to get justice for a family. That's one of the biggest things is seeing justice. I'd say my favorite aspect of it is the justice part. I like it all, but the best part of it is the day. Like today is the day. Like when they caught Richard Allen, today is the day. That right there, there's nothing more satisfying there's nothing more satisfying than seeing the killer get his ass fucking caught. There's nothing more satisfying than that. Nothing.
Comment. On Saturday, the force declared that it was working through around 6,500 tips submitted, including more than 1,000 to the FBI. Investigators also had 113 pieces of physical evidence, as well as around 4,000 crime scene photos, the force said. Still, at this time, no suspect has been identified, stating that only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation will be released to the public, because speculation without factual backing has been stoking community fears and spreading false information. So, what do we know about the mysterious food truck guy? He's believed to be Jack S. because very early on, someone came out and identified him. However, I don't know that original source, and we're not 100% sure that this is even the same person. These are the facts we know about Jack. He goes by either Jack or John Showalter. He either was or is a member of Delta Tau Delta. He has familiarity with hunting and cleaning animals per his Facebook account. He's from Boise, a child of 2 doctors, a pediatrician, and an orthopedic surgeon, also per Facebook. He's friends with Madison on Instagram, and the first picture I showed was from one of Xana's TikToks. Now for the rumors. His alleged alibi is that he drove home to Boise on the night of the murders. Also, that he currently traveled to Africa, where his parents are known to have participated in charitable work. That he got kicked out of the corner club the night of the murders. That he got kicked out of his fraternity, that he is a neighbor or lives in close proximity to 1122 King Road, that he is possibly adopted per Facebook evidence that his siblings constitute an adoptive family and does not appear to resemble his parents or older siblings, that he wrestled in high school, and of course, last but not least, that he is in fact the hoodie guy from the Grub Truck video. Now, law enforcement says that the male seen in the Grub Truck video is not a suspect at this time, but it appears Kaylee's family is very suspicious of him. So let me know what you think down below in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. Please do me a favor and like this video, subscribe, and turn on the bell icon to get notifications for when I post.
Conspiracy. That's conspiracy, by the way. She's been killing that. Let's see what else we got. Search for murder continues.
Maddie was my best friend. She was the first person I talked to every morning and the last person I talked to before bed.
We delve into the very latest in the University of Idaho murder investigation with Sidebar co-host Anjanette Levy, who's on the ground in Moscow. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
Hit the vote poll if you're coming in, jackass. Who do you think? If you just came in, there's a vote poll at the top. Who is most likely the killer? Allegedly. Allegedly. Disclaimer, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. Just putting that disclaimer out there. Who, and I stand behind law enforcement on what they put out. So anything that I'm putting out is not proven fact yet until they corroborate that. So please don't take anything from this live and go spread it anywhere else saying, oh, I heard this on T-REV channel and I heard that and this and that. You know what I'm saying? And this is true. And because that's how rumors get started. So guys, we're just speculating and everything is allegedly over here. But who is most likely the killer to you? Allegedly. Jack S, Jack D, serial killer, or roommates, or other? Which is the last one?
We can all look through that dark tunnel and see the light and follow that light. And I pray that we have justice someday.
All right, let's get back to our coverage of the University of Idaho quadruple murder case, because we're learning new details surrounding the stabbing deaths of 21-year-old Kaylee Gonzalez, 21-year-old Madison Mogan, 20-year-old Zana Kernodle, and 20-year-old
dedicated like me,
Chapin. Their bodies found in their off-campus home out in the college town of Moscow. These killings happened 3 weeks ago, and at the time of this recording, there have still been no arrests made, no suspect identified, no murder weapon recovered. Well, as I mentioned, there are these new updates, and I want to bring in right now my co-host here on Sidebar, Anjanette Levy, who is on the ground in Moscow, Idaho. Anjanette, it's good to see you.
Hey,
if I'm not mistaken,
Jesse, good to see you. And I want you to see just behind me, you know, the house here. There's still security around the clock, still crime scene tape around this house. It is still a crime scene. So they are preserving it just in case they need to go in to get more evidence.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So you're literally right outside of the crime scene. That is the house where all of this took place. What have you noticed so far since you've showed up on scene?
Well, this is 1122 King Road. And this.
Hold up. You're 47? If that's you in that picture, you do not look 47. You definitely look 25.
This is where this sadly occurred a little more than 3 weeks ago. Crime scene tape, as I mentioned, still here. Private security has been hired to help guard this location. Some of the cars just switched out a short time ago. This is a community that's really on edge.
So you want to see that handprint that you're talking about? Hold up. Let me see. All right. So you guys want to see the handprint that Lex is talking about? Yeah, that handprint is right about here. I'm almost there. Come on. This page is running me through a bunch of shit. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I played it once earlier, but I'll do it again since Lex mentioned it. All right, here we go. So she's talking about the handprint, and the handprint was just brought up on the news recently, which I was like, what the fuck? Welcome, Violet. Glad you came by and pulled up on us. I see a bunch of people that just entered. These are said she ended her own life. I guess she was bullied. Yeah, I seen about that too. I see that you're talking about Hannah Clear. I seen that. My Italian genes. It runs in my. I'm 32, so people say I look like I'm 18. It's weird. All right, so yeah, the handprint, Lex. You're talking about. You're talking about this. It's gonna come up here in a second. This is the part you're talking about right here, the handprint. This is where the handprint originated from. Coming up. All right, the handprint is right here. All right, so there's your handprint, Lex. Right there. That's where that handprint photo originated from. We talked about it earlier, but I'm talking about it again because I know there's a lot more new people in here. This is the handprint. See if we can get a better shot. All right, now that's about. It brightens up a little bit right there. You can see that it's a full ass handprint. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's there. Marlena, hold up. Didn't you send me something earlier? She had this in her hand. Did somebody mistake that for that rose? Fact, that's what I was thinking. I was like, hold up, did somebody mistake that for blood earlier? But yeah, that was that part. Next, let's go back to where we were at. All right, we were here.
Been reporting that there's been an increase in calls for welfare checks and things like that. I was here yesterday walking around a little bit, just trying to get a feel for how people are feeling. And it sounds like a lot of the cab companies here in town, at least one of them that I called to try to get a ride, it said that because of, this situation, because of this awful thing that happened, they're not operating 24 hours a day. So there's real fear here that there is a killer still on the loose and people just don't feel safe.
Yeah, that's terrifying. I think there's one thing to be said. We kind of get these reports about the feeling from the community, but to have you in there on the ground and hear these firsthand accounts about what people are feeling, living their lives day in and day out with a killer presumably on the loose is very terrifying. Now, this is interesting because we have done shows about the house and the layout of the house, but you're actually seeing it. Is there something that's surprising you about seeing the house firsthand? Maybe how big it is, the structure of it, the way it's laid out, just from seeing it from a firsthand account, what should we be taking away?
It feels a little bit bigger, just me looking at it. It feels a little bigger than I would have thought it was on television. Obviously, we knew there were 3 floors. The victims were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors. So I think you get a better feel for how this place is laid out. Also, there's an apartment building right next door. I mean, literally there's a driveway and an apartment building. So this is not in a secluded area. This is in an area that is surrounded by other housing. So, the police have said that the victims were sleeping when they were attacked. Some had defensive wounds. We don't know which victim had defensive wounds, but obviously nobody was awakened by screaming or anything like that.
Before we get to the updates, I just want one other question. So we know that the killings, the bodies were found on the 2nd and 3rd floor. When you're looking at the house, my understanding is there was reports of a ladder. There was reports of maybe a tree, in the sense that if a killer or killers entered from the 2nd floor.
I can't answer that correctly because I don't know.
Do you notice anything by looking at the house? Anything as a way someone might have gotten access to the upper levels of the house?
I haven't noticed that just yet, but it did seem when I kind of was driving up around that area today, it looked like you could possibly climb up if you wanted to. I did not immediately see that, but obviously there's been a lot of speculation that this person got in through possibly a balcony or some other sliding glass door. So we're going to take a closer look at that here in a little bit.
All right, that's why it's great to have you down there. Okay, so let's talk about this. One of the updates we've learned about is this stalking claim, right? There was this claim that Kaylee Goncalves had a stalker. We're learning new details about that, right?
And the police said they looked into that and that Kaylee had maybe mentioned that to family and friends. They went back and found that this is what the police are saying on their Facebook update, that there was a man who maybe wanted to approach her. He was there at a store or a restaurant with another man, and he had these guys were there looking to meet women, right? And so they were saying that this guy kind of was hanging around. He was near her and maybe wanted to approach her, to initiate some type of conversation. The police said they've interviewed those two people and do not believe they're involved in this homicide. So they're wondering if that is what Kaylee was referring to when she mentioned something about a stalker. But it sounds like they're still looking for more information about that claim, and they want to vet that a little more and explore that a little more, because in these crimes, it's all about ruling things out. You rule things in, but you also rule them out, and ruling them out can help you, get a little closer to the answers you're looking for.
Yeah, detectives concluded that this was, quote, an isolated incident and not an ongoing pattern of stalking. There was also an update about a dog, that there was the presence of a dog at the crime scene, but not entirely clear if that dog was there when these attacks were carried out, right? What do we know about that?
Well, Kaylee Goncalves had a dog named Murphy. That dog is with apparently her ex-boyfriend right now. They shared the dog from everything we've seen in the reporting on this case. And over the weekend, Steve Goncalves, who is Kaylee's father, kind of was asked some questions about the dog and whether or not Murphy, the dog, had any evidence on him and whether or not that evidence was collected.
That's another thing that I touched on, Pam. I thought it was strange that he'd drive 5 hours at 1:30 a.m. in the morning. You're driving 5 hours to go to the cabin, so you're gonna drive. I don't know, without crashing. I mean, come on, bro. I don't know. I don't think so.
And he said he didn't know. Well, the police have now come out on Monday and said that the dog did not have evidence on him, that he was in another room where the crimes were not committed. So this dog, we don't know how the dog ended up in the other room, whether the killer put him there, was familiar with the dog, or whether maybe the dog just slept in another place. But they say that the dog did not have evidence on him, forensic evidence, and was kept in this other room. So that is where police found the dog. So it's not believed that the dog has any, evidence on him or could, yield any clues.
Anjanette, you mentioned Mr. Goncalves, who has been quite vocal during the course of these proceedings, not during the course of this investigation, I should say, and it's not surprising. You can just hear the frustration in his voice about not getting answers. He mentioned the other day about that there's the points of damage don't match, that the brutality of one of the victims was different than the brutality of the other victim. My understanding is the Moscow police have come out and somehow responded to that, because I think they're trying to keep everything under control. They're trying to keep the information that is coming out to the public coming through them and not other parties. What can you tell us about how the Moscow police have responded to the comments of Mr. Goncalves?
Yeah, they seem to kind of throw some cold water on that, saying that they haven't released this type of information to anybody, that these, they haven't discussed who was, they've said they were all stabbed, of course, that's what the coroner concluded, and that some of them had defensive wounds, but they have basically said, we haven't been discussing this with anybody, we're not releasing this information, and that, nobody should be drawing any conclusions from anything that other people are saying. So there are reasons why a lot of times this type of information is not released to the general public. So it seemed like they tried to kind of distance themselves from that claim over the weekend.
Yeah. And again, completely understandable. But the flow of information is going to be really important in this case. And Jeanette, now that you've arrived in Moscow, Idaho, what are your plans? Who are you going to speak to? What are you planning to do? Give us all a sense, because I'm sure we're going to have a lot of updates with you here on Sidebar as this investigation progresses.
Well, we are going to try to talk to whomever we can, of course. We are going to be speaking with the Moscow police. We've reached out to some other people related to the case. I spoke briefly by phone with Kaylee Gonsalves's father yesterday. So we're looking to speak with everybody that we can about what has transpired here. Obviously, the families of these young people are grieving. They are heartbroken. I just, as a parent, I can't imagine what they are going through. So they are, I think Steve Gonsalves is, frustrated. He's grieving. He's lost his daughter in a horrific way. Also, Maddie Mogan, who Kaylee, they've been described as sisters, in their obituaries. They described each other as their chosen sister. So we're looking to speak with whomever we can, and we're just going to kind of try to get the lay of the land and see if we can find out anything about what's going on with the investigation.
Right. And I think something else to note for us, we say it's been 3 weeks since this happened. So much time has passed. But for the families, think about how fresh this is in their lives, in their minds, in their hearts with what happened to them. So something to keep in mind there. And Jeanette, thank you. Great reporting. I'm happy you're going to be on the ground, giving us updates on what's happening. But at the same time, Anjanette, please stay safe. This is a very, very dangerous situation. We appreciate you going there and ultimately, reporting back to us what you're learning. But please stay safe out there, Anjanette.
Will do. Thanks, Jesse.
And that's all we have for you, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on Sidebar. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Thank you, Elizabeth Lopez.
Mike, thanks so much for.
Hold up. Oh yeah, I want to know. This was on the other day. And I was wondering, was it from the humidity or what?
Is this? Sure. Seeing an HVAC repair person showing up underneath crime tape and going into an active crime scene raises a lot of eyebrows. Could it be as simple as they needed to just keep the heat on, or could an investigator actually seek the professional assistance of somebody who knows air ducts and air systems?
I think that's really the two ends of the spectrum, isn't it? Actually, it's possible that this could be as benign as the heating went out on the building and they needed to get that thing going again, or it could be more complex. It could be that they are calling in professionals to assist the crime scene investigators in collecting filters and any evidence they could get from the filtration system of the home, the air ducts and other areas. Or it could be something as simple as they want to go back and take another look at the forensics inside of the home, and humidity is a problem, and they want to try to change the humidity in there so that they have a little better chance of collecting some evidence that otherwise is more difficult to see when you have lower humidity. So I think you got to kind of look at it from both ends of the spectrum, not get too focused on one or the other until they release a little information. And frankly, it could be preparatory now that we're seeing all of this evidence start to leave the home. It could be preparatory to starting some disaster cleanup, including cleaning up that HVAC system.
So, people online speculated they're looking in the air ducts for the missing knife, etc. And that is definitely not something that you would, bring in the HVAC guy for. However, I did wonder about intake systems. For instance, if some part of a crime scene or a struggle happened near an intake, I wondered if that might be something that an investigator would say, there may be clothing fibers, there may be skin cells of the perpetrator that went into this air intake. Would that be something that the investigators themselves could harvest, or would they need a professional? And could that professional do it in a way that wouldn't taint the evidence or the crime scene?
Yeah, I think that's where it really gets tricky, because we don't know if this individual was working in tandem with CSI to collect pieces of evidence. They have equipment like snakes with cameras on it that law enforcement could be leaning upon just to snake the ventilation system and see if there's anything that jumps out at them. If you said, I want to have somebody clean my ductwork, they're going to show you how ugly your ductwork looks by running a camera down there. So it may be that they have sophisticated equipment to allow them to do that. Or it could be as specific as saying, we want to very systematically remove the filters. We want to pull each individual cover to the HVAC system, and then look at that. And why not have an expert with us on the front end while the actual crime scene experts are backing them up and collecting things that they may or may not find. But again, I kind of go back to this whole idea of they're getting pretty close to what appears to be winding down. Could it be that they're starting to look at disaster cleanup, or maybe the heat went out?
Or maybe the heat went out. One last question. I only have 30 seconds left. But since you were the director of a cold case unit, you are the perfect person to ask. A lot of people are rumbling, has this case gone cold? Be the arbiter of what cold case actually means. And when you start to actually bring in people, like Mike King and the cold case unit.
I think cold case is really a tough word, and it's almost definitional by jurisdiction, but I don't think this is in any way, shape, or form close to being cold. I think they have hundreds of tips that they're still trying to follow up on. They have hundreds of things that they're developing. They have a ton of kids that went away for Thanksgiving and now the holidays and haven't come back to school that they haven't had the chance to interview one-on-one. A video interview doesn't quite cut the same interview as being able to look into someone's face and see the reactions as they go through things. So I think they're a long ways from this being cold. That said, you got to treat it like a cold case and start bringing all the resources you can to support. And this department has done a pretty impressive job of rallying the state and federal resources to back them up. It doesn't look like there are real egos that are standing in the way of trying to find the truth.
It's important to mention that because the state and the FBI don't talk much. They really work behind.
It feels like I'm glad you said that because it feels like the perpetrator cleaned up or something, like took a shower, killed them, took a shower, and I don't know. That's what it sounds like, right? I really do feel like that.
The scenes, and they could be doing a heck of a lot of work that no one knows about. So while everyone's screeching that there doesn't seem to be anything happening, there could be a lot happening. Together. Mike, I sure hope you're going to come back on the show. It was really enlightening. Thank you for this. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and
we do Spirit Box work together and stuff. Mama D's a good friend of mine. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, this right here. This another one. I'm pretty sure they interview people there.
Welcome back to the Lunch Show here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy coming to you live from Moscow, Idaho, where the investigation into the murder of 4 University of Idaho students seems to be heating up with a little bit of information about a vehicle that police are looking for, and they want to speak to the people who were in that vehicle that was in the area of the homicides on the morning they occurred. Of course, those 4 victims, Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xander Kernodle, 4 young people, their lives snuffed out within minutes. And it's just a horrific, horrific crime that has rocked this small community. We are taking your questions, and we have been this whole hour. Please keep them coming on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, and we will get to as many of them as possible and answer them to the best of our abilities. Jennifer Coffendoffer is a former FBI agent. She is here with us, along with Imran Ansari. He is a host here at Law and Crime and an attorney. I want to start this question with you, Jennifer. Toss this one to you. It comes from Miss Anonymous from YouTube, and she asks, have any leads investigated come from TikTok? What are your thoughts on that possibility?
Oh, I think definitely so. I can tell you my DM box is overloaded with information that's been conducted by different sleuths. And listen, they do amazing work. They're doing what the analysts aren't doing quite yet or have just started doing within law enforcement because they're waiting on subpoenas, returns, and court order returns. But the cyber sleuths are in looking at all the social media, and they have found some very interesting clues, things that are being said.
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth Lopez. I appreciate
definite
you. How
pictures
sweet
of
you.
this possible launch.
Everybody give a round of applause for Elizabeth. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. I appreciate the support. There's my cup of coffee right there. Cup of coffee on Elizabeth. Thank you. I'll take a iced coffee, large. What kind do I want? Pumpkin spice? I don't know.
Mantra that they have found in the background, even of Maddie in one picture. So they're finding great information, and those are being sent in, I can assure you, to the FBI and to the tip line so they can be further evaluated by law enforcement.
And they are collecting that information. The Moscow police has put that information out, that they are asking people to upload any digital evidence to the FBI's website. So that is a place where people can submit that information. We want to take this next question, and it comes from Allison from YouTube, or it might be Alacan. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. Did they interview peeps from the frat house? And let me tell you, I will answer that question. I'll take that one. Yes, they have. And I've spoken to people at the Sigma Chi house where Ethan was a member and where Xana and Ethan attended the party that night at the Sigma Chi house on November 12th, just a short distance away from the house where the murders occurred. Ethan lived at the frat house, Xana at her home on King Road with Maddie and Kaylee. And those people have been interviewed, and we've been told by the president of Sigma Chi that they are cooperating with law enforcement and have told them everything they know. So that's what we've been told. Imran, this next question will go to you. Fernanda Volcanis from YouTube asks, with no break-in, dog trapped in one of the rooms, no footprints with blood outside the house. Couldn't the killer be a friend who went to sleep together and did it without haste and fear? So that's a hypothetical here.
Yeah, Anjanette, no, listen, I think the fact that there was no forced entry and there's no sort of evidence, residual evidence of showing an entrance or exit that may be linked to the killings raises some questions. I think law enforcement most likely started with their investigations, let's say in the four corners of that house and who was in that house at the time.
Almost every true crime channel that I've been by is still on the food truck footage. I do go over the food truck footage, but I try not to make my whole entire live about the food truck footage because I've already analyzed many things in that food truck footage. I mean, it looks like there's drug deals going on, but they could either be going around the corner to smoke some pot, hit a joint, hit a blunt, sell a drug. There's a lot of different things going on in that food truck footage. I mean, I've watched the hell out of it. I probably spent over 20 hours watching that.
When they responded to the scene, the roommates, etc. There is that aspect of the house being a gathering point for college students and friends and whatnot that may complicate things, because the fact that there's no forced entry lends itself to an idea or a theory that this is someone who is familiar with one or all of the victims here. But, I think law enforcement started in the closest proximity of where these bodies were found, and they've sort of expanded from that search. But it is very interesting that there's no forced entry and there's no evidence of entering or exit regarding, say, the bloody footprints or things like that. And I think law enforcement have looked at that, and they continue to look at what was in the four corners, if you will, of the house and now beyond.
Interesting you bring that up about the entry point, because they're not commenting. I asked specifically Imran and Jennifer, how do you think this person got in the home? And they won't say. Everybody's been speculating about that sliding glass door at the back of the home that leads to the second floor. That seems likely, but we just don't know. It's one of those questions we'd all love to have answered. Jennifer, this next question is for you. It comes from Handsome Hensley on YouTube. Is it possible there may have been some type of altercation at the frat house, or maybe one of the frat members had an issue with them and followed them home? It seems that—
I mean, that's a question we can all speculate on right there. I mean, I don't think it takes a professional to answer that, but I get it.
They must have had knowledge of the layout of the home. Was anybody at the frat interviewed? Well, we know they were, but your thoughts on this possibly being an altercation at the fraternity house and the party? Obviously, these are all just people, asking questions about things they're wondering. Your thoughts on that possibility?
Well, there's a huge hiatus of time between the time they were at the party and the time they returned home, seemingly, at least from the timeline that we have made available to us through law enforcement. So as far as we know, those gaps have not been filled yet. Was there an altercation? We don't know because we're not privy to those interviews. I can tell you I've personally seen, though, different videos that have been sent to me at various times, certainly interesting verbiage between people at the Sigma Chi house and Maddie and others. So, they're going to be looking at all of this. Did anybody have an issue? But I think because here we are weeks out and we still don't have a prime suspect, we are at the furthest reaches of the web that are on the peripheral of these individuals, meaning they are not the most obvious suspects, seemingly, or else we would probably have that suspect named by now.
Yeah, definitely. Good point. Just briefly, Imran, we don't have a lot of time left, but as a former prosecutor, how involved would the actual prosecutors be in this case? Because obviously the law enforcement does the investigation, but the prosecutor has to win the case should it ever go to trial or be prosecuted. So we know that the prosecutor hasn't really said much since an interview about a week ago, but briefly, how involved do you think he is in the inner workings of this investigation?
Sure. So, Anjanette, that's a great question because, ultimately the ammo that the district attorney's office or the prosecutor's office there will have to use against the individual if they are ever found is what is gleaned from the investigation by law enforcement. It's very important. And I think that in the background, they are riding along, if you will, with this case and making sure that any evidence.
I never got. All right. So on that question too, D, I'm going to call you D Zara. So hopefully I don't butcher your last name. D Zahara. Hopefully I say that right. So there was never no confirmation on it, but I know that a few news stations reported on it. I wonder if they got it from the sleuths, to be honest with you. Now I'm starting to speculate that they pick up some shit that the sleuths say and they take it to the media with it. I don't know.
Is preserved correctly for the use at trial if that day ever comes.
Yeah, definitely. And that is what they're working toward here. The police say that they're keeping things close to the vest because they don't want to compromise the investigation or a future prosecution. And they've said that very plainly, even though it's frustrating not only the families and members of the public. Imran, thanks so much for letting me hop on here. I'm going to turn it back over to you, Jennifer Coffendoffer. Thank you as well for joining us for this hour. And thank you as well. We'll have much more for you later. Until then,
Till then, next video. All right, so we literally just watched way down in the list here. Where was this other video that I wanted to see? Why is the Los Angeles game in here right now? Get the hell out of my playlist. That was definitely not part of my playlist. Communication is lost. Former FBI. What? I feel like we watched past that. Maybe not.
I want to bring in Jennifer Coffendoffer next. She's a former FBI special agent
now
with
she's over here on
28
News
years
Nation.
in federal law
Good morning,
enforcement,
Chris Gamble.
and she
Welcome,
knows
welcome,
every
welcome.
inch of this case. Okay, you're the official now. Can you help me sort through the messaging? And let me just remind you of the four things. The black SUV, never heard anything about the black SUV. The timeline, do you have the timeline solved or do you not have the timeline solved? Not updating you on that. The door was open. That's news to me, says the chief. And the scream, nobody seems to be answering the fact that a neighbor says he may have heard a scream at exactly 4 a.m.
I don't know.
Help me figure.
I don't know. The signs of it being a cold case is when rewards start flying out. And that's what I'll tell you right now from experience and just being and watching true crime. When rewards start flying out is when they're at a dead end. And that's just facts. And any big case that you've seen, rewards fly out when they are stumped and they don't have any witnesses, not enough tips, not enough good tips anyways. They'll throw a reward out there quick if they don't have what they need.
Out why this stuff isn't as important as I feel it is.
Ashley, this information is very important, but law enforcement is ferreting through all of these leads, all of these tips. They did their initial canvas, right? And the people who did that information or got that information pulled together, that is going to a command post setting. That information then is being distributed to the case agent from the FBI and to the lead detective from Moscow, as well as ISP. Those are the people that have the answers to these questions. From there, it's funneled out, and the chief of police has been the spokesman in this case. So I think there's some communications that may be lacking. And the other thing, Ashley,
they all had
for
gloves
instance, with
on
the neighbor,
too, so.
They canvassed, they talked to him, they did a full interview, and now he's coming out with these additional details. As you pointed out, those details don't match up with what he wrote. So my belief would be that those agents believe his initial interview is what was accurate.
So what about the black SUV? He says there was an unusual luxury black SUV that was parked, just a few stalls away, literally like within the stone's throw to the entrance of the home in that adjacent parking lot. To have the police say we are not aware of any reports of an SUV. Well, did you read the newspaper this morning? I think that frustrates me because he says he told the police that morning. It is in black and white on the front page of the Idaho Statesman that he reports there's a black SUV. And yet all they've done is release that there's a curious white, Hyundai Elantra out there. Why not mention something about information pertaining to a black SUV? Why not put that APB out there?
Well, I would believe that what happened is he didn't give that information initially. He has now given that information. And I would believe the FBI and state police and Moscow PD have looked at that, maybe had already identified this SUV and have cleared it. The car that can't clear is the Elantra, and that's why they're focused on that and not this black SUV.
Jennifer, if that's the case, that's legitimate.
That's what I get.
Why would they answer us officially in an email? We are not aware of any black SUV. It just seems so dismissive to what could be a critical detail. They're asking the public for every small detail they could possibly get. And here's a guy who says he said it to the police. He said it to the Idaho Statesman. It's been literally in print since the Idaho Statesman actually released it online. I would guess at midnight last night, but certainly it'd land on their desk in the morning. It would seem to me that they should take that more seriously.
I truly believe there is a huge...
Hold on, what do you mean both Xana's moms were in prison? Both Xana's moms were in prison? From what I got right here is... Now, somebody came out with an outrageous statement that she was in jail for... Now, they said that she was in jail for $4.3 million worth of fentanyl. Did anybody hear the same thing? Let me know in chat. Let me know 1 for yes, 2 for no if you heard the same thing. Now, and on my opinion on that, if you got caught with $4.3 million worth of fentanyl, your bond is not going to be $100K, $50,000. It ain't going to be that. It's not going to be that. I'm sorry. Now, this is Xana's mom, and this was what we were able to get. Incarceration day, and oh my god, that's an alarm that just scared the living shit out of me. But anyways, incarceration date 11/20/2022, 12:01 a.m. arrest type warrant arrest. So if you got arrested for $4.3 million worth of fentanyl, I swear your bond ain't gonna be this small. It ain't. It's just not gonna be. It's not going to be, period. That shit ain't happening. And Lex, you were talking about the picture. There's your picture right there. Lex, if you're still in there, I told you I have that in my files right there. Boom. People keep talking about this, and I think this right here, this Deli Boy shit with this mask on. A lot of people keep talking about that. You ain't getting out, in my opinion. $4.3 million worth of that. That's a lot of fentanyl. That's enough to kill off. That's enough to kill off damn near half that town. Shit. Agreed. You would get out with $4.3 million worth of fentanyl. You're getting out. Shit, that's enough to kill half the town, damn near. Maybe the whole fucking town. Stabbing up close and personal. Guy looks Asian. C's get low bonds. Stabbing up close and personal. Multiple stabs means a lot of rage, which it was very personal. Maddie's stepmom and Xana's mom were friends on Facebook. Both were in for drugs. Multiple moms in legal trouble, says Josh Davis. Running Bear, geez, the mom are off the geez, the moms are off the chain. Yeah. No, but your child's life insurance policy would cover that. Huh. I don't know. Did they have life insurance on their daughter? I haven't heard that one. Love you guys getting the kiddo. I'm listening, or getting the kiddo to the bus. I'm listening though. Shout out to you. Get the kiddo on the bus safely. And don't be, hold up, let me see. And you ain't getting out. I think it was Xana's mom, stepmom. Oh, you're talking about Xana's mom and Maddie's stepmom? Okay, I got you. I remember hearing something about Maddie's stepmom, but I actually, the paperwork that I just pulled up was Xana's mom. Shit, this is getting creepier and creepier. I read, I comment, drug trafficking. I got you. T-REV Truth and Transparency posted Sigma Shy exposed Gregory Johnson story. Where's that at? When did it come out? 4.3 million. All right, so he said $4.3 million would be a federal charge, not a state charge. Very good point that I didn't even think about. It's me, Amberly. She said new here. Shout out to you. I appreciate you coming by. Make sure y'all, all the new people stopping by, smash the like button, smash the subscribe button. It's free. It's free 99. Tap in. Well, Mike Jones said it was 2.5 million. Do you have an article that shows me that or anything that corroborate that? Because it doesn't say exactly how much he was caught with. It doesn't say, but it'd be interesting. And we all know who this is, right? We know who this is. Who's that? I mean, he knows what he's doing, you know. What is that? The knife right there on the ground? So we got the knife right there on the ground. We know this is Blow Walter. Now I'm not just, you know, saying things, but I know I don't want to try to make hunters look bad and all that shit, but I mean, just look, you know what I mean? There's that knife on the ground right there. What the fuck is that? He said, what the fuck is that? This is a picture, and this is this is Jack Showalter. This is Jack Showalter. Hold up, Jolene. She said, Jolene low key said, why would Joe Vitt say that Jack Showalter told him he just wanted to make sure the girls got home safely? He may have known and was possibly involved in the planning of this, but then had doubts. No doubt, Mike Jones. If you find that, send it to my email. I'm definitely interested in peeping it. Brooks says, but why is K's name spoke on more than all the others? I would like to look more into that. SO that owns the Mad Greek. Yeah, me too. You know what? I'm glad you mentioned that, Lex. I'm about to find something, put a video, put it on, and dig right into that. Hopefully I can find this dude's name. I'd like to know it, but if he's a SO, he's in the database. That's the only gripe I have with it. But we don't know for a fact that they have DNA, even though Nancy Grace really came out. And I think Nancy Grace is plugged in, so she would be able to get that information. That's just my opinion. Oh, my God, that's overkill. Damn right. That is, hell yeah, that's overkill. That's overkill like a motherfucker. You're damn right that is. Hunting is life, says Freckles. That's no hunter. That's a killer, Shelly Ray says. I mean, do y'all think is that normal? All right, for all my hunters that are in the chat, people that go hunting and are a part of the hunting community, is this normal right here, or is this a little bit outrageous? Let me know. In the middle of a field, let me know. I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see what y'all think. Was she bonded out, High Priestess says, and if so, who got her out? Sorry if y'all answered that. I've been out. Nah, see, I don't know who bonded her out, but I'm sure she got out on bond. Hunting is natural. Exactly. Definitely natural. I know a lot of people that are part of the hunting community. Shit, my grandfather on my dad's side was a hunter, so he was always out in Orange getting set up. Too old, in my opinion, right? T-REV, he is still scum. That's absolutely foul. Where I live, deer are so overpopulated this year, they are killing vehicles. God dang. Gosh dang. Sorry, God. Don't kill me. That is overkill as far as overkill can get. Animal looks skinned. Looks like dude was playing Red Dead in real life. Life skills. Josh Davis says hunting is a sport. Hunting for sport is evil as fuck. Running bear. What is his skill? Looks like an antelope of some kind. Highland Outdoor says it's field dressing, not overkill. Okay. Not normal. JLR did a video on it. Tommy Whitworth said it is. Yep, normal, Crosshat says. Josh Davis says normal. Okay, bet. I trust my hunting people in here. Mr. Five for Life says absolutely not. Shelly Ray says outrageous. No, this is not normal, says Brent Woods. Lady Claymore says the closet I get to hunting is the supermarket. The closest, I said the closet. Listen to me. The closest I get to hunting is the supermarket. Good God. Chris Gamble, normal. He said normal field dressing. B Fly says he straight gutted that animal. Overkill for sure. Fish, okay. Game, not okay. Damn. Copper, okay. So NYC Girl 78, Copper Petals, I agree. It is evil. D Sahara says, I mean, I guess he told Joe he's only making sure those girls went home safe to make his move. Oh. Freckle says, ain't no trees around. Right? There definitely ain't no trees around. Miss Potty Mouth said, how the fuck did she get Bell? He overkilled the overkill, says Mast. Jose Weaver is what I assume your name is. I can't even look at this pic. Joyce Lopez says it's not normal. Mr. Five for Life, outrageous. Tommy Whitworth says normal 100%. Chris Doheny says looks like he gutted his hunt, and those are the guts. Buddy Love says he had to cut the elk up to take it back. They are huge. Buddy Love says. Thank you for sharing that, Buddy Love. Freckles, what else he gonna gut it? Shelly Ray, this is no way normal. Swin Digger says because Jack's embarrassed because he was getting iced. Damn. Brooke says it's normal field dressing. Yes. CB3 says you bag up meat quickly. That's mutilation. Sport hunting is about the most disgusting thing you can do except SA. Maybe. Damn. Okay, so you a vegan? Highland Outdoors. It's field dressing, not overkill. 100. All right. I feel like I just read the same comment 5 times. Maybe I'm tripping. As a mother, I would be ashamed of him and myself for giving birth to the beast. Good, great. All right, we getting out there. No, I hunt, and that is overkill. So Kelly says, no, I hunt, and that is overkill. Cowgirl says, hides used to be bought for several $100s for taxidermy purposes, but not in the last few years. This is nasty, though. Tommy Whitworth says it's very much normal. Hunters, or Josh Davis says hunters and gatherers, it's in our DNA. JLR did a video on it. We'll send it to you. He digged for you. Okay. Crosshatch says you should string it up and bleed it, but it might just have all been done and chopped up for food. Mind it's Africa. Huh. Not normal in that pic. Pale Rider says field dressing is a bit nasty. Mystified for Life says yes, but never seen that overkill. Shelly Ray says yes, you can kill animals humanely, not like a freaking monster. I see what you guys are saying. He looks pretty clean for a butcher, eh? Damn. I wonder who. Well, hold up. Let's look at this. My man over here looks like he got the blood on him. I mean, he looks like maybe right here there's some blood on him, huh? Let's zoom in on that. It's kind of blurry, pixelated when you get in, but he looks like he has a little bit of blood on there. My man over here, on the other hand, though, he's going in. He's all up in that. He is all up in that. I use a catapult. Running Bear says, I'm used to clean kills by humans, deer, and boar. Melissa Moon says, yes, because they would have to cut the meat off the animal. That's big. It's not a deer. It's too big and heavy to transport anywhere. Turquoise says it's gutted. Mr. Santa, yeah. We Native American kill. Hold up. We Native American kill our hunt, but not like that. Not Moscow. Candy Smith says, shoot with a shotgun. Take that thing, get a field dressed up by some pro somewhere. Mary Yenton says normal. Melissa Moon, I cut the meat where they killed the animal. Okay, I get what you're saying. They cut the meat where they killed the animal. All right, let's catch back up the comments real quick because I'm like 50 miles behind. John. Long time John. John's been rocking with me for 6 years. Shout out to John. John says normal field dressing. It's me, Amberly. My son and his father are big hunters and post pictures, but not field dressing photos. I got you. That makes sense. Nothing clean about that kill. All right, let's jump to the next one here. There's another one I have in here. Let's see. Did y'all see this disgusting piece of shit that went on Instagram and made an account called the Moscow Slayer? I about choked on myself. The Moscow Slayer, right? So this person made a Moscow Slayer Instagram. That shit's sick as hell. Eyes making me thought drugs from the start, says Cosmic Kate. Huh. Let's see. I've been trying to get T-REV to change photo. Yes, I changed it. I changed it to the. Did you guys see this shit though? He is the slasher. Nah, I don't know if he's the slasher, but this person made an Instagram called the Moscow Slayer. This was sent to me. A lot of people have seen it. Maybe half of y'all seen it. Maybe half of y'all didn't. Maybe 3/4 of you seen it, and just a little bit of you didn't. No, Ali. Maybe. Did you send it to me days ago? I got it. I had this for days and days and days. Over a week that I've had this. Is that a K-bar on the Moscow Slayer? Yes. Hold up. Look at that. He's like, notice the brownish red cutting edge. I know that everybody ran this fucking piece of shit off the internet. I know that for a fact. They sent this little, they ran this dude off the internet, whoever made this account. A female took that last photo. Oh, shit. Welcome, everyone joining us. No doubt. Yeah, welcome, everybody joining us. These kinds of people are straight up weird but harmless. If they trace, hold on, you said if they trace him, he'll be going to jail. Sicko. Absolutely, Crosshatch. I agree with you. What a sick motherfucker, says Mary Yanton. Yeah, dudes like this need to get the fuck out of here. Straight up. They chased him off the internet, though, literally. I just put paper over the screen. My bad. I ain't mean to freak you out like that. Then we got, I'm pretty sure this is who the hell is this again? I forget who this was. I know that's Maddie, and then this is that Jack Katovich? I've never seen this. Wow, says Christine. Sure is a sick motherfucker. Oh, you never seen it? That's crazy. Xana has an arrest record? Not that I know of. Cakes Boo says low ass. The Moscow Slayer account has been removed from Instagram over a week ago. They ran that bitch off of the internet. 1000%. They ran that boy off of that thing. Why is that popping up on there? You don't need anyone else. Oh, okay. I'll just read. All right. Her boyfriend, Jacob. Yo. All right, I know a lot of y'all don't fuck with the spirit box, right? I know a lot of y'all don't fuck with the spirit box, but listen to me. I've gotten the name Jacob when I've asked. I was like, "Who's y'all's killer? Who killed y'all?" And I got Kaylee's voice coming through clear as day, and then I got Xana coming through, and then Ethan comes through a lot, but they keep saying Jacob, 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 Jacob. Ask Freckles. Ask anybody in here. The name Jacob keeps coming through my spirit box over and over again every time I talk about them. And Jack S. Like, it's crazy. You just can't make that shit up. She said, that's facts. I've been here when it played. Oh my God, I believe very much in spirit box. My man Greg said, oh, here we go. I would play it, but I feel bad for the people that don't like it. I try to show respect. So if I'm gonna do like a spirit box session, I'd change the title of my video or something to like spirit box session. It does. I've heard it, says Melissa Davis. That's good. I'm glad you heard it. I just want to try to show respect to the people that don't like the spirit box, because I've noticed that a lot of people don't like it, and I don't want to disrespect those people that aren't fans of that. So if I do a spirit box session, I'd like to make it a separate video or a separate live. Like, hey, I'm doing a spirit box set. Like maybe tomorrow I'll do one. But I even heard it last live, says D Sahara. Let's do the spirit box. That interests me. I've had some crazy shit come out in the morning. I had a voice come through that said I killed Kylie Rodney, just like that. I like it. I know a lot of y'all like it, and I know a lot of people don't like it. I do know that for a fact. I know a lot of people like it, and a lot of people don't. And I respect the people that don't too, because some people get creeped out by it, some people don't believe in it, and they have every right to. Now, this is the launcher that everybody was. This was posted up on Suthi Goosey's page on Twitter, and I grabbed it. This right here, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they found this on the maps. I keep saying you are all going to be surprised who it is going to be, says Mary. I believe in speaking to spirits. I do spirit box sessions. Yeah, I do spirit box sessions too. I love them. I remember Jacob a few times. Love the spirit box, says Alex. Proud Aussie Nan. I like it. I love the spirit box. For real, understand. Yeah, no, there's just, I like to respect my crowd. So I like to respect my community in general. I do know that I have a mixed community on people that don't like it and don't believe in that shit. That looks like near the path to the house. Huh? Christina goes, thank you for your respect and understanding. It's not that I don't believe. Yeah, most definitely, Christine. Like I said, I like to respect everybody. I don't just want to throw it on in the middle of a live that some of y'all are enjoying. So I have put some thought into that, and I was like, damn, man, I kind of feel bad when I do that, when I'm live, and then all of a sudden on the spot, I just jump into a spirit box, and the title doesn't say nothing about a spirit box, and everybody's here having a great time. And I feel like I'm running those people off without letting them know that the spirit box is going to be in this live. So from now on, when I do a live with spirit box and I know I'm going to do it, it'll be on my thumbnail or in my title 100%. So they all come out to play. No, they definitely come out. Seriously, like Madison and most thank you. I appreciate that, Michigan Mom. Most definitely. I just felt like I've maybe disrespected some people, or it came across as disrespect of me just throwing it on out of nowhere. And I do feel bad for that. Like, I think back and look back on it, I'm like, man, some people just don't like that. And I feel like it's not in the title. If it was in the title, they wouldn't even bother coming by knowing I was going to do that. So, I mean, that's the only reason why. And I have noticed that, so it's something that I've learned from my past lives. I don't blame you, Mike Jones. I'm afraid of the box. I don't blame you for being afraid of the box, man. There's some crazy shit that comes through, and it takes a person with a lot of energy, and you got to have the right protection. Oh, what was this? Grizzy made this. Okay, so ISP confirmed that they even identified the man, white hoodie in the grub truck video. They even interviewed him. Suspect at the. Oh shit! Somebody sent me a video that was actually good. I need to actually play that. What am I doing? Where's it at? Where's that video at? Hold up. I'm checking my emails right now. Was this it? Inside the house? Let me make sure this is it.
A partially consumed cold.
Okay. Yes.
Coffee drink. A nearly empty bottle of over-the-counter medicine. A houseplant struggling for life. An unwashed frying pan containing a napkin, 2 steak knives, and a spaghetti server. They, alongside a stack of red Solo cups, several cereal bowls with spoons still in them, and an empty microwavable popcorn bag, are items that could be on a kitchen table in student housing anywhere in the country. But these articles represent the lives of 5 girls who until 20 days ago were enjoying life sharing a home close to their University of Idaho campus. Now, 3 of them and 1 of their boyfriends are gone, leaving behind the objects of their everyday existence that are now on view through the windows of 1122 King Road, Moscow. And as cops prepare to turn over the house where Kaylee, Maddie, Zaina, and Ethan lost their lives back to its landlord, the home is frozen in time, albeit from less than 3 weeks ago. At night, the house is lit by an eerie glow, coming through the top floor where Kaylee, 21, lived and died. It emanates from a computer monitor in her bedroom that, despite the dozens of investigators who have traipsed through the 3-story home in the past days, no one has switched off. On the screen, visible through the window, are the words "No network detected." The computer to which it was attached is in the Moscow Police Department, as investigators hope it will help them find the depraved killer. Kaylee, Maddie, 21, and Zaina, 20, lived in the home with 19-year-olds Bethany and Dylan, who were spared during the attack. Ethan, 20, was visiting his girlfriend Zaina when the killer struck. The house where they died was known locally as a party house. Hints of that can be seen through the window to the main living area. A row of red Solo cups is lined up on a white plastic table, a sure sign of beer pong parties. Also on the table is an empty Bud Light lime beer bottle, a potato chip bag, and a blue serving bowl. On the back wall hangs a garland of artificial greenery, complete with a Good Vibes neon sign that remains illuminated. A pink pastel abstract painting, clearly a girl's touch, hangs on another wall. Thank you for being here.
I appreciate you.
Underneath the painting stands a table with holiday lights wrapped around it, showing the students had their minds already on.
Freckles, this is crime scene to courtroom. Speaking of it, crime scene to courtroom, copy link address.
On Christmas, even though the murders occurred 11 days before Thanksgiving. The house is still cordoned off by yellow police tape, but the search inside has largely ended. The house has given up whatever secrets it has, as police are no longer trudging through it, although they stand guard outside night and day. Police have announced no suspects and have not found the murder weapon despite an intensive search. 5 snow-covered vehicles that stood outside the house were towed to a more secure long-term storage location on Tuesday. There, officers will continue processing evidence, Moscow cops said. Police continue to insist the 4 students were the victims of a targeted killing, but cannot or will not say which one was the intended victim. According to investigators, Maddie and Kaylee had been out at a bar and the food truck before returning home at 1:56 a.m. that Sunday. Zaina and Ethan had been at a fraternity house and returned home about the same time. Their other housemates got back about 45 minutes earlier. The 2 girls were found in their beds on the top floor of the house, with cops maintaining they were still asleep when the unknown assailant stabbed them with a knife. At a vigil on Wednesday night, Kaylee's father, Steve, revealed his daughter and Maddie died in the same bed. Steve has spoken out about his frustrations with the slow investigation and revealed why he didn't give his daughter a funeral. He said, quote, My wife's biggest fear, part of the reason we didn't have a funeral, is because she couldn't be guaranteed that the monster was not going to be there. Kaylee's father said he had learned that his daughter did not suffer in her final moments, but did have large punctures from a brutal weapon that police say the killer was, quote, proud of. The detective said this weapon is probably something the killer paid money for,
Freckles,
and something
I'm hearing
that they're proud
overdose.
of, he said. Kaylee's father previously told Fox News' Lawrence Jones how he had not heard anything from law enforcement since Wednesday at 5 p.m. The same night, local authorities gave a disastrous press conference in which they admitted they have no suspects in her and her friend's murders and have not yet recovered a murder weapon. They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating to me because I've been very trustworthy, Kaylee's father said of the investigators, revealing, quote, I do know things that I haven't shared. Steve said he does not want to talk badly about law enforcement because they are hard-working individuals, claiming he would be doomed without them. Police say they are not releasing a profile of the suspect because it could lead to more fear and suspicion in the college town, which is already on edge following the gruesome murders, with some students refusing to return to classes. It will potentially put more fear, more suspicion on a wide variety of people versus if we use that to really refine where we're at in our investigation. Idaho State Police Communications Director Aaron Snell told Jones, quote, I think that will be more pertinent. And so if we just provide information to the public, I just don't think that's going to be a wise choice. In the meantime, Kaylee's father said, we're holding our tongue, we're waiting patiently, but we're definitely concerned. He asked anyone with information about his daughter's whereabouts the night of November the 12th and into November the 13th to come forward and speak to law enforcement officials, saying they may provide the missing key to helping unravel the mystery. Kaylee and Maddie had spent much of their last night at the Corner Club, a Moscow dive bar popular with students. Around 1:30 a.m, the pair were caught on camera purchasing a portion of carbonara pasta from the Grub Truck, a food truck that offers late-night eats on weekends. Parked up close to the Moscow branch of insurers State Farm and outdoor store Hyperspud Sports, Maddie and Kaylee were last glimpsed walking away towards what police have called a private party driver for their final ride home. The route takes less than 5 minutes to complete and cuts through the University of Idaho campus and passes the Sigma Chi house on the right where Zaina and Ethan were at a party. According to police, the pair arrived home at 1:45 a.m, at the same time as Ethan and Zaina, and 45 minutes after Dylan and Bethany, who both survived the attack. Less than 2 hours later, Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina and Ethan were dead, butchered as they slept by a knife-wielding villain. Autopsy results showed all four died from stab wounds to the chest, with police saying the murder weapon was a large military-style knife which still hasn't been found. Okay, so that was a recent newspaper article that I've just narrated for you there. This has been a case that I've kept a close eye on over the past couple of weeks, but haven't actually made any content up until this point, really due to the fact that I thought that someone would have been apprehended by now. But clearly, this appears to be quite a complex investigation, so do expect some more future content regarding the Idaho murders to appear over the next few days. Anyway, do leave your own thoughts and theories regarding this particular case in the comment section below. If you enjoyed this video, do give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. And I look forward to seeing you all again for the next video. Take care. Cheers.
All right.
Surviving the Survivor.
Pretty good. Let's go to the next. Ex-FBI agent. Hold up. There's a lot of good videos in here. There's Joe. So hold up. You know what? Do y'all want to hear more of Joe? Mr. Joe? Mr. Jojo. So it's Joe V. There's a new one of them though, where he's answering these crazy things and he's saying Jack S. Sus, Jack S. Sus, Jack S. Sus. Like the whole time in the video he's saying it. It's actually pretty damning. Let me paste that real quick. Site can't be reached. I guess I screwed that up. Shout out to the conspiracy for putting these together too. You never seen it? Bet. You about to see it now though.
Like they were trying to ditch him. So that's sus. And it also seemed like he was pissed that they ditched him, which is also sus. And he was standing in line with me,
which is also sus.
Who was waiting for food, but he, after watching the video, homeboy never ordered food. He never even went up to the counter. Also sus. So I could understand why people think it's him, but we don't know anything. Yeah, I remember she said that because, she turned around because I think he said like, "Oh my God," because she was like really drunk and was doing like it was kind of funny. She was like trying to grab food and stuff, and I think she turned around and said, "Hey, like you," like she was like saying it to him, like don't laugh at me, kind of thing. I've been craving that ever since I heard about it and Googled the menu, but I'm in Australia. Well, oh, Jade, there was a guy on here from Australia and I was showing him my Bloodstones. I was like, God bless you guys for making Bloodstones. I love those shoes.
I got it right here.
I wear them like all the time. And Bloodstones. Did they even speak to him? Yeah, they talked several times. Yes, and you see Maddie taking a picture above her head of him. She wasn't. She wasn't. So I don't know why people keep saying that. That wasn't what was happening. She was so Maddie was reaching into, people were saying she never climbed in the grub bus. That's actually, maybe climbing is not the right word, but she was like reaching around inside the grub bus trying to grab food. And her friend Kaylee, who was the shorter one, was the one I think you're talking about. She had the camera held up high because she was.
Joe, if you can hear me, please put a top on. It is highly requested in here.
Trying to videotape Maddie.
Guys, drop 1 in the chat for yes and 2 for no if I should get Joe up here for an interview. Let's see. Do you guys want me to reach out to Joe and get him on the show and interview this guy about the night of Jackass? Seriously, I'll make it happen. 1 for you. I'll pay the motherfucker. I'll literally pay him. If any one of y'all get a hold of this dude, tell him T-REV said he'll pay him to come up here. Tell him I'll give him $100 for an hour. He can get some fucking time up here. I want to ask him some questions, but he's got to answer our questions, the chat, and he's got to answer the chat's questions. I'm serious, too. I'm dead serious. Get a hold of this dude. Tell him I'll cash app him. $100 for an hour. Get this guy up or hit him up on Instagram, wherever. I don't care. I want to ask him a couple questions because he just said he's just like. Actually, I want to ask him a lot of questions. He said I'll super chat him to lose to put a shirt on. I'm gonna fall out the chair on these comments, man. Y'all. I'm dead serious though. I really want to ask him some questions about the night where he's at the food truck talking to Jack. I really do. I want to get him up on here. Please make sure he has a shirt. All right, guys. I'm going to have to...
reaching around inside the grub bus, which was part of the reason why the grub bus guy just gave them food. Like, hey, don't be reaching in here.
What's up, Max? Welcome.
And meanwhile, there was a driver
make sure y'all
that pulled up for them, that was waiting for them, and he came out and was like, hey, what's going on? Let's go. So... I don't know what. That's another rumor that's just spreading around. People are like, she was taking pictures of him. She wasn't taking pictures. She was I think it was Snapchat. If I remember correctly, she was like snapping somebody, or she was snapping Maddie being silly because Maddie was very drunk. Oh, thanks for the clarification because people are really running that with that comment. Yeah, I know. What kind of food do they sell? It looks so popular. Definitely would try it when my boyfriend goes. Okay, Cloudy, when you come up here, hit me up. I'll take you guys. And I promise.
I just want to ask him a couple questions, for real.
I'll promise it'll be good. It'll be a good time.
That's what I want to ask him about. Do stories change?
Have you been questioned? I bet everyone in town has been. I don't know.
I'll let you guys write out the questions too. I'll let you guys write out a shit ton of questions. You guys can give me the questions that you want me to ask them. Like Swin Digger just said, dude's story changed 360. That's exactly why I want to bring him up here and ask him questions. And I'll let you guys write out shit. You could write out all the questions if you want to. I just have a couple I want to ask him, but I'll ask him mine first, which will be like 5 minutes worth of questions real quick. And hopefully he doesn't deep dive in them things, and I'll let you guys ask the rest.
I don't know if questioned is even the right word. I went in on my own because they didn't return my call. And so I just physically went when I knew that I had seen those girls there at the grub bus and they didn't call me back. I was like, yo, I'm not going to work today. I'm going to go to the police station and I will be here as long as they want me to be here to answer any questions they have and give them as much information as I can remember from that night. And that's what I did. They spent most of my time there. They spent it trying to build, I think, they asked me questions about Homeboy in the Hood. And they didn't have that many questions, which I thought was weird. I was like, no, please ask me more questions. Because at the time I was like, it had to be this guy. But then I didn't realize how much, details were going around and stuff and how you've been cleared and all that. But they were mostly interested in establishing a timeline for the girls because they had no timeline yet. And that was that Wednesday for their first press conference. That was that morning. So during the press conference, they had announced the timeline. So I was like, wait, you guys had no timeline until this morning? The information I gave you guys?
All right, Mike Jones. I'll holler.
And that was like, ooh, I'm a little disappointed in that, but I'm sure they had some kind of timeline, but I think my information helped a lot. I hope it did.
Well, fuck it. I'll put a poll up on the community, and that's when we'll decide.
Dude, I'm so down. Okay, sweet. And if you're Mexican, there's no good Mexican food here, so I barbecue like all the time. So tell him I got his back. Because we be doing asada over here, like all real right. Asada, because you ain't gonna get it anywhere else in town.
All right. We had enough of it, Joe. Okay, chat's had enough of your ass. Chat is not a fan of you, Joe. They say, Joe, you gotta go, and they're not playing no games about that either. I can already see the vibes and I can see the energy in the chat right now. They do not like Joe. They think Joe is a hoe.
I usually think that the DC guys come swooping in, with their Quantico expertise and all the rest, but they don't usually wear 10 gallons. So is this just a small town police force that hasn't seen a murder in 7 years tripping over messaging? Or are they messing up as the nation looks on? I want to turn now to Phil Waters. He's a former homicide detective with the Houston Police Department who's investigated over 400 murder cases. Okay, so Phil, listen, it's frustrating for everybody. I'm sure it's the most frustrating for the police to try to come to terms with finding a man almost a month after the murders. But I am sort of perplexed by the notion that the police chief is astounded by the detail of an open door that's been all over several cable news networks for almost a week now, this network included. And then the Daily Mail asks him, what do you think about that open door? Where are you going with that? Oh, it's news to me. I've never heard it. But the person who reported it said she told the police that detail. What do you make of this?
Well, thank you for having me back, Ashley. I tell you, the chief from the beginning of this, because of the magnitude of this event, which, look, in 15 years in Moscow, Idaho, there have been 7 homicides. And now all of a sudden in one day, he's got 4 at one scene. That is, and given his experience, he's lived there all his life, worked there. This was from the very beginning of the first presser that he held. it was clear that he was overwhelmed with what he had seen. Now, given that, the problem becomes, how do we communicate now with the public and the media? Because they're going to be asking all sorts of questions. And I think this is just where, and this is not a criticism, this is just the reality, that this chief was in no way prepared for this kind of media onslaught. The fact that he doesn't know about an open door, I'm not surprised about that at all. I know that in my experience, when we had high-profile cases, the chief of police might come to the presser, say a few words at the beginning, and then the questions from the reporters were left up to being answered by the detectives that were working the case, or the captain of the homicide division, who would then turn it over to the detectives working the case. Now, the chief is being briefed about the progress of the investigation. He is not being told every detail, every piece of evidence, every witness statement. He's not being given that information. That's just too much information to try to share with the chief of police. And he doesn't need to know those things. What he needs to know is, where are we in this investigation? What can I discuss with the media? And then come out and talk about those things. The problem here is that early on into this, so many confusing statements, conflicting statements. They were targeted, they were not targeted. Look,
sure,
it's obvious. It's obvious.
It's been a mess.
Yeah,
it's
a
mess.
We're all waiting on that press
And I'll
conference.
tell you what,
it's the optics is the rough part of this.
it's the optics, and an open door
Looking for it right
at
now.
a murder scene when they're looking for someone who fled is just a massive detail. And I don't care if you're the police chief or not. There's no other murders they're investigating right now. There's tickets and there's drunks, and this is a big, big deal. And I just feel like it's a, headlines are blazing this stuff. He should be aware of it. It's frightening to these people. They want to have confidence in their police that they're going to catch this guy. Sure. Phil, I have to leave it there. Will you come back again next week, because we're continuing to cover the case and your information's invaluable?
Oh, sure. I'd be happy to.
And you know what? I'm going to ask you back in a couple of minutes too, because I think there's a bunch of questions that are rolling in from our viewers. So if you can stick around for a bit, I want you to do the answers because you know better than I. Thank you, Phil Waters. Do appreciate it.
You
Still
bet.
to come. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red.
So I'm on their website now for immediate release, December 10th. See, this is one day ago. It doesn't have anything about, and I'm looking into it. I don't see anything about the time that it's going to be at today. I'm not able to find the time that they're doing this. And I'm all over their Facebook page. Huh. Weird. Does anybody got a time for the presser this morning? Or are they doing it in the afternoon or what? Like, what's going on here?
On the University of Idaho, or just off the University of Idaho campus. The victims were Ethan Chapin, 20, Zena Coronado,
They said
20,
it was today, Greg.
Madison Mogan, 21, and Kaylee Gonsalves, 21. The address of the murders was 1122 King Road. Now, in this video, I'm going to show you the three most likely routes. We have been made aware recently by a witness that came forward that said that they saw the front door open at 8:30 in the morning, which is interesting because that does open the door, pardon the pun, for the possibility that the killer left through the front door. So they would have came through the sliding glass door. According to Kaylee's father, he has...
Oh, yeah. Hold up. Before we watch this, this is what we actually need to watch, because somebody actually recommended this in chat. And this is about the girl that
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Something I wanted to pop up here real quick. I'm literally just seeing this for the very first time. I wanted to just make a video real quick. I thought it was interesting. Someone on Twitter has found this. Someone by the name of Hannah Cleary. Hannah Cleary took her life in February. Apparently she shared a dorm with one of the victims and she had gotten bullied. Here's the picture that they posted of Hannah Cleary, 2000 to 2022. Hannah was born November 15th and died February 24th, age of 21. And you can see here connected with Maddie Morgan. And then I was reading a little bit. I think Maddie was the roommate of this girl. And then here, this user on Twitter actually wrote, "You deserve everything that happened to you, especially after what you did to that poor girl. You elitists are all the same. I'll be reserving my spit once they properly bury you." Whoa. Further, she deserved it. Each and every one of them deserved what they got. Karma finally caught up to the horror all of her gang did to that girl back then. So what in the world is this? Literally the first time I've seen this. So it's people here in the comments section. Person saying, "Just wondering myself, as I'm sure everyone is, about this case on the outcome. Thanks for posting this. Other side to view, but I'm curious as if Joe V, guy from Food Truck Interactions with Maddie, is related to Miss Hannah by chance. Wasn't this being talked about? Because no one wants to victim shame." Very interesting, though. What do you guys think? Let me know down below in the comments. Again, just want to make a quick video about this, just because I was just kind of like, this literally caught me out of left field here.
This is about
Hannah Cleary has a brother. Someone mentioned her name on an Insta post as well. How do you determine if this was a sibling? And the siblings' names were in her obituary. This is definitely insane.
I mean, so that was the Hannah Cleary video, but that's like really the only one you can find.
Said that law enforcement believes the killer went through the sliding glass door. So the killer would have came through the sliding glass door, went to either room first, and then out the front door.
Killer kid.
I believe that the killer probably came through the sliding glass door.
I'm with you on
went
that.
Upstairs first. If it is true that Kaylee is the target, according to her father, apparently she had much more severe wounds than the other individuals, according to him. So this video will have all three routes. Now, if you could hit the subscribe button, I would really appreciate it. Hit the like button, share, and then after the video, put a comment in the comment section and let me know what you think the most likely route is. And I might be able to create other videos, including those exact routes that you put in there. I will also create a community post for you to vote on which of these three routes you think is most likely. Even if you think it's another one, which of these three are the most likely. Okay, so right now we're going to play those three routes for you.
Oh my God!
Yeah, today Mama D did a reading on this. I have to stop by and see it. Me and Mama D do work, spirit box work together. Maria D. Copper. Ooh. Now I have a vision of Job as a hungry hippo. Y'all ready to fry Joe? Man, y'all trying to turn me into frying Joe. I'm trying to find justice for these girls. And Ethan. Ethan deserves just as much justice. So, yep, great thanks to the authority on everything. This is freaky. Yeah, it definitely is freaky. What's even more freaky is friggin' Joe laying on his stomach eating burritos. I really think we should look into Hannah's here sometime. I definitely might connect it to this case. You never know. It very possible. The only reason someone wouldn't speak of they're paranoid about being an accessory to murder. T-REV, what if her stalker was female? That'd be fucking insane. I'd be mind blown. I'd be mind blown. Cali Thunder said, nice, you're still going. Absolutely. Pedal to the metal. We've been live for 8 minutes and 48 seconds. It's only really been 8 minutes and 49 seconds now. What up, Angela? Or Angel? Almost called you Angela. How can you get him out of your head? Why leave the dog alive? He slept in. It takes a lot to work these little videos like this out. Like I don't think people realize how much work you got to put into actually getting the model and make of this house. Yeah, 8 minutes and 49 seconds. That's how long we've been live. Thank you so much for this show. Tree Baby, Tennessee. No problem. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you all.
So what did you think?
It is impressive.
Leave your comment under the video and let's discuss it. I thought it'd be, if there's somebody new out there that hasn't followed the case, this is the breakdown that the Moscow Police Department put. Kaylee Gonzalez.
All right, so allegedly she did, but a lot of people are saying OD. Say, why are you still
Madison Logan were at a local bar called Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in downtown Moscow
minutes and 50 minutes,
between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. Kaylee and Madison were seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street and used a private party for a ride home from downtown to arrive at their 1122 King Road residence at around 1:56 a.m.
Thank you.
At approximately 1:45 a.m., Ethan and Zena are believed to have returned to the residence as
Crystal's
well.
right.
Currently, law enforcement.
I got to give it up for Crystal. Crystal's got a point. Crystal's got a point. Shout out to Crystal for bringing that alive. Thank you, Retro Kitty. I appreciate you.
Is trying to pin down the timeline of Ethan and Zena, which I find interesting. Ethan Chapin and Zena Coronado were seen at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive. Detectives believe that on November 12th, the two surviving roommates had also been out in the Moscow community separately, but returned home by 1 a.m. on November 13th. The two did not wake up until later that morning. I think there's much more to that. It seems like the law enforcement is intentionally leaving out a bunch of information in there because early on we know that they heard noises and locked their doors. I think that it's very possible that they witnessed something, heard many things, and in the morning went up to check, and then the ball got rolling with the 911 calls and so forth. Continuing on, it says on November 13th, the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. So there's a lot of people out there that are going with this narrative that one of the surviving roommates passed out, and that's what was told to the 911 operator. But when you can clearly see here that it was one of the...
What? Oh my God, Jack posted a picture of Maddie and Dylan on Hannah's obituary. Send that to me. I'd like to take a look.
Second floor victims that were assumed to have passed out. That doesn't mean one of the first floor surviving roommates. So I find that interesting that people are running with this theory out there when law enforcement isn't even stating that at all in reference to the 911 call. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the location. Officers entered the residence and found two victims on the second floor and two victims on the third floor. The Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals.
Okay, thank you.
And their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing.
Good.
The Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals and their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing. The coroner stated the 4 victims were likely asleep, some had defensive wounds, and each was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault. Police believe the attack is targeted. And if you listen to Kaylee Gonsalvez's father, he has said that he believes his daughter is the target and her wounds were significantly worse than other victims. There were 2 victims on the 2nd floor. Those are Zaina and Ethan. And there was 2 on the 3rd floor, and that's Madison and Kaylee. The coroner also said all 4 were asleep before attack. They were stabbed multiple times. One of the questions I do have is why weren't the 2 girls on the 1st floor attacked? Is it possible that it was some event that happened at the house after all 4 of the murdered individuals got home after 1:56? They witnessed something and that's the reason they were killed? Or is it that the killer merely came in on the 2nd floor, killed the 4 individuals, and then left back out to the 2nd floor?
Answers.
But if we see that the door was open at 8:30 and the killer possibly left out that way, then it's likely coming down those stairs. If you look at this door right here, you can see inside that the stairs come straight down, and the killer might have just left in a hurry instead of going over to this roommate's room and this room over here, and may have just left.
That's facts.
So there's just things to think about there. Did the killer kill the 4 people because they had witnessed something sometime between 2 and maybe 2:20? Or was it just merely they weren't aware that there was somebody on the 1st floor and they left without noticing that they were there? All right, everybody. Well, thank you very much for watching the video. And again, hit the subscribe button, like and share. Thank you very much for watching. And until next time, be safe out there.
That's freaky. All right, let's get into this part. Now, this one is 3D animation scene, the crime scene flow 2. So this was part 2 to that.
Hello, this is Gray Hughes. Today I'm putting out another animation in the Idaho 4 murder case on the, near the University of Idaho campus in Moscow, Idaho. That happened on November 13th, 2022. The first video that I put out had the killer entering in through the sliding glass door at the kitchen, then going to Zaina's room, which would be coming through the kitchen down below, through this opening here.
Whoa, 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 whoa. She said, so Jack posted a pic on obituary 20 hours ago. It's the pic Dylan posted just before the murders. So extra, what the fuck? Where's it at?
And take a left and would go into
on the obituary. I'm looking at
Zaina's bedroom. And then after that came out, then up the stairs into Madison's bedroom. Okay, now Kaylee's bedroom was right over here, and Kaylee's dad said that her bed was made, so likely the killer didn't go into that room, or maybe did check and didn't see her, so then went over to Madison's room. We don't know, but Kaylee's dad does say that she appears to be the target. Okay, now before we continue on, if you could hit that like button for me, I'd really appreciate it, and subscribe. Okay, now today's video is going to be where the killer comes through the kitchen sliding glass door, and then immediately goes down the hall and then up the stairs to Madison's room. And again, maybe checked Kaylee's room first.
Hold up. Is this what you're talking about right here? Tell me this is what you're talking about. It's got to be what you're talking about right now. Let me know if this is it. Now, she said that he posted on the obituary. Now, this is from Jack, Hannah's friend. I don't know which Jack this is, but she's saying that it was posted on the obituary. This is what I found. I found this immediately when I just looked it up. So I pulled up Hannah. I'm pretty sure it's Hannah Gwen Clear. Now, I don't know if that's real or what. Shared one photo. Is this a troll or is this real? Literally. Exactly. Oh wow. I wonder what Jack. See, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. What Jack did that? So many Jacks. What Jack did that? Now this is. I found it easily as soon as she said that. I was like, you know what? Let me go look at the obituary, and this is what I found immediately. Now I want to know if. Yeah, I'm with Alicia on this. I'm thinking it's a troll material. Somebody trolling. Excuse me. I want to say this would be a troll. Come on, like I'm thinking. All right, so for instance, troll or real? Type in chat, troll or real. If you think it's a troll, damn, am I getting sick? If you think this is a troll, type troll. If you think this is real, type real. Troll. Troll. I think real. All right, so that's the first I think real I seen. Troll, silly. Trolls are real. Troll. Excuse me once again. I'm sorry, guys. I guess I'm getting a cold. I don't know. Troll. I emailed you, T-REV. I'm gonna look at it. Allie. Jake Schreiger says Danielle. Who knows? Heartless troll. Okay, you read my message. I heard. Oh shit! You read my. Yeah. What? Now this is on Hannah's obituary. You got Jeff here. He just memory shared by Jeff will display here. Nothing. Then you got this, which is the picture, which is absolutely sick. Which I don't. Let's see who else posted on here. So you got Jack. Flagging is inappropriate. Will alert someone in the Nelson family. No internet connection? Get the fuck out of here. That's a troll. Get him out of here. Scott, Amanda, Catherine, Hannah's father, Johanna, Jennifer, Steven. Is Mars a Wyland? Hannah, I am an old friend of Hannah's mother. Okay. So I'm just looking at the names on this list here because I think it'd be interesting, right? I'll check it out. Gemini. Let's see. Steven. Hannah's friend. I'd be interested in knowing some of these friends. I'd like to know what Jack that is too. All right, I can unzoom out now. It says services for Hannah will be held on Monday, March 7, 2022. Okay, so this happened not that long ago, I'm assuming. April, May, June. So it says, okay, right here. Passed away on February 24th, 2022. Y'all are still going? Come on now.
Into this day.
We going to this day. All right. That's crazy. That's pretty wild, to be honest with you. Oh, God. Come on, Burrito. All right, let's go.
If she was indeed a target. My opinion is that they were all targets. I think it's very possible that the 4 that were awake after 1:45 perhaps witnessed somebody. Maybe somebody was actually in the home, in the living room area, which is right here, when they got home. And, you know, it was an uncomfortable situation, and that person left, and those 4 people saw him. And that person knows that they
earlier
saw him, you know, so Kaylee, Zaina, Ethan, and Madison all saw this individual. And then something happened. Maybe the person was waiting for one of them, you know, in the house. Then they all came home. He's just sitting in there. Then later, they, you know, they're all home and they go to sleep, and this person comes back in. Don't really know if that's what happened or not, but it's pretty amazing to me that all 4 were killed. And also, there's a video going around right now of body camera footage showing Band Field, which is right next to the Sigma Chi fraternity. And in the video itself, you can see these buildings right here, and likely you might be able to make out
it's just the 3D of the house and shit like that.
4 victims were killed. But there are some just outlandish claims being made. So in the absence of information, people's imaginations go wild, and they start claiming they see this and that, and a light goes out. Yeah, a light goes out. Doesn't it make sense, though, if the light went out around 3 o'clock in the morning, and if you remember, Kaylee called Jack at, I believe, 2:24 all the way up until 2:44. Might have been 2:26 to 2:44. However, Jack apparently didn't answer. And then Madison takes over and calls at 2:44 up until 2:52. And then Kaylee tried calling one more time at 2:52. So they really wanted to get a hold of Jack, but he wasn't answering. And apparently Kaylee must have thought that he was, you know, reviewing his phone calls and wasn't going to answer when she called. But maybe if Madison called, he might answer. All right. But that's at 2:52. And if you listen to the medical examiner, it says that all of the individuals were killed while sleeping, or at least most of them were killed while sleeping. So doesn't it make more sense that a light might go off at around 3 o'clock in that building, because they actually went to sleep at that time? Because 2:52, they're probably already in bed trying to get a hold of Jack. Then they turn the lights out and go to sleep. And then sometime between 3 and 4, a killer came in and killed all of the individuals. Okay? So that's how I look at it. Is that accurate or not? I don't know.
Tim?
But I think that makes more sense than saying what. There's actually a video out there where a guy claims that he can see that it is a Hyundai Elantra parked right in front of the house. I mean, it's unbelievable because they enhanced the video. And so, you know, the problem is that stuff sells on YouTube. People buy into it and they believe it. And it just, sensationalism wins the day. I try to avoid that as much as possible. Okay. So let's get back to the video itself. So the video that I'm going to be showing here, it's going to be 2 versions, just like the last one. One where it's just a straight fly through, and another one with arrows pointing to various locations. This time goes through the sliding door on the 2nd floor through the kitchen, then upstairs into Madison's room, then back down the stairs.
Story like bullshit.
And then up, I think it's up one step into this little, like it's a crazy little one step. It's like 8 inches tall into what's called floor 2A, hard left, then into Zaina's room and kills Zaina and Ethan. It's possible Ethan maybe was out here, perhaps, heard a noise or something like that. So I have a character that I put in the scene just to sort of indicate why maybe he would have turned. And then the killer at that point then comes back out and goes down the one step right there, takes a right, and then comes.
In all reality, though, that's all of that is speculation. He doesn't know that for sure. That's all speculation.
Out the sliding glass door out of the kitchen and into the night. Okay, so thank you guys very much for watching. Again, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there.
Swindigga, that's a good point. So Swindigga says it's probably actual killer trying to get public pro keep going left on some fake theory. So we fake theory we already believe. Hey, that's a good ass point. I give it to you on that one. That is a good ass point. Keep it. Hold up, where did my shit go? All right, we watched that. Let's see. I wonder if she'll hit me if I play that. We watch. Is there any new videos out? I need some new videos now. Hold up. Let me hit YouTube real quick. It's time to or Reddit. Does Ellie know this? Copy link. We're about to find out right now.
So, how is everyone? I hope you had a fantastic weekend. Did we have a fantastic weekend? Well, you saw the video that I did yesterday with Garden Cam. Freaky, spooky as hell. Garden Cam, it's -5, foggy as hell. And this morning, I go outside.
All right. Oh, yeah. I'm going to check that right now.
Get wallet out of the car, and the doors are frozen solid. Can't even open them.
I see a lot of
and
y'all.
Because it's an up-to-date, newish car with plastic friggin' door handles, if I pull them any harder, I'm going to snap the door handle clean off, and the car will probably never open again. Gotta love technology. Anyway, I know why you're all here. Know why you're here. Not even here to see me anymore. Not even here to listen to what I've got to say anymore. You're here for this. For that little weasel. That little weasel right there. Ain't ya? Weasel. Stealing the show. Stealing all of the glory. What have you done, eh? What have you done apart from look cute with them big fucking ears and them little black eyes?
You know what, Harsh? I'm about to make my dog my co-host too. I'm going to let him steal the show. I'm going to let Sos the Ghost come in here and steal the show.
And your toys. That's it. You know we're talking about you. Stealing the show off me. Psh, 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 psh. That's it. See what you get. Anyway, back to the meat and potatoes.
He's my new co-host.
The good stuff, not just the cute stuff. Idaho. Why isn't there a reward? That is the question that is raising a lot of speculation now. The fact that law enforcement have not put a reward out. We know that that's one of the biggest things that happens in cases. Time for me to go get my co-host now. Little carrot. Yeah, I have some money. Come and tell us what you know, and we'll give you some money. Go and buy yourself something nice. That's what people want. They want money. We give them some money, they're likely to spill the beans. I don't know how often that works, if I'm honest. There's a lot of cases floating about, like, well, a lot of cases where money is offered and not a lot comes of it, because usually it's money that's hiding what's really happened. Not mentioning any places, Truckee. But look, at the end of the day, they haven't even put out a reward. Now, there was speculation out in the winds that the college was blocking it. They're actually stopping students from putting up reward posters, doing fundraisers and things like that. Now, who knows? I don't know if that's true. That's just what has been said on different places. I don't know who to trust nowadays. Can't trust people like Joseph. It's all going down the pan. All going down the pan. I don't know. Who can you trust? Who can you trust? Can you trust you? Do you know what's going on? Don't know. But who can we trust? But look, so there's no reward. So would it go hand in hand that, look, law enforcement aren't offering up a reward because they have a very good idea of who did this? That's the only thing to me that makes sense. Maybe they know something that would mean that if they were to put out a reward that could have been, I don't know, against the rules of rewards? What is the rules of rewards? You would think that even if they had a suspect but they couldn't 100% join the dots, would you still not put out a reward because someone might be able to join the dots for you? I don't quite understand. There is a lot of, like I say, speculation at the moment, and it's trying to separate the wheat from the chaff. But at the end of the day, they haven't put out a reward. And in a situation where we consider that law enforcement don't really know their ass from their elbows, that doesn't kind of go hand in hand. Because if they really were struggling that much and they really didn't know anything, and we've got scared public, a potential killer on the loose, why wouldn't you put out a reward?
I had to get
why wouldn't you go balls deep into it, say 100 grand, tell us what we need to know. Somebody tell us what we need. And especially if it's young people can easily be bought and sold. No, I'm not saying that they're the only people that can be easily bought and sold, but young people, they tend to be the ones that are the most easy to sell out their friends, even their grandma.
She said Harsh
So
got hypnotizing.
let me know down below, what do you think? Is this lack of reward telling? But in terms of who are the people on the table at the moment, who's on the chopping block, I think we've got a few people. And look, I'm not saying that any of these are guilty of anything. You know that. I don't. But at the end of the day, there are some people who are seemingly at the forefront of the investigation. That is Jack. Three Jacks. They all seem to be the people who are at the forefront of everyone's mind. Jack the X, Jack the Hood,
Good night, Skittles.
and Jack the
Skittles
Venmo.
going to sleep.
And, you know, Jack the Venmo, purely because the Venmo situation, his sister, and the strange reference of 3:30 a.m. within the Venmo payments, his potential links to the Deadly account, and the weird and wonderful and strange things that are within that account. Even though we cannot at this stage prove 100% that he is connected to that account, there are some links, and I did a video on it. The thumbnail says Deadly in it. There are some links that kind of look like he does indeed have something to do with it. But again, complete speculation. Jack the X, you're just the unlucky one because you're the X. And generally, when someone's killed, especially a young female or an old female, middle-aged female, generally it's the X who gets thrust into the spotlight. And you've got to thank people like Chris Watts and people like that for all this. You know, it's not my fault. It's not any other YouTuber's fault. It's the murdering scummy bastards who are out there killing people left, right, and centre, and generally killing their friends and family and spouses.
Right there.
That's who you got to blame. But that's where we are with Jack the X. And then Jack the Hood. Jack the Hood, because he seemingly had an altercation, albeit a minimal one. It was the being told to fuck off.
I made him an Instagram.
But ultimately, when you as a female tell someone to fuck off who looks and acts dodgy, and then a few hours later you're found murdered, that's going to put you in the limelight, regardless of what you've done and what you've not done. And then if you subsequently leave the area, go to Africa, you look even more dodgy. So they're the three main people. And then you've got people on the peripheral, Joe Vito, rightly or wrongfully, just because you come across like a bit of a prick. And that's it, really. You know, I'm not saying you've done anything. I'm not saying any of these people have done anything. Let's just get that clear. And I have a witness. Clearly fell asleep. Oh, no. Are you asleep? Are you awake?
I like Harsh.
Are you awake? You're my witness. I didn't blame anyone. There you go. So, witness.
Mine's a beagle.
I'm just saying that these are the people who are sadly connected to this case and potentially involved. And then we've got other things, what we touched on briefly yesterday, the unaliving of a potential previous roommate and the connections possibly there. And that has kind of been said that could be a catalyst for what happened. We've said how wrong that is. It ain't right. but these are all things that could be contributory factors in what happened. And yesterday, when I done that video as well, now this is, there's either some sick people around, which we know that, and to be fair, and I'm not saying he definitely did, this is clearly the sort of thing that someone like Joseph Morris would have done. So he goes over to, it could be a she, goes over to the page, the remembrance page of this young girl, puts a picture of,
let me see.
Well, have a look yourself. That's the picture that was put on there. And who did they say uploaded it? Someone called Jack. You can make this shit up. How sick can people be that, that's the world we live in. That's the world we live in. But no, let me know where you are. What do you think? Where are we in this case? Do they have someone in their crosshairs? Is the fact that they haven't put up a reward, they haven't made a move on anybody local, does that point the finger at someone who potentially isn't within their grasp right now? And if so, who is it?
I think so.
Let me know.
Yeah, I think it's Jackass. Harsh, let me go ahead and write you a comment. There we go. Tell Milo I said, hey. We got to show some love. Oh, you probably couldn't even see the comment I wrote. There it is. I said, "Sup, brother? Just watched your video and went over this on live. Shared your channel, and of course, I said shared your channel. Of course, I think they got Jackass in their crosshairs. Just my speculation. Much respect to you, brother. Keep grinding. I'm a fan. Tell Milo I said, hey, laugh my ass off. But yeah, no doubt. Respect. I like Harsh. Some people, when I first played him, they were like, he's trash. But in general, I gotta watch somebody's content myself and make my own judgment. A lot of people are like, Harsh is a little bitch, and I'm like, man, I gotta go check somebody out for my own and decide if I like them or not before I go off someone else's opinion. That's just me though. Offering a reward in the Idaho case. Is this the dude that fucking talks shit about I want to find that one dude who talks shit about Kaylee's dad.
Now, Mary Ellen, let me stay with you for 1 second. You were of the mind that, hey, they should be looking for somebody who was there before, who knew where they were inside that house.
I'm a Harsh fan.
Why?
Harsh, Grizzly.
Well, I say that because the crime was actually very successful. And in my experience in cases that I've worked as a profiler, when I see a crime like this, multiple victims, early morning hours, the individual gets in, he kills 4 people, and then he leaves successfully. He's able to navigate around that house. And I'm not talking about being familiar with it just because the floor plans were on the internet. This person has taken a huge risk. There could be weapons inside the home. There could be cameras inside the home. There could be alarms, other animals, other people. So this person planned out this crime. They're not going to leave to chance not being able to navigate through that home. So that tells me they've been inside the home. The second thing it tells me, based on other cases that I've worked, this person is comfortable being inside of other people's homes. So I would be looking for that kind of criminal behavior actually in their background.
Joe, what does it tell us, though, that the person made choices about who to kill and who not?
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, it's a knife. It's an up close and personal weapon. He brought the weapon with him, and apparently,
right.
And he
I
went
agree,
basically, you know, hunting for whatever target he was looking for. I still think that he went into one room.
I have two
He killed the
Jasons
two
and neither
people
are
there, and
Jack.
then realized that they weren't the ones that he was looking for, and then went to the other room. So it's important that investigators try to determine which victim
Yeah,
was
happy
first,
birthday
and then
to
try to
whoever's
piece it
birthday it
together.
is. And
together
please,
that
can
way,
we get
maybe
more
look at
viewers? Because
that person as the
1666.
nexus
And I don't
of
like
why
that
this
number.
killer, you know, chose them. We also have to also consider too that this person was inside the house before they even came home, which is just another thing that we have to look into. That this person.
First of all, you don't got to pay nobody nothing to show me a clue, and I don't, you know, I won't take your money for no clue. You can just send it to me. If it's something, I'll check it out. I'll pull it up on stream, and we'll let the community decide if it's good or what. Thank you, Freckles. By the way, I appreciate that. I seen that. I was looking for that. Forgot to give you a round of applause for showing love. You always show love, anyways, but it's important to keep showing love. Back to the community, back to the Rev Game family. She says, not a huge harsh fan, too drama, clickbaity, usual for me. Like has to put something out times per week, whether it's meaningful, useful, or not. Just adding noise, nothing to say too often, in my opinion. I respect your opinion. I like them, but I respect your opinion, Ali. I mean, that's your right to opinion, you know. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Yeah, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Into this day.
No doubt. Happy birthday to you and
Ho, ho, ho.
early Merry Christmas. But this ain't the last you're gonna be seeing of me. I'm live every day, damn near. So I sent you a clue on Instagram, please. All right, I'm looking right now. Like I'm going there right now. I'm flying. I got wings on. So let's pull up Instagram. I mean, if people want to send me shit through Instagram, you can send it through Instagram. I'll check it. Request. I got 2. Which one is your account though? A glimpse. Hold up. Is that the one you just sent me? A glimpse of my favorite memories. Please look at the second picture. You can see the car police are looking for in the victim's driveway with Xana in it too. Hold up. Save image as. All right. So maybe this is what you're talking about right here. Let me save this real quick. Elantra ? Okay, so I saved it. Open it up. Why is it not showing? Maybe I got to rename it to JPG. All right, there we go. Okay, so maybe this is what you sent. She's saying, I'm pretty sure she's saying that this is in the driveway right here. This vehicle. What do you guys think? I got wings on. Got to take a shit. Damn.
Damn!
That dude's pick is creeping me out. Oh, man. This is by far the biggest case I've ever worked for victims. Man, Tony Smith, I think you make it a point to come in here and say that shit every day, my boy. But I'm glad you feel the same way, you know? Silence from frat party. First floor he said first floor girls. But yeah, okay, so you're saying that in this picture, this is the Elantra? You guys think that looks like an Elantra? Let me know what you think. What's your thoughts? Saying the police is looking for this vehicle over here. You guys think that's the vehicle? Damn, I'm seriously addicted, says Gemini. Gemini, what you addicted to, bro? I said, bro, but you could be a woman, and that's disrespectful if that's the case. I just disrespected the hell out of you, and I apologize for that. A Prius. I really don't think that looks like a. Yes, thank you. Thank you, baby.
Oh, my boss is pissing me off.
Why?
Because I asked him yesterday. We have a conference call this morning.
Uh-huh.
He said be on it at 9. He called me at 7:30 and woke me up. It's like, hey, yeah, I need you to fill out this form, and just starts talking like we're already in a meeting. Bro, I'm in my fucking bed, bro. What the? I don't do. Can you hold the fuck on? Like, what the fuck? This is not that, bro.
Hold on, can't take my co-host out of here. She stole my co-host, did me dirty. Anyways, that was wrong, but she brought me a cup of coffee, so I'll let her, she can borrow them for a few minutes. I'm all right with it. I'm about to go harsh on him and go get me a damn bed. She said, that's no Elantra, Mom to 5 Kings. Thank you, Mom to 5 Kings. Damn, it's been a freaking month. Yeah, it's been a freaking month. So I'm hoping today with the presser, I don't know. Do we have a time? Because I can't find a time on this presser today. And I'm sitting here like waiting. I need to know. Do we have a time on this presser? Damn, that coffee's hot as shit. Stinging my hands. Looks like a Prius. I mean, it's a good find. It's a good find for sure. I mean, I appreciate you sending this in. She was saying it could be a major clue. I wouldn't take your money for you to send me a picture though. That'd be fucked up of me, first of all. Yeah, send me $20.99 and I'll take a look at it.
You want me to get you something so you can hold it better?
What?
Like, I don't know, like a hand towel or something so it don't burn your hand?
No, I'm good. I'm used to hot coffee.
Okay.
Thank you though, baby.
You want Puppy back?
Yeah, well, where's my co-host? Bring him in here. Pop! Come on.
Your dad wants you, dude.
Yeah, your dad wants you, dude. Get your ass in here. Get your ass in here. You need treats. I guess he needs a treat, though. I need to go get him a treat. He said, me 20. I need to go to work. Snipe says, shit, get a cash app. I'll send it right now. Send you more than 20. That's not a Hyundai, though. It's white Prius. Why is it not letting me click on anything in chat right now? This is broken. All right, guys, we're broken right now. I can literally not click on your comments. I'm actually pissed. I got broken, bro. I really got broken. Are you kidding me? That comment is broken right now. I cannot do nothing. Oh, no. It's right. Hold up. I'm going to have to refresh this and come back in. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, hell nah. All right, we're fixed. We're back. Sorry about that, guys. Short intermission, you know. Sometimes you got to fix a few things and you'll be back in action. All right, now I fixed it. For some reason, it was broken, and I don't even got that many tabs open. But hold up, when was that photo taken? Could be Hannah in that photo. Is that what you just said? Hannah in that photo? Hold up. For some reason, the photo broke the computer. Let me see.
Person got in, was waiting for.
All right, so let's check it again. Where is my downloads? What is this? Oh, that's what Marlena sent me. Where's the new one that I just had? What is this? Someplace cool. Now this looks different. All right, let me find something else here. Idaho 4. What are you crying for, buddy? What's wrong? He's upset. We didn't watch this. Hold up.
And I do want to bring in Bobby Chacon, retired FBI agent, for some perspective on this investigation.
We didn't watch this. This is newer.
Thanks for having me.
Do you feel this investigation really does hinge or is focusing in on Kaylee Gonsalves, given her excessive injuries, suggesting perhaps she was the killer's main target?
You'd have to go ask him on his channel.
Well, if that is the case, I think that's one avenue that's being explored. I think all avenues are being explored. I think there's a lot of work being done in this case. There's a tremendous amount of leads to that are coming in to be covered. So yes, I think that's one. I wouldn't say that's the only one. I don't know because I'm not privy to the inside of the investigation, and none of us are, and none of us should be. The only information that should be coming out should be information that's relevant to the public safety or to strategically benefit the investigation. Other than that, I don't mind at all if the police are not giving daily updates or weekly updates. I mean, I'm not as concerned with that. There's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of speculation about it. This is only a month. People are talking like a month is a long time in investigation. It is not. We just had a case in the Delphi murders in Indiana that took 5 years, and they just got the guy in custody. You know, these investigations take time. This was a brutal crime scene. A lot of forensic and physical evidence that was gathered that has to be gone through in a proper way, oftentimes in a laboratory setting. And so these things take time. And the public needs a measure of patience with this investigation. I'm sure the police, if they had anything that related to the actual public safety, if there were people endangered, they would put that out. But barring that, I don't see any issue with how long this investigation is taking.
I know many in the public are concerned. We are at the 1 month mark about this case turning cold. When would you be concerned then that this will turn into a cold case? What does that timeline look like for you?
I mean, it all depends on the tips coming in, right? So they've got 3,000 tips that are coming in, and they're coming in more all the time. As long as this case is generating this kind of publicity, people are going to be calling in, and every time the police give an update, that usually generates more tips coming in. When it goes cold is when no tips and the phones stop ringing and people stop talking about it. That's when it goes cold. But we're a long way from that. They've got thousands of tips. Both the call people are calling in, people are using social media, people are emailing those tips in. So I think that we're a long way from this case even being close to being cold.
Okay, I appreciate that. We had another former FBI agent, Tracy Walder, on the show yesterday, and she says that she feels the killer has likely reacclimated back into the Moscow community, and she also feels the suspect is likely a male. What is your take on that?
You talking about the dog?
I'm not sure how she bases the first assumption that he's reacclimated. I just don't know. There's no way to know that. This person could be overseas. He could be in another state.
Possible.
There's just no way to know where that person is and what they've done.
Find your original question.
I do feel it's a male. I mean, the physicality that this crime was carried out does indicate, we could be wrong. It's been seen before, but most likely, due to the physicality that was required to carry this out, my guess is that it is a male, just because the physical capabilities of subduing people at the same time and stabbing people that many times.
That's what I'm waiting on, Alex.
Requires a heightened level of physicality. And that would lead me to be a male. Again, that's an assumption based on what I know, the limited stuff that I know of the physical evidence at the crime scene. But I would agree with her assumption that it's a male. I'm not sure about the first assumption about whether this person is reacclimated because we just don't know who it is.
She did mention that there is significance to tracking whether or not there were keypads on those doors. Why is that piece of information so significant? Is it that it indicates how close the killer would have had to be to the victims to have that passcode?
Yeah, sure, of course, because what we do in these kind of cases is we draw two circles. One is the circle of the victim and everybody that's involved in the victim's life. The other circle is the location where the homicide occurred. So that's the house. Where those two circles overlap, the middle is where your suspect is probably going to come from. So whoever had egress into that location easily is obviously going to be elevated on your suspect list. So yes, I think that's a key. People that were in that house before, people that know how to get in and out of that house, that would be key, because in this case, it clearly indicates that they somehow got in quietly and left quietly. And so that seems to indicate a person who either knew or gained the knowledge of how to enter that place quietly.
All right, Bobby Chacon, appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
There's some more videos too. Hold up. That came out not too long ago, so I want to watch those. We got why does it say that though? I don't find that to be true. I'm afraid if I play any Dr. Phil shit, we're gonna get slayed. I do feel like if I played that, it's gonna get wild for us. Just got a whole lot crazier. Yeah, but what is he talking about in that video? I don't know. People with higher subscriber amounts seem to want to strike people, you know? Increased security at University of Idaho graduation. I mean, we could take a dive on we definitely could dive in on Reddit. I found some very interesting stuff from Moscow people. I'd like to get some Moscow people out there in just on the panel in general and let me know how the community. I want to know from other people different perspectives on how the community's been out there. Like, I'm curious. I'm very curious. Not many people have been not live, but there's not much content out. There's really not much content out right now, to be quite honest with you. What else do we have here? I done went through every single video. There's no way.
Yeah, let's talk about fruit.
Oh yeah, this is the dude they cut off earlier. I kind of want to see this. Hold up. Is it really gonna play me and not let me click that? I was about to say my computer's being stupid.
Yeah, let's talk about fruit.
About that, Whitey, today's True Detective Talk.
All right, so this video is called Idaho Police to Charge Internet Sleuths. Let's check it out.
It was nice to have a little break this weekend. You know, I had 2 days where I didn't have to film anything, which was kind of nice.
Come on, three more likes to we're at 800
True
likes.
Detective Talk is going to
We
be
get
Monday
those
through
3 more
Friday.
likes in the next
And
30
the
seconds.
weekend, I will be doing some deep dive into some cold cases still, as time permits. So today, a couple things that we want to talk about. Idaho cases still in the news. Talk a little bit about that. Whitey Bulger, he was in the news recently because of a Bureau of Prisons report that came out regarding his well-being and transferring and how that all played out. I want to talk a little bit more about my death row prison call and how that's going to continue as we go forward.
This is the dude News Nation
Kind of a special spotlight today on a cold case that I would like you to pay particularly close attention on. So first, let's go to Idaho. I was reading through the news this morning and I seen where Moscow police said they would be willing to charge any web sleuth who is committing harassment and what was that word that you guys taught me? Doxing? I have to tell you how pleased I was when I read that. My first thing I did was I smiled and I was like, well, it's about time. Not only did they say this, they also said that they would be monitoring social media for this. I think that is a very, very good idea. Everybody that watches this channel, watches me, knows how I feel about internet sleuthing when it comes to people crossing that line, right? They're the line steppers, the habitual line steppers, as Charlie Murphy would say. You go too far as to show up at a witness's place because you've seen his name in the paper mentioned that he's a witness. So you go and talk to him and try to get more information from him. Why? Who are you? You're somebody on YouTube that, you know, you're not a news media. All you're doing is harassing this person. Worst yet is the ones that go and they say, he did it, so we're going to go surveil them. And we're going to ask them about these and harass them. That's what they're doing. So I am very pleased, and I hope the Moscow police actually follow through with their threat, so to speak. Also want to talk about this Hyundai Elantra car, 2011 to 2013. I did an interview with Newsweek, print media.
That's wild.
And digital media, not video. I'm done with those unless
lock me up.
My requirements are met. However, so this is how I do interviews. Everybody, when a news media calls you, Fox News, Newsweek, New York Times, okay, I've done them all. And usually what they'll want to do is they'll say, hey, can we do a phone interview? And when I was very new at all of this, I used, yeah, sure. And I would do that. And then I noticed that some of the things that I said wasn't exactly what I said. They would leave out the front half or whatever it was. And then I had no way to prove, hey, that's not what I meant. So now, within the past couple of years, I'm like, hey, they say, can we interview you? Sure. What about? Yes, I know I'm pretty knowledgeable about that. I feel that I can talk about that in confidence. So, yeah. Well, can you give us your number or give us a call? Nope. I'll do it via email. So if you want, you email me your questions and I will answer them and respond. Some of them won't do that, but I've noticed that the majority of them will. So that way,
send them
number one,
baby.
I can sit there with a clear mind.
I need the strike force.
Not feeling pressured or hurried to give a response where it's calculated. And when I send it, I have a record. So when I go to read what they quote me of saying, if I say, oh, no, that's not what I said, you better print a redaction to this. And here's what I said, and I have it. That happened to me once with a case that I was working, a local case in Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
I know where that's at.
There was some question. This guy had did 10 years for a murder, and he claimed his innocence. He got out, proclaimed his innocence, sent the judge, all the judges in the courthouse, a letter saying he was innocent. Those letters got turned over to the district attorney, who gave him to me and said, hey, follow up on this. Well, I got called by the media. I was sitting at my desk, and they wanted to know, in general, what cold cases I was working. And I had about 3 or 4 on my desk at that time. So I just looked down and I said, this case, this case, this case, this case. So they printed that, but they also printed a little thing in there that said, the one cold case is this guy that went to jail for 10 years, and now it is believed he is innocent.
I'm looking it up
right
now.
What the hell? I never said that. Never once came out of my mouth. Nothing even close to that. A lot of the old detectives, the old prosecutor from when this case took place, which was in like 1979, something like that, 76, they called the current DA and complained. A lot of citizens too. Hey, your detective made this statement, that he's innocent. We convicted him. He went to jail. He's not innocent. He came, and my DA was very good at letting me talk to the media because he knew that I knew how to handle myself. But he came to me. He's like, hey, what's going on with this? I was like, I didn't say that.
Yo, what's the name of this Greek place? Wasn't it Greek Mad? Hold up.
Eric, I didn't say that. I would never say that. And if I did believe it, I would have went to you first for you to okay it. It didn't happen.
Mad Greek.
So he got upset, not at me, at the media. He called them, told them to print a redacted version because I didn't say that. They admitted they were wrong. Yes, yeah, boy, we misunderstood. You didn't misunderstood. You just blatantly lied. But they printed a redacted version. But guess what? The proclaiming of his innocence the 2 days before was a front page news. Detective says. The redacted version where it was, hey, we messed up, the detective never said that, was on like page B2. You know what I mean? Buried in small print. Hey.
Breaking news. It's a female.
What do you do? But I digressed. My point being is I do everything email now. I'll send you send me an email, I send it back. That way, if anything's wrong, hey, look, jackass, I have it right here, what I printed. Okay? Don't twist my words around. The guy at Newsweek that I've been working with, he's been sending me stuff almost daily for the past couple of weeks.
Let's see.
He's good at it. He just looks like he just copies and pastes right from there. You know, he's not adding to it. So I'm happy with working with people like him. Now, that was talking about
the Mad Greek that I'm finding is a woman that owns it. Her name is Jenny. And I have it right here. Hold on, I gotta show y'all so y'all can see what I'm talking about. So we need to shut that rumor
Business
down
Premier
right
card
now.
is made for Sam, who makes
Everyday products designed smarter.
genius, like 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So Sam can make smart ideas.
A brilliant reality.
Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
All I can say right now is that we're just all deeply saddened by the loss of both Maddie and Xana. They were wonderful workers. They've been here for a couple years with me. All of the employees are just shook right now, I think, as well as the rest of the Moscow community.
Yeah. What I found on as an owner is a girl. Interview with Jackie Fisher, owner of Mad Greek Restaurant. That's
The
what I
Russos
found.
have become nocturnal due to slow T-Mobile home.
Breaking news, it's a girl.
Yeah, let's go.
So why is that? Unwanted tips. And by unwanted tips, I mean things that have no merit to the case.
That's what I found. I found a girl.
Are crazy, as I've learned. And they will say anything to try to get money. Now, the detectives have to track that stuff down, which takes them away from more credible leads. So my thing is there's plenty more leads going on. Still lab results, still follow-ups to do. They're not at that juncture in the investigation where they feel the necessary requirement to offer a reward. They're just not there yet. That's my opinion on that. The second thing was All
right. So we're looking for Jetty Allen Pecco. There we are. There is your guy, Jetty Allen Pecco, who would be in the system, who weighs 300 pounds. So all you got to do is type in Google. As soon as I seen that name, pop, bang, boom, bong. There he is, right there. Sexual offender.
Get the fuck out of here!
We don't like you. You're disgusting. You're a pig. Period. That's him. The person that you were talking about, Malocators. This is him right here. Right there. There you go. There's your guy. 5'10", 300 pounds. Date of birth is 1976, 0520. Asian or Pacific Islander, whatever that means. So, oh, wow. His offense date is on my birthday?
Get the fuck out of here! Block his ass.
Hell nah. I don't like that. Nah, hell nah. You said, no, that's not him. What do you mean? He's still a pedophile. Fuck him. That motherfucker, take that boy out back and put him down with the dogs. Put him down with an old yeller. Put him down. That boy is disgusting. Why is it? You said that's not him, but who's this right here in this video? It looks like Jonathan Lee Richards got it. Man, get your adult ass up out of here. There we go. I think adult chat is stalking me. I don't know why they think I'm a sexual entertainer, but good gracious. No sexual assault committed, says Charlotte. You got the wrong info. Do I got the wrong info? I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm looking at the same thing old boy got right there. Is it the wrong info, really? Because, I mean, the first thing, I mean, that face looks like that face to me. Does it or does it not look like that face to me? I'm just saying. 1976, 5/20 is his birthday. I got a good memory. Time to start your OFT. Same guy. That's what I'm saying. Kel knows what's up. Same guy. Kel said, yo, that's the same guy. That's that sick bastard. That's that nasty, gross piece of shit. Now, the only thing that I can say about this guy here is that he would be in the system. Period. He's going to be in the system. This guy is going to be in the system. It's the face, but people change. Yeah, people's looks change, but you can't change a sexual predator. If you love being a sexual predator, you're a sexual fucking predator, and it's just simple as that. I don't think you can change what you like. Just like that, if there's a CR, you can't change a CR. You cannot change the mind of a CR. A CR is gonna he's gonna be a CR forever. I like how the heck they throw this case out is beyond me. Lots of creeps in the town of Moscow. Go ahead, type comments. I'm reading comments right now. Lots of creeps in the town of Moscow. Evolution. Problem is the crime scene compromised. Friends there first. That's that nasty bastard though, right there though. So right here is hold on, let's bring this out first. Let's get a good view of this crime scene here. So there's our crime scene. I'm pretty sure that's Ethan's. Isn't this Ethan's Jeep? Or hold up, Ethan or Dylan? Dylan? Wasn't Dylan in this Jeep right here? Ain't no way it was a female, no shot, right? No, the female is the one who said that she worked with she was the owner of that restaurant. So that's Ethan's Jeep, right? But wasn't Dylan in that Jeep before? Might have an open panel this morning. Who wants to come up, man? Who's feeling panel jumpy? Who's feeling like they want to come up on panel and just talk? Who wants to come up and talk to Idaho 4, man? We're at 9. All right, so we've been live for 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Yes, I'll absolutely show the conference. Most definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt, I'll show the conference. That's, yeah, most definitely. 1000%. How long ago was the offense? It was in 1997, September 11th on my birthday. That's the only reason I remember that shit. September 11th on my birthday, 1997, that sick bastard's offense was. He is 10 years older than me. Jeez, he looks like he's 50. He's 10 years older than me? Says Amberly. Wow, nasty. That dude's a nasty looking pig. Malika said, damn, y'all still going? Yeah, Rev Gang family goes hard in the paint. We be up all night long. We don't sleep. We're insomniacs. And if I go to sleep, I guess everybody else falls into different rabbit holes. You know what I mean? I mean, it is what it is. My community is full of energy. It ain't even a community. I call it, everybody in here is my family for the most part. You know, the new ones that join, they end up becoming part of the Rev Gang family. It's just like a little trend thing, you know. I'm the 28th of September. All right, so listen to this. Let's just have a little talk time here so y'all can get to know me. My name is T-REV, aka Austin Sweet. I was born in room 911 on 9/11, weighed 9 pounds 11 ounces, was born in 9/11 at night in room 9/11. And that is a fact. I'm a 9/11 baby all the way across the board. Everybody's like, yo, you should play that shit with, you should play the lottery with 9/11. I'm like, nah, bro, I would never win that. Yeah, that's a fact. I promise you, Chris, I swear on everything I love. Ask my dad. I'll bring my dad up here. I'll bring my 56-year-old dad up here. My 57-year-old dad, actually. Like I said, I was born in room 911, weighed 9 pounds, 11 ounces at 9/11 at night on the day 9/11. Crazy shit. Crazy shit. Thank you. She said your lives are my favorite. Well, shit, I think I've been boring as fuck tonight. I think I've been boring tonight, to be honest with you. I've been just kicking it back. I honestly, right now, I have a wisdom tooth growing in and I'm in pain, but I'm still sticking it out. I'm just so addicted to this case that I just can't help but just sit here. I can't help but sit here and just want to look at videos over and over again. Even if I watch the same video 50 fucking times, I don't care. I'll go through videos over and over again. It's just something that I do. Damn, you was a big baby mama of 5 Kings says. Yeah, I guess I was. I'd never believed my parents when they told me I was born in room 911, weighed 9 pounds, 11 ounces on the day 9/11. But they always told me that even before 9/11 happened. It's crazy shit, right? Crazy shit. Look at all the September babies. Shout out to all my September babies in here, all my Virgos. Shout out to my Virgos in here, man. Shout out to all my Virgos in here. You the best. What up, Amy, bro? Virgo City, October 15th. Melissa, shout out to you. Wendy says, thumbs up. My son's name is T-REV. That's dope. Hell yeah, Heather. Tara Pank says, I'm addicted to this case too. Yeah, I'm addicted to this case like it's crack cocaine, and I can't stop until this dude gets locked the fuck up. I say dude because I think a dude committed it. Now, could a girl be a part of the setup or anything like that? Yeah, absolutely. But could it be a possible just simple a single person, a single perpetrator? Absolutely. I think personally it is a single perpetrator, but let's see. So is 9/11 at 1:11 and yeah, it's 9/11 at 9/11 at night in room 9/11. Hold up. All right, I was born on 9/11 in room 9/11, weighed 9/11 on 9/11. There you go. There's the 4, and that's a big fact. That is a big fact. When my parents told me that, I thought they were liars. So addicted to this case, girl. So you're not a plan then. She's Libra, Scorp. Oh, we got some Leos in the building. Shout out to everybody though. All right, hold on. Let me dive into it. What was this? Oh yeah, this was this picture too. This I guess is before they slaughtered. But somebody didn't like that picture earlier, so we'll get up off that. This is a party. I'm just going through all these little photos. Isn't that Jack Katovich right here in this picture though? Leo is a good sign. New here, Cricket. What up, Cricket? Welcome, welcome. Marlena said, damn, you was a big baby. Austin Trevor Dawson Sweet. That's my full name. I don't care. Dox me. I just dox myself. My name is Austin Trevor Dawson motherfucking Sweet. Is my last name. Period. I just dox myself. I don't care. I'm an open book. I really don't give a shit. So many Leos detectives. Who is your number 1, number 2, number 3 suspects? All right, Wendell, I'll give you my number 1, number 2, number 3. Jack S, allegedly. Jack D, allegedly. And then 3. Y'all thought I froze, didn't you? The 3 would be roommates. Roommates, allegedly. Now, those are my 3 theories, and I could break down each theory to you on why I believe what I believe. But I mean, that's if you want me to elaborate. How long? All right, so life after 50 says, and now it's doing this dumbass glitch shit again, where I can't click on anything again. Once again, why is my stream messing up like this? This is brutal. All right, I'm back. My bad. Damn, why is it doing that to me? I don't like that. It's playing me. I'm back though. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, we were talking about some things, but yeah, that's weird. Let me pull this up.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. I was very conflicted about making this video, but something tells me I have to share this information. And the information that I am going to share with everyone today, it's disturbing, and it's going to create this individual a lot of problems, but I think the information needs to be put out there for everyone to know.
Thank you, Mama Steffi. I appreciate it.
And I'm very conflicted on that because
computer's acting
I don't know if this guy
hack me right now
would be involved. I don't know if he's not, but he has a serious track record to me that's very concerning. So I'm going to do it, but I don't really want to. Do you understand where I'm in? I'm in a bad position here, but I think it's important for my followers and the public to know about a certain individual, right? So we're talking about the Moscow, Idaho tragedy. 4 college students brutally stabbed in a home during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. Coroner thinks it's sometime around 4 a.m. it happened, and police haven't made any arrests. They haven't identified any suspects.
Oh, hell no.
It doesn't seem like they know who did it. Only lead they really have is a white Hyundai Elantra that they're looking for, that they insist was at around the home at the time of the stabbings, 2011, 2013 range. So I'm going to talk about a guy right now. And
I like JLR, but open
the
top button.
I'm just going to talk about this guy. I'm going to show you what I've learned and by doing my own research, and it raises a lot of questions, and hopefully authorities
we hit 800 likes. Shout out to y'all, man. I love y'all.
The guy's name is Jetty Pico. Jetty Pico, mid-40s.
Serial killer kid. You been up in here the whole time?
Resides in Moscow.
I'd be honored.
Serious red flags all across the board on this guy.
I'd be honored. I really would.
So
thank you for
Jetty
that.
Pico is a registered SO, and he owns a business called Malo Cuisine, and it's right behind the Mad Creek where Maddie and Xana worked. Here's a little information about.
Make sure y'all share the stream, hit like.
So this comes from Home Facts, which is public information, and they share all registered SOs throughout the country. This is public information. Registered SOs have to have their addresses public for everyone to see.
I got it now.
Jetty Allen Pico, registered SO. There he is. Asian or Pacific Islander, 5'10", 300 pounds.
Thank you, Kel. I appreciate you.
Second degree.
Everybody, welcome Kel to the Rev Gang family. I do appreciate you joining. Like I say to everybody who joins the private members only Discord. And the only reason I have my Discord private, guys, do not feel like I'm trying to gain money or anything for that. But the only reason I make it members only is because of fucking trolls. So thank the trolls that try to come in and do hacks and all that weird ass bullshit. But it is 99 cents. So that, I mean, it ain't shit. It's like picking up 4 quarters off the ground in your couch. Shout out to you. Thank you. Welcome.
SO in the second degree, registered since 1997. This guy here, he owns a business behind the Mad Greek in Moscow, Idaho. And like I said, he owns a business that
I say that
it seems like
I take that as a compliment, but I know there's other channels out there that are better than me, in my opinion. And that's, I'm not gonna toot my own horn in any way because I know I can get better in many different, and I know I go off in tangents and stuff and pause when I read things like this, but I like to interact with my community. If people don't like it, I've seen people like, fucking just play the video. Like, nah, I like to interact. I like to engage with the people who are here talking to me, period. That's just how I am. So if you don't like that, this probably is not the place for you. I like to engage with the crowd. Anyways, she says, yes, totally best true crime talk channel. But in general, there's people out there that are better than me. And I see that and I learn from them people every day. I'm a member of a few of their channels, and I think they're a lot better than me in the true crime, like as far as breaking things down and making like little boards that they put together. And they inspire me. They inspire me to do better. But I love it. I love true crime in general. Always been fascinated with it. Always followed it. Always been into cases. Followed the DC Mansion murders all the way. Missy Beavers. That's another case that's crazy. There's so many different cases, but I do appreciate your compliment and thank you. That means a lot to me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Like just got located. He just basically started his business right behind.
Thank you, Gemini.
The Mad Greek. Melo Cuisine. And man, this guy has an extensive
more than deep dive trial
criminal record between Washington State and Idaho. He is a registered
Thank you, Carrie.
SO.
I appreciate you.
He has previous past
of
kidnapping,
I love a good tangent.
Robberies, assaults.
Damn.
This is just one example of one thing he did that he got arrested for in northern Idaho years ago. This is an article from 2006 by the Spokesman Review. 4 men arrested in stores robbery. Coeur d'Alene police arrested 4 men Wednesday in connection with the violent robbery of a discount store. Police said anonymous tip led to the arrest of Jetty Allen Pico and 3 others.
Thank you.
Pico and Frecknick are former employees of the Coeur d'Alene Big Lot store that was robbed Friday night. During the robbery, a store employee was badly beaten and 3 others were forced into the manager's office at gunpoint. They were all arrested at Pico's apartment, according to police. In addition to the robbery charge, Pico is being held in the Kootenai County Jail for allegedly failing to register as an SO in Idaho. Police say he was last registered in Washington as a level 1 SO, but not registered when he moved to Idaho. The men may have their first appearance in court today. So, you know, held the people at gunpoint, robbed them, Big Lots. And he's right behind the Mad Greek. So it makes me wonder, you know, did he ever have any interactions with Maddie or Xana? Look how close he works to Xana and Maddie. All right, so this is Google Maps. I'm going to show you how close Melo Cuisine is to the Mad Greek.
Appreciate you,
right
homie.
Behind it.
Much love to you,
right
brother.
Here is where Jetty Pico owns this Melo.
Appreciate you, fam.
Cuisine. And right here is the Mad Greek. And you can see it's only separated
it's all about freedom
by a back alley.
Real shit.
By a back alley. It's very close. The business is right in back of the Mad Greek.
Forensic.
The owner of this business is a registered SO. Look him up. Jetty Pico.
Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that.
Got this location
here
in October of this year. And this
There's
is
a few I'll crash
where
real, but I'm
Maddie and Xana worked. Now the question is, did Maddie and Xana ever have interactions with Jetty Pico, who owns this business? Maybe.
Sickly NY. You know what? That right there is facts. I agree with you. And that's why I run off a lot of stuff that Grizzly puts out, because the way that she puts out her presentations and stuff like that, she does a very good job. And that's where I give flowers to these people out here that are really good at sleuthing. You got to give flowers to people, man. I don't understand. There's so much hatred in the world that people don't want to give others their flowers in certain areas that they're really good at. And Grizzly, I give her flowers. Zab Girl, I give her flowers too. She does a great job. Another person that does great on Twitter and I think is very good at sleuthing is Sleuthy Goosey. There's tons of different people. You just got to give people their flowers, man. A lot of people, there's a lot of hatred built up in people and they just hate on people. But there may be things that I don't know about other people. So sometimes I got to watch people and find out if there is something there. I do listen to people's opinions, but I don't take them. If I don't know somebody and I see people talking shit on someone, I won't just roll with what they're saying. I'll actually go check them out for myself and see what I think. That's just how I've always been.
They both all met back there in the alley while they were emptying trash or leaving work.
Once again, Freckles, love you. Thank you. I appreciate all the love you do. You're a great mod. Always holding it down.
It's a block away. Right behind. It's these two businesses right behind each other.
Got you next.
I have a lot of questions here. A lot of questions. It's the map.
That's a big compliment. Now, thank you, Kelko. I really do appreciate that.
Lots of charges.
She blows me out the water, though. Thank you. I appreciate that, Marlena. That means a lot to me. A lot. All of you.
So I don't want to sit here and this is going to basically ruin him. But at the same time, the community got to know about this guy.
Freckles coming in with back-to-back stickers, man.
According to the Facebook page of the business, it's like just got located there. It used to have like a little used to work. I don't know. I'll show you his Facebook page right now.
All right, we're gonna do this new thing on my channel called "If you want me to skip the video, drop a 1 in chat." If you want me to skip the video, drop a 1. You know what I'm saying? If you want me to skip the video, drop a 1. If you don't want me to skip the video, hit 2.
And then we'll discuss more. This is the public Facebook page of Malo Caters, aka Malo Cuisine. This business is directly behind the Mad Greek where Xana and Maddie worked. This
damn one more. I'm good on another cup right. Yeah, I'll take a cup.
SO named Jetty Pico. I'm just going to share this page. Going to share. Last thing they posted here was October 28th. At this business here. That right there is. I got a new spot in Moscow. Idaho, being in Moscow just hits differently. It's my home away from home. Here's to another year. That's Jetty Pico. He's a registered SO. He owns this business.
Thank you, Ganja Mama. I appreciate you.
Is this new? Did he just get this in October of this year? This is dated October 7th.
You are open-minded, though. Thank you, Forensic Astrologer. I appreciate that.
Keep going.
Shout out to y'all.
Today we are closed.
Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Ganja Mama. Shout out to Chris. Chris coming through. All of y'all coming through, man. I appreciate y'all showing love for real. It means a lot. Thank you all. And I did catch the 1, so bye video. I don't want to hear about that.
Scrolling around.
No. We're good. We pass on that. We're good. All right, let's go back to the Idaho playlist that I built. Hold up, was that Ethan Chapin, Red Jeep, Moscow? That's talked about. That was 13 days ago, though. We watched this one earlier. What other one do we got that we can watch that I haven't? I'm trying to think. Oh, yeah, this one right here.
Welcome, everybody, to Long Crime Daily. I'm Jesse Weber. Parents of an Idaho college student brutally stabbed to death in her bed are speaking out about the investigation as well as a lack of information from police. We have learned the layout of the home. This is where roommates were sleeping when police believe the attack happened. Two of the University of Idaho students were asleep on the ground floor of the home when 4 people were killed on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Police think the attack happened around 3 or 4 a.m. on November 13th. Since then, no suspect has been identified.
Allie, I skipped your video again. I'm sorry, guys, but I really we'll go back to this video. I'm not going to do Allie like that. Allie sent me this video, and I'm going to be respectful and play it. I got to play her video. She wanted me to play this.
Surviving the Survivor. This Sunday will mark.
Allie, where? Hold up. We played this video. I swear I played this video. What's the timestamp on it, though? You got a timestamp on this video, Allie? Oh, shout out to Malika. I appreciate you, Malika. Thank you. CA, is that Canada? Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Canada. You from Canada? Shout out to Canada. And shout out to everybody showing mad love this morning. I appreciate you guys. That's not what I'm here for, though. But I do appreciate you guys showing love. That means a lot to me. Undercover Cop is a good one to watch, but someone said they were a cusp, so I was explaining it is impossible. Our sun sign is a particular degree. Cusp don't exist. That was the 20 degree, or you said that was the 29 degree thing. Okay, I get what you're saying. Kinda. Until you come up here and break it down. Still up there at the 550 odd views. People hit that like T-REV and at it for hours. Yeah, no doubt. Thank you. I appreciate you, Crosshatch. Just when the gal from FBI profiler unit is on. How did we start videos but never finish them? I'm so lost. No, I'm ready to finish them, but Ali sent me this video, but I didn't realize it was an hour and 30-minute stream. So I don't know what she would. I think, and I'm pretty sure we watched this because he had on a freak. This guy right here had on a professor from the Idaho, Moscow, or the U of I college. This dude right here, 100% did. Super chat. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Man, y'all are trying to super chat train me in here, man. I appreciate y'all for real. All right, Ali. I know what I'll do. All right, so Ali, look, this is how we're gonna do it. You sent me these right here. I'm gonna pull them up from the downloads and pull them up because you sent me all three of these. Our Little Heart. Now, this is one of the pics you sent. Now, this one was titled Our Little Heart. I don't even hold on. Who is this right here? Who the fuck is this? Who is that dude right there? Homie looks like he's playing a game or something, right? Doesn't he look like he's playing a game? And then she sent me this one, Roommates. Which is dope. Okay. You got Roommates right here. This is, I'm assuming this is Dylan and Bethany. Am I wrong? Is that Dylan and Bethany or what? This is just watch as far as you feel. You're right. I like how you give people a chance. Thank you. I appreciate that. We appreciate you. Thank you. I mean, we could watch it if y'all want to. It's an hour and like 50 minutes, though. Might miss the presser watching that joint. Freckles. Thank you again, Freckles. Thank you. This is the second floor. I want to say, I'm guessing this is Dylan and Bethany. I can't tell. I don't know who this is. I want to say maybe this is Bethany. Now, I'm not sure. I want to say it is, but can't miss that. There's another one that she sent, JS in background. Okay, so look, JS is in the background. I'm guessing this is JS right here. Boom, boom. This would be JS. So he would know the house. What time do you think the press is? That I've been researching over here in the corner and I cannot find when this press is. I really can't. I cannot find it. I don't know why, but I can't find it. He said, booty rocking everywhere. Booty rocking everywhere. Watch the F-bombs, please. Watch the F-bombs, please. That's easy for me. I could easily not cuss the whole entire stream. But it's 18 and up. But I'll watch the F-bombs for you. If you got kids around, I definitely respect that. Dylan and someone else. This is the second floor. Question mark? Is this the second floor? I can't tell just from this, but it looks like maybe it is the second floor. Yes, second floor, says Lady Claymore. Please, one. Like the army do murder by his wife and her boyfriend closest to you often is the culprit. LAHK says, where are we to watch them to? Yeah, where are we to watch them to? Look at the date. Scroll down. Okay. So this is November 12th, 2022. All right, my bad. I see what you're saying, Ali. So this is most definitely... Okay, I see what you're saying. Yep. Let me read these comments here. Deep dive try. Can someone tell the cops to look into the study forensics or criminology at the university? I mean, sure, shit. We can call them up this morning. We can all speak. Booties. I'll pass. I think I'll pass. You have done an amazing job. Thank you, Andrea. Right? I appreciate you. I think I could do better, though. I'm gonna strive to do better. Jack S is a loser, probably a lunatic, but he didn't do this. Not a quick decision here. Planned like only a good nerd would do. Oh. My man said planned like only good nerd would do. Shit, really, people be telling you how to talk on tour, on your own stream, like fuckity fuck. I mean, I get it. I try to respect everybody to a certain point, you know what I mean? But on my stream, I do tell people trigger warning. So, you know, I cuss here and there. Sometimes I have guests on that cuss a lot more than me. I don't cuss that often, I feel like. But I mean, I do sometimes. Yes, the picture in the window. Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. Jeez, the day before. This was night before they died. You saved my ears and my eyes. He's in the back. Yeah, that's what I thought. So right here is let's get into it here. So right there. Okay, why did it just do that on me? But all right. So right there would be Jack D. I'm guessing this, or not Jack D, but Jack S. Right? Or am I tripping? It kind of looked, I don't know. I see the Triple H beak on him, but I can't really tell. I guess it is him. It kind of does look like him, to be honest with you. It's hard to tell with that Triple H beak. This was a ninja, not a nerd. Nothing wrong, but a good fuck you. All right? I mean, I get it. Hi, T-REV. Break. He can't everything. Jackass is time or teeny if it's him. Nah, that dude is Jackass is definitely teeny. That dude's teeny off the rip, but
and no murder weapon has been recovered. Police have said they don't believe the other roommates who were at the home were involved in the killings. The University of Idaho community and surrounding Moscow, Idaho have been on edge, especially as information has been slow to come out. While police said at least one of the victims was targeted, then took that back, then clarified the home or people in it might have been targeted. The parents of Kaylee Gonsalves say, according to an autopsy report, their daughter may have been killed in a more vicious way than the other three victims.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's,
they don't,
and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match. Yeah. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
Kaylee's parents and others also spoke last week at a vigil held at the University of Idaho.
So then they went to high schools together. Then they started looking at colleges. They came here together. They eventually get into the same apartment together. And in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed.
Thank all the people working on trying to figure this out. And it really means a lot.
All right, I want to bring in my co-host and former trial attorney, Terry Austin. Terry, this is an incredibly difficult situation, and I understand the desire to speak out, but could these comments maybe hinder or harm the investigation in any way?
Yeah, Jesse, you know, there is a chance that leaked information could hinder the investigation, but there are pros and cons to sharing leads. On the one hand, the police may want to keep information secret to avoid tipping off any sort of suspect. For example, knowing that the suspect may have entered from the outside could alert the suspect that forensic evidence might include footprints. And guess what? The suspect could dispose of the shoes worn on the night of the murders. On the other hand, there are situations where the more the public knows, the better. Just imagine if the entire city of Moscow was given relevant information, they could serve as the eyes and ears of the police. I mean, actually, it sounds like these parents are ready to hire their own investigator or give an award. And frankly, who could blame them? It's been 3 weeks since the murders, and no one wants the case to grow cold. I am sure that the authorities are doing the best they can, but there was already significant miscommunication about targeted or not targeted, like you said. And frankly, the authorities ruled out a number of suspects, and I don't think they should have done that so quickly.
Brian, I'm here with my co-host, Brian Buckmeyer, as well. You look at the difference in the way they were killed. What does that tell you about this investigation and the murders?
Yeah, so take the ways that they were killed. His father saying that his daughter had different points of entries and different means of killing. I think he means different cause of death. But if we're thinking about it just from stabbing as well as where they are in the house, 3 floors, the 2 people on the first floor, the entryway, they're not killed, but his daughter is at the top of the house and seems to be killed more aggressively than even the young lady next to him. That suggests that either she or that room specifically was targeted. Did a person in her circle know her, hate her, to send her hateful messages? We don't know, but the method of the killing, the location of the individuals might give us more clues, and I'm hoping that the police are tracking down those because these parents need answers.
Yeah, I say this on every show. We are going to continue to follow this until we see a conclusion, because there's so many more details that are coming out, and we really do want to keep following it. Welcome back, everybody. We have a major update for you out of Houston in the shooting death of Migos rapper Takeoff. Awesome. The 28-year-old artist was gunned down in the early hours of November 1st, and it took investigators nearly 4 weeks to arrest the 2 men allegedly involved. The Houston Police Department announced the arrest of 33-year-old Patrick Xavier Clark on Friday. Also arrested was 23-year-old Cameron Joshua, who faces a charge of celebration of life of a weapon. During the press conference, I should say, Sergeant Michael Burrow from Houston's Homicide Division provided more details on the circumstances around Takeoff's death and the holes they still need to fill in the investigation.
Hold up. Is that all they're talking about? Are they finished? Are they going to talk about Kaylee? Nobody else here? Is that a wrap on this video? Yeah, it is. All right. So we seen what we seen in that. Let's go to the next one. All right. So Idaho case. When was this video made? Grizz made that on him. Damn, I kind of want to. Who's trying to hop up on panel? Who's trying to hop up on panel? Anyone? Anybody want to come up on panel and spark up the convo? I'm trying to find out what this presser is. I'm looking on Facebook right now for it. Yeah, shout out to everybody. By the way, I know this is a little off topic, but shout out to everybody who bought my album. We are on the Billboard charts right now, even though it started at 60, but we dropped down to like 180. Shout out to y'all who bought my motherfucking album. I appreciate you guys for real. The fact that we hit the charts is crazy. I haven't even been pushing no music either, and that's cool. Anybody in here that did that, I appreciate you guys for real. I was gonna come up, but I'm not sure how to. Damn. Life after 50. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you guys for real. I really do. Congrats to you. Thank you, Enlightened Being. I appreciate you. Oh, you made a CD? Yeah, I did. My album is on the charts right now on the hip hop on iTunes. So, I mean, anybody who wants to check it out, you could check it out right here. Actually, I'm supposed to be giving $50 away today to anybody who buys the album from now till it's only like $6. So anybody who buys the album from now until I say about I'll do a 12 p.m. cutoff time. I'll be giving $50 away on live stream. Cash App. But it's got to be Cash App though. So I'll put your name on a spinning wheel or whatever and Cash App them. But yeah. My album just dropped today and I wasn't even focused on that. I'm focused on this case. Period. But the fact that it hit the charts and I haven't even been promoting it, that's awesome. I appreciate you guys, the people in here that supported it. Y'all are awesome. I really do appreciate it. We can get the CD. I need stock and suffers. Let's see. You need stock and shout out to everybody. Damn, y'all got the train rolling in this bitch. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Man, all the love and support has been real welcome lately, and it's all been because of the change of my attitude. And I appreciate you guys, man. It just shows. It shows in so many different ways. I do appreciate you. Did they consider the fact the killer could have had a little shower? She said, huge congrats, though. Thank you, Andrea. I feel like I didn't thank you enough. Life after 50. Did I thank you? Well, thank you again. Shout out to you. Thank you. You deserve that, T-REV. Thank you. I appreciate that. Choo choo. I'm gonna see the update today. Yeah, I'm waiting for the update right now, Zach. I'm sitting here waiting. It's been 10 minutes and 35. It's been 10 minutes and 35 seconds since I've been live, so they probably did not consider that they are the cops and sadly can be so yeah, no doubt. They can be inadequate as shit. Ain't no doubt. Thank you. Thank you guys. Y'all are awesome for real. I'm gonna have to turn my camera off because my face is turning red. Look at it. Presser today. When? Don't know. It's like, what are they gonna do it on the time that they just do that? I just downloaded your albums on iTunes. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. The love is real. Yo, the love is real. The love is real. Like I said, the only thing really grows in this case is your channel. I don't really want it to grow off the case. I just want this case to be solved. And 540 people seeing it, 550. We had 1.1 thousand people in here at one point that had eyes on this case and probably already had their eyes on this case, but it just keeps. Maybe the killer was in here tonight. It just keeps eyes on it, though, and hopefully we get the justice. Like, I'm hoping that justice comes quicker than the Delphi case, because how long did we wait for a killer to be caught on the Delphi case? We waited for Bridge Guy to come out and be caught for 6 years. Like I said, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how long we waited on that case. It really is. It's fucking insane. Left, she said, left and went back sleeping. I'm dead. Showing love. He lives next door. Anybody got a time on the presser, though? Because that's what I'm looking for right now, and I can't find shit on it. The forensic astrologer said, you are helping me deal with my really shitty situation at the moment. Thanks, T-REV. Hey, I'm glad that it's whatever I'm doing is helping you in some way. Hopefully you're laughing or just fucking clowning me. Whatever. I hope it helps you. I love you guys. Really great animations. Great Hughes does. I know. I already said we watched those, Lex. You might have been in left field playing baseball, but I don't know. We definitely watched them. I think we watched a lot of videos on this stream. I'm dead serious. It's been 10 hours and 30. I'm at 10 minutes and 37 seconds. It's about time for me to start a whole nother stream before they decode this bitch. All right. I almost want to watch this video, but they be striking me sometimes. So let's see.
Thank you, Chris Cuomo. You know, it's really hard to get inside the head of a killer, but it might be possible to put yourself in his footsteps.
Real quick, guys.
Earlier, we looked at the route that a killer would have had to take if he were driving to the crime scene. But
That's sad.
what if he arrived on foot?
Okay, here we go. Ho.
Today, we are expecting an update from police as this week marks 1 month since the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. The small community on edge as families gathered over the weekend for a graduation ceremony. No arrest has been made, and family members of the victims are asking for answers. Rumors are swirling on the internet about the killer, and police are cracking down on social media sleuths, threatening possible charges. News Nation's Nancy Liu is in Moscow, Idaho, with the latest.
Fuck.
The rental home that was filled with friendship and the joys of college life has been tragically quiet for weeks. A 24/7 security guard is here to preserve a quadruple murder scene. Neighbors no longer want to comment, and locals wonder why a full month hasn't yielded more answers.
Hopefully, it doesn't seem too hard in a college town. You know, there's Wi-Fi everywhere. You can track phones so easily. My phone connects to everything I walk by.
Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were stabbed to death sometime during the morning of November 13th. Moscow police officials tell News Nation they will provide a new update on the investigation on Monday. One former FBI special agent believes the suspect is someone familiar with the property.
I actually think that it's highly possible that he is integrated himself back into the community. What this person did, I'm going to say he because my gut tells me that it is a male. What this person tells me is yes, they are very much a cold-hearted killer.
Police have yet to publicly name any suspects or persons of interest, but no offer of a reward has some speculating that there is one.
Why would you give him a reward if you already have the person of interest in mind?
Speculation has been rampant since police have been tight-lipped other than a specific plea for information about a white Hyundai Elantra. Online sleuths continue to raise questions about a student who interacted with 2 of the victims at a food truck and the roommates who slept through the killings. Online threats of police considering criminal charges against those crossing the line.
We're the official source of information. We want people to
Thank you. I got the best mods, man. I love my
mods. There because that is accurate information.
I need a couple more mods.
From other
Who
sources,
wants to be a mod? Who would be good at
either
mod?
rumor or speculation, and we want to put an end to that as soon as possible.
Nancy Liu, News Nation.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
I need some more mods. Who's in here a lot? I notice a lot of familiar people, and I notice new people. I noticed Mom the 5 Kings is in here. So, hi, Mom the 5 Kings. Welcome to your wrench life and the Rev Gang family. I appreciate you. Sosa the Ghost over here. I never got a chance to be a mod, but I don't know how to do it either. So, all right. You would click on somebody's name and then you would hit, thank you. I appreciate that, Sheepo. I appreciate that for real. Thank you. I do appreciate everybody that's just showing support. I mean, I said it probably about 50 million times. I sound like I'm regurgitating shit over here, but it is what it is. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. Love from Australia. Shout out to Australia and everybody from all over the country that's in here because I have a very mixed crowd, and I love that. EP, why do a reward? Sorry, broke due to Christmas. I'm not. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here for your money. I'm here just to conversate with you and hear your theories, and you send me videos and all that shit. That's what I'm here for. The people showing me love is just a bonus to this shit. To be honest with you. That's what it really is a bonus. All right, so I got something here, a video, email. Thank God.
One name that has continuously popped up is Jack DeClaire. Kaylee and Maddie made numerous calls to him the night they were killed. The reason for those calls are unknown, but I continue to think about it. Were they really just calling him to come over? There's a lot of speculation around this case, and recently I came across some very interesting theories and possible reasons for these calls. Someone on Instagram shared a post saying that Jack had been kicked to the curb by Kaylee, and he basically lost that entire friend group. We know that Kaylee and Jack were taking a break from the relationship at the time of the slings. The post further stated that Jack was seething. Kaylee tried to call him to de-escalate things. Another interesting point made by this poster is that Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there. She just went to show Maddie her new Range Rover. That is why she didn't even sleep in her room, because there were no sheets or anything. She slept in Maddie's room. Who knew Kaylee was there? Jack knew she was. Not accusing anyone here, but this is definitely something to think about. In true crime cases, we should look at everyone. Another interesting theory I saw floating around was that Maddie and Kaylee saw Jack around the house somewhere, early parts of that morning. Maybe even through a window or something, and they were calling him, trying to figure out if that was him, and what he was doing there. The calls to Jack early parts of that morning really boggle my mind. Kaylee's dad said if she felt afraid or in danger, she would have called 911. She wouldn't have called Jack. What do you think is the reason for the multiple calls to Jack?
That was a quick video.
Surviving this.
That was a quick video. Quick video. Let me go back to my email. Oh, okay. Here we go. So it says Moscow police are expected to release an update Monday on the killings of the 4 University of Idaho students. It's been nearly 1 month since the stabbings, and investigators continue to search. So this was sent from, I'm pulling it up right now, this on Twitter. All right. This was put up this morning. I think we just watched this. Literally.
Gathered over the weekend for a graduation ceremony. No arrest is of the victims are asking for answers. Rumors are swirling on the internet about the killer, and police are cracking down on social media sleuths, threatening possible charges. News Nation's Nancy Liu is in Moscow, Idaho, with the latest.
The rental home that was filled with friendship and the joys of college life has been tragically quiet for weeks. A 24/7 security guard is here to preserve a quadruple murder scene. Neighbors no longer want to comment, and locals wonder why a full month hasn't yielded more answers.
It doesn't seem too hard in a college town. You know, there's Wi-Fi everywhere. You can track phones so easily. My phone connects to everything I walk by.
Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were stabbed to death sometime during the morning of November 13th. Moscow police officials tell News Nation they will provide a new update on the investigation on Monday. One former FBI special agent believes the suspect is someone familiar with the property.
I actually think that it's highly possible that he is integrated himself back into the community. What this person did, I'm going to say he because my gut tells me that it is a male.
We did just watch this. So she said she believes it is a male.
What this person tells me is yes, they are very much a cold-hearted killer.
Police have yet to publicly name any suspects or persons of interest, but no offer of a reward has some
Exactly, that they already have a suspect.
Speculating that there is one.
Why would you give him a reward?
Yeah, we just watched that video. Let's see what we can find on the Idaho Tribune. I like to keep a close eye on that. Follow me on Twitter if you guys don't already. Let me grab my link for you guys. Follow me on Twitter. Oh, yeah, that's my album that just dropped right there. But, yeah, follow me on Twitter at this link right here if you got Twitter. If you don't worry about it. But if you want to, follow me. Thank you. Thank you. Man, y'all got a freaking train going on in here, man. Thank you. 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 I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Damn, another train? Good gracious. You guys are blowing me away out here. On my StreamYard, it shows freckles across the board. Maria Miranda, thank you. I do appreciate you. You guys are awesome. But yeah, that's my Twitter if you want to follow me. But let's check this Tribune. Let's see. This is hundreds of Catholics. What? County, State, Idaho, Jesus Christ. Now, what is this? What were they doing this for? Double standard, heavy police presence at poorly attended town hall. I made a post on here before people were on here. I said, so I made a post on here. I was like, can anyone clear Jack Showalter? Allegedly, he stands out. I don't know why I said out twice. I look like a complete illiterate idiot. I said he stands out like a sore thumb to me. I said I cannot shake him driving 5 hours to a cabin after being at a club till 1 a.m. So I posted that up earlier, and then people were like, what were they saying in the comments? There was a few comments in there. There's some chick in there trying to argue with me. What she said? The police have said he's cleared. The cabin rumor was started by a psychic. Hold on, let's hold on, maybe you can see now. The police have said he's cleared. The cabin rumor was started by a psychic, and every gullible person on Twitter ran with it. Sorry, I didn't see that on Twitter. Anyways, I said, well, actually, Charles J. Dickens said that's not how it works, though. Any lawyer worth their degree would tell you every innocent person to not talk unless they have to, which I agree with that. When I said a strong alarm, what? I do not make sense. That autocorrect on my phone pisses me off. It makes me look illiterate as hell. I really gotta watch out. I said you could be cleared and revisited, which is a fact. And then what was I trying to say right here? I'm not even understanding my own self here. Like literally my phone just changes shit around. A strong alone will get you out of the interview room. Okay. What I was saying right here is a strong alibi will get you out of the interview room, which it will. So if they hit your parents up and they go, hey, this is that, that'll get you out of the interview room, period. A strong alibi will get you out of the interview room 100%. I seen somebody become a member. Shout out to the Freckles over here lighting up. Ganja Mama had to come in here. Ganja Mama comes in and goes, yo, I gotta do this. I gotta start up a super chat. Friggin', let's start up a super, I forget what it was called. Super chat rally, something like that. Shave Whizzle, she says, hey, T-REV, man, I admire your tenacity. You're doing a great job. Thank you. I appreciate that, Shay. Thank you. I really do. New member in the building. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to do Santa Joe's little clap. Hey, sometimes I just joke the shit out of myself. Look at that. Look, I go, a strong along will get you out of the interview room. I'm an idiot. A strong alibi will get you out of the interview room, but hey. Cheapo, make sure you join the Discord if you want to. You don't have to. That mad true though. It is true. Don't believe the rumor about Jackass. The rumors about Jackass, Penny Robinson says. I don't know. He number one suspect till proven not, in my opinion. But I mean, it is what it is. It's his parents' alibi. Exactly. Happens to all of us, T-REV. They cleared him way too soon. I agree with that 1,000%. That's me in Discord laughing. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that shit earlier. Charlotte says, to be honest, you can have a lullaby, but cops usually let you gather more evidence, see if you act up again. You still live, T-REV? Yeah, I'm still live, and I'm about to end this one and start another one. What's up? Because we're almost at the mark where they won't process my video. So hold up. Let's see. How long can you be live until you publish? Hold up. Until your video. That definitely didn't. How long can you be? Sure, I'm sure it's 12. Yeah, 12 hours long. We're at 10 hours. We're at 10 hours and 52 minutes. So in reality, we're about to hit a little 24. We're gonna hit 24. I'm gonna transfer I'm gonna start another one right now with you guys, like, because I did it before. I can start another one right now, and then I'll drop you guys the link, transfer everybody over to that live, and then we'll start all over again. We are die-harding today on live stream. You're damn right. We're about to go hard. We're damn near about to do a 24. That's facts. I'm restarting the live right now. Let me load up another tab though real quick before I do that. So I gotta go over here, hit StreamYard. Let me go to, let's see, how many votes we got? 767 votes. Holy shit, that's a landslide. We got a landslide. Sheesh. 767 votes, 51% Jack S, allegedly. Everything else is 13%, 15%, 22%. Make sure you get your votes in. I'm about to end the live here in 1 second, but I'm about to transfer y'all over to another one. So let's go to Idaho for live press. Idaho for 24-hour stream. Okay. Idaho for presser. Will they announce? So I put presser. Okay. Will they announce? Hold up. Bear with me, folks. I'm a little slow. I'm not really, but here we go. Let me go to here. Let me go to edit this real quick. Grab this. Copy. All right, folks. I got it here. Create. All right. Idaho 4 presser. Will they announce a suspect? That's the name of the next stream. All right, I'm about to transfer you all over here in 1 second. Present, share screen. Okay, got it. There, boom. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry, I'm slow as shit. Kinda, not really though. I keep saying the same shit, but I don't care. Here we go. Damn, where am I at? I'm bugging out. Back out of here. So it's already showing. Damn, that other stream's already showing. That's funny. You could be live twice on StreamYard. I didn't know that. I know it now, though. My true crime journey. Add that to my playlist. And we'll get in here and hit this. Also, stream language, English. All right, 1 second. Pull up on me. We're about to start it now. Let me minimize that and drag. Is this the one? Nope, that is not the one. No, that's not it either. Downloads. That's it right there. Thank you. Save. All right, guys, I'm about to end this one now, and you can pull up at that other one. It's on there now. Let me end this poll too while I'm at it. I'm transferring over to another live right now. So there's the landslide votes. Thank you, everybody who's been in this stream. We're moving over to the other stream right now. So I'll get you a link to it in 1 second. City of Moscow live stream. All right. Here's the presser link right here to the. All That's a stream. Boom. Time to start up the next one. We got about, let's see, we're going to 11 hours. Yep, we about to do this one. That link right there is the new stream. Pop over to the new stream because I'm about to end this one. I'm trying to transfer you guys over here. I see Dark Horse is already over there. I see Dark Horse. Some people may be behind. I'm typing this for the people that are behind. They said no. Candy kisses. I'm dead. All right, there we go. 12 Eastern. So that'd be at 11. So that's right around the corner then. Bet. All right. Ending this one now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang, bang.